La 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 bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can have my corazón. La la bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that phone, bad in LA like LeBron. I got as much in her little bomb. She say yo te amo, she just wanted Louis Vuitton.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another day of ML Ball here on Twitch.tv. We are about 4 minutes from first pitch today. We will be in Toronto, where the Blue Jays are hosting the Boston Red Sox. We just saw the Red Sox lineup. Here's the Blue Jays lineup with a lot of cold bats, a few hot bats. We'll see how it goes today. Blue Jays took the first game yesterday, 11-4, behind a lot of offense for a change. 2 home runs each from Kevin Biggio and Danny Jansen. We'll see how today goes. I'm EB from Toronto. Very happy to be joined for this game by Cookie Eater. How are you, Cookie?
I'm doing pretty good, EB. How about yourself?
Doing well. Happy to be in the booth with you again. And I know this is kind of out of your comfort zone. It's not a Tigers or a Dodgers game, but I hope you have fun anyway.
Yeah, not Tigers, not Dodgers, not play-by-play. This is the recipe for where am I for Cookie. But, you know, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I love working with you, EB, and you know, I get to see my favorite player playing today unfortunately for you, the Red Sox, JD Martinez. But, I mean, I'm excited to watch this one and see how it plays out.
Yeah, the records for these teams, that's actually right on the side of your screen right now. Blue Jays 50-51, 13 games back in the division. Red Sox really struggling, 45-55, 17.5 games back of the Yankees, and 17 games back of a wildcard spot. The Blue Jays are 12.5 games back of a wildcard spot. And, as we near the trade deadline in 10 days, kind of obvious where these two teams are going.
Yeah, EB, we got some sellers right here, and I don't know, maybe I picked up this game to scout for the Dodgers.
Oh, well, that's interesting. We got some interesting starters on the mound today. We'll see the numbers. But Tanner Roark will go for the Blue Jays. He signed a free agent contract in the offseason. And Marcus Walden is going to be the starter. There he is for the Red Sox today. Marcus Walden, as you can see, not a great record, but very good numbers. So we'll talk about that when he comes up. There it is. You see Red Sox better in batting average, but Blue Jays are a little bit better in team ERA, just under 4. The Red Sox are just over 4. Yesterday's game where the Red Sox gave up 11 runs certainly did not help their cause in team ERA.
Yeah, maybe they had the same ERA yesterday, but after that 11th spot, maybe we see the Red Sox dropping a little bit. But, you know, these two teams seem somewhat evenly matched. It looks like we've seen Toronto be a little bit more clutch, being able to get those, 5 more wins than the Red Sox have. But, hey, baseball. Every game, we don't play it on paper, so who knows what's going to happen today.
Yeah, Red Sox on the road, 23-28 and 14-21 in games within the American League East. Blue Jays at home, 28-25 and 24-21 in games within the division. Gotta assume a lot of those wins are against the Red Sox and Orioles, who are below them, as the Blue Jays take the field here at the Rogers Center today. And Tanner Roark will take the mound in a bit. You see the guy in the jacket. I don't know why he's in a jacket, because it's pretty hot out here today. Here is Tanner Roark.
Yeah, you see 19 starts, a 7-5 record, ERA at 3.42. A nice strikeout to walk ratio right there, whip at 1.2. I mean, this is just all around a solid starter, you know, not particularly ace material, but, you know, for a solid, like, number 3 guy, I think, on most competing teams, I'd love to have guys with numbers like that.
The second baseman.
Jose Peraza, the shortstop, will step in and lead things off, and he takes the first pitch for a strike, and we are underway. Andrew Benintendi will be in left batting second. JD Martinez, the DH, in the number 3 spot. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, batting cleanup. Rafael Devers at third, batting fifth. Mitch Moreland at first will bat sixth as the pitch is fouled away, 0-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field, batting seventh. Kevin Pillar, former Blue Jay, batting eighth and playing right. And Christian Vasquez is going to be batting ninth and catching, and that is going to be a base hit right up the middle for Jose Peraza. So a 2-strike base hit, and the Red Sox get their first man on base.
You know, what do we got to see here? It's a breaking ball. It was over the dish. It was swung on, and it just drops in there. And we're going to have an RBI opportunity for JD Martinez if Benintendi doesn't hit into a double play.
Yesterday, Benintendi, it looks like he will hit into a double play. He had a home run, but not there. So it's a double play, 6-4-3. That was quick, one-pitch double play. But, works for me. And here is the favorite player of Cookie, JD Martinez, batting in the DH spot.
Let's go, JD. Look at that beautiful number 28. Only thing, that jersey's not really realistic. It just says Martinez. Normally it has the JD on there, too.
First pitch is outside, 1-0. Defensively for the Blue Jays, left to right in the outfield, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Randall Grichuk, Teoscar Hernandez. On the infield, Travis Shaw's at third, Bo Bichette at short, Kevin Biggio at second. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is at first, Danny Jansen behind the plate. Pitch is inside, 2-0. Matthew Ross will be calling the balls and strikes today.
Yeah, Matthew Ross, he is one of the favorites in the business. Everyone loves his strike zone, so we're happy to have him today behind the dish.
Pitch is swung on and missed, 2-1. And the home plate umpire yesterday had some questionable calls on both sides, so we'll see if today goes a little better. 2-1 pitch is going to be fouled away, 2-2.
Yeah, JD was up in the count. Now he's kind of evened it out, piling off some pitches. I really just think we need to see that magic pitch. And, well, that's the magic pitch.
Yeah. So Roark only faces 3, gives up the leadoff base hit, double play, and a strikeout. We go to the bottom of the first. Blue Jays coming up here against Marcus Walden. And we have his numbers, and I think, Cookie, that he's the poster child for the argument that pitcher win and loss record don't really matter.
Yeah, the 2-9 record doesn't tell the actual story. A 2.3 ERA, a whip just over 1. Like 100 strikeouts to 20-something walks. I didn't pay close enough attention before the graphic went away. But this guy has been pitching his butt off, but his team just does not understand the concept of run support when he's on the mound.
Indeed, one of the losses that he had recently was when the Blue Jays were at Fenway Park. He only gave up 1 run, but he faced Hyunjin Ryu, who threw 8 scoreless innings. Pitch to Bo Bichette is outside, 1-0. So it's hard to win when you're not getting any run support at all. Marcus Walden, originally a Blue Jays draft pick, actually, not with the Red Sox. Pitch to Bichette is low, 2-0.
He's got a bit of an interesting windup, doesn't he? The kind of, I don't know. I want you to take a look at it, Evie. I don't even know how to describe it. It just feels like there's a lot in the arm, not so much the body.
Yeah, I saw that. I'd like to see it again. There it is. Yeah, lifts up his leg a little bit, but yeah, a lot of most of it coming from the arm. Bichette fouls it back. It's 2-2. Bichette 276. That's tops on the team. Pitch is a high fly ball to center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. will make the play, and that is the first out.
Maybe in this Boston Red Sox outfield is, one in years past. People say, I mean, they basically have three center fielders out there, and Jackie Bradley, Benintendi, and what used to be Betts, but I mean, Kevin Pillar now, he's no slacker on defense either out there, and right now with Mookie in LA, so it's going to be hard to get any balls down out there.
Yeah, Kevin Pillar used to make very impressive catches when he was here in Toronto in center field, but just swung on a miss. 2-1 to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So, yeah, they have a lot of speed in the outfield. As questionable strike there to Vladdy, 2-2. Maybe it will be like yesterday after all. 2-2 pitch from Walden is swung on and missed for strike 3. So 2 outs here. And the rest of the Blue Jays lineup, Travis Shaw will be at third base. He'll be next. Teoscar Hernandez in right in the cleanup spot. Rowdy Tellez will be the DH batting 5th. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left field batting 6th. Randall Grichuk in center batting 7th as the pitch to Shaw swung on and missed. Gavin Biggio at second base batting 8th, and Danny Jansen behind the plate batting 9th. Let's see if I can get the Red Sox defensively here before the end of this inning. Benintendi, Bradley, and Pillar left to right in the outfield. Pitch is in for a strike 0-2. Infield, Devers at third, Bogarts at short, Peraza at second, Mitch Moreland at first, Christian Vasquez behind the plate, and swing and a miss. So pretty quick inning for Marcus Walden. 3 up, 3 down.
What an inning for him. Don't want to jinx anything, but look at that hit column.
There's Big Tortilla 19 even noted the Marcus Walden numbers 2 and 9, but in the area of 2.3 just went down. Xander Bogaerts will step up here. He's got an 11-game hitting streak. And the shortstop is leading the team in batting average. He takes a strike from Roark.
Yeah, guys like Xander Bogaerts are a big reason we saw Bet Stilt for the Red Sox this offseason, because they have a lot of young stars they're going to have to pay.
There's an out on the ground to Travis Shaw, and he's going to make the play. So 1 out here for Roark. Bogarts signing an extension with the Red Sox. This year obviously not going so well for them, but you'd think they will rebound pretty quickly knowing the Red Sox, and they'll probably sign some big free agent to fill a need in the offseason.
Yeah, the Red Sox are definitely opening up some budget room with the way things are going, and they're resetting their kind of timer to be on that luxury cap. Obviously, they really jacked up the penalties for that a few years back, so you don't want to stay up there for too many years in a row. So a lot of these big market teams we see, they'll take a year to reset it, and then they'll go back above that threshold for another year or two before they start getting really strict hits to their draft picks and stuff of that nature.
0-2 pitch to Devers is low. And there's a theory going around that they traded Mookie Betts, but they just plan to re-sign him in the offseason. 1-2 pitch popped up behind the plate. Danny Jansen will make the play there, and that is the second out of the inning.
Yeah, EB, I don't know how much I buy into that myself, because like I said, this team just has so many young stars who are starting to hit that kind of free agency. We talk about Mookie Betts, we talk about Chris Sale, who I believe they've tossed some coin to the last few years. Like it or not, you can only sign so many of these $20-30 million a year guys. So, I think unless we see like JD Martinez or someone opt out, which the way the free agent market has looked the last few years, it's hard to see him doing that despite being one of the best hitters in all the game. You know, I'm not sure that's going to be able to come to fruition, although I think many Red Sox fans will be happy if it did.
It's interesting with JD. You're right. Probably some teams will view him as being on the wrong side of 30 as the pitch is in for a strike to Moreland. So he's a good hitter, but that may not get him a spot on a roster, so he might just stick it out. And they did give Chris Sale an extension. Nathan Eovaldi signed a big contract after the World Series in 2018. Pitch is inside, so it's a full count to Mitch Moreland. So you never know what they'll do, but as someone who is a fan of a team in the East, I can tell you that it's very hard to be in the East because the Red Sox and the Yankees aren't down for long. Pitch is right back to Roark. He'll make the play, and that's the inning.
Nice, quick, snappy.
Always love that. We go to the bottom of the second. We have no score. We have a trivia question from the big guy. Name the 2 Blue Jays players to have a 10 double or 10 plus double, 10 plus triple, 10 plus home run, and 10 plus stolen base season since 1977, which is, of course, the year the Blue Jays came into existence. Mulder is not correct, and Pilar, I would probably guess not. First pitch to Teoscar Hernandez, a high fly ball to center field. Jackie Bradley Jr., no problem at all, and that's 1 out.
Ed, yeah, I'd love to hear your guesses. I don't think I got much of anything. Maybe Josh Donaldson, but I mean,
I'm gonna guess. Let's see, Carlos Delgado, because he always had a lot of hits. Obviously, one of the best Blues of all time. Ravi Tellez will step up here for strike. Someone guessed Roberto Alomar. That's our good friend Special Effects, and that's wrong. 0-1 pitch. And for a strike, 0-2. Inside. So let's see. Yeah, I see that Special is swinging in the dark, as Beardy Buddha puts it. No to Delgado, no to Wells, no to Rios, no to Johnson, and no to Donaldson. Oh boy, who's left? Pitch is going to be on the ground. Nice play there.
Bogart's up the middle, other side of second base, makes the throw, and Walden just keeps on rolling here. 5 up, 5 down.
That was a shift to for sure. Where Bogarts was playing, they played it right. Here's Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Fouls it away, 0-1, and Gurriel is the team leader here in RBI, 52, tied for the lead in home runs with 19. Teoscar Hernandez. 0-1 pitches outside. So how about, years done 84-91, so that rolls out Bautista and Encarnacion. 84.
The Tigers are the champions of 1984.
Yeah, Joe Carter was not here in 84. I think he was traded here after 91, so it's definitely not him, as the big guy said. How about Jesse Barfield? 1-2 in the dirt. Two, fouled away. Blue Jays had a lot of good outfielders back in the mid-'80s. Jesse Barfield, George Bell. 2-2 inside. It's a full count. Full count pitch. Drop for a base hit and a little bit of a fumble out there by Benintendi, but that's the first hit for the Blue Jays.
That was just hard hit, EB. He tried to get there, obviously fumbled it a little bit. And that's going to end the no-hitter unless there's a little bit of an error, which I don't see.
Here's Randall Grichuk. 230 on the year. There's a lot of double-digit home run numbers on the Blue Jays lineup. In fact, everybody in the starting lineup has double-digit in home runs. But other than hitting the ball out, they haven't really done too many things well offensively. First pitch to Grichuk. He's going to foul it away. Ohtani Fernandez was an interesting guess, but not the right one. 0-1 outside. How about my guesses, big guy? We had Jesse Barfield and George Bell. 1-1. Fouled away. Go to both. How about Lloyd Mosby? Another one of those outfielders then. 1-2 outside. You know, Cookie, I think it'll be a facepalm once we find the answers. 2-2 pitch on the ground foul.
I'm sure it will. That always seems to...
There we go. Mosby is correct, so... I knew it had to be one of those outfielders that they had back in the 80s. 2-2. Strike 3 called.
Oh, Grichuk hates it.
Well, probably should have swung, because it was pretty much center cut. So we go to the top of the third, still with no scorer. Jackie Bradley Jr. will lead things off. 252 on the year. Takes a strike. 97 career home runs. I'm sure he'd love to get to 100. I'd love for him to do it after tomorrow. Ball one is outside. I noticed the schedule. Your Tigers haven't played the Red Sox yet at all. Pitch is going to be a high fly ball to right center field. Grichuk has a play.
Long running catch. Nice job, though, by Grichuk out there in center.
I saw that the Tigers and Red Sox have that unusual scheduling where they play the entire season series on 2 weekends. So the Tigers play the Red Sox at home last weekend in August, then they come to Toronto for 3 games, and then they go to Boston for 4. So you get like 7 games of JD Martinez over 2 weekends, pitches outside the Pilar.
Yeah, I remember looking at that when the schedule first came out, because that's always the first thing I do is I'm like, when is JD Martinez going to be in town? Because I need to cancel any plans I had for that time to make sure I'm there at the stadium.
Pilar flies it to left field, and that's a second out.
Batting 9, the catcher.
So we'll see how the ball schedule goes when we get there. Maybe we'll have some of those games. And I saw that in the 2021 schedule, which they released, the Blue Jays and Tigers have that same thing next August. 2 series on 2 consecutive weekends. This is going to be a quick inning. First pitch swinging is Christian Vasquez, and it grounds out to Bichette. That will do it.
Snappy. Both these starters really snappy. I like it.
So we go to the bottom of the third, still without any score. So we still need a 91 player who did that for the Blue Jays. A big sexy had 9 doubles, 9 triples, 9 home runs, and 9 stolen bases, exactly 91. Kevin Biggio will step up. Had a good day yesterday, 2 home runs, but other than that, he's had a very tough season offensively. You see below the Mendoza line. And he swings at pitches like that, that's probably why.
Yeah, tough to see numbers like that this far into the season, but, you know, Kevin comes from a... Is that how you say his first name?
Yeah, you got it.
Psych myself out for a second, but he comes from a good baseball family, so you can bet he'll straighten things out. Maybe a trip to AAA just to try and find himself, find his swing in order. This keeps up, but I mean, you got to keep faith in this guy.
Down 2 strikes, he's battling there. Had a good at bat yesterday against the starter Ryan Weber. As I mentioned, 2 home runs. That one might have been a pitch to hit another one with, but he fouled it back. Last year, in his rookie year, he actually got Rookie of the Year votes. He had a lot of walks, very good on base percentage. Another foul there. But this year, not a lot of walks. He does have the home run power. He's got 16 of them. 15 and 16 came yesterday. But yeah, tough season for him so far. That's why he was dropped to the number 8 spot in the order.
Yeah, that's what we call the sophomore slump.
But he's having a nice at bat here, battling. So give him credit for that.
You mentioned the 2 home runs last night. Obviously, the long battle here, you could think, well, that's not exactly going to fit the narrative I was trying to push, but maybe he's starting to find himself and, you know, might really break out here in the second half.
So he swings and misses, and Walden gets another strikeout. That'll bring up Danny Jansen, the catcher. Jansen also had 2 home runs yesterday, 235 batting average overall. Takes a strike. He has 14 home runs on the year.
Nice to see these high power numbers for Toronto have all those things that really helps energize the squad.
That one is not going to be a home run. Hit pretty well, but Benintendi makes the play. That's the second out.
Might have goofed to the one last inning, but nice job running back to make a catch on this one. So it puts it back to the top of the order. Bo.
Shed 0 for 1. Takes it inside. Outside 2-0. Bichette does lead the team in triples. He has 3 of them. 2-0. So not a lot of speed, as you could probably guess. Devon White was the correct answer, of course. I am face-palming, big guy, you're right. 3-0. Right down the middle, strike.
Nice job by Damn Justin, 1993 to get that one.
Yeah, he's going to be on the call with me tomorrow for Game 3 of the series. We'll have Anthony Kay and Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. 3-1. Fouled away. Full count. Yeah, Red Sox trivia. So somebody asked about that. That'll be in tomorrow's game. So stay tuned for tomorrow. Full count on the ground to Moreland. Bobbles it a bit, but no problem.
That recovery, that's the benefit when you kind of botch it a little bit on that right side of the infield. It's a short throw, so you got time to recover. 4 through 3, nothing. 1 hit from both sides, no errors. Both starters, EB, they look amazing.
They must have known that a Dodgers scout is in the building today. As Jose Peraza, he has the 1 hit for the Red Sox. His first at bat. Takes it inside. It's 3 for 13 against Roark. They were teammates last year, Cincinnati, first half of the season.
EB, how much do you think these guys are going to end up costing? I mean, both these starters, you got to think contenders would be interested in buying the way they've been pitching this year and given the teams they're on.
It's interesting with Roark, he does have another year in his contract next year, 1-1 pitch in for a strike. And Walden, I think, might even still be pre-arbitration, so he may come at some cost. 1 and 2 fouled away. Yeah, 11-4, the Jays won yesterday. Somebody asked in the chat, 1-2 pitch, fouled away. I think the Blue Jays will be looking for players who can help them, not just in the future, but this year. 1 and 2, high fly ball, right field. Teoscar Hernandez makes the play. That's the first out.
Now batting.
I love that catch, and man, EB, I'm already looking ahead to who's going to be third up this inning. You already know who it is.
Yeah. As we see Benintendi ground into a double play his first time up. On the first pitch he saw. Swings at the first pitch again and lines it right to Shaw. Boy, he's not very patient today, is Mr. Benintendi.
Martinez.
Swinging first pitch both times. First time erased the only base runner Boston's had. The second time just bullet to third base. So that's good catch. If it wasn't a catch, that was going to end up in the outfield. But that brings up my boy, who's 0 for 5 in the series, but he's about to change that all with a grand slam right here.
Sometimes these players take swings like they want to have 5-run home run with no one on base. As the pitch is low to JD. Roark being a little careful with him. 2-0 pitch. There's a strike, 2-1.
Oh,
That slider caught a lot of plates.
that was center, EB. JD is going to be kicking himself for that.
It's going to foul that one away. Is there going to be a play for Hernandez? No.
I thought he had a chance, but just ran out of time.
Oh, foul ground in Toronto. 2-2. That's going to be another foul ball. JD, of course, lost success with the Tigers in his career. 2-2 is going to be on the ground, and there's a base hit. So not a grand slam with no one on base, but 2-out single.
The batter.
Yeah, that's the thing I always loved about JD with his time in the Tigers. He modeled his swing and approach a lot off how Miguel Cabrera does it. Attack to all fields, and be able to have power to all those fields too. And that's what lets him. He was a Triple Crown candidate a couple of years back because of his approach like that. He can hit for power and he can hit for average. And you see there, and obviously I would have loved to see a home run, but he just took that pitch inside and he kind of just poked it through the opposite way to get that runner on base for Xander.
He does that a lot. That's going to be grounded to Vladdy. He will toss it to Roark, and that will end the inning. And it's very interesting with JD, how he was really kind of discarded by the Astros. They released him in spring training, signed with the Tigers, and took off.
For Toronto, the first baseman.
Yeah, it's really, well, I'm not going to say sad because then he ended up in Detroit, but yeah, JD really wasn't the best the first few years of his career with the Astros. Wasn't much more than a fourth outfielder kind of guy. But yeah, that 2014 off season between 2013 and 14, he really worked on revamping his swing. Obviously didn't impress the Astros in spring training, and he signed that minor league deal. He had a connection with Tigers' assistant general manager at the time, Al Avila. He was just absolutely gnashing at AAA Toledo. Got the call up. First, it was just off the bench, but he just kept mashing, became the player we know him today, and we saw him, gradually work his way into the lineup every day with an outfield that had Austin Jackson and Torrey Hunter.
It's Guerrero with a very awkward swing there. Couldn't hit that one with an oar, as Matt Vespertin would say. That's the first out. Travis Shaw started his career with the Red Sox. Takes the ball inside. Yeah, JD's a very interesting guy, interesting career path. And yesterday there was the trivia question during the game that I do not think was answered. The question was, and I know you'll know the answer, but just fell away, who was JD Martinez traded for when he was sent to Arizona? I know the answer too, so I couldn't participate.
That would be Dowell Lugo and Sergio Alcantara and Jose King.
Now, the question about Dowell Lugo is, what's his Toronto connection? That was the second part of the trip.
Dowell Lugo's Toronto. Was he originally drafted by Toronto? Did he grow up in Toronto? I have no idea.
Travis Shaw had no idea what he was swinging at. That's another strikeout. Yeah, so he was, I don't remember, I think he might have been signed by Toronto. He was a free agent or something. And he was traded in 2015 to Arizona for Cliff Pennington. Had the stretch run here in Toronto. And that's how he ended up in Arizona and eventually sent to Detroit.
That Lugo kind of running out of leash on his minor leagues. I don't want to talk too much about that here in the Boston, Toronto. This is going to be his year. You got to think he's going to make the opening day roster. And it seems like Jamer Candelario is the favorite to be the Tigers' third baseman of the future, at least until we see Torkelson and Isaac Brady's up. So Lugo's kind of... he's fallen out of the picture a little bit.
Yeah, he's on the bubble maybe. We'll see what ends up in his career. Fouled away here by Teoscar. So, yeah, there's a lot of different connections in baseball you don't always realize. So, Del Lugo has a Toronto connection. He has sort of a Boston connection in that he was traded for JD, who's now with the Red Sox. And Marcus Walden, who was originally Blue Jays draft pick, is having a heck of a day.
Yeah, 4 innings, just the one hit. Wow. And that was a hit that was almost caught, too, for that matter.
As we go to the top of the 5th inning, Heidi Watney reminding us all to donate to Meals on Wheels. That's what we're doing all this for, all for charity. So please, you can enter !donate in the Twitch chat, and you can get the link to donate to Meals on Wheels. As Rafael Devers will come up here for the Red Sox, and J-Man notes in the chat that Cliff Pennington, he tries to forget about him and how he pitched in the playoffs, becoming the first position player to do that in the playoffs.
Nope, that's down.
And speaking of donating to Meals on Wheels, I want to give a shout out right now. I don't know, I know Beardy was listening, but hold up a second, call this.
That is going to be a double for Rafael Devers leading off the inning. And the hit over the head of Shaw. So, leadoff man reaches base. His 29th double. He's all happy. And not so much. Mitch Moreland will come up. Moreland 0 for 1 today.
That's a ball.
Between Beardy, Shark, and Duggo last night, 26 gifted subs to the channel, which I did the math, works out to $65 to Meals on Wheels and $65 to Twitch as well. I just want to give a shout out to all 3 of them for their generosity last night. It was just absolutely amazing what they were able to do to support such a great cause.
That's going to be lined right to Travis Shaw for the first out. Yeah, it was a very nice evening yesterday, and Shark Shaver, our friend, was handing out a lot of gift subs, so it was nice to see that we were able to raise some money. Had a good time yesterday. Twins beat the Diamondbacks, so as Dodgers fans, we were happy about that. JBJ takes a strike, 0-1. 155 on the year with runners in scoring position.
Jackie Bradley Jr. is a junior, but EB, I want to talk to you about this Toronto squad's juniors. It feels like half your team is, children of major leaguers.
Well, definitely the entire infield. Even Travis Shaw, his dad was a pitcher in the majors, as JBJ gets a good swing on that, but it's going to fly out to Lourdes Gurriel. And
the right fielder.
Yeah, it's very interesting how the Blue Jays have so many sons of former major leaguers, and we had another junior, Dwight Smith Jr., who is now with the Orioles. Saw him playing last night in the Orioles-Mariners game. Kevin Pillar takes it outside. So the Blue Jays must think that there's something in that DNA of the sons of former major leaguers that can make them successful. They have Griffin Conine, son of Jeff Conine, in the minors as well.
So it's interesting the squad they've put together, and I hope it works out for them. Like you said, though, it's tough with the Red Sox and Yankees in the division, and the Tampa Bay Rays have really been doing a great job to make themselves competitive in a tough division too. So I don't know what it's going to take for Toronto to break out. Probably more strikeouts like that. But
Kevin Pillar takes strike 3. We go to the bottom of the 5th, still with no score. Yeah, it's very tough to be in the East. You mentioned the Rays, too. They have basically no budget, but they're always drafting well. They're always able to trade away their players when they know that they've probably reached their best before date. And they are able to turn those players into future stars. So they're very good at it. And every time we see the Rays, we see Willie Adames, for example, who they got from the Tigers in a David Price deal. They knew Price would be a free agent, sent him to Detroit, and they got a good player in return.
Yeah, and it's tough as a Detroit fan to see him being successful down there in Tampa Bay, but at the same time, we got to remember not only did Price give us, a push towards that 2014 postseason that was a big flop, but we also were able to turn him into Daniel Norris and our current ace of the staff, Matthew Boyd. So, silver lining to every trade.
Those guys, of course, coming from the Blue Jays, Boyd and Norris. And we see Martin Perez up in the bullpen for the Red Sox. He pitched in the game yesterday. He is the long man. We know the ball manager's love for long relievers as Rowdy Tellez gets a hold of that one. But, it's going to be off the wall. I thought Jackie's going to make a play on it. That's going to be a double.
He thought Jackie was going to make a play on it. I thought that was about to sail out of here. But, man, what a double. That's really the second time we've seen hard contact off working today. The hard hit liner to left was a single, and now that one just off the top of the wall for a double.
First I thought it might go, then I thought Jackie would catch it, and then I thought it would hop off the fence for a ground rule double, but it stayed in play. Ace is going to try to get everybody riled up here with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. coming up. He had bases first time up.
Oh, it is Walden.
Yeah, Walden.
I'm out of it today.
Workman is one of the guys in their bullpen. I think he pitched in yesterday's game, if I remember correctly. That is a sky-high pop-up in foul territory. Moreland gets there and makes the play.
I'd hit the roof up there.
Now batting, center fielder,
Yeah, mile-high pop-up on the cutter. Center cut at the top of the zone. Also want to give a shout out to the Derek WW. Not only has he been doing an amazing job helping get our social media back up and going, but also giving a tier 1 sub to Italian Mamba 13. So thank you, Derek, for your donation, Meals on Wheels. We greatly appreciate it. We know they greatly appreciate it as well.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Derek. And Italian Mamba, one of our Blue Jays fans. Grichik lays off that pitch. It's 2-0.
Got a lot of Blue Jays fans.
That's a ball.
2-0 pitch inside 3-0. Yeah, and usually when the Red Sox are in town, the games are very well attended. Walden looks a little bit frustrated, I think, with himself for not throwing strikes to a guy who you really should be throwing strikes to, Randall Grichuk. 3-0 pitch. There's a strike, 3-1.
Yeah, nibbled a little bit. Came back over. Gotta think maybe Grichuk had the red light at this point. And we'll see how it goes with the
3-1 is going to be ball 4. Thought it could have been called a strike. Ron Renicky not too happy. I'm not sure that I can blame him for not being happy. See, Walden's asking the umpire, what was that?
That was my question, too. That looked well in the strike zone, but, I mean, maybe the fake narrative I made for Blue was indeed fake. We've seen a few questionable calls at AEB. Nothing super duper bad at least a super duper bad time, but it hasn't exactly been perfect.
They're just building off on what the umpires did in yesterday's ball game. 0-1 pitch. Did not swing, did Biggio, so it's 1-1. First and second with 1 out. Fouled away, 1-2. The Blue Jays had a double, then a pop-up, and then a walk in the bottom of the 5th. Looking to get on the board and break this scoreless tie. The 1-2 pitch from Walden is a swing and a miss. Once again, I'm not really sure what Biggio was looking for. Obviously, that wasn't it. That's 8 strikeouts now for Marcus Walden.
Yeah, did a nice job showing he can work out of a jam right here in this inning. And, you know, maybe he let those 2 runners on purpose, knowing scouts were in attendance. I don't know.
Big swing and a miss there from Jansen. Maybe he wants to show the scouts, yeah, I couldn't get in trouble, but I can get out of it. His Bird of Prey 70 notes that he's leaving sinkers up in the zone, so he's probably running out of gas. We'll see if this is his last inning. Jansen fouls it away. He's down the count 0-2. Jansen pretty good with runners in scoring position. One of the rare guys who has done well here on this Blue Jays team. 0-2. Fouled away. And he's right. There's another sinker that was up in the zone.
They're definitely starting to get tired. Only had 80 pitches, though, so I'd be surprised if they pull the plug on him after this inning. They'll probably try and at least start him in the 6th, assuming he doesn't get blown up right here.
1-2 count on Jansen. He's going to foul that one away.
And I see Italian asking what the Tier 1 sub does. It means you don't gotta watch the ad you normally have to watch when you go to watch the stream, and then also, yeah, you get some of those emotes, our Heidi emote and our Big Sexy emote, and I think we might have added some others. As well as, of course, you get to support a good charity and Meals on Wheels, or whatever it is the week you get yourself.
Another ball, full count. Runners will be off on the pitch here with 2 outs. Bo Bichette, top of the order on deck. Walden's going to try to make sure he doesn't have to face Bichette this inning. So the full count pitch with 2 outs to Danny Jansen is going to be fouled away.
Of course, as Derek said, it makes you awesome, but yeah,
Sure.
where it's going, it's going to be tough.
Full count pitch. Fly ball right field. That is going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score to Les, and Richard will go to 3rd, so it's going to be an RBI single for Danny Jansen. The Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this is what they needed. That's their catcher showing he can hit even though he's in the 9 holes. Oop. That one down there. That's going to do it. Walden, Martin Perez, I don't know how he pronounces it, comes in. 4.93 ERA, 5-4 record, 1 save and 2 chances, making his 37th appearance. And better against righties than lefties, but all around kind of just a mediocre guy.
So he's going to face Bo Bichette. As Marcus Walden's day is done, but he's still responsible for the runners on base. Martin Perez, a lot of time with the Texas Rangers. Last year with the Twins, and now here with the Red Sox. Was supposed to be a starter, but here he is in long relief as he deals a strike to Bo Bichette. Has made a few starts for the Red Sox here in Ball, 3 of them in fact, but mostly out of the bullpen. And he did pitch in the game yesterday. 1-1 is high, 2-1. Blue Jays have taken a 1-0 lead. They'd like to add on if they can. 2-1 to Bichette. Fouls it away, 2-2. It's not exactly Deuce's wild cookie, but we do have 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on. But we're in 5th inning.
Yeah, well, 5 is basically 2 backgrounds, so it's supposed to be.
That's going to be a base hit. That's going to go all the way to the wall. It might be a double for Bichette. 2 runs are going to score. It will be a double. And that is a 3-0 lead for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that was a 2-bagger that scored 2 runs, and the throw to the infield came to number 2 out there at shortstop. Same Rolex. Of course, with the 2-2 count, 2 away, 2 on.
So it's a 2-run double that will close the book on Marcus Walden. He'll be charged with all 3 runs in this inning. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. takes a ball from Martin Perez. Bird of Prey called it. He knew Walden was done. A lot of pitches that were elevated. It might have stayed on one batter too late. Pitches in for a strike, but he was facing the bottom of the order, so you'd think he should be able to get those guys out.
Yeah, you'd think it, but obviously not the truth. And also, just to keep with the twos thing, we got the number 2 hitter up right now, Vladimir Guerrero, who's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts now. Let's see if this is a strike so we can get back to that 2-2 count with 2 away. It's not.
Travis Shaw would be next if Guerrero reaches. He's definitely happy to see Walden on the game, as you mentioned. Didn't have a lot of success against the starter. Full count with 2 outs. Bichette's on second after driving in a couple of runs.
That's ball 4.
And that will be ball 4.
Hey, so nice rally going for Toronto here. Looks like this game was well under control by Walden. He kind of fizzles out, gets tired. Like you said, Berta Prey, great job to kind of scout that out. Good call there. And yeah, Martin Perez out of the pen just hasn't been what the answer needed to be, and Toronto's got a chance to really get this one out of hand here.
So he walks Guerrero, but he does have a more favorable left-on-left matchup here. And he gets a favorable call there on the strike. Travis Shaw, 364 with runners in scoring position. So it's the guy you want to have up for the Blue Jays. And up the middle, looks like he's going to deliver. Bichette will round third, come in to score. Throws offline from Jackie Bradley Jr., and it's now 4-0 Blue Jays.
Clutch
The right
is
fielder,
the word.
Teoscar Hernandez.
Right back up the middle. So 4-0 Blue Jays. Now Teoscar Hernandez takes a pitch low from Martin Perez. He's 0 for 2 today. The guy says Jays are hot and time to go back to 500. We'll see how that works out for them. Fouled away. They do have one more game to play against the Red Sox tomorrow, and then they'll go on the West Coast. They'll play 3 against the Mariners in Seattle and then 3 against the Angels. 1-1. Big swing and a miss. 1-2. So 1-2 pitch from Perez. It's going to be high. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on yet again. Here it is. On the ground. Actually, it's going to be lined right to Devers. That will finally end the inning, but it's a big inning for the Blue Jays. 4 runs in the inning. We go to the top of the 6th. 4-0 Blue Jays.
It's got to feel nice to say that, doesn't it, EB?
Leading off for
Absolutely. And
the catcher.
Tanner Roark, 55 pitches. So better shape than Marcus Walden was. He's going to face 9-1-2 here for the Red Sox. Christian Vasquez, the lone all-star for the Red Sox, rounded out his first time up. Of all the players to be all-stars, they went with Christian Vasquez this year.
0-1's the count.
I would have chose JD Martinez, but you didn't need me to say that.
Well, yeah, he does lead the team in home runs and RBI, so you would think that he would have been a candidate, but no. 0-1. Foul, 1-2. Bogarts might have been. I know he spent some time on the injured list, so didn't play for a few weeks. Same with Benintendi. 0-2 inside. Not really a lot of options, I guess, for all-stars for a team that's in 4th place in the American League East.
Yeah, and EB, I guess what probably came down to is the fact there were a lot of deserving guys on a lot of teams, in that kind of outfield shortstop kind of area. But let's be realistic. Outside of Mitch Garver, maybe Yasmani Grandal, I mean, catching in the AL has been just absolutely pitiful this year. So it's kind of easy to, with the roster spots they still had open, to kind of just plug in Christian Vasquez there. That's probably my thinking as to why that was the case, even though there's definitely guys on this team who deserve it.
Vasquez puts it in play, and right to Randall Grichuk coming in to make the play. you see he does have a better batting average if we just look at that than Danny Jansen, for example, who's here on the other side. So I can sort of see that why he became an all-star. A lot of good catchers. It's Jose Peraza fouls it away. Mitch Garver, you mentioned, Grandal. Those are the two in the American League that I can think of who are really playing well. It seems like it's the two of them and then everybody else.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you think of guys maybe like Salvador Perez. I mean, that's kind of your perennial all-star image. But even still, it's not like he's been hitting out of this world. And Salvi's actually really getting to the age now. I'm not going to be surprised to see him playing more at first in DH than catcher nowadays.
There's another base hit for Jose Peraza.
Up next for the Red Sox, the left
Going right up the middle.
Andrew.
Nice job to duck there so you don't get hit in the head.
But be careful, Roark. So, runner at first, and here is Andrew Benintendi.
No, he's in there.
The impatient Benintendi. He's hit into a double play and lined out, and that was both on the first pitch he saw, both times up.
Right. Third pitch of the day to Benintendi.
He's kind of go after it, but won't be an out.
How about that? Oh my, I'm so tired, EB.
Ball.
He did go 3 for 4 yesterday with the home run. Yeah, I wonder if it's something in the water that's making him be so aggressive on the first pitch.
Ball, that's out.
Yeah, Cookie, why are you so tired? I know you're like moving and stuff, and you did all that all-star thing that we had last week, because that's going to be no, off the glove, but they're going to get a force out over there at second base. Oh, man.
Up next for the Red Sox,
That's a tough one. Wow.
5 to 6 to 4 put out. Someone put that in highlights. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't even know how to...
Third baseman knocked it down, and then the shortstop picked it up and tossed it to second. The runner probably thought it was caught, so started, hesitating on the run, and they were able to get the out. That is something else.
JD Martinez. There's going to be another fielder's choice. A lot easier this time. That will be in. You really see a lot of interesting things this game. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
leading off for the designated
So
hitter.
Bradley Telez will lead things off here. He got all the scoring started. He had that double. One for 2 on the day. Martin Perez coming out there again.
Continuing to work it. Going back as to why I'm tired, I don't know. I just know that I gotta
No ball, 2 strikes.
take an hour and a half long drive today, and I really don't want to, but I guess nothing's forcing me to, but I do gotta some business I have to attend to tomorrow now, I guess, so I do gotta get back to the other side of the state.
Cookie's quite busy these days, but I'm glad to have him here with me. And you have another game later this week. I think it's a Tigers game, right?
I'm not sure who it is. It's on Thursday. It's either going to be Tigers or Dodgers, I would think.
That's another single for Rowdy Telez. Stay at first. Gurriel 1 for 2 with the single. So leadoff man reaches here for the Blue Jays, looking to add on.
Ball, that's inside.
Right now I'm just half paying attention to the game. I'm starting to hack. I just turned on my PlayStation so I could turn it off so I can start unplugging that. Because that's going to be fun to get under my desk. All the stuff I just plugged in 2 days ago to re-unplug to take back.
Yeah, that's a real pain. Tough to do that so quickly. I hate moving. So to do it like so often, like,
1 ball, 2 strikes.
is a real drag. I can imagine. I've never had to do that before.
Yeah, my hope is any future trips I take back and forth, once I get this computer back out to my home here again, it'll stay here. I can just use my laptop.
Fly ball at center.
Now batting. The center fielder.
Bradley makes the play. First out here in the bottom of the 6th. Randall Grichuk walked and scored his last time up. We were talking about Marcus Walden. You do not want to walk guys like Grichuk who are batting around 230 or so.
Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, well, starting with the ball here, so maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they think Randall Grichuk is only good for 1 out a game. After that, it's better just to put him on base. I don't know.
I got 1 ball, 1
They did show those numbers. I think it was like 4 for 11 against Perez, so he's had some good success against him. So I can sort of see him pitching around him there. But still, as much as I love the Blue Jays, you got to be aggressive with them. And he's going to line it to Devers for the second out.
Now
And
batting.
I don't know. This just reminds me of when I used to play Road to the Show and MLB The Show 20. I had a pitcher one time who I played for quite a while. I think I almost got to free agency. This pitcher, and he was one of the best in the league. He was way up there, but there was one player who I hated facing more than anybody else. And that was Joe Mauer. It felt like every time I faced him, it was going to be a base hit. It drove me nuts. Nobody else I had this issue with but Joe Mauer.
Joe Mauer was something else, the way he approached things offensively. I wonder if Beauty Buddha's still in the chat. He can talk about Joe Mauer, the great Minnesota Twins catcher for a long time, and then injuries forced him to first base. But he was tough. He was really good at taking the ball the other way.
He was EB. He knew how to hit, and that's one thing that just made him just really amazing. And of course, Mitch Garver there now catching in Minnesota, amazing as well.
Garver probably hits for more power than Joe Mauer did, but both very good catchers. And Kevin Biggio's dad spent some time at catcher, but Kevin swings and misses here, so Perez gets out of the jam. We head to the 7th inning, and now
The shortstop.
Tanner Roark, he's at 70 pitches, so 1 pitch more than the nicest pitch of the ball game, which he got JD Martinez out on.
Everyone's very hyped about that. Nicest pitch of the ball game, aren't they?
Xander Bogaerts takes it outside. Fly ball, and in the shift, or going out to the outfield, is Kevin Biggio to make the play.
Up next for the Red Sox, the third baseman, Rafael Devers.
There it is. It's so nice that we're going to see it on a replay. Yeah, that is a nice play because you want to make sure that you can catch it. Somebody has to catch it. Devers takes a strike.
I do gotta say, EB, do you like Chinese food?
I do.
That's the thing I'm most excited about where I'm at now is there's so many Chinese options around here I get to try out. Because it's my sweet and sour chicken is just my absolute favorite. So I got to sample one of the new places last night. It's pretty good. Nothing out of this world. And this next week or two, I'm going to get to have so much Chinese food. Figure out where my new hotspot is.
It's going to be the Biggio ground out, and
Now batting.
it's 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
Moreland.
Mitch Moreland 0 for 2 today.
Outside. That's
Outside ball one. I'll tell you, Cookie, I'm trying to score this game with an app that Justin Rock recommended when I did a game with him last week. So that's going to be a high fly ball to center field, and Grichuk is there. And somehow the top of the sixth got messed up in that app. I don't know what I did. I must have pressed the wrong button, so it showed JD Martinez starting off this inning instead of ending the last one. So when Mitch Moreland came up, it showed me that it was in the bottom of the seventh. So I don't really know what I did, so my scoring is going to be all messed up. But if you like it, there's an app called iScore. If you do it properly, not like me, foul away, it's a pretty neat app that, if you go into extras and things like that, you don't have to worry about running out of paper. You don't have to worry about paper at all because it's all digital. Outside when you enter the players, the rosters, and you set up the lineup, and you can track it pitch by pitch. Foul away 1 and 2. But I messed it up, so I'm going to go without scoring the rest of the way.
I just wrote that down on my my little desk mat right here. I'm going to have to look at that.
Danny Jansen goes down on strikes. That's the first out here in the seventh. Yeah, iScore. It's a really neat app. I'm going to try it again tomorrow, and hopefully I don't mess it up too bad.
Everyone has those beginner hiccups, so I'm sure next time you'll have it down pat. Derek, I'm just telling you, those are fortune crackers. I don't want to call them cookies.
Yeah, you gotta know about cookies when you're talking to Cookie.
Yeah, I don't know. Cookies in my name. I don't know how you can think I'm an expert on it. So.
Ball, that's high.
3-0 count here to Bichette with Guerrero on deck. See the Toronto nighttime sky would have probably played at 7:07 if this game had taken place in the real world. So you see the nice nighttime Toronto sky, and that looked like a pretty good pitch, but it was called a ball, so it's a walk.
Why don't we pretend instead it's the sunrise here in Toronto?
I guess we could do that, but they've been playing a long time. All night into the morning. Nighttime and baseball.
I wonder what attendance would be like if they did like an early morning baseball game, like 8 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But, they have some 11 a.m. games. Boston does it on Patriots Day. And the Nationals do it on the 4th of July. The game starts at 11 every year. 1-0 pitch to Guerrero, fouled away.
I do want to point out, too, on the topic of fortune cookies, I don't eat those because they're not actually cookies. So I do have a fortune cookie if anyone wants it. I can give you my address. You can come by and grab that cookie from me. Or a cracker.
I love those.
I'll save it for when I visit you in Toronto.
They are sweet, so I like sweet things for the most part. 2-1, in for a strike, 2-2.
2-2 now.
Up the middle, nice play by Bogarts. They go to second for 1, back to first, and that's a double play.
Oh, beauty right there. 6-4 to 3, and we got bottom of the order due up. For the Red Sox in the top of the 8th, and that's good news for me because that means top of the 9th, we're guaranteed CJD.
So 7, 8, 9, Tanner Roark still out there. Not even at 80 pitches yet, so he's been efficient, which is good. Throws a strike to Jackie Bradley Jr. Ryan Dull and Justin Miller up in the bullpen for the Blue Jays in case they are needed. A couple of guys recently called up. 0-1 is swung on and missed. 0-2.
And Warwick has been pitching phenomenal today.
Now that app that I was using does have an undo function if you mess up. As Bradley Jr. pops it up infield, but it's actually shallow left field for Bichette. Want to But I did a whole other inning before I noticed I messed up, so I have to do a lot of undoing if
The
I'm
right
gonna,
fielder.
go back, watch the archive, and score like that. But it's a fun experience to do it digitally because again, you don't have to worry about pen and paper and running out of room, things like that. So I'll get better at it. Kevin Pillar trying to get better in hitting, but doesn't look like he's going to do it there. High fly ball to right. Teoscar's there, 2 outs.
Hey, have some respect. That is MVP votes getting Kevin Pillar to you.
That is true. He got some MVP votes last year when he played with the Giants. Played about, I would say, maybe 4 days with the Blue Jays. I think Blue Jays started against the Tigers last year. I think he played in that series and then was traded right after. So Vasquez, big rip there, fouls it away.
Hilarious, he got MVP votes, and there was a lot of criticism for the one voter who gave it to him. Obviously, he just got the 1/10th place vote, but it just seemed like a lot of people found it cheap that they would just give that to, it was one of the Giants writers. So to give it to someone on their team, it felt like you should be choosing the 10th best guy in the league, not just giving him out to
Yeah, I was going to say it was from a Giants beat writer fouled away. There was a lot of controversy on the Rookie of the Year because somebody gave a vote to Mike Soroka of the Braves, which is 1-2. Obviously, Canadian starting pitcher. As we see, the attendance 25,823 today in Toronto. But, everybody thought it should be unanimous for Pete Alonso. But the one guy who voted for Soroka, that's going to be a high fly ball to right field. Teoscar Hernandez will make the play, and that's the 3rd out. So nice job here by Roark, 8 shutout innings. So the guy who voted for Soroka, he had a good reason for it because he said
Your attention, please.
he was very good at limiting home runs in an era where so many players hit home runs. So that was his reasoning for giving Soroka Rookie of the Year. And obviously, Pete Alonso won it. He was 1 vote shy. I think it's fine. You don't have to be unanimous.
Yeah, and beside, and that is borderline. That message should be deleted right there. I'm glad you're doing good and nice to see you in the chat, though, Bo. Always nice to see you. We all miss having you here in the booth, too.
Trevor Hildenberger took over here for the Red Sox bottom of the 8th, 4-0 Blue Jays. Travis Shaw, 1 for 3 today. Takes a low 1-1. There you go. Justin remembers that Pillar was traded April 2nd, so the season started at the end of March. So he was definitely here for that first series against Detroit. I remember them trading Pillar and then announcing an extension with Grichuk outside 2-1. And a lot of people thought that was very strange, particularly the extension part with Grichuk. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Yeah, and I'm not, sure why. Well, I mean, I guess they believe more in Grichuk than Pillar, but I was really big on Pillar when he was in Toronto. He was one of my favorite Blue Jays. He was kind of one of the reasons I would tune in sometimes on MLB TV is to listen to the calls we hear, Kevin Pillar just make those stupid good catches in the outfield.
I still remember, since you're a Tigers fan, I'll mention one of those as that's going to be, strikeout and drop third strike? Yeah, it was like, I didn't think he swung, but umpire said he did. But Vasquez recovers. One catch that Pillar made against Nick Castellanos in a game here in Toronto a couple of years ago on Canada Day weekend, and even Castellanos had to tip his cap as he put his in for a strike. I don't know if you remember, the Tigers were up big. It was like 9-1 or something. And Pillar, it was in the 9th inning, and he was still giving an effort and robbing home runs.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy you want on your squad. That's a leader right there.
Grichuk, I mean, he'll give you passable defense in center field, I think, as Teoscar is going to line it to Moreland for the 2nd out.
Now batter, number 4.
But I don't think that Grichuk is worth so much money. He can hit for power, but really not for average, as we see even in ball. He did lead the team in home runs last year, but batting average was very low. Doesn't get on base. A lot of strikeouts. So I don't know what the reasoning was for the Blue Jays to give him that extension. We'll see if it works out.
That's all we can really do with this one.
0-1's the count.
Pilar, I think they thought getting up there in age, is going to be a free agent. Defense might be declining. I don't know if they play him in center field anymore. Maybe. So they wanted to get something in return before he leaves, and there's going to be a ground out. So 3 up, 3 down inning for Hildenberger. We go to the top of the ninth. 4-0 Blue Jays. And we got some guys for Pilar that kind of, I think, were throw-ins, I would say. We got Derek Law, pitcher. Alan Hansen, he played a little bit here last year. And there was a pitching prospect that they liked, so we'll see if he pans out. Pilar, obviously, pretty good year for the Giants, who weren't very good. So, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, he was their best player, and a team that wasn't good at all. There's a ground ball to Shaw off the bat of Jose Peraza, and that's one out. Tanner Roark going for the complete game shutout.
Now batting, left fielder, Andrew.
Yeah, and talking about that Giants squad, I mean, that says something, a squad that has, like, Evan Longoria, Brandon Belt, Buster Posey. To be the best of a group with names like that, it takes a lot.
And for striking,
not much last year.
Yeah. He was, I think, arbitration eligible still, but the Giants didn't tender him a contract to sign with the Red Sox. Poseidon says Pilaris Kiermaier light. Pitch is swung on and missed. Both great defenders who can't hit if their life depends on it. And that's pretty, I would say that's accurate. So 90 pitches here for Roark, with 1 out here in the ninth. Pitch to Benintendi is going to be grounded foul. So it's still 0-2. Benintendi saw 2 pitches, but he's had better at bats the last couple of times out. 0-2. Popped up in foul territory, and that's going to be foul. Play for Shaw there.
This is a Benintendi fight.
Upstairs.
Takes it high. 1-2. He is 0 for 3 today. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Third strikeout for Roark.
Just the third. They're now 8 2/3 innings of work.
Yeah, he's giving up contact. He will do that. Benintendi asking, I think, where the pitch was. So here's your favorite guy, JD Martinez, 1 for 3. Final
Count 1-0.
hope for the Red Sox. Takes it low.
You couldn't have drawn it up any better than this, CB. My favorite guy here, last out, trying to make something happen. Maddox on the line.
And well, he will make something happen. It's a 2-out single. Let's see if Charlie Montoyo takes out Roark, or if he lets him keep going.
For the Red Sox.
He at 96 pitches. Looks like they're going to at least let him face Sander Bogarts.
Bogarts is 0 for 3, but it's a dangerous bat. At least it's a 4-run game, so maybe there's a little bit more of a leeway here. If you're up 1-0, I might go to the bullpen here. 4-0, let's give him a chance.
It's not a safe situation until we have another person get on base, because at that point, that's when the tying run will be in the on-deck circle.
Bogarts takes a strike, 0-1. So regardless, you should be happy. JD Martinez, couple of hits today, so nice day for him.
No big homers, but I mean, off Tanner, the way he's pitched today, that wasn't an easy task. So
on the ground, actually, that's line to Travis Shaw, and that will do it. So Tanner Roark got to be the player of the game with a complete game shutout.
Complete game Maddox, for that matter, a shutout in under 100 pitches. Don't see those every day. We saw Casey Mize throw one earlier this season, but not many of them in Buffalo at all. So a big day for Tanner, and well, I'd say he impressed the Dodger scout in attendance.
I would say so, very much. And see that 5 hits for the Red Sox, so they did get some runners on base, but obviously no runs. And of course, Tanner Roark got to be the player of the game after that masterpiece, 4-0 complete game shutout in under 100 pitches. That's pretty good, and our game went by really quickly. Started at 12:15, now it's 1:30. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Gavin Biggio, bottom of the 5th, struck out chasing a fastball. I don't know why you want to start your highlight here with that, but okay. Then there's the RBI single with Danny Jansen, got the scoring started here today.
Nice job by Florida, played on hot.
Bo Bichette drove in 2 runs to make it 3-0. 3 runs that were charged to Marcus Walden, the Red Sox starter. And then Travis Shaw added one off of Martin Perez just for the heck of it to make it 4-0. And that's all the scoring. That was the only inning in which any runs scored in this game. Xander Bogaerts lining out to Travis Shaw. And again, that's the highlight reel. They didn't even show us that funky fielder's choice that they had.
Oh yeah, the 5 to 6 to 4 fielder's choice there. Yeah, that is something else. So, I mean, all told, it was a pitcher's duel, but just a rough 5th inning for Walden is kind of what the difference became. And of course, Perez didn't do a great job picking him up. So, another tough loss for him. He falls to 2-10. Tanner Roark rises to 8-5. No save opportunity here today. So, canny be. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a tough way to lose a game. I feel bad for Marcus Walden. He deserves a better fate. Look at that, 2-10, and ERA very good, 2.45. You got to feel for the guy. You want him to, get some more wins, but this is the second time that I've seen him pitch against the Blue Jays and took a loss because they didn't score any runs. Blue Jays were in Boston a few weeks ago, and Hyunjin Ryu 8 shutout innings against Walden. So we see some stats here in the American League. Yordan Alvarez, of course, continuing to lead the way with everything. Bregman, Tim Anderson. A lot of guys we'll see on our schedule today, actually. You see the top in batting, and you won't see any Blue Jays in the top of any offensive categories because they've not had a very good year offensively.
Right there, Bo Bichette.
Oh, what was it? Oh, and hits. Okay, that's not so bad, actually. Wow, look at that. I stand corrected. I'm sorry, Bo. 14 hits, and he's the same as Max Kepler, who we will see later on today. Might as well give you our schedule. 2 o'clock, we'll have the Nationals and the Phillies with Joe Ross and Cole Irvin. Another one of Cookie's favorite players, Bryce Harper, will be there, of course.
Boo.
You see Bo Bichette with a lot of at-bats because he's at the top of the order. So Charlotte will have the solo call of that. 3:45, the Mets and the Reds at what I like to call the Great American Small Park. Stephen Matz and Trevor Bauer, the pitching matchup. That's a pretty good one. Big Fun and Eddie McCarthy on the call. 5:30, we'll have the Angels over at the Bronx playing the Yankees. Shohei Ohtani and Domingo Germán. J-Man 1993 and Tim Moore. 15, it's the Silver Boot, the Astros and the Rangers at Globe Life Field now. That's where they play. Forrest Whitley will make his Major League debut, I believe, today at 7:15 against Kyle Gibson. Jordan Smith and Carlos Zimmerman will have that for you. 9 o'clock, it's the Windy City Series. There's Tim Anderson. He'll be there. White Sox against the Cubs at Wrigley. Lucas Giolito, Yu Darvish, Justin Rock, and P. Mr. 3. And 10:45 will be our Snakecast. We have the Minnesota Twins out in the desert. This is a really good pitching matchup. Kenta Maeda and Madison Bumgarner. 10:45. Duggo, Beardy Buddha, and Jake are going to have that one for you. Kenta Maeda actually pitched against the Blue Jays in his last regular season, the start before the All-Star game, and he was up against Tanner Roark, and he won 4-0. He had 7 no-hit innings, so we'll see if he can pick it up in the second half the way he did in the first half.
And he's well familiar with that squad as well, being being with the Dodgers for so long. And we see Jordan Alvarez still leading in RBI by a wide margin, as well as batting average. They didn't catch if he leads in home runs. If he is, currently be in line for a triple crown.
And we saw yesterday in the simulated game between the Astros and Rangers that the Astros, I think it was 15-3 or something. They did a number on the Texas pitching staff, so we'll see if they can continue that today. Yeah, every time I look up at the screen, I see Alvarez leading in something. 30 runs scored. Alex Bregman probably, I don't remember if the lineup, if he hits after or before Alvarez, but if he hits before him, he's usually driven in by Alvarez. Stolen bases, Malik Smith not even close to anybody else. VR now with the A's, started the year with the Marlins. Yeah, you see no Blue Jays on this list. I'm talking about not a lot of speed. Only the leader in triples was Bo Bichette, but Cameron Maben I saw there as the top of the stolen base department.
Yeah, he steals some bags.
I'm surprised Miguel Cabrera isn't on that list.
Look at the caught stealing, he'll be up there.
Yeah, I was wondering why he, with the, what is it, 0 speed, why he tries to steal so much. I don't know what Gardy's doing this year, but Mike Trout, of course, on base percentage. I did look at the schedule, Cookie. You do have a Tigers game. Indians and Tigers on Thursday. That should be fun.
It should. I'm looking forward to it. That's a 7:15 Eastern, yeah?
Yeah. And obviously the Indians at the top of the American League. They just left Toronto, and they took 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays on the weekend. So we'll see if the Tigers can kind of spoil it for them. That's what they can do, the Tigers. With all the games they play against American League Central opponents, they can spoil it for a lot of them. They took 2 of 3 from the White Sox on the weekend.
Yeah, that's what we'll be watching. And, you know, I'll be back in the booth soon, AB, on a more regular basis, especially next week. It sounds like we got a couple of our gold links. We're going to be going through what I went through this week, moving next week. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity to, I guess I'll kind of start slotting back into my normal kind of 5 times a week frequency and have some fun, get back in the calls a bit.
There's the Ryu, picked up win 13 yesterday. Plesac picked up win number 12 on Sunday here in Toronto against the Blue Jays. I'll be back here tomorrow, as I mentioned, 12:15. J-Man and I will have game 3 of this series. We'll have a couple of lefties going. Anthony Kay making his second start of the year. He was in the bullpen for a while, and then Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Red Sox. Look at Kenta Maeda, still perfect on the year, no losses.
That's a stat I really am looking forward to hearing Taco and Jake say tonight, because I'm sure that's not what they're going to say.
They're going to try to...
He pitched against the Diamondbacks in the past, and one time the Diamondbacks beat him, so they're going to do that again here today.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't remember all the times he pitched against the Diamondbacks, because there was a lot of them, but I'm sure they beat him in the past, so there's an opportunity, but... hopefully for him, he does well and gets another win and remains perfect. It's always interesting this late in the season to not have any losses. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. He's right up there in ERA for you and Maeda, 1 and 2 in the AL. And, I gotta disclaim, I do love Douglas and Jake both.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to be doing a game with Dougal for the first time on Saturday, so I'm looking forward to that. He and I will be, obviously, a Snakes game. It won't be against the Dodgers, it will be against the Giants. So I'm sure we can both agree on how much we don't like the Giants.
Well, I like the Giants more than I like the Diamondbacks right now, I'm not going to lie. So.
Yeah, you see that. Well, you see the standings right there on the screen. The Giants are 39-61 and 20 games back of first place, and was it like 70 and a half back of the Dodgers. So that's why Cookie likes the Giants more. They did... They play the Dodgers on the weekend, and the Dodgers took 3 or 4, so makes sense. See the Garrett Cole with the shutouts, and now I should see.
It's going to be on the second page, but
I guess so, because I guess it's his first one. See, Casey Mize is up there, so Roark. Is it like is it by alphabetical order or something? I should see.
We got Roark. I saw Shoemaker and Ryu on there as well. So quite a few Blue Jays on that pitching staff.
Yeah, pitching's done a very nice job. There's tomorrow's Red Sox starter with a lot of strikeouts, and as I mentioned, the Blue Jays strike out a lot, so we'll see how he does. Erod.
Maeda right there in 11. Complete games. Yeah, there you go. A couple complete games for Tanner Roark.
There we go. Yeah, he had one. I guess he gave up a run somewhere earlier in the season. Not today, though. Today was outstanding. Even Marcus Walden has a complete game. It's Casey Mize again. We saw that amazing start he had against the Angels a couple of weeks ago. I'd like to see Ryu innings pitched because Blues really needed some innings. As Tanner Roark now 127. Why does he have the cold thing next to his name? Just threw a shutout.
No. Things happen for weird reasons. You hear a weird echo right now?
I do a little bit, yeah. What is that?
Oh, I'm under my desk right now.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, I thought you were experimenting with your microphone there.
Oh no, I'm experimenting where to broadcast. I'm thinking under the desk probably isn't the best place to do it. But we got no game to call right now, so I'm going to take advantage of that to wrap up this power cable.
Yeah, we finished really early. I don't remember a game ever finishing half an hour early like this. That one really flew by.
It really did, and that's just a testament to how those pitchers did, EB. I mean, they were both on point, saved the bottom of the fifth. This was a game that could have felt like 15 in the normal time of the game, and just a back and forth affair that could end 1-0. But man, the Blue Jays really broke out there in the fifth inning. Walden just tired out way quicker than Roark did, and that's the difference. That's all it takes.
Pitching war is always something interesting here. We see Lucas Giolito. Ryu is leading the league in pitching war, then Yarbrough, and then Giolito, who will pitch later, and then Maeda at 3. Also, as we mentioned, be on the air on the late night slot. So a lot of interesting. Of course, Mike Trout always leads the league with batting war, and not just batting war. He just leads the league in war. There's Bo Bichette in the number 11 spot. 3.9 batting war. I see the Blue Jays in places where I would not expect them to be.
They haven't been horrible. They just they got a tough task with the Yankees and the Rays ahead of them. Those are just two juggernauts.
There's our next game, which will be coming up 2 o'clock. Joe Ross, 6-8, 4.48. Cole Irvin's been a very nice surprise for the Phillies. But are we starting this game? We don't even have our broadcaster here yet.
Yeah, I don't know. We're waiting for Charlotte. She will be getting the solo call on this one. Excited to hear. Well, I won't be hearing that one because I'll be eating lunch, packing up my computer, and then hitting the road.
Tearing things apart in your...
One of the best.
So, you see, first place are the Nationals, 62 and 39, and then Phillies in third, 49 and 51. Don't think the Braves played yesterday, so I don't know what they did. Obviously, they didn't do anything, but yeah, Phillies are kind of at a crossroads. Are they in it? Are they not in it? You see the batting average, 238. That's really surprising for a team with a lot of good hitters. Harper, Realmuto, Hoskins, Didi Gregorius has the track record. You'd think they'd be doing a better job than that. They did take one from the Nats yesterday, though, 5-1, and Bryce Harper had the home run against Hunter Strickland, as he always does in real life as well. See if we can get Charlotte. But I did not expect this to get so quickly. Even I didn't expect it. And as Derek says, during this time, you should follow us on Twitter if you haven't already. We're twitter.com/MLBallball. You can see the address at the bottom of your screen. We're on Instagram, Reddit. If you haven't joined our Discord yet, you can do that by typing in !Discord. I just did that, so you can get the link and join us there. If you'd like to talk about baseball, we have some trades that are coming probably really soon. And, if you want to get in on some...
Garrett, stop. Garrett.
Yeah, we're not... there we go. Yeah, if you're a fan of any of these teams and you think the roster should look different, then you can submit suggestions through the website and help us put out the best teams that we can out there. Because obviously I know the Blue Jays, I know the Dodgers. Cookie, you know the Tigers really well, but other teams we may not know as much about, so we would need some help from fans who do know about these teams.
You gotta love to see this right here, EB. Jorge Soler leading the National League in hits above Ketel Marte.
Amazing. He's only played one game. He had a pretty good game yesterday. 2 home runs. Dodgers didn't win the game, but that was a great debut for Soler. Obviously, that's counting his hits from the American League, the Royals. But hey, he slots in right to the top 3, so we're not going to complain about that. That's for sure. And I bet I don't think we've seen home runs yet, but when we do, he should be up there because they're going to count those home runs he hit in the American League.
They will. We see the doubles. We're not seeing them on here. That's in 5th place. We got Ketel Marte leading with a couple of Phillies we're going to see coming up. Gregorius and Harper, 2nd and 3rd.
And Trey Turner will be in this next game, leading the league in triples. Of course, very fast guy. Freddie Galvis tied for 10th with 3 for the Reds, former Blue Jay. There's Jorge Soler leading the league in home runs.
Yep, 41 home runs for Jorge Soler, miles ahead of you.
He hit 40 and 41 yesterday. I'm surprised that before yesterday, nobody in the National League had hit 30 yet.
You know what, Evie? I just realized Soler was leading the American League in home runs, so trading him away does put Yordan Alvarez currently in line for the Triple Crown, leading in batting average, home runs, and RBI. If he can sustain that for the last 2.5 months, he could be our first Triple Crown winner since Miguel Cabrera did it in, I believe that was 2012.
Yeah, that would be very cool if somebody can do that. Josh Bell, we see a possible trade target there with a lot of RBIs. So contending teams will probably want to look at that. See Soler again with the runs scored. I like how he gets straight to the National League and immediately falls into so many top categories and everything.
It's really nice to see. I mean, we're both Dodgers fans. We know, that National League West, the Diamondbacks, really, a lot of people thought they'd be good. I don't think anyone ever expected them to be this good, but they've been doing amazing. They've had some really good hitters. And, I think definitely seeing Soler kind of inject this Dodgers offense that's been kind of surprisingly quiet is really going to help them out this year.
Yeah, really, other than Mookie Betts, the offense hasn't really picked it up, so we hope that Soler can help us on that regard. Although Cody Bellinger does draw a lot of walks, as we see here. And Charlotte has joined us in the booth. She'll call the next game. Charlotte, how are you?
Doing pretty good, thanks. Sorry about the delay. My Wi-Fi is crashing a few times. Some big storms came through, but I think we're all set now.
Oh, well, partially it's you can blame Tanner Roark because he had a complete game shutout in under 100 pitches, and we finished with like half an hour early. So that's what happened to us. So we had a really good game with the Red Sox and the Blue Jays, which is winning 4-0. And we're just looking at some stats ahead of your game. We'll have the Nationals and the Phillies. Should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what happens. The Phillies are sitting well behind the Nationals in the National League East, but they were able to take Game 1 in a pretty dominating fashion yesterday. So the Nationals are looking to bounce back here.
Yeah, they were facing Max Scherzer, so that was very interesting and a good win for the Phillies. Today they're going to face Joe Ross. Probably not as good, but Cole Irvin, the starter on the other side, has been surprisingly good for the Phillies.
Yeah, that record is really impressive at 5-1, and his ERA has dropped quite a bit since last season. So I think he could have a really strong outing for the Phillies, but this Nationals offense cannot be counted out. They have so many powerful guys, so Irvin really has to watch his back.
Oh yeah, up and down the lineup, a very, very tough lineup to face. Yesterday they did a nice the Phillies did a nice job against Scherzer, and Matz didn't really get anything going against Zach Eflin. But Irvin, I remember seeing him early in the season. He was one of the long men in the bullpen, always coming out when the starter didn't go deep and getting a lot of outs and being effective. They tried him in the rotation, and he's done a nice job. So you just never know who will be your star. Sometimes he comes from unexpected places. There's Sean Doolittle there leading the league in saves. Was not needed yesterday, obviously. With the Nationals losing 5-1. Neris on the Phillies there, 31 saves on the year. Was not used yesterday either. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting with the Phillies, what they're going to do, given that, like you said, they're way back behind the Nats and not really in the wild card race either, but they're a team that's expected to contend when you have Bryce Harper around for so long.
Yeah, they've been one of the biggest disappointments in the league for 2 years now, as people were expecting them to really make a big jump when they got Harper, and I think they only improved by 1 game last season, and now sitting below 500 again, even after hiring a new manager, getting rid of Kapler. But yeah, they're still 8 games back in the wild card race, so they could potentially make it, but they're going against the Braves and the Dodgers, which are 2 really strong teams.
Yeah, you have the Reds in there as well in the conversation, so a lot of teams to jump over. And the lineup kind of flashed on the side there while you were talking. You see guys like Harper and Real Muto and Gregorius, Hoskins. I mean, these are not guys who are nobodies. They're guys with some sort of track record. And you saw the team batting average was like 238, so that kind of confuses me. I would expect them to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, this is a team that swings and misses a lot. You get a lot of strikeouts from Bryce Harper, you get a lot of strikeouts from Rhys Hoskins as well, and they aren't getting a ton of support from their bullpen, with the exception of their closer, who we saw is number 2 in saves in the National League. So things just not quite coming together for them.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what they do in the next 10 days as we near the deadline. There's Patrick Corbin of the Nats. 3 complete games. I believe he will be pitching tomorrow. But, he's been a nice pickup for the Nats. There's Aaron Nola, Philly, among the leaders in innings pitched, which is nice to see. You always want your ace to throw a lot of innings for you. Max Scherzer there as well, pitched yesterday. Didn't do so well, but he does give you innings as well. So.
Yeah, both of these teams with some pitchers who are leading in some of those statistics, but neither of those guys starting today. Sort of some smaller, lesser-known names on the mound. So maybe both trying to prove themselves, solidify their spot in each of their rotations.
And I feel like Joe Ross might be remembered as the guy who had to make the emergency spot start against the Astros in the World Series last year because Scherzer couldn't go. It kind of got lit up, but I thought all things considered, he did a nice job that day because, you get to the ballpark and they tell you, hey, you're going to start today. And you're going to replace Max Scherzer and it's the World Series. Good luck. So I thought all things considered, he did a good job.
Yeah, not a great result for him. I think they ended up losing that one 7-1, and he gave up 4 of those runs But yeah, I mean, when you're being compared to Scherzer, it's really difficult to come across as having done a good job, especially against the Astros offense, which is so scary.
Yeah, I still think of that World Series where the visiting team won every game and no home team won games. That was very, very interesting. There's the batting war. We see Soler again just traded to the National League, and he's already second behind Ronald Acuna. So we're
looks
going to get underway. So, Cookie, are you still with us?
I am. I'm just enjoying the conversation.
Any final thoughts before we head over to Charlotte?
Yeah, Bryce Harper did indeed bring a title back to Washington.
On that note, we will sign off. So for Cookie, I'm EB from Toronto. Hope you enjoyed our game between the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. We will go shortly to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Charlotte will have the call for the Nationals and the Phillies. Enjoy the rest of your day. Charlotte, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. So, yep, as we said, heading out to Philadelphia, the Nationals visiting the Phillies today. Talked about our starters, Joe Ross and Cole Irvin. The Nationals sitting in first place in the National League East, maybe expected to drop off a little bit after last season winning the World Series because they did lose some major contributors, most notably Rendon, but they maintained that strong starting pitching rotation and have been a pretty big shock in the National League East. And they're 4.5 games above the second place Braves. The Phillies are sitting in third place in the East, 49-51, so definitely not where they want to be or where they expected to be. They're 12.5 games behind the Nationals, but this is a pretty big series for the Phillies. If they're trying to climb into playoff contention, then now is the time to do it. And there is the starter for the Phillies, Cole Irvin. You can see only 5 starts so far this season, but that great record, 5-1, respectable ERA, 3.56. Not a heavy workload either, only 73 and a third innings, but hoping to bring the Phillies a win today, as he will face Trey Turner, who's leading things off for the Nationals. Turner will be followed by Adam Eaton and Juan Soto. Howie Kendrick batting cleanup, followed by Ryan Zimmerman and Kurt Suzuki. And then at the bottom of the order, Starlin Castro, Victor Robles, and the pitcher Joe Ross. As the first pitch is blooped into right center for a single, so one pitch, one hit for Trey Turner.
The right fielder, number 2.
And this could be a game changer, having this guy on base. He is so fast on the base paths. This is going to be pretty dangerous for Cole Irvin, as he will now face Adam Eaton, another speedster. So if he's looking for a double play here, he most likely will not get it. For the Phillies, their defensive lineup, we got Real Muto behind the plate, Alec Boehm at third, Didi Gregorius at short. As we see the stolen base there, Didi Gregorius not laying down that tag in time, and that speedy threat comes into play early here, as now a runner on second, still nobody out in the top of the first. There's the first strike for Cole Irvin as he tries to climb back into this one. The count now 2-1. To finish the defensive alignment for the Phillies, we've got Harrison at second and Rhys Hoskins at first. And in the outfield, Kingery, Hazley, and Bryce Harper out and right. As that one is slapped the other way, that will get down for a hit. Rounding third base is Turner, and he will get in. An early run for the Nationals, thanks to some aggressive base running and aggressive hitting. Great job to slap that one the opposite way by Adam Eaton. The Nationals lead quickly here, 1-0.
1, no strike.
Juan Soto takes ball 1 low. Soto only 21 years old. He's been a young phenom in the league now. He debuted back in 2018 at the age of 19.
That's a ball.
You can see there he's squatting, doing the Soto shuffle as it's called. Uses it to intimidate the pitcher a little bit. As he's up in the count now, 2-0. Pitch from Irvin gets in there for a strike. Four-seamer coming in at 88 miles an hour. So this is a guy that really depends on his control and locating his pitches. He doesn't have high velocity at all.
That's a ball. 3 balls.
That one called a ball. I don't know how that missed, but the count now 3-1 with the powerful Howie Kendrick on deck. Juan Soto looking to continue this Washington rally here in the top of the first as he lifts that one foul to the left side. Now full count. And that one lined just foul. And we will do it again. Eaton will be running. He is very fast. Another hard hit liner, but foul again. Soto making hard contact, but swinging just a little bit too early.
Ball 4.
And that one taken, close pitch, but that will be ball 4. As runners now on first and second, still nobody out in the top of the first. Washington already up by 1, and this is not the start that the Phillies were wanting from Cole Irvin. First pitch to Howie Kendrick. Swung on, big swing there as he falls to his knee. Kendrick, 37 years old, one of the older players in the major leagues, so potentially a double play situation here. The count is even on Howie Kendrick. And he lifts that one into right field. Harper is under it for a much-needed first out of the inning. The runners will both hold.
That is it. The first base.
And now Ryan Zimmerman, Mr. National, will come to the plate. Ryan Zimmerman, the first ever Washington Nationals draft pick back in 2005. They picked him 4th overall out of the University of Virginia, and he's been with them his entire career. Was a free agent for the first time in his career this past offseason, but they re-signed him on a 1-year, $2 million deal. Solid contact there. That one's into the gap in left center field. And that one is gone. A 3-run home run for Ryan Zimmerman, number 16 on the season. The Washington Nationals jump out to a commanding 4-0 lead here in the top of the first. That one traveling 403 feet. Fantastic contact there. The pitch left hanging over the zone. And Zimmerman sending that one out of the ballpark. Nationals had a rough game yesterday, but their offense is looking alive and well here today. Still only 1 out in the first. And Kurt Suzuki coming to the plate, trying to preserve that 10-game hitting streak.
inside.
The first pitch taken inside. You can see Kurt Suzuki has quite a bit of power. He has already surpassed his home run total from last season, where he hit 17. He now has 20,
Ball, that's off the plate.
as he takes another one outside. That was pitch number 20 from Cole Irvin. So the Phillies bullpen might have a long day of work ahead, as that one is fouled off by Suzuki. Count now 2-1.
Outside, that's a ball.
Well-placed fastball there, but called a ball. Now the count 3-1, with Starlin Castro on deck, the third baseman for the Nationals. Irvin hoping to escape this nightmare of an inning, as that one is chopped to Gregorius at short, and the throw high but in time for out number 2.
Batting seven, the third baseman, Starlin Castro.
As the Phillies hoping that Irvin is finding his groove here, or at least starting to. And now Starlin Castro at the plate.
Counts 1-0.
The 7th hitter in this Washington lineup. You can see that pitch ratio there. He's thrown half balls, half strikes. So really lacking that command that is so crucial to his performance, as he falls behind again, 2-0 on Starlin Castro.
3-0.
Another one taken high, 3-0, with Victor Robles on deck. If it comes to it, he has Joe Ross, the pitcher, in the hole. He finally finds the strike zone there for a strike. The count now 3-1.
Nope, that's inside. Ball
But
4.
he loses Castro on the fastball inside. And now another man on for Washington. The second walk of the inning for Cole Irvin is that ERA entering the game at 3.56, most likely significantly higher now.
No, inside.
As another ball thrown to Victor Robles. He swings at that one, and that is caught. A beautiful over-the-shoulder grab by Didi Gregorius to finally end the top of this first inning, but the Nationals jump out to an early lead. They are now up 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. There is Joe Ross, starting pitcher for the Nationals today, with some an early run cushion here. The right-hander is 27 years old from Berkeley, California. The 25th overall pick back in 2011, and arrived at the Nationals back in 2014 with Trey Turner on the trade that sent Steven Souza to the Rays. This season, his numbers not looking great. 6-8 is the record with a 4.48 ERA, and he will face Bryce Harper first.
That's out.
As the first pitch taken outside, Bryce Harper will be followed by JT Realmuto and Didi Gregorius. Reese Hoskins, Adam Hazley, and Alec Boehm in the 4, 5, and 6 spots. And Scott Kingery, Josh Harrison, and the pitcher Cole Irvin in the 7, 8, and 9 ones.
Two balls, one strike.
Big cut there, the count 2-1 now on Harper. That one dribbled softly.
He's out.
A high throw to first, but in time to get the first out of the inning.
Batting second, the catcher, JT.
Our Nationals defensive alignment on the day: Kurt Suzuki behind the plate doing the catching, Starlin Castro at third, Trey Turner at short, Howie Kendrick at second, making that play to retire Harper, and Ryan Zimmerman covering first, Juan Soto out in left, Victor Robles in center, and Adam Eaton in right field.
Ball one, no strike.
As the first pitch is low to Real Muto. It is not often that you see a catcher batting this high in a lineup, but JT Realmuto, arguably the best catcher in the major leagues, as he takes a strike there. Another strike taken by Realmuto. Ross now ahead 1-2. And he strikes him out there on the low sinker. Strikeout number 1 of the ball game, and strikeout number 1 for Joe Ross, as Realmuto is retired for the second out. Now Didi Gregorius
That's inside.
takes ball 1 inside. Gregorius made his debut against the Phillies, went 0 for 4, and came over to them just last season.
2-0.
That one taken low, now 2-0. Both of these pitchers struggling to find the strike zone, but Ross able to minimize the damage. He has a little more velocity than Irvin, which is helpful. As Gregorius skies that one in the center, and Robles will make the play to end the inning. Short bottom of the first. Phillies go down 1-2-3 as we head to the second.
Leading off for the Nationals, the pitcher, number 41, Joe.
And Joe Ross coming to the plate to lead things off for the Nationals, batting in the 9th spot. His average on the season sitting at 107. 0 home runs, 0 RBI, 0 doubles. But he has collected 3 hits. Could help himself out here. And he lifts that one into right, but Harper will make the play for out number 1.
The batter, number 7.
Hopefully that one will be a confidence booster for Cole Irvin, as he now has to face the top of the order again. Trey Turner led things off with a single on the first pitch, then stole second promptly. That was his 33rd stolen base on the season. In second place in the National League for stolen bases, you have Ronald Acuna Jr. with 21. So Trey Turner just blowing everyone away in that statistical category. As that one scooped up by Bohm at third, nice play there to retire Trey Turner, as Irvin appears to be settling in.
Adam Eaton.
Now Adam Eaton at the plate again.
Leading up for the Phillies, the first baseman,
That
3.
RBI single. My apologies there. My video cut out. So I'm afraid I missed the end of the top of the second inning. But we are now back in the bottom of the second with Rhys Hoskins facing Joe
Count is
Ross
1 and 2.
as he takes the ball outside and away. Awkward swing there, and a big strikeout for Ross. Strikeout number 2 on the day for him,
Maeda. Paisley.
as he just tied Hoskins inside. Hoskins prone to strikeouts there, and baffled by that pitch.
He's out.
Batting sixth, the third baseman, Alex Roark.
We saw Hazley ground out to second there for out number 2 of the inning, and now Alec Bohm, his first at bat. He takes strike 1. He is the most recent draft pick in this game, picked up by the Phillies in 2018, their 3rd overall pick, and moved through their system quickly, one of their top prospects.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Able to make his debut this season as he takes that one, now 1-1.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
A big cut
I got to count 2 and 2.
in there for strike 2. As Ross searching for his 3rd strikeout, but Bohm able to make contact, fouls that one off.
Batting seventh, the left fielder, Kingery.
My apologies once again as I missed the Alec Bohm bomb, but he pulls the Phillies back within 3 and opens up the scoring for them here in the bottom of the second.
The left fielder, number 22, Juan Soto.
Now coming to the plate for the Nationals will be Juan Soto. Took a walk in his first appearance, but that one sent into foul territory on the right side on the first pitch
Now
for
back,
out
out number 1.
Second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
There you can see the standings. Philadelphia sitting 12.5 games behind Washington, who are first. Atlanta in between them, 4.5 games behind Washington. Atlanta fighting for a wild card spot. As Howie Kendrick will now face Irvin for the second time. Irvin solidifying himself significantly after that rocky first inning, as he has not given up a hit since then. The 1-1 to Howie Kendrick taken low. Ball 2. Howie Kendrick, a former Philly, spent some time with them in 2017. And he lifts that one to the gap. Harper chasing it, and he will make the catch on the warning track for out number 2.
Now batting.
Some solid contact from Howie Kendrick, but that one just stays in the park. And we'll bring up Ryan Zimmerman. Zimmerman hit that 3-run homer in his first at-bat. Now we'll face Irvin again. Swings on the first pitch. Fouls it off. And that one lifted to who else but Bryce Harper. Harper making all 3 plays in this inning. The Washington Nationals go down in order, as the Phillies will come back to the plate.
Leading up for the Phillies, the second baseman, Josh Harrison.
Ball 1.
At the plate now, Josh Harrison facing Joe Ross. Fouls that one off, the count 1-2 here in the bottom of the third. Phillies trailing by 3. Ross unable to get him to chase. Count now 2-2. And he goes down there looking. Strikeout number 3 for Joe Ross. A close pitch there. Harrison upset with the call. And now the pitcher, Cole Irvin, hoping to get back some of those runs he gave up in the first. Takes a strike.
I got the count 1-2.
Big swing there on the pitch outside. And grounds that one weakly to second. The play made by Kendrick for out number 2.
The right fielder, number 3, Bryce Harper.
And now Bryce Harper grounded out to second in his first at-bat, and will try to keep things alive here in the third for the Phillies.
Nope, that's inside.
Harper, a great game yesterday. Went 2 for 4 with a double, a home run, and 3 RBI. Drove in 3 of those 5 runs for Phillies.
Ball that's outside.
He chops that one foul. 1 and 1.
The batter, the catcher, JT.
And he doubles off the wall there. A 2-out double for Bryce Harper. He's 3rd in the National League currently in doubles, and tacks on another one there, number 31 of the season, putting the first runner in scoring position of the game for the Phillies, giving JT Realmuto an opportunity here to pull the Phillies even closer. Realmuto lines the first pitch foul. Realmuto also a strong game yesterday, went 2 for 3 with a triple. The pitch is going to be in the dirt, and that will get away from Suzuki. Harper in standing to third base. That one ruled a wild pitch by Joe Ross, and Suzuki just unable to contain that one, and Harper, another speedy guy on the base paths, is able to keep his head up and make it to third base, now only 90 feet away. And Realmuto to Kendrick, and that will end the inning. Harper not brought across the plate, and the Phillies still down by 3 as we head to the 4th.
Leading off for Washington, the catcher,
Kurt Suzuki leading things off here for the Nationals, followed by Starlin Castro and Victor Robles. The pitcher Joe Ross, 4th, if one of these guys can get on base, as strike 1 taken. Really an amazing turnaround by Irvin after that disastrous top of the 1st. He's really cut down on the pitch count and hasn't given up a hit. He's made it almost entirely through the order the 2nd time around. Has found his control. As the 1-1 lifted to Harper. And that is the first out of the inning. Harper has made the last 4 outs, all of them fly balls, directly to him. And Starlin Castro, now at the plate. Sent to Miami back in 2017. That blockbuster trade that rid Miami of Giancarlo Stanton. He's had a pretty strong career. 4-time All-Star, but is also the active errors leader in Major League Baseball at only 30 years old. That is not a great statistical category to be at the top of. Is the count even on him, 1-1? And he lifts that one into center, and that will get down for a hit. Hazley trotting in slowly towards that one. Looked like it was lifted high, but just shallow enough to get down, and he now has himself a 10-game hitting streak. Little bloop single there. The fastball was high and he got under it, but hit just to the right spot in the outfield, as Washington has another runner on. Victor Robles takes ball 1. Robles, another guy prone to errors, had 6 in 2019, leading all National League outfielders, but also had 22 defensive runs saved. So he's really a boomer bust kind of guy. He goes for everything, and a lot of the time he's able to make the play, as he's ahead here 2-0. Having Castro on first base, maybe unsettling Irvin a bit, as that one fouled off.
Ball inside.
Now 3-1. Irvin shaking his head as he's unable to locate his pitches once again. Robles looking fastball here. Irvin trying to not lose him.
No, ball 4.
And the pitch taken well high. It was a fastball, but even with Robles' head.
Now batting, the pitcher.
So now runners on first and second. The pitcher, though, coming to the plate. Irvin hoping for a ground ball to get out of the.
Oh, that's in.
He will show the bunt, but take ball 1 instead.
Out. You're out.
And the great play made by Bohm to end the inning. The Phillies getting the ground ball that they so desperately needed and able to get out of that one. As we now head to the bottom of the 4th.
For the Phillies, the shortstop, Didi Gregorius.
Didi Gregorius at the plate for the Phillies. Born in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. Then was signed by the Reds in 2007. As he falls behind here, 0-2 quickly. Gregorius speaks 4 languages. And he strikes out there on 3 pitches. Ross with the nasty breaking ball to retire Gregorius. That is strikeout number 4 for Ross in this game. Hoskins comes out swinging and fouls off the first pitch. Hoskins with 26 home runs on the season, putting him in 6th place in the National League.
0-2.
As he swings through that one, he was looking fastball but got a slider instead. You can see he also has slapped 20 doubles. The 0-2 taken well inside. Ross trying to get him on a similar pitch to the one he got him on back in the 2nd. But Hoskins able to recognize it.
Outside.
Another one taken outside. Now 2-2.
We got a full count.
3 straight balls now from Ross to fill the count. Adam Hazley, the center fielder, on deck. The pitch from Ross. Skied into center field, drifting over Robles, and making the catch for the 2nd out.
Now batting, the center fielder,
Hoskins putting up a fight in that at-bat, but ends up losing it. As Hazley coming to the plate, 0 for 1 on the day. Also a recent draft pick, picked up by the Phillies in 2017, 8th overall. He's only 24 years old as he takes a strike.
0-1's the count.
He's on a bit of a hot streak, as you can see there. In his past 3 games, he's 4 for 12. Though yesterday he went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. So hoping to get back on track here. He grounds that one right back up the middle. And that will be a base hit. Paisley trotting in the first base
Up next for Giolito,
with his first hit of the day.
the third baseman, Alex. Boom.
That one just hit where nobody could reach it. Great work there by Hazley to bring up Bohm now. We saw Bohm hit that moonshot in his first at-bat. Back in the 2nd inning, putting the Phillies on the board. Hoping to repeat that feat here. And he lifts that one into left, but right at Soto. And that will end the inning. The Nationals still up by 3 as we head to the top of the 5th and the top of the order for the Nationals.
Leading off for the Nationals, the shortstop, Trey Turner.
We are back here in the top of the 5th. Trey Turner leading things off for the Nationals, followed by Adam Eaton and Juan Soto. Cole Irvin back on the mound. 55 pitches for him on the day. Trey Turner making the All-Star game this year, having a stellar season for himself, batting .316. He has 24 doubles. We mentioned the stolen bases earlier. He also has 8 triples on the season, which is good for first place in the National League as well. He lifts that one into the gap in left center. That one will be down at the wall. Turner heading to second base, and he will get there easily. A leadoff stand-up double for Trey Turner, who is now 2 for 3 on the day. As he saw that pitch the whole way, got a great piece of it. And he has that 99 speed, able to practically stroll into second base before the ball came anywhere close. As Eaton will try to bring him in, as he did back in the first. And that one grounded right to Hoskins at first for out number 1. But Turner able to advance to third base.
The left fielder, number 22.
So run number 5 for the Nationals,
Soto.
90 feet away. And just about anything into the outfield would score the speedy Turner from third. As Juan Soto will try to do exactly that.
Ball, that's out.
And he takes ball 1. A crazy stat there, he's scored 10 runs in his past 10 games. Went 2 for 4 yesterday with a double.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And there he takes a big cut for strike 1.
Ball. Bye-bye. 2-1.
That one taken low by Soto for ball 2. And he lifts that one into the outfield. Over is Hazley. He will make the catch, but Turner scoring easily. That one all the way to the warning track, more than enough time. returned the score in the Washington Nationals lead is now back to 4. Quick out from Howie Kendrick to end the top of the 5th. This gap a little bit after Irvin gave up the run that they got back.
Leading up for the Phillies, the left fielder, Scott Kingery.
Scott Kingery played for the Phillies. Their left fielder takes strike 1. That one deep to center field. Robles back and makes the catch on the warning track. That one almost a home run for Kingery, but a few feet short. And instead, the first out in the bottom of the 5th. Josh Harrison will make his second plate appearance of the day. Takes ball 1 outside. Harrison, you can see only 1 for 6 against Joe Ross, so odds not in his favor in this matchup. But Ross not pitching to him really, as ball 2 is taken. That one finds the zone, the fastball for strike 1. The 2-1 pitch, swung on. Harrison a big opportunity there, but unable to make contact. And he strikes out again, this time swinging. The sinker doing magic for Joe Ross today as he gets strikeout number 5. That one, Harrison thought he had, but dropping low just in time. Instead, a big swing for out number 2. And it looks like that will be it for Cole Irvin on the day. Gene Segura coming in to pinch hit. He takes strike 1. Segura, 30 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Debuted back in 2012 and traded to Philadelphia in 2018 from the Mariners. Batting .215 on the season, most likely just due to a lack of opportunities coming off the bench. And he strikes out looking there. Great pitch from Joe Ross, just catching the outside of the zone. Segura very unhappy with the call, but there is nothing he can do about it, as Ross looking pleased with himself, strolling back to the dugout.
Now pitching for the Phillies, number 43.
And coming in for the Phillies will be Nick Pivetta. The ERA at 3.15, the record at 6-2. So numbers looking good for him so far, as his first task will be Ryan Zimmerman, the man of the day. That 3-run home run back in the first.
Inside, ball 1.
The looping breaking ball there for ball 1. Zimmerman has absolutely eaten up Pivetta in their previous meetings, but Pivetta will win this one as that one is popped up. Hoskins coming in
now batting
to make the out.
catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
And a good start for Nick Pivetta. 2 pitches. Easy out. Now Kurt Suzuki
Ball.
takes that one low.
Ball 2. 2 balls, no strike.
Another ball taken there.
Ball 3. 3 balls.
Pivetta unable to elevate his pitches as those 3 straight balls have all missed low. Starlin Castro waiting on deck, hoping to get a runner on base, and he will, as the 4-pitch walk to Kurt Suzuki.
Now batting, the third baseman, Starlin.
None of those pitches, especially close to the strike zone. Easy takes for Kurt Suzuki. As now a runner on first with only 1 out. The Nationals up 5-1 here in the top of the 6th in Philadelphia. Ooh, big breaking ball left up there, but Castro fouls it off. He grounds that one to third. The great throw by Bohm turns to first for the double play. Another fantastic double play started by Alec Bohm. Another 5-4-3. And the Phillies get out of the jam.
Leading off for the Phillies, the right fielder.
Now the top of the Phillies order coming up once again. They will face Joe Ross still. He has 66 pitches on the night, so could stay in for at least this inning. As he throws strike 1 to Harper. Some action in the bullpen. Righties Daniel Hudson and Wander Suero. Hopefully they will not be needed until the 7th. As Harper swings and misses there, now 0-2. And a big strikeout there, another sinker. Getting the strikeout for Joe Ross. As that is number 7 for him on the day. From Bryce Harper. The 2015 National League MVP goes down on 3 pitches.
0-1's the count.
And Real Muto looking to send that one into the stands, but misses. Now 0-1. Real Muto, another star-studded career.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
2-time All-Star, 2-time Silver Slugger. His best year last season, winning the Gold Glove and making it onto the All-MLB first team for catching. As he's behind now in the count to Ross, 0-2. And back-to-back swinging strikeouts to start off the bottom of the 7th for Joe Ross. That is 4 consecutive strikeouts for him. 3 of them swinging, and he is on his A game today. As Didi Gregorius struck out his last time up, Ross pacing a perfect inning here, but loses it. He throws ball 1.
That's ball 2.
Now ball 2. The mastery shown by Joe Ross against Harper and Real Muto has suddenly disappeared as he falls behind to Gregorius. Gregorius got a piece of that one, but lined it sharply foul. Another foul ball there. The count now 2-2. The offering from Ross fouled off again. Gregorius with 32 doubles on the season. That's good for second in the National League. And dribbles that one the other way. The extreme shift on him. That will get all the way to the warning track. And he will get double number 33 on the season. Weak contact there, but able to hit it against the shift. Normally a routine ground out to third base turns into a stand-up double. Here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And Rhys Hoskins batting cleanup, hoping to clean up here a little bit. He's got a runner in scoring position. A 5th round draft pick by the Phillies back in 2014. He skies that one into left. Should be an easy play for Soto. And that will end the inning. Phillies threaten, but Ross contains it. As we head to the top of the 7th, Washington still up 5-1.
Leading off for Washington,
Victor Robles, batting in the 8th spot for the Nationals, will get his 3rd at-bat of the day here. He's 0 for 1 so far with a walk. And he swings through strike 1. Nick Pivetta coming back out onto the mound for Philly for his 2nd inning of work. Gets a generous call there. Phillies some action in the bullpen. Ranger Suarez and Jose Alvarez, both lefties, warming up for them. Looking to get Robles swinging on the high fastball, but to no avail. The count now 1-2. Dangerous pitch there, but Robles out in front of it. Count remains at 1-2. Great fight by Robles as he's able to catch a piece of the breaking ball. And he does it again there. He's seen quite a number of pitches here. And this is turning into quite the battle between Nick Pivetta and Victor Robles.
I got the count 2-2.
Robles takes ball 2 now high, evening up the count. More solid contact by Robles, but another foul ball. Because he is just waiting for his pitch here. Will he get it?
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Definitely not that one. A slider ridiculously far out of the zone. Now a full count. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th. And Pivetta strikes him out on the knuckle curve. Robles hangs in there for a while, but unable to make contact. Swings at what would have been ball 4, dropping out of the bottom of the zone. Beautiful pitch by Pivetta as he retires Robles. That's his first strikeout of the game.
0-1's the count.
He will now face Joe Ross. So the Nationals, with the intention of keeping Ross in the game, to pitch in the bottom of the 7th. And Ross lifts that one into the gap in right center. Abe just got under it is Hazley. Long run for Hazley, almost a double
Batter, number 7, shortstop,
for Joe Ross.
Turner.
But Hazley able to leg that one out for out number 2. Now Pivetta will face the top of the order in Trey Turner.
Left pitch is out.
Pivetta drafted by the Nationals back in 2013 in the 4th round, but was traded to the Phillies 2 years later
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
as he delivers ball 2. Formerly a starter, but switched to relief in the middle of 2019, and the results have been fantastic. So a great move to fortify the bullpen with Pivetta. That one laced into center. Another base hit for Trey Turner, and he is hot today. That is his second single of the game.
The right fielder,
Back-to-back hits
Ethan.
for Turner, as he gives Eaton another RBI opportunity. Pivetta nervous about Turner over there on first, as he should be. Checks in on him.
Yep, that ball went out.
And Turner will go, and another stolen base. Once again, the throw nowhere close to in time. And even with the former Gold Glove winning Real Muto behind the dish, Turner sliding into second base comfortably. Stolen base number 2 on the day for him.
2 balls, no strikes.
Adam Eaton batting .308 on the season with runners in scoring position. Significantly lower than his .334 average,
That's ball 3.
but still very respectable as he takes ball 3. Pivetta in danger here of giving up a 4-pitch walk with Juan Soto on deck. If he were to lose Eaton here, you could expect one of those lefties from the pen to come in to face Juan Soto, who is a lefty. Is Pivetta able to get a strike in there? The count 3-1.
Hey! 3-2.
And he just floats the fastball down the middle there for strike number 2.
Nope, that's ball 4.
And he walks it.
The left fielder,
The
number
knuckle
22,
curve that he used to strike out Robles
Soto.
does not work against Eaton. Now runners on first and second for Juan Soto. That's the second walk of the day for Nick Pivetta so far. He's thrown 30 pitches through 1 2/3 innings of work, and will stay in to face Soto. Interesting decision there.
Yeah!
We'll see how it works out. Pivetta has thrown more strikes than balls, but still not a great outing by him.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Soto takes the pitch away. There you can see the manager of the Phillies, Joe Girardi, hoping that he won't regret leaving in Pivetta.
Ball 2. You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
His ball 2 taken high. The count now 2-1 on Juan Soto. At least one of these runs would score if Soto were to get a base hit. Trey Turner able to leg out just about anything. So Turner on second, Eaton on first, Soto at the plate, the count now full. As ball 3 is taken away, the runners will be going. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Howie Kendrick on deck. Big pitch from Pivetta, and he strikes him out. That knuckle curve
Please join us
comes
for the
back
traditional
again.
7th-inning stretch.
And Soto loses the battle. Pivetta gets out of it as we head to the stretch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Washington, number 44, Daniel Hudson.
Joe Ross finally coming out of the ballgame.
Leading up for the Phillies,
He will be replaced by Daniel Hudson.
Adam Hazley.
Adam Hazley at the plate takes strike one. Hudson, 33 years old. He was on the mound when the Nationals won the World Series in 2019. Struck out 2 of the 3 Astros he faced in the 9th there. Hazley able to foul that one off, as he's down in the count 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
But takes ball 1 there.
Let's go, Phillies!
And that one will be lined into left field for a single. Hazley with his 2nd single of the game.
Now batting.
And a leadoff base runner for the Phillies, as time is running out for them. Hazley able to slap that one the opposite way to set up Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm having a great game so far. He hit that solo shot, which has been the only run for the Phillies so far, back in the 2nd, and has turned 2 fantastic double plays on defense.
Inside, ball 1.
He takes ball 1 there. Daniel Hudson with elite speed, averaging 97 miles per hour on the fastball. That one chopped foul. The 1-2 pitch. Taken low. Good at bat here by Alec Boehm, showing the patience as he takes another one low. Scott Kingery on deck. It would be huge if Boehm could get on base here, get a little bit of momentum going for the Phillies. But he strikes out awkwardly on the 4-seamer in at his hands. And that is out number 1 of the inning. Strikeout number 1 for both Boehm and Hudson. Boehm upset with himself there.
Ball, that's in.
Scott Kingery takes ball 1 inside. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Kingery not receiving any scholarship offers coming out of high school, walked on at the University of Arizona and made the
2
team.
balls, no strikes. I got 2-1 to count.
He gets ahead now, 2-1.
No, that's low.
Takes ball 3 there. Fastball count. Kingery with 8 home runs on the season.
Nope. Ball 4.
And he takes ball 4 there.
The batter,
First
number
walk
7.
for Hudson, who's upset with himself. Now 2 on, 1 out for Josh Harrison. Poor call there, as that one taken inside but called a strike. And another strike from Hudson. Harrison behind now 0-2.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Takes that one in the dirt. Harrison, a 2-time All-Star, but oh, big strikeout there. Harrison infuriated.
Now batting.
I believe he threw his bat after swinging through the high fastball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Pinch hitting for the Phillies. Number 22, Andrew.
And we will see another pinch hitter, Andrew McCutchen.
Ball inside.
McCutchen now 33, but had a fantastic career when he was younger, winning the MVP award in 2013 with the Pirates.
2-0.
He takes that one inside. He was reportedly almost sent to the Nationals back in 2016 during the winter meetings, but ended up staying in Pittsburgh. As he's 1 ball away from taking a walk here, which would load the bases, and he does take it. Daniel Hudson has now loaded the bases for himself. And a massive opportunity for the leadoff man, Bryce Harper. New pitcher coming in for the Nationals. Relieving Hudson will be Ronis Elias, the 31-year-old. The ERA at 1.48 on the season. Bringing him out presumably for the lefty-lefty matchup here. Phillies could tie it with a grand slam. Base hit would most likely score 2. Double could clear the bases. The first pitch to Harper, lifted in the center, and Robles ends the inning. It only took Elias 1 pitch, and the jam is escaped. We head to the 9th. Phillies continue to dip into their bullpen. Ranger Suarez coming out. And he will face Howie Kendrick, batting cleanup for the Nationals. A 13-year age gap between these two guys. Kendrick 37, Suarez 24. Kendrick swinging on the first pitch. That one to the gap, to the wall. A double for Howie Kendrick as he gets into second base standing.
Now batting.
Not a great start for Suarez. Howie Kendrick showing him who's boss. As another runner in scoring position for the Nationals. And now here comes Ryan Zimmerman. He hit that 3-run bomb in the first inning. That put the Nationals ahead early, 4-0. Has been hitless since then.
1-0.
You can see the attendance at 20,800. Not a packed ballpark, but still good turnout for a Tuesday afternoon.
That's outside.
Zimmerman takes that one to count 2-1. Action in the bullpen, a righty and a lefty both warming up. Zimmerman laces that one foul. Even with action in the bullpen, Suarez would have to face at least one more hitter. So he will face Kurt Suzuki. That one into center.
The catcher, number 28.
The catch made by Hazley and the quick throw over to third to hold the runner. So runner still on second, but now with one out. Slightly less dangerous situation for the Phillies, as the 36-year-old from Hawaii, Kurt Suzuki, will try to advance Howie Kendrick.
Nope, outside.
The 1-0 from Suarez. Pitch sharply but foul. Suzuki 0 for 2 on the day with a walk. Looking for his first base hit here. Fouls that one off the other way.
Ball, that's inside.
Takes ball 2 there. Evening up the count. Suarez potentially coming out if he cannot retire Suzuki. That one hit well and deep into right center field, but Harper making the catch at the wall.
Up next,
2 deep flyouts from Zimmerman and Suzuki. And now Howie Kendrick still at second. This opportunity has turned out to be almost lost. Called fastball on the inside corner there, 1-2. That one skied into no man's land. Drifting back is Gregorius to end the inning. Leadoff double turns into nothing as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Leading up for the Phillies, the catcher, JT Realmuto.
JT Realmuto leading things off here for the Nationals. Excuse me, the Phillies. The Phillies left the bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th.
Ball. I got a ball, 1 strike.
Action in the Nationals bullpen. 2 righties, Wander Suero and Hunter Strickland, ready to replace Elias if need be.
2 balls, 1 strike.
That one way high. 2-1.
Aye.
Good pitch there from Elias. Now 2-2.
Aye.
And he gets him looking on the breaking ball that curved back into the zone.
Didi.
What a pitch there from Elias. Real Muto is stunned. And Didi Gregorius will now come to the plate. Desirable matchup here for the Nationals. Lefty on lefty. First pitch, or excuse me, second pitch fouled off. 0-2. Elias played professional baseball in Cuba from 2008 to 2010, but then defected to come play in the major leagues. Was signed by the Mariners in 2011. And then ended up with the Nationals at the trade deadline in 2019. The 1-2. We'll do it again. And he strikes him out. Back-to-back strikeouts on the same pitch
The first baseman.
from Ronis Elias.
3.
And what a pitch that was. You can see Gregorius thought he had it, but dropping into the dirt at the last second. And what an outing so far this has been. As Rhys Hoskins, the last man standing between the end of the 8th inning.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Taken outside 2-0. Hoskins, formerly an outfielder for the Phillies, but moved over to first base in 2019 due to high counts of errors that he made in the outfield. He has made a good adjustment as he fouls that one off, now 2-1.
Ball, that's inside.
Hoskins able to take that one, 3-1. Good show of plate discipline from him after he has struck out twice today. Or excuse me, struck out once today on an ugly pitch. The count now full. A little bit of pressure on Elias here, but he still has a desirable run cushion and nobody on base for Hoskins. He will face Adam Hazley next if Hoskins can get on base. But that one right back to Elias. And that will end the inning. Phillies still trail by 4 as we head to the top of the 9th. The Nationals will try to extend their lead here.
Leading off for Washington, the center fielder, number 16.
And the 8, 9, and 1 hitters will come to the plate for Washington. This is Victor Robles. Puts down the bunt, but it rolls foul. Interesting thought from Robles. He does have the speed to get there, though he's not the fastest Nationals player. As he takes a strike there. Ranger Suarez coming back out for another inning of work. And that one grounded right to Bohm at third. Easy play for out number 1.
Now batting, the pitcher, Rowanus Elliott.
And Bohm has been fantastic over there at third base this entire game. Nothing has been able to get past him, and you've got to give him some credit for that excellent defense, especially being such a young player, only 23 years old. Now we will see a pinch hitter as Asdrubal Cabrera coming in the 9th spot, swings at the first pitch. Hazley under it for out number 2.
The batter, number 7, shortstop, Trey.
Lots of fly balls from the Nationals here today. Hazley and Harper especially have been pretty busy in the outfield. And now the man of the day, Trey Turner, could win player of the game if this result holds. Solid contact there, but right at Gregorius, and not quite able to beat that one out. So, quick 3 outs to end the top of the 9th. Philly, now rally time for them as they try to come back from down 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Washington.
Wander Suero will come out for the Nationals to try and shut the door here. He is not their closer, that being Sean Doolittle, but this is not a safe situation, so Doolittle could come in if the Phillies threaten. Suero will face Adam Hazley, followed by Alec Bohm and Scott Kingery. First and second pitches, both strikes. Hazley watches them go by. Good day for Hazley, singles in his previous 2 at-bats. Looking for another one here. But it would be quite a task for the Phillies to come back from this sizable deficit. And he strikes out there on 3 pitches. Powerful start for Wander Suero. Embarrassing outing for Adam Hazley, as he chases there on the good breaking below. Mentioned coming into this game that this Phillies lineup was prone to strikeouts, and they have shown that throughout the day. Lots of strikeouts for these Nationals pitchers. And that one getting into the gap, that should be a double. Robles able to get there, but not in time. Double number 17 on the season for Alec Bohm, and he is just doing everything today. Able to hit that one the other way. Good play by Robles to field that one off the wall. But Bohm into second with no trouble. A little bit of hope for the Phillies here. The Phillies fanatic getting the crowd excited. The first pitch to Scott Kingery is called a strike. Wander Suero recorded his first major league strikeout versus the Phillies. He struck out Yasmuel Valentin. He's been with the Nationals his entire career. That one hit deep, but foul. That would have scored Bohm from second base for sure, but just a little late on the swing. And that one grounded to Zimmerman for the routine play. Bohm will advance to third base, but there are now 2 outs in the inning. Solid contact there, unfortunately. Kingery hit that one right at Zimmerman. Now Harrison, the last hope for the Phillies here, as they're desperately trying to climb back.
Nope.
Phillies offense, after scoring 5 runs yesterday, has been silenced here today. The only run coming off of a solo home run back in the second by who else but Alec Boehm. Harrison gets ahead in the count now, 2-0. Harrison coming over to the Phillies in the offseason, signed a minor league deal with them, but able to make his way into this everyday lineup. This is the 2-0 pitch from Wander Suero. Taken for strike 1. Nice cutter, just painting the inside edge of the zone there.
Ball 3.
That one taken high. Suero in danger of walking Harrison here. The pitcher's spot on deck. We'll see who will come in the pinch hit for the Phillies.
The batter, number
Runners
55.
on the corners now. Harrison on first, Boehm on third. 2 outs, Phillies down by 4.
Now pitching for the Nationals.
And
Number
now the Nationals
53,
will bring in Doolittle. Doolittle leading the National League in saves this season with 34. Hoping to finish the job here.
Hitting for the Phillies.
You can see that his average versus righties and lefties both below 200. So more than capable of ending this rally. And he will have to face Davy Grullon off of the Philly bench, who swings through strike 1. Interesting choice to put in Grullon in this situation, batting 167 on the season with 2 home runs, more known for his defensive prowess than his performance at the plate. But we'll see how he does here.
The count is 1-2.
Another big swing, now 1-2. Grullon 0 for 1 yesterday with a strikeout, on the verge of repeating that performance. And he lifts that one into center. Robles will be under it, and Robles will end the game. Big win for the Nationals. They lost 5-1 yesterday, and they win 5-1 here today. That big first inning, giving them all that they needed. Those 4 runs that they scored being the differential, as they are now 63-39, extending their lead over the Braves. You can see the Phillies not happy with their performance today. Joe Girardi with his arms over his head, but a commanding victory for Washington. You can see 7 hits for them, 6 hits for Philadelphia, but the Phillies unable to convert. You can see player of the game, none other than Trey Turner, 3 for 5 with a double and 2 singles. He also had those 2 stolen bases, and I think that you can credit him with providing most of the energy for the Nationals in this game. So we'll check out the highlight reel. Starting in the top of the first, that RBI single from Adam Eaton after Turner stole second base. Then Ryan Zimmerman with the 3-run shot into left field. That would put the Nationals up 4-0. And then in the bottom of the second, Alec Boehm trying to get the Phillies offense going. Sent that one 370 feet out of the ballpark, providing the Phillies with their only offense of the day. Then in the top of the 5th, the Nationals extending their lead by 1 on that sacrifice fly from Juan Soto. That one nearly out of the ballpark, but Turner able to score easily there. Then big strikeout. We saw a lot of strikeouts here today. Real Muto in the bottom of the 6th with that one. And then the bottom of the 9th, this would end it, a fly ball from Guyon. Interestingly, skipping over that Bryce Harper out with the bases loaded. But that will do it in Philly today. The win goes to Joe Ross, commanding performance from him. 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, 1 earned run. The loss deservedly to Cole Irvin. Made it through 5 innings, but gave up all 5 of those runs, 3 walks, no strikeouts for him. And the save to Sean Doolittle, that is number 35 for him. Easy one, as he only needed to get 1 out, only threw a couple of pitches. And he extends that lead in the statistical category of saves in the National League. As we check out the box score here, you can see lots of hits for the Nationals, handful of doubles there, and poor outing by the Phillies. Some individually strong performances, most notably Alec Boehm, but weren't able to string much of anything together. So the Nationals take Game 2 of the series. These two teams will meet again tomorrow and the day after that. Once this 4-game series is over, the Phillies will play the Mets in Philadelphia. The Nationals, meanwhile, will play the Braves. That should be an interesting series as the Braves try to chase down the Nationals for the lead in the National East. Next up, we're going to have the Mets versus the Reds. So, the Mets sitting towards the bottom of the National League East, the Reds sitting in the first wildcard spot, trying to chase down the Cubs in the National League Central. So following that game, we will have the Angels at New York. Shohei Ohtani taking the mound for that one. Should be exciting with Domingo Germán on the mound for New York. Followed by Houston at Rangers. Then at 8 p.m., or 9 p.m. rather, we will get the White Sox and the Cubs, a crosstown rivalry there. And then late night ball, the Minnesota Twins playing the Arizona Diamondbacks. Exciting series there. Twins and Diamondbacks at the top of their respective divisions, but being chased by a number of powerful teams. As we are now joined in the booth by Big Fund, who is one half of the pair that's going to be calling the next game. Big Fund, how are you doing?
I'm doing quite all right. Mets are getting ready for their first road series of the second half. They're going to be sending Steven Matz to the mound against Trevor Bauer. Reds coming off a tough series to open the second half, dropping all 3 games to the division rival Chicago Cubs, falling from 3.5 back to 6.5 back. They're going to need to do some work over the following 2 months if they want to make up that gap. And San Diego Padres really taking it to the Pirates in the 7th inning there.
Yeah, that's not what you like to see, but the Pirates having a tough season. You can see there 32-68. Pretty much a dead season for them as they try to figure out what their next move is going to be as they look to the future for contention. But I don't know if they really have that much promising action in their farm system.
Well, they've been trying to restock the farm system. They already made a couple of trades. They sent Keone Kela out to the Los Angeles Dodgers in return for Caleb Ferguson, who's in the bullpen now. They traded Jacob Stallings to the New York Yankees in exchange for Jonathan Loaizaga, who's made a couple of solid starts for them. And there are trade rumors that the Pirates and Yankees are talking again.
Well, I'd be excited to see what that could turn into. Really a shame that Chris Archer didn't turn into a trade chip for the Pirates. No one really wanting to give up anything for Archer at the moment.
No, and that's been the more that Austin Meadows continues to play well for the Tampa Bay Rays, the worse that trade gets day by day.
And I have the feeling with how Austin Meadows is looking, that's going to go down as one of the worst trades, I think, in the past few years at least.
How about the Robinson Cano deal? If you want to talk about terrible trades, or not? I'm sorry, trades, not a trade, but a signing nonetheless.
Well, no, that was a trade. I'm not. And, Seattle traded Cano and Diaz to the Mets.
You're absolutely right. No, you're right.
Jared Kelenic, Gerson Batista, and Justin Dunn. I think another piece. Definitely those three at least.
That is killing the Mets.
It hasn't worked out great for them so far. Robinson Cano still playing decently well. Coming into this one, hitting .252, 17 home runs. He's third on the team for home runs. Edwin Diaz currently for the Mets, not really in a closing role, not even in a setup role, but he does get high leverage middle relief opportunities. You'll see him come in the 6th or 7th innings when the Mets really need some key outs, and he's been solid for them in that role.
Yeah, good to see him being productive after just a disaster of a season last season. And the Mets are an interesting team to watch because they have some elite pieces, but really a pretty big gap between those elite pieces and the rest of their team.
Yeah, it was a bold move by Brodie Van Wagenen to try and beef up the back end of that Mets bullpen. And Jay Bruce was also part of that trade, sending some money out in order to pick up some of the Robinson Cano money, and Bruce ended up making his way to the Phillies. But it's just a trade that hasn't panned out yet. Obviously, Robinson Cano was a guy the Mets were considering play second base for a few years, and then maybe he could be a first baseman, but with the emergence of Pete Alonso, that won't be the case. But now maybe the Mets will be hoping that the universal designated hitter is here to stay, and Cano can transition into a UDH role, while Jeff McNeil could slide over and play second base on the regular, or McNeil could stay and play third base with upcoming prospects like Andres Jimenez or Ronnie Mauricio, forming part of that double play combo up the middle.
I would imagine big fun that they'd have to be putting Cespedes at DH for the most part and not Cano with all of his heel issues, especially this year coming off those 2 heel surgeries.
Well, that's for this year, but Cespedes' contract is up. Robinson Cano has 3 more years on his deal, so I would imagine that for this year, Cespedes is going to be that, but starting next year and beyond, if the UDH remains part of the rule set, Cano could be looked at as a regular DH, just keeping his bat in the lineup while getting some more speed and defensive quality on the field on a regular basis.
Some big numbers from Steven Matz so far this season. Been able to pitch quite a few innings at 104 1/3, and that ERA below 4, so really helping out the Mets rotation.
Yeah, Matz has really quietly had a strong year for the Mets, has just recently gotten that ERA under 4, did it right before the break, getting set for his first start in the second half here. And what's been really important for Matz is he had trouble with this in the past, but he has kept the walks down remarkably among qualified starters. Steven Matz, second in walks allowed, only 24 over 104 1/3. But he's going to have to deal with a very powerful Cincinnati Reds lineup here that is back at full strength, even though they're still missing Josh Van Meter. You've got guys like Senzel, Castellanos, Suarez, who was the best power hitter in the National League until the Dodgers' recent acquisition of Jorge Soler. This is a lineup that is set to take a deep run into September and October. And no matter who you've got in there, you're going to have a problem to deal with. Whether you look at the right field platoon of Aristides Aquino, the Punisher, and Jesse Winker. You see Freddie Galvis get in there from time to time. Tucker Barnhart starts against right-handers behind the plate. He brings you a little bit more in terms of a power bat than Kurt Casale, who's a little bit more defensively minded. But there are really no weak spots in this Reds lineup. I mean, you look at a guy like Joey Votto, he's hitting 7th here. Normally he would be a guy that hits 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th.
And what a positive impact Shogo Akiyama has been having on the Reds. They picked him up out of the professional league in Japan in the offseason, and he's made a really seamless transition.
Yeah, Akiyama's been really good for the Reds. He leads the team in stolen bases. Earlier on in the year, he'd been hitting leadoff, but now that everybody's back, you've got Senzel in there, you've got Votto back. He's slotting more into the middle and back half of the lineup. He hits 5th against lefties, 7th against righties, which is a little bit interesting to see him kind of go with that reverse split action. But, he's been very strong for the Reds in his first year as a major league ball player. Averages coming up, got the OPS sitting just a hair under 700. You might like it a little bit better. He doesn't have the power numbers that the Reds might have hoped for, but he's been a very solid acquisition. And with guys like Senzel, Castellanos, Suarez, Moustakas, who can really play many spots all over the diamond, it's really beneficial to the Reds to have a guy like Akiyama to just drop into center field on a regular basis and let the rest sort itself out.
Well, so the Reds looking to get some easy wins here in this series to pull back toward Cubs a little bit in NL Central. Do you guys have any predictions for how this one's going to go?
I think the Mets are going to try and build off of their good series to open the second half that they had against the Seattle Mariners. Took 2 out of 3, a couple of shutout wins. David Peterson picked up his first career win on Friday, shutting out the Seattle Mariners over 8 innings to improve his record to 1-6. Bit of a wacky slugfest, 13-10. The Mariners won on Saturday, but Mets getting back to form with Jacob deGrom on the mound Sunday. 8 scoreless innings, 4 hits, and 14 strikeouts. And they're going to hope to build on that against a Reds team that is really going to be kind of pressing a little bit to bounce back from their weekend sweep at the hands of the Cubs.
Well, it looks like your game's starting here, so we're going to head out to the Great American Ballpark. Thanks so much for joining me for the Nationals and the Phillies, and best of luck on your call.
Thanks very much, Charlotte. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Charlotte.
All right, as we get ready for the first of 3 between the New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds, we will remind you that all of us here at Major League Ball are doing this as volunteers. None of us get paid any money. And we're also doing this for charity. This week we are raising money for Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. We had a fantastic stretch last night at the end of the Twins and D-backs game where we ended up with a hype train. Lots of people gifting subscriptions to the channel, which we really love to see. That is a lot of money going towards Meals on Wheels of America. So if you're watching and listening right now and you were a part of that hype train yesterday, thank you so much. Maybe we'll get that train rolling again today as we get ready to get rolling from the Great American Ballpark. Give it a sec and then we'll get you started. Good afternoon and welcome. This is Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. I am the big fun Eric Arment, joined by Eddie McCarthy, as we bring you game 1 of 3 of this midweek series between the New York Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds will be sending Trevor Bauer to the mound to take on Steven Matz. Mets over the weekend taking 2 of 3 from the Seattle Mariners in league play, while the Reds dropped 3 straight to the Chicago Cubs to fall 6.5 back in the NL Central. Eddie, tell us a little bit about Trevor Bauer.
Well, Trevor Bauer's a guy who has not had as many starts as you'd expect this point in the season. This only making his 12th appearance on the year today, but what he has had, he's been very strong. 4-1 on the year, a 3.74. Look for him to get that fastball working early. He likes to have if he can have pinpoint control with it, especially if he's able to get it above the hitter's hands, it can be a tough day for the Mets.
First pitch is just high for a ball to Ahmed Rosario. Rest of the Mets lineup: Jeff McNeil bats second, then Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto, Yoenis Cespedes hits fifth, Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and the pitcher Steven Matz bats ninth. This one is swung on and hit to center field. Moving back on it, Shogo Akiyama makes the catch for the first out of the game.
Not a terrible piece right there from Ahmed Rosario.
Batting second.
Good start for him, just got under it a little bit.
That will bring up the third baseman, Jeff McNeil, fifth in the National League in batting at .324. Has been consistent in that number 2 spot for the Mets for the majority of the year. He's been there for about 2 months and change. That one is in there for a strike. He was leading off for a while as Ahmed Rosario was struggling over the first month and a half of the season, but now in his comfortable number 2 spot, and he has thrived. The 0-1 pitch, low and away, 1-1. Defensive alignment for the Reds at third base, Mike Moustakas. The shortstop is Eugenio Suarez. Second base, Senzel. And Joey Votto's at first. Kurt Casali behind the plate. Left to right in the outfield is Nick Castellanos, the Japanese rookie Shogo Akiyama, and Aristides Aquino. 1-1 is inside, 2-1. Clyde Washington calls the balls and strikes. 2-1 to McNeil. Popped foul. Coming over to give it a look is Moustakas. Makes the catch up against the stands for the second out. Mike Moustakas, a guy who has moved around a lot. He played some second base, getting things started for the year in Cincinnati. Had to move over to first with the Joey Votto injury that knocked Votto out for about a month and a half. Now back at his original third base.
Yeah, Eric. Mike Moustakas is a guy who I always think his natural position is third base. When he was there, especially on those really good Royals teams from a couple of years ago, the ones that went to the World Series 2 years in a row, I always thought that while he never got as much attention as like the Nolan Arenados of the world, he was a really, really good glove over there. And this was a good find for the Reds.
This one's popped up in foul ground on the right side by Pete Alonso. Joey Votto moves over, makes the catch right on the cut of the dirt. So a couple of foul pop-ups end the top of the first. Gonna make our way to the bottom half of the first inning here on a sunny day in Cincinnati. No score on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Steven Matz making his first start of the second half for these New York Mets. Eddie, give us a little bit on Steven Matz.
Well, I've always said that the key to Matz's game is with his breaking ball. If he can have the breaking ball working, then that and his sinker can be a deadly combination. You're gonna see it. It's a unique pitch. It's a big sweeping curve, and if he's locating it and if it's going where Ramos wants it, then the Reds could be in trouble. But if it's not, then he has to rely a little bit too much on his other pitches, and that's how he gets into trouble.
First pitch, a strike over to Nick Senzel, the rookie second baseman, was playing in a center field platoon with Akiyama, now finds himself regularly at second for the second place Cincinnati Reds. The 0-1 is swung on and missed over the top of that curveball that you talked about, Eddie. Rest of the Reds lineup, Nick Castellanos hits second, Eugenio Suarez third, Mike Moustakas in the cleanup spot, Shogo Akiyama fifth, Aristides Aquino sixth, then Joey Votto, Kurt Casali, and Trevor Bauer, the pitcher, bats ninth. The 0-2 from Matz. Swung on and missed. 3 straight pitches swung on and missed. Steven Matz has a 3-pitch K to start the afternoon, or the evening, pardon me.
Well, that's a really good start for Matz, and I love what he does. The second pitch is a curveball, which you touched on, and then immediately after that, he goes fastball, up and in, above the hands. It's a beautiful pitch, so tough to lay off, and it's a great start for Matz.
Defensive alignment for the Mets, standard issue against right-handed pitching. Jeff McNeil at third, Ahmed Rosario at short, Robinson Cano at second, Pete Alonso at first, Wilson Ramos does the catching. 0-1 pitch to Castellanos is in the dirt, 1-1. And then in the outfield, left to right, Yoenis Cespedes, Brandon Nimmo, and Michael Conforto. So 1-1 from Matz. He is inside with a slider, 2-1. There's that pitch. And it is swung on and missed. Matz working the breaking stuff and the off-speed very well through the first couple of batters. Brings a 2-2 home. In there, strike three called, a changeup on the inside corner. Back-to-back Ks for Steven Matz to get things going. 2 outs in the bottom half of the first.
Well, I love how he's setting up these hitters, and you can argue all you want about whether that's a little bit off the plate, but it's too close to take with 2 strikes. Umpire's going to punch you out every time on that one.
First pitch swinging is Eugenio Suarez. Started last Tuesday in the All-Star game for the National League as the designated hitter. One of 2 All-Stars for the Cincinnati Reds. Starting pitcher Luis Castillo also getting the nod. 0-1 pitch is ripped towards third. Picked up moving in by McNeil. Makes the throw across. It's a couple of 1-2-3 innings here in the first. No score after 1 from Cincinnati. This is Major League Baseball, Major League Baseball, pardon me, on Twitch.tv. Moving on to the top of the second, middle of the Mets order, will face Trevor Bauer. It's Michael Conforto, Yoenis Cespedes, and Robinson Cano. Mets making some trades over the deadline, reshaping the roster for the back half of 2020 with an eye towards 2021 and beyond. First pitch is low. Michael Wacha, who'd been having a very strong year, mostly in the rotation with a little bit of time spent in the bullpen, alongside left-handed reliever Justin Wilson getting sent to in-division rival Atlanta, along with minor league catcher David Rodriguez to bring back the number 3 and 10 prospects from the Braves organization. This one is in there for a strike for the curveball, 2-1. Ian Anderson and William Contreras, a starting pitcher and a catcher respectively, both playing at AAA Syracuse right now. And in the Mets bullpen, who's made 1 appearance over the weekend, is expensive, struggling Mark Melancon. That's also part of a 3-way trade between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Chicago White Sox, sending out Eduardo Nunez and receiving in return. This one is shot on the ground into the shifted infield, making the throw across is Moustakas for the first out.
Well, going over all those trades, Big Fun, and you clearly identified what the Mets are thinking, and that's, as you said, obviously big month, that month of September, for all the September call-ups, and should be really interesting to see how some of them perform, because there are going to be a lot of guys that Luis Rojas is trying to get a look at in a fairly short window.
First pitch, big swing and a miss on the knuckle curve by Yoenis Cespedes. Been hot over the few games before and after the break. Takes a hack here, sends it to right field. Aquino going back. He's going to settle underneath it, a few strides in front of the track for the second out. And it's an interesting thing this year because normally Major League teams could add up to the full complement of all 40 men on their 40-man roster. Rules changing for 2020, though. You're only going to be able to bump that up to a total of 28 players. So a lot of guys who might normally get their one shot, maybe some minor league veteran types, get a shot in September, or some guys who are maybe on the fringes might get a call-up. You're going to have to be very picky and choosy who you add in September. First pitch swinging, Robinson Cano slides it foul, 0-1.
Well, that's also a product of Major League Baseball trying to shorten the game times a little bit, because those September games can take forever.
Cano with a sky-high fly to right center field. Akiyama moves over, makes the catch. 6 up and 6 down for Trevor Bauer through the first 2 innings. Middle of the second, no score from the Great American Ballpark. And it was quite a long time before I realized that Great American was a sponsor rather than Cincinnati calling on their great baseball tradition. Moustakas, Akiyama, and Aquino to face Matz here. First pitch, a sinker inside, 1-0. Now that 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Up around the midsection, a high changeup, an uncommon pitch, but Matz makes it work. Now the 1-1. Inside again, 2-1. Matz not trying to give Moustakas anything over the middle or outer parts of the plate here.
I like runaway slider to Moustakas if Matz can locate it.
Well, there is that slider, but it runs too far away. It goes way outside. Count now 3-1. On deck, Akiyama. And the pitch is in there, just at the knees. 3-2. Clyde Washington a little bit generous with the strike zone so far in this one. And now a 3-2. Ripped into the glove of Pete Alonso. Great reaction time from Alonso down at first. Perfectly played to make that catch for the first out.
Well, he got all of that one, but if I'm Steven Matz, Big Fun, I've just discovered something, that with left-handed pitching, that 3-1 pitch to Moustakas that was called a strike, and you see Ramos setting up out there again, I would live there now, because that is almost untouchable for left-handed hitters.
Yeah, the first pitch, a strike to Akiyama. Same pitch there, that sinker, right on the outside edge of the knees. The 0-1. That's a curveball, pulled foul by Akiyama towards the seats, 0-2.
Perfect setup there again. You threw the curveball inside. They're going in again.
0-2 pitch. This one's hit the other way. Fielded by Rosario, moving to his right. Sets and throws, not in time. Shogo Akiyama beats out an infield single.
Yeah, the Mets and Reds don't see each other all too often. I think that if Rosario knew Akiyama a little bit better, he would have realized the only chance he had at making that play was making a jump throw, but once he tried to set his feet and plant, Akiyama just too fast.
Uncomfortably knock off Mr. Redlegs, getting the crowd hyped up as the Punisher, Aristides Aquino, comes to the plate. First pitch to him is outside, 1-0. And that's going to be where Steven Matz wants to live during this at bat. You do not want to give Aquino with that open stance anything on the inside half of the plate. Check over on Akiyama, who gets him back standing.
Yeah, for people watching at home, I don't suggest that anybody decide to hit like this. It's not a batting stance that you would teach. No hitting coach in the world is going to teach you how to hit like that. But we see a couple of big league guys who have just very unique stances, but it works for them, so that's what they stick with.
You think about a guy like Tony Batista, who had a very aggressive stance like that. The 1-1 in the dirt, nicely blocked by Ramos, count 2-1.
Yeah, first guy who comes to mind for me is Kevin Youkilis, but also Juan Soto's got a very weird shimmy that he does with that front foot.
That one's high, 3-1. Yeah, Youkilis was strange in his batting style for many other reasons. Had that hand sliding up and down the bat. Kind of had a crossover grip that I've never seen anybody else do. The 3-1 for Matz to Aquino is grounded foul, so the count's going to run full. Akiyama could be on the move here. Does have 15 steals and 19 tries.
Give him a look.
And it's in the dirt, so even if Akiyama was running, and he wasn't, he just trots on down to second, so a single and a walk will bring up Joey Votto with the first man in scoring position of the game and 1 out.
And that's okay. I think that Matz would probably prefer to face Votto as opposed to Aquino because, as you said multiple times during the course of that at-bat, that is a guy who punishes left-handed pitching, especially if they come in.
Well, here's Joey Votto, missed about 50-odd games with an injury, the nature of which I cannot recall off the top of my head. First pitch grounded foul sharply, 0-1. So Votto did miss a good portion of the year. Reds had multiple players miss sizable chunks of time, but they still managed to keep pace with the Chicago Cubs in the Central. So that one's outside 1-1. And they are sitting pretty comfortably overall. The wild card race they did come into today as the #1 wild card ahead of the Atlanta Los Angeles Dodgers. It's going to be a real interesting sprint to September as this one is swung on and missed for strikeout number 3.
Yeah, Big Fun. That's what can really build the character of a team. It's an excellent pitch here by Steven Matz attacking Votto low, but that's something that can really bring teams closer together when you don't have all the pieces and it's kind of guys in and out. It's a next man up mentality. Last year's Yankees is a great example. But when you can do that and you can still win effectively, even when you're missing a lot of your high salary guys, once they all come back, then you're really thoroughly battle tested, and that's how teams can go on runs.
Here's Curt Casali now. Platoon catcher for the Reds. This one is low, 2-0. Washington not giving that sinker in that spot to Matz on that occasion. So it is Akiyama on second, Aquino on first. First base runners of the game. And the 2-0 pitch is in the dirt and gets away. Moving up will be Akiyama and Aquino respectively to third and second on the wild pitch. Now with a 3-0 count, do you think about just giving Casali first base and dealing with Trevor Bauer instead?
I think I would. I'd let him go.
Well, Matt's continuing to pitch to Casali. Fires in a strike, 3-1. Now that 3-1 is in there for a strike, 3-2. Matt's coming back with a couple of strikes. Very surprising to me that Luis Rojas just wouldn't call for ball 4 in that situation.
Well, there's no reason Matt can't try and paint some corners. You don't want to give him a cookie, but paint some corners, see if you can get some calls.
Payoff pitch is low, so Matz uses 3 more pitches to end up with the same result as if Luis Rojas had just flashed the 4 fingers from the dugout. Second walk of the inning issued by Matz, and it will bring up Trevor Bauer.
I don't mind that. I mean, I totally see where you're coming from, Eric, but look, it's not like it's a 3-0 count with the bases loaded where you have to come at the guy. You have a place to put him, but he is the 8-hitter. He's hitting 8th for a reason. No reason to give him a free pass unless you really, really have to.
Pitch to Trevor Bauer, low, 1-0. Bauer, an .093 career hitter coming into this year. Hitting just .056 on this season. Does have an RBI to his name, though. So Akiyama on third, Aquino on second, Casali on first. Steven Matz trying to pitch out of this dangerous situation. This is inside with the sinker, 2-1 to his opposite number.
Wilson Ramos has to go to work back there, Big Fun. Pass ball means a run.
Akiyama, good speed at third base. Matz comes set, 2-1 pitch. In there with a strike, a nice changeup over the heart. A get-me-over change to get Matz back to even at 2-2.
Bauer right now just looks like a batting dummy. He looks to me like he's up there to see if he can just get Matz to miss. Doesn't appear that he has much interest in swinging the bat.
Well, we'll see if Bauer might be swinging defensively on this 2-2 from Matz. He does swing defensively, fouls it off to the right side, keeps it alive. Matz's pitch count now up to 40, not yet out of the second. That's ready, another 2-2. This one is lined foul past third base, so Trevor Bauer keeping himself in the at-bat.
Some anger in these past couple of swings. Looks like you didn't appreciate me calling him a batting dummy.
That's ready with a third straight 2-2. Grounded foul. Trevor Bauer just getting bat on ball, extending this at-bat, potentially extending this inning. So a fourth straight at 2-2. Fouled off again. So this has been an 8-pitch at bat already.
Well done by Trevor Bauer.
Matt's about to throw his 9th pitch to the Red starter. This one's hit to the right side. Cano picks it up on one hop, throws to Rosario, and that do it. But Trevor Bauer making Steven Matz go 9 pitches to get out of a bases-loaded 2-out jam, but still no score after 2. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Mets in the top half of the third. Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and Steven Matz.
Ramos was the Mets' lone all-star, I believe. Big Fun is he is the only one they sent to Chavez Ravine.
He is, in fact. He eventually pinch hit for Eugenio Suarez, was designated hitter for a brief period of time in last Tuesday's All-Star game. Takes a fastball for a strike there, 0-1. Kind of surprised that guys like maybe Jeff McNeil or Justin Wilson didn't get a look. Ramos has been solid for the Mets behind the plate, and there are solid guys all over the diamond at those positions. I mean, you think about third base, you think about guys like Nolan Arenado, Chris Bryant. You know, sometimes it's just no room for the best player on your team. 1-1 to Ramos, a curveball low, 2-1.
Yeah, it's not often. You mentioned how consistent Ramos has been back there. Not often that you see a catcher, even one of the best in the game. This is game number 100 for the Mets. Ramos, game number 96 for him.
Yeah, Ramos has been a remarkable workhorse behind the plate. His grounds out there to Moustakas for the first out of the third. Ramos' name has been talked about, has been brought up as a guy who be on the trading block as the Mets look towards 2021. Mets did, of course, just acquire William Contreras from the Braves. First pitch to Brandon Nimmo is outside of the curveball, 1-0. Nimmo with a big hit on Sunday's win against the Mariners, a 3-run opposite field home run, part of the Mets' 6-0 shutout victory. Now the 1-0. Swung on and missed underneath and behind. A good fastball from Bauer. Count now 1-1. Pitch on the way. Inside, 2-1. And the 2-1 is swung on and hit towards right center. Left half time to settle underneath it and make the catch. For the second out of the top of the third, it'll bring up Steven Matz.
If Nimmo could have just waited on that ball a little bit more, the front side came flying out a little bit, which is why it looked like it was hit well, but it was really off the end of the bat. If he lets that ball get a little deeper, that's in the gap and maybe more.
First pitch swinging, Steven Matz, weak chopper towards second base. Senzel makes the play. And through one trip through the Mets order, Trevor Bauer has retired all 9 New York Mets. Middle of the third, you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
This game's moving.
Moving right along as we move back to the top of the Cincinnati Reds lineup. Castellanos and Suarez. The duo up here for the Reds in the third. Senzel and Castellanos struck out in their first times up. Now the first pitch from Matz is swung on and laced towards center field. Coming on for it, Nimmo slide. Fly him! It gets by Brandon Nimmo, heading all the way to the wall. Michael Conforto picks it up just shy of the warning track. Thrown in, cut off by Cano. Stopping at third is Nick Senzel with a triple, his 6th of the year. That puts him in to second place alone.
Well, if you're Brandon Nimmo, I understand right there, but you have to know who the batter is. Not sure I love that sliding decision, but it's a terrific backup by Conforto because Senzel can move, and if Conforto's not there, that's a inside the park home run standing up.
A good job by Conforto to get over and back that play up. A risky decision by Brandon Nimmo to slide in and make that catch. Might have just been better playing it on the hop. Now the 1-0 to Castellanos is low and away, 2-0.
That's an all-or-nothing play, and right there, he got nothing.
2-0, swung on, hit to the right side. That one is going to get down. The Cincinnati Reds scores the first run of the game. Nick Senzel with a leadoff triple, and Nicholas Castellanos brings him home with a sharp single to right.
Well, it's good hitting here by Castellanos. Matz misses his spot. Ramos wants that pitch out. Instead, it creeps back over the inner half of the plate, and that's the consequence from Nimmo's decision. You're looking at first and second, nobody out. Now it's man on first and nobody out, but the Reds have a run.
It'll bring up Eugenio Suarez, grounded out to third his first time up. Chops that one foul. Count now 1-1. The Reds strike first. This one is grounded weakly back toward the backstop. Count 1-2. And now the 1-2 swung on and missed. So Steven Matz bounces back from giving up back-to-back hits with his fourth strikeout. Third one of the swinging variety, and it'll bring up Moustakas.
Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about with Matz, he's been very good here. Only 3 hits, I believe, thus far, but what you have to worry about, and you've brought it up a bunch of times, Eric, is that pitch count. He could really use a ground ball to try and limit the count. Because right now, I can't see him going much past the 5th inning if the numbers stay on the track that they are.
First pitch to Mike Moustakas was fouled back 0-1. Here's that. Check swing, strike at the knees anyway. Moustakas just 4 home runs shy of 200 for his career. Now the 0-2. Low 1-2.
Good job by the Mets. Ramos, the veteran, understanding where the zone extends. They keep going out there.
Well, that one's golfed the other way into foul territory by Moustakas. Foul territory, I don't know how to speak words. Here's another 1-2. Crushed by Mike Moustakas. Will it stay fair? No, it just hooks foul. Moustakas bidding for a big home run, just did not have it straight enough. Check on Castellanos, dives back in safely.
That was a missile.
Now a 1-2. Popped up, and no one's going to give it a look. Count will stay 1-2. So here's the problem. Despite 4 strikeouts, this is another instance of multiple foul balls in the same at-bat on 2 strikes. As this one is hit toward right center field, that one's going to get down and trouble. Going to roll all the way, bounce up against the wall. Thrown in by Nimmo. Stopping at third will be Castellanos. Mike Moustakas with a double gives the Reds 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, Mike Moustakas is rewarded for what was a terrific at-bat with the double, and you said it perfectly. Matz just has the 4 strikeouts and has been pitching pretty well, but he's been lacking the ability to slam the door early in counts so far. A lot of foul balls, 2, 3, and 4 foul balls, and that's eating away at the pitch count.
Now the 1-0 to Akiyama. Misses up and away, 2-0. Akiyama had the first hit of the game. The second made his way on over to third with 1 out, but could not be brought around to score by the combination of Casali and Bauer. 2-0. Sliced foul, count now 2-1.
That's a terrible swing on a 2-0 pitch by Akiyama. That you're told to pick one spot. That can't be his one spot pitch.
Well, Matz tries the inside edge again and misses. Count 3-1. The dangerous power of Aristides Aquino on deck. 3-1 is fouled off, so it's another full count for Reds hitters.
Well, let's see what Matz can do. He's got to cut. He doesn't want to load the bases, so he's kind of got to come to him here.
And this one is grounded foul by Akiyama, so another at-bat extended on 2 strikes. Another 3-2 is low. Ball 4. Third walk issued by Steven Matz. Pretty surprising for a guy that had only issued 24 in over 109 innings coming into the game.
And now if you're Luis Rojas, you have some decisions to make. The way I would play it, you bring in the corners and you play double play depth up the middle. Because while Aquino runs pretty well, anything grounded to either second or short, you should have enough time to turn 2.
Yeah, Akiyama not the fastest guy out there, but he sure does bring the power. That one's inside 1-0.
And now Matz was able to get around Aquino a little bit in that second inning when he came up for the first time. Nowhere to put him. You have to go to him right now, and you better hope he's able to locate that outside pitch.
1-0, a fastball inside for a strike. Little sinking fastball action from Matz. Uncommon in that he does not typically use a 4-seamer or a 2-seamer as part of his repertoire. A 1-1. In there for a strike on the outside edge to Aquino. Very nice use of the changeup.
That's where you got to pitch him.
Now the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Big strikeout for Steven Matz. Goes middle away with a sinker. Gets Aquino to swing underneath it. Second strikeout of the inning for Matz. We'll bring up Joey Votto now with the big...
Well, Big Fund, any guy who hits the way Aquino does when he's that open is really baiting you and saying you can have the outer half of the plate. That's where you can beat him. But if you come in, that's when he's going to kill you. But Matz did a good job staying away.
First pitch to Votto was low and in. 1-0. Votto struck out with a couple men on in the second. Has another opportunity here. Shoots it foul. 1-1. Matz comes set. The 1-1 pitch. Inside 2-1. So to reset, Nick Castellanos, who got the scoring started with an RBI single, bringing home Senzel, stands on third. Mike Moustakis is on second after a one-out double, and Shogo Akiyama walked his way to first to fill the bases full of Reds. 2-1 to Votto. Grounded back towards the middle, and it is going to get through into center field. Coming up, throwing is Brendan Nemo. It's going to go all the way through, but not in time. Joey Votto with a 2-run single, pushing the Reds' lead up to 3-0.
Oh, that's a killer for a pitcher because Matz, it was a good pitch. Look at the location, right where Ramos wants it. That took about 4 hops before getting through the infield. That's demoralizing for any pitcher because you know you've done your job. And at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to tip your cap. The veteran Votto got him.
Rookie lefty Kevin Smith starting to get loose in the Mets pen. Smith now the lone lefty out in the bullpen for the Mets. Justin Wilson being traded away. Chasen Shreve not brought back just yet. Still working through things at Syracuse. Had a tough first stint in Metropolitan Blue. Count 0-1 to Casale. So now it's Akiyama on second, Votto on first. Reds with a 3-0 lead. Matz throwing pitch number 76 here in the third. Casale hits it to right field. Coming on, playing it on a hop is Conforto. Throw coming home is going to be up the third base line and not in time. Akiyama comes around to score. Reds push their lead up to 4-0.
Now batting, the pitcher, Trevor.
Well, this is just very good hitting by Casale. Matz leaves it out over the plate. Look at the way he keeps the arms extended and he goes with the pitch. That's what I love about that. If he tries to pull it, it's a rollover. Instead, it's a liner into right center. And Cincinnati's, their offense is off and running.
First pitch to Trevor Bauer, a slider that he swings through and misses. 0-1. Bauer with the bases loaded and 2 out in the second. Did ground into a fielder's choice to end that inning, but it took 9 pitches to do it. Here's the 0-1. Hit foul 0-2. Matt's probably going to be pitching with a little bit more oomph behind his stuff here, not wanting Trevor Bauer to have another lengthy at-bat. Already 3 runs home in the inning. The 0-2. Grounded towards third, picked up by McNeil, makes the throw across, and that will do it. The Reds send all 9 men to the plate. They score 4 of them, not 3 of them. Lost track of it. So after 3, it's the Mets 0, the Reds 4, and here's Eddie McCarthy to take you through them.
Leading off
Thank you, Big Fun. Well, the Mets still looking for their first hit of the ball game as their lineup will turn over for the first time. And Steven Matz, up until that inning, Big Fun, had been going fairly strong. But then that Senzel triple, which probably would have been a single, but it rolled all the way to the wall after Brandon Nimmo slid and could not get there, started a domino effect of adverse events for the Mets.
Yeah, and they're going to need the offense to pick up Steven Matz and the train of relievers that are surely soon to be a part of this one for New York.
I didn't get an exact count. Matz appeared to be close to 80 pitches, if not already there, in that last at-bat against Bauer. Last time I checked, he was at 78. May have thrown one or two more since then. Rosario behind 0-2 here to Bauer. Gets a piece of that to parry it, and will do the 0-2 again. Top of the lineup for the Mets, Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso all due up here in the top half of the fourth. 0-2 on the way.
No, that's away.
Outside, 1-2. Rosario strikes out, and that is how we start the top of the fourth. First strikeout of the day for Trevor Bauer. 10 up and 10 down for the veteran right-hander.
And that's a great pitch by Bauer. That high fastball is so hard to catch up for major league hitters, especially guys who are behind in the count looking for that fastball to hit.
So here's Jeff McNeil now, and he will rip one into center field. And the Mets finally have their first hit of the ball game. The streak is over for Trevor Bauer. McNeil is on with one out here in the fourth.
And I mean, that's the kind of thing you expect out of Jeff McNeil. First pitch fastball, that is what he absolutely loves, and he shows you why there. Just a nice laced hit into center.
So now McNeil at first for Pete Alonso. The Mets could really use some of Alonso's power in this instance. Great American Ballpark, not exactly known for being a pitcher's park. The balls do fly out of here. Got a lot of high-scoring games up here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, Mets are going to need a bit of a power.
Alonso in a good spot here. He's ahead 2-0 on Bauer. But he swings at a high fastball and pops it up. Votto waits for it to come down. A major league pop-up if I've ever seen one. 2 out.
And that's just bad hitting from Alonso. Ahead 2-0 in the count. You know that the starter needs to come in and get something over to you. You see the fastball. You want to swing at the fastball. 2-0 is a good green light count. But that one, again, the high fastball, hard to catch up to. Bat head was just underneath. That's the result you get.
No ball, one strike.
So now Michael Conforto with 2 out. Bauer trying to limit things to just one base runner. Misses there, 1-1.
And you look at the pitch count for Bauer compared to Matz, not even yet at 40, and he could be out of the fourth inning before he gets there.
2 balls, one strike.
Bauer has been rolling through this Mets lineup. The strikeout to Rosario that started this inning, only the first of his day. He's been relying on pitching to contact, and it's worked out pretty well for him on the cusp of another pretty easy inning right here.
Yeah, and most of it has been in the air, too. Just a couple of outs on the ground.
From the stretch, 2-2 to Conforto. And Trevor Bauer is through 4 scoreless. 2 strikeouts in this inning. His first 2 of the day, middle of the fourth here in Cincinnati. The home team up by 4. The Reds would send 9 men to the plate in the bottom of the third inning, which means Nick Senzel already up for the 4th time as we begin the bottom of the fourth. Senzel, Castellanos, and Eugenio Suarez for the Reds, as they'll look to tack on even more to a laboring Steven Matz, who is already stuck with a very high pitch count. Big Fun.
Yeah, coming in, he's about to throw pitch number 80. Just start the fourth inning. Gotta imagine that Rojas hopes that Matz can keep the pitch count down, and then that the Mets will get at least 5 men to the plate at the top of the 5th. He can hit the bench, go to somebody to hit for Matz, just get him out of here in a game where he over the course of the last couple innings just has not had his normal stuff.
Senzel into right. And that just sliced at the right time for Matz into the ball boy's glove, I believe.
Yeah, good play down there by the ball boy.
So after a very near leadoff double, it'll be 0-1. Senzel struck out his first time up and then got everything started with that triple in the last inning. This, though, is back to Matz, who fields his position, 1 out.
That's good defense off the mound by Matz. Not every pitcher is as good as that as Steven Matz is. You see some guys who really fall off really aggressively to one side of the mound or the other. You see guys who don't have that quality reaction time, but Matz has always fielded his position.
Yeah, the starters are notoriously a lot better at fielding their position than the relievers. Anytime that the relievers have to throw the baseball to a base that isn't home plate, and even home plate if it's not a pitch, fans find themselves holding their breath.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Nick Castellanos, 1 for 2 on the day, a single and scored a run back in the third, a strikeout in the first inning, and behind 1 and 2 here to Steven Matz. They go low and in. Castellanos does not bite. We're even up 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. On the ground to first, Alonso will take it himself. 2 up and 2 down here in the fourth. And maybe, just maybe, this is exactly what Steven Matz needs, an easy inning.
Yeah, nice couple of ground outs there. Hit pretty well. And there you see how Pete Alonso has progressed as a defensive first baseman here in his second year at the major league level. The knock on him when he was being discussed, should he start the season in the major leagues, as Brandon Nimmo struggles again in center field, trying to get to second base as Suarez. He's going to be tagged out way too aggressive from Eugenio Suarez.
Well, Brandon Nimmo's had a bit of a rocky day out there, but recovers and makes a good throw. 8-4 on the putout. 1-2-3 go the Reds. Top of the fifth rolls in. Top of the fifth here at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos for the Mets, who have been held to only 1 hit by Trevor Bauer.
Just noticing that that old school TV kind of perched up in the visitors' dugout at GABP. An interesting look.
The left fielder, number 52.
I did not notice that. Good eye there, Big Fun. Cespedes gets things started for New York. As Bauer, his pitch count is extremely low right now. He's in great position to go deep into this ball game, and that'll help. Bauer off the mound. Cespedes is out. 1 out here in the fifth.
Yeah, only 40 pitches for Trevor Bauer through 4 innings. Generally, the benchmark, if you're a starting pitcher, you want to keep your average to about 15 pitches per inning. So, normally you'd have a starter at 60 through 4, Bauer at 40. He has just been generating all sorts of out-related contact.
So here's Robinson Cano now, who will try and get something going. New York's only hit is a Jeff McNeil single up the middle. That was back in the top of the fourth. Cano flew out to center his first time up. Slashes one down the line, but foul. 1 and 2.
Yeah, people always talk about, baseball doesn't have a clock. Baseball, you can make a comeback at any time. But when a guy's pitching as well as Trevor Bauer is, it feels like there's a clock to at least get things started, because the later in a game it gets, the more it feels like you just don't have time to even get your bats going, let alone make a full comeback.
1 and 2 to Cano. And he strikes out. Third strikeout of the day for Trevor Bauer, and he is making mincemeat of this New York lineup. 2 out here in the fifth.
Yeah, and that's really impressive for Bauer, a guy who had no strikeouts first trip through the order. To have 3 through the first 6 batters the second time shows an increased confidence in himself on the mound as this game has progressed.
Wilson Ramos trying to extend the inning. Grounded out to third base his first time up. Ramos coming in, hitting .257 on the year, 8 home runs, 36 driven in.
2 balls, no strikes.
In a good hitter's count here, 2 balls and no strikes from Bauer.
Ball 3.
And it's 3-0 as that misses inside. Trevor Bauer not allowed a walk so far tonight, in danger of doing just that right here.
And this has been something that Ramos has been good at, being patient at the plate, drawing, waiting for his pitch.
Low strike at the knees, and it's 3-1.
That's a good take from Ramos. You haven't been able to get anything going at the outside of the one field single. Make Bauer find the zone. I wouldn't be surprised if Ramos was on a full take.
Ramos will pick a spot, 3-1. He attacks, he likes it, but he drives it foul, and now the count is full. Ramos can continue. Brandon Nimmo is next. Trevor Bauer, 3-2.
Ball 4, take a base.
Ball 4. First walk of the day issued by Bauer. The Mets have their second base
The
runner.
center fielder, number 9.
Now the Mets are definitely hoping that they can get past Brandon Nimmo to the pitcher's spot, and then more likely than not use a pinch hitter, get Steven Matz and his 80-plus pitch out after 4 innings. Because if you get through this, then you're left with the decision if Nimmo gets out of, do you ride with Matz? I hope you don't need a reliever, burner reliever to go 1.
1-0.
Safe to say Wilson Ramos isn't going anywhere. 1-0 to Nimmo. Outside corner, strike 1.
And Clyde Washington's zone, a little generous for both starting pitchers.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of unhappy customers, Big Fund, as Nimmo chases that one. Well, not chases, it was attacked and came up empty, we'll call it. And it's 1-2.
Bauer a little extra on that. His fastball's mostly been sitting at 93, ran that one up to 95.
Trevor Bauer is putting on a clinic here in Cincinnati. Only 1 hit and 2 base runners allowed through 5. We go to the 6th. Cincinnati up 4-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets,
Well, Big
Number
Fund, you
70.
called it. That's going to do it.
Smith.
For Steven Matz, Luis Rojas decides that he's seen enough. Matz done after 4.
For the Reds,
And the rookie left-hander Kevin Smith comes into the ballgame.
Yeah, and it's an interesting choice that it is Smith rather than maybe, say, Robert Gazelman or Brad Brock, because Smith is the lone true long option for the Mets in the bullpen, so not sure why he's being brought in here unless he's going to get a chance to hit for himself leading off the 6th.
That is a good point. Perhaps Rojas does want him to hit and basically be like a second starter. Matz did only last 4 innings. Smith will see the middle of this order. That's Moustakas, who's up now, then Akiyama, and Aristides Aquino. All 4 of Cincinnati's runs coming in the bottom of the 3rd. They sent 9 men to the plate that inning and pushed 4 across. 1-2 to Moustakas. Good start, Kevin Smith. Moustakas strikes out, 1 away.
Yeah, Kevin Smith getting the chance to make the double jump from Binghamton to the New York Mets, who were in need of a long man. You see Steven Matz's line. Not the pitcher that he's been most of the year. 7 hits, 4 earned over 4 innings. 3 walks and 5 Ks. Pitch count just way, way, way too high. Too many guys staying in at bats for too long.
And you wonder, Big Fund, if Brandon Nimmo plays that on a hop if it's a different game. As this is into left, Cespedes will come on and make the catch, and quickly 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
That's got to be nice for Kevin Smith, but it continues to beg the question, why go to your lone long man in the 5th inning when the pitcher spot is most likely going to be pinch hit for next? You could argue that it's because you had the 2 lefties, Moustakas and Akiyama, Mets, of course, just with Smith out there, Chase and Shreve could make a return later on in the season. But for now, Paul Sewald could have gotten the sitting. Robert Gazelman could have gotten. Edwin Diaz could have even gotten.
No, I agree. And the move doesn't really make sense unless Kevin Smith hits for himself. But if you're down 4 runs, every out is precious. Why would you want the pitcher hitting for himself?
Unless Kevin Smith is secretly Michael Lorenzen type.
Nope, I'll do that.
Which he isn't.
Archie Bradley triple. And what was that wild card game? Was that 2017, 2018?
That sounds about right.
That was ridiculous. 2-1 to Aquino. Slider inside strike is called. And it's 2-2. That pitch misses and it's full. Aquino will have a full count. Joey Votto will be on deck. Payoff is on the ground to short. Rosario, nice backhand. And Kevin Smith works a 1-2-3 inning. We are halfway done at Great American Ballpark. The Reds up 4-0 over New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
We are going to see a pinch hitter to start the top of the 6th. And I know Big Fund is not exactly happy with the move Kevin Smith coming into the game. He pitched very well, but now he's out after just facing 3 batters.
Yeah, I don't mind Smith coming in. You just have to understand that if this game goes into deep extras, you are going to find yourself with a problem. You're in the 13th, 14th inning, and you're out of relievers.
Right now, the Mets would love to be in a position where they'd have to play a 13th or 14th inning. But they need 4 runs to even get into that conversation. Base runners before they can even talk about that.
Well, J.D. Dave has been a solid option for the Mets off the bench or starting all year. Nice cut there. Fouls it away, 3-2.
It'll be Davis who bats for the reliever Kevin Smith, and then the lineup turns over Rosario and McNeil. It's full to Davis, and that is back up the middle for a base hit. Only the 2nd hit of the day for the Mets. It's a good start to the top of the 6th. Davis is on with nobody out.
Yeah, and Davis gets starts normally against left-handers. You'll see him start tomorrow against Wade Miley. Is relegated to a bench option because you've got, of course, Pete Alonso at first base, Jeff McNeil at third with Robinson now playing second, Yoenis Cespedes in left, Michael Conforto in right. It's just a situation where there's nowhere to put.
But there goes Davis, and there goes Rosario too. That's a backbreaker.
Yeah, to get the leadoff runner, and then on the very next pitch, it's good contact by Rosario. But you ground into the 6-4-3, and just like that, any threat you might have started to build is wiped away. And I think if you're Rosario in that spot, especially going up against a guy like Bauer who's been so economical, you got to take a pitch or 2.
Well, just like that, any threat the Mets may have been starting to mount is erased. Jeff McNeil, 2 out, bases clear. Ahead 2-0 on Bauer.
And McNeil can start a 2-out rally on his own, but it would have been, see a few more pitches if you are Ahmed Rosario.
That is fair. What a play. The throw is just a hair late, but outstanding job over there by Mike Moustakas. Infield single, Jeff McNeil. That's Pete Alonso's turn with 2 out.
Yeah, and that's a good play by Moustakas. A third baseman by trade, still has the skills down at the hot corner, but just hit a little bit too softly on that high chop to make any sort of strong play on it.
Pete Alonso has twice popped out to the first baseman Votto, and he swings at that first one 0-1.
If I'm Alonso, I am just sitting high fastball up around the letters, just looking to tomahawk one out.
They go low fastball away, misses the zone. Count even up 1-1. Alonso, 25 home runs, unsurprisingly leads the Mets.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Bauer pitching to him low. I don't think he wants to give anything to Alonso. That's up in the strike zone. 2-1. That was nasty. A drop on that pitch from Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, really strong breaking slider.
Alonso strikes out. And the Mets get 2 hits rather, but can't push it any further. Trevor Bauer has been remarkable. He's pitched 6 innings. His team is up by 4.
See who the first option out of the pen for the Mets will be. Sorry, the second
Your
option.
attention, please. Now pitching
Second
for
option
New
is
York,
Paul Sewald,
number 51. Paul.
as it'll be the Reds' turn in the bottom of the 6th. There are the numbers. 3-3 is the record. 43 innings pitched, making his 39th appearance
Leading off for the
of
Reds.
the year. This is the guy Big Fun do every year with the Mets. His role has expanded a little bit.
Yeah, he started the year at Syracuse as his first one to Votto is foul. And he actually made it back to the big league club the same day Yoenis Cespedes did, May 1st. You know, a much quieter move compared to Cespedes coming back, but Sewald has been a solid member of the Mets bullpen for the past 2 months or so.
Ahead 0-2 here on Joey Votto. 7, 8, and 9 for the Reds this inning. That's Votto, Casali, and Bauer, who by all accounts should be certainly staying in the game. 3-pitch strikeout starts it off. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, Joey Votto. Well done by Sewald to start the 6th.
Yeah, that's a great aggressive sequence of pitches from Sewald. To be ahead 0-2 and then to come in with that Votto who can turn on it in an instant. It's good pitching.
1 out for Kurt Casali, who chases the high fastball, strike 1. Casali has walked and singled in a run. Platoons with Tucker Barnhart back there. Coming into today, hitting .248 on the year. Lays off that one count even. 1 ball and a strike. Edwin Diaz getting up in that Mets bullpen with Seth Lugo, Robert Gazelman watching eagerly in the background. Sewald into the wind, a ball and a strike. And now it's 2-1.
Got to imagine Bauer's going to get to hit for himself. No reason for David Bell to take him.
This is a high fly ball into center field. Nimmo is back. He'll have room. And that's 2 out.
The batter.
So Paul Sewald quickly gets the first 2 men to go in order. And that's going to bring up Trevor Bauer, who will hit for himself. No reason why he shouldn't. I don't even think economical covers what his pitch count has been.
That's the ball.
Outside first pitch, 1-0.
I was trying to think of a microeconomics joke, but I couldn't get there.
Well, if you do think of one, please let us know. Bauer chases after that one. It's 1-2.
I mean, core concept, write your own jokes.
One ball and 2 strikes to Trevor Bauer. And he strikes out. Paul Sewald works a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th. We go to the 7th, and we give things back to Big Fund, with the Mets down by 4 to Cincinnati.
Thank you very much, Eddie. We move on to the top of the 7th inning. In this one, Mets will have the middle of the Fordo, Cespedes, and
Conforto.
they've got 9 outs to find 4 or more runs. They're going to have to start doing it against Trevor Bauer, who has been fantastic. Just 4 hits allowed through... 3 hits allowed through 6 innings. Lost count there for a sec. 4 base runners. First pitch is strike. Only 73 pitches for Bauer. The 0-1 is a fastball low. Count 1-1. Bordeaux 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout in this one. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Check down at third base. He didn't go on the inside cutter. 2-1. Sally waits for it. This one is laced towards right field into the shift. Picking it up on a hop and making the throw is Senzel. A little bit of a knuckler off the end of the bat of Conforto. Senzel played the funny hop and got the first out.
Yeah, that's a weird one. On our scorecard, we write 4-3, which usually implies ground out. But that certainly did not look like your stereotypical 4-3.
It'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes flew out to right in his first at bat, grounded out to Bauer. Takes a big hack at this one, yanks it foul 0-1. His last at bat in the 5th inning. And the 0-1. He's a knuckle curve outside 1-1. Now that 1-1 pitch is outside 2-1.
Bauer a little bit of trouble with his location this inning. He's been really good at getting strike one to most of these Mets hitters, but falling away a little bit from his mechanics.
2-1 is hit on the ground to the right side and through past the outreached glove of Joey Votto. So Yoenis Cespedes gets the Mets' 4th hit of the game with a 1-out single into right. That'll bring up Robinson Cano.
Well, good hitting by Cespedes, and you take what they give you. Reds playing Cespedes to pull, but he does a good job going the other way. And here's where the Mets have to try and make something happen. Every time they've had a base runner, Bauer's been able to induce a ground ball, and it's killed him. Bauer will try and do the same. Mets looking for something to happen here.
First pitch to Robinson Cano is a fastball high and inside. Cano flew out and struck out so far, and he's now ahead to 2-0. So Bauer, as he works later into this game, pitch count crossing the 80 threshold, having some trouble with his command. The 2-0 is a fastball low, 3-0. I believe that's the first 3-0 count that Bauer has been in all game.
Yeah, a little bit of location issues for Bauer. It's really the first time that he's been in trouble all day. Let's see how he handles it.
3-0 to Cano. Inside again, a 4-pitch walk from Bauer to Cano. Second walk issued by Bauer. Cespedes moves up to second. Cano takes first. It'll bring up Wilson Ramos.
It's not the end of the world for Trevor. He's going to probably take a few steps behind the mound to try and collect himself. Perhaps Casale could have gone out for a mound visit, but sometimes pitchers just want to be left alone. He'll collect himself and just come back, attack Ramos, who's an excellent double play candidate. Pretty much anything on the ground should be able to be turned into 2.
Bauer generating a sharp double play ball off the bat of Ahmed Rosario, 6th, as this one misses 5 straight balls. As we are joined by Shark Shavery, who will provide us with the 7th inning stretch whenever we get there.
Go ahead, see I made it in time.
Just in time. Big swing and a miss at the knuckle curve by Ramos. 1-1. Rookie manager Luis Rojas looking on, hoping the Mets can string together a couple more base runners, maybe make some noise in this one. The 1-1. Way outside 2-1. Penn is working for Cincinnati. Robert Stevenson, Raisel Iglesias, both getting loose behind Trevor Bauer. Brandon Nimmo waits on deck. It'll be a pinch hitter should it get beyond Nimmo in this inning. 2-1. Hit sharply to the right side, foul. Count now 2-2. Big pitch coming, both for Bauer and the Mets in this one. 2-2 on the way. Low, 3-2.
Well, this is the guy you want to go after if you're Bauer. He's your ticket to getting out of the inning. If you trust yourself, throw an off speed. See if you can get him to bounce one.
The full count pitch
that was
just
ball 4.
fouled away. Would have been ball 4. Reaching for it was Ramos. Saw that pitch diving away. Thought he might get. Did. Stays alive. Another 3-2. This one is lifted, foul down the left field line. It's going to find the seats. So it'll be pitch number 8 of the at-bat coming up next to Ramos, as Bauer's pitch count is now at 91, about to be 92. Another 3-2. Outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Brandon Nimmo comes to the plate as the potential tying run.
All right, now I think you at least have to go have a chat with him.
Well, we'll see what David Bell does here. And he is going to stick with Bauer. He's been pitching very well. This is the first trouble that Bauer has been in all game. Hasn't seen a runner in scoring position until the 7th inning. A little surprising that Amir Garrett was not ready for a potential Brandon Nimmo appearance. So no lefty ready to go. It'll be Bauer against Nimmo. First pitch, knuckle curve, the circle change. Diving away from Nimmo's bat at the last second. Now the 0-1 is inside, 1-1. Went for the cutter, missed. So you see the current situation. Cespedes at third, Cano at second, Ramos on first. Nimmo at the plate does have the power to tie this game on one swing. Bauer set. 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike. Goes back to that off-speed pitch. Gets it at the knees with the circle change. Same way you got strike one in this at-bat. Now the 1-2. Low, 2-2. Tried the slider. Couldn't keep it up enough. Hearts pounding on both sides of this one. Mets looking to make their first strike in this game. Trevor Bauer trying to keep him off the board. The 2-2. In there. Strike three called. The knuckle curve freezes Brandon Nimmo. He thought it was outside. Glad Washington tells him, no, sir. That is right in there. Strikeout number 6 for Bauer, and the Mets are going to have to try and do it with 2 outs, and Jarrett Parker coming to the plate. Parker just 1 for 8 in his brief Mets career, a short stint back in April, and now here back up again after the Mets' bevy of trades. Matt Adams going back to Syracuse. First pitch to Parker. Check swing outside, 1-0.
Going back to that Brandon Nimmo at-bat, it was a very passive argument from Nimmo. It was a terrific pitch by Bauer. He froze him.
1-0 to Parker. A fastball high, 2-0. Parker looking for his first RBI as a New York Met. Now the 2-0. This one is hit back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Rounding third, coming towards home is Cano. The throw in time. Jarrett Parker comes off the bench and delivers a clutch 2-out, 2-run single that cuts the Cincinnati lead in half. It is 4-2.
How about the kid, Big Fun? This is really good hitting. Comes in the big moment, not afraid whatsoever, knocks Trevor Bauer out of the game, gets the front foot down, throws the hands, throws that one right back up the gut where it came from, and the Mets are back in this thing.
On pitch number 100, Trevor Bauer gives up his first runs of the game to the pinch hitter Jarrett Parker. Robert Stevenson going to make his 57th appearance here and try and just get out of the 7th inning. Ahmed Rosario, who's 0 for 3 with a strikeout, will come to the plate. Got a couple of men on in Ramos. So Bauer done after 6 2/3. Still responsible for both men on. Amir Garrett sits down. Lucas Sims up in the pen now. First pitch to Rosario, popped foul, 0-1. So the Mets turning this one around here in the 7th. They get a single and a couple of walks. Brandon Nimmo strikes out, but Jarrett Parker with his first 2 RBIs as a Met instills life in New York. But Rosario behind 0-2 quickly. Robert Stevenson.
Well, what this did, too, this rally and the Stevenson hit ensures that the Mets are going to have the best guys in their order to really make a run at this thing towards the end of this game.
Now the 0-2, up and in, 1-2. So Bauer with a couple earned runs against his name already, hoping that Ramos and Parker do not come around to score. Give you the final line on Bauer as soon as the door is officially shut on him. But he pitched very, very well through 6 innings till the wheels just fell off here in the top of the 7th. Stevenson, the 1-2. This one's hit towards right field weakly by Rosario. Basket catch is Aristides Aquino to end the inning, but the Mets get their first 2 off a Jarrett Parker pinch hit 2-run single. Here's Sharp and stretch. Thank you very much, as always, to Shark Shaver, our resident organist. First pitch of the bottom of the 7th. Nick Senzel grounds one under the glove of a diving to lead off with a single. Ahead of the
left fielder, number 2.
Thanks for hitting me up on Discord so I was able to get in here on this. Quite an exciting game we have here. I'm excited to see how it'll play out. Have a great call.
Thanks very much, Shark. Nicholas Castellanos grounds it foul 0-1. Castellanos got the scoring started in the 3rd. With an RBI single following Senzel's leadoff triple. The final line on Trevor Bauer, 6 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Now the 0-1 is a slider outside 1-1.
Well, Edwin Diaz really here has one job, and that's just to keep this game where it is. Limit this Reds offensive attack and give the offense, which only has 6 outs to work with, give them the best possible chance at coming back in this game.
Mets will have 2, 3, and 4 due up in the 8th. McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto, like you said, Eddie, guys that you'd want. 2-1 is fouled off the inside of the bat of Castellanos, 2-2. Mets bullpen has been solid up until this point. 2 innings and 3 strikeouts between Kevin Smith and Paul Sewald. 2-2 pitch inside, 3-2 to Castellanos. Eugenio Suarez waits on deck. Now the 3-2 from Diaz. Slider swung on and missed. That is the money pitch for Edwin Diaz, and he deploys it to perfection there. That diving slider that starts at the bottom corner of the zone and just drifts away. Even a guy like Castellanos, nothing he can do but fall away for the first out of the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, you're in spoil mode right there as a hitter, just trying to swing on anything you think could be close to the plate. That pitch comes in looking like it's about to paint the corner, and then it just drops.
Suarez singled in the 4th, but got aggressive as Brandon Nimmo had laid out to try and make a diving catch. Got himself thrown out 8-6 to end the top of the 4th inning. Or sorry, the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0. In there for a strike, running is Senzel. Throws on the other side of the bat. Slide in safely. Nick Senzel steals second base. That is his 8th stolen base in 12 tries this year.
Well, that's part of what Edwin Diaz, that's part of his transition to more of a setup man. As a closer, you're not going to be run on too often, but as a setup man in the 7th and 8th inning, a lot more likely that guys are going to try and steal bases, something they're still working out with Edwin Diaz as far as how to hold runners on.
He's behind Suarez, 3-1 now in an 2-8. 3-1. Is a fastball that misses. Ball 4. First walk issued by Diaz. First walk drawn by the Reds since the 3rd inning. It'll mean 2 on and 1 out for Mike Moustakas. Moustakas doubled and scored as part of the Reds' 4-run 3rd inning, the only run in which they have scored in this one. Couple of potential lefties here for Diaz. First pitch is a check swing foul, 0-1. Moustakas struggling with runners in scoring position, just 179. The 0-1. Way inside with a slider, but he's tied up. Same kind of pitch that got Castellanos. It just fools you so badly when an Edwin Diaz's slider is on. It is one of the dangerous pitches in the game.
Should not throw a strike here.
0-2, he throws a strike 3, goes to the slider, gets it over at the knees. Moustakas is furious. Backwards K for Diaz, gets him 2 outs in the inning. And Clyde Washington's zone has been generous all game. Looked like that one might below the knees, but it is strike 3 regardless. Moustakas down on strikes for the 2nd time. Now here's Akiyama. First pitch, fastball high, 1-0.
Yeah, I said don't throw a strike, and I was about to say good take by Moustakas. Look, Washington's zone has extended numerous times throughout this game. I think that was a little bit much. That looked too low to me.
Now the 1-0 to Akiyama. Fastball away, 2-0. Akiyama singled in the second, ended up at third base in that inning, and walked and scored in the third. He has Check Senzel, swing and a miss by Akiyama on the 2-0 fastball. Nowhere near it, honestly. Kind of swung in the middle of the zone and a little bit higher than that. He has working his way back in the at-bat. Check Senzel again, the 2-1 pitch. This one is hit towards center field weakly. That one is going to be caught by Nimmo. Just hangs up enough for Brandon Nimmo to make the... When Diaz allows a... but no runs to score. After 7, it's the Reds 4, the Mets 2. You're watching Major League Baseball on .TV. 2, 3, and 4 for the Mets here in the 8th inning. Robert Stevenson continuing to work after he got out of the 7th. First pitch to McNeil is grounded foul, 0-1.
Well, this is the Mets' opportunity right now. These are the guys you want up if you're going to try and tie this game. And now it's up to them to come through.
Raisel Iglesias getting warmed up alongside Red closer Pedro Strop. So potentially Strop could come in and look for a multi-inning save. Here's the 1-1 to McNeil. Late swing there, fouled away 1-2. Now that 1-2. Grounded back towards the middle, right into the glove of Stevenson. Fires over to Vada. As Pete Alonso comes up, remember folks, all of us here at Baseball are doing charity. This week we're raising money for Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. First pitch to Pete Alonso, over for a strike, 0-1. If you'd like to donate to Meals on Wheels of America, type !donate all together in the chat. Generate a little link for you. In fact, I'll do it for you in just a second. Or just slide down and click the big old PayPal button to donate. Actually, thanks to Mo Red Wings in the chat, there's that donate link for you. 0-1 to Alonso is just at the knees, 0-2. Same kind of pitch that set Moustakis down. Now the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Pete Alonso strikes out for the second time, part of an 0-for-4 day for him. First strikeout for Stevenson, 2 outs in the top of the 8th.
Well, you want to identify what's been the issue with the Mets season this year. Here's one of the biggest problems. This middle of the lineup, they can rack up the stats, but in the big spots, big-time clutch production has been an issue.
Raisel Iglesias coming on to replace Rob Stevenson to face Michael Conforto. A little surprised this isn't Amir Garrett to go lefty-lefty Conforto, but David Bell putting the faith in Iglesias. So Stevenson just goes 1 inning, gets 1 strikeout. First pitch to Conforto, a fastball high, 1-0.
Garrett's a great 1-2 punch, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. But it's not Garrett, it is Raisel Iglesias, and the 1-0 pitch to Conforto is chopped foul, count 1-1. So the Mets sent 7 men to the plate in the 7th, got 2 runs thanks to a Jarrett Parker pinch hit 2-out, 2-run single. Ahmed Rosario could not capitalize further, and the Mets now with just 4 outs to play with. The 1-1 is low, 2-1. That's looking for more. The 2-1 is low, 3-1. Yoenis Cespedes waits on deck. Cespedes getting that 7th inning rally started with a 1-out single.
Conforto's job is to get on base here. Have to have a base runner right now. Oof, that's a rough call.
Washington gives Iglesias the strike on the outside fastball. Now the 3-2 is away. So Iglesias comes on with 2 outs in the 8th. Allows Conforto to walk on a full count pitch. It'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes as the potential tying run.
Well, good job by Michael Conforto working the count. His job is to get it to the big bats behind him, although he's a pretty big bat himself. Yoenis Cespedes, he and Pete Alonso would be my 2 picks for the best guys to knock it out of the park. and he's got a good shot here.
Takes it all the way on the first pitch from Iglesias. Fastball high for a strike, 0-1. Now Swan and hit towards the middle of the field. That one is going to get down in front of Akiyama. Moving up to second base is Conforto. The line moves along, and now Cano will come up in a prime opportunity.
Your attention, please.
As Jake Marisnick is going to pinch run. Looks like he's pinch running for Conforto, which is interesting. We'll make sure of that. Sure looks like it is Marisnick for Conforto. But we'll certainly get the confirmation in the bottom half of the inning because Marisnick is sure to stay in this one. Play a little defense. So here's Cano. It is
Marisnick's at second.
Yep, it is in fact Jake Marisnick at second. First pitch to Cano in the dirt. Nearly gets away from Casali, but just keeps it in front of him. That would have been devastating. Would have put the tying run Cespedes on second had it gotten away. 1-0. Lofted into center field. Akiyama sits under it, makes the easy catch. Robinson Cano flies out to end the eighth. Mets get a couple of two-out base runners, but cannot bring him around. Middle of the eighth, still the Reds 4, the Mets 2. This is Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Jake Marisnick stays in the game to play right field. Michael Conforto out of this one.
Number 16.
Mets have now stranded 7, and quite a few of those have been runners in scoring position.
Number 63.
Mark Melancon coming on to make his second appearance as a New York Met. Struggled mightily with Atlanta this year. Mets taking on the remainder of Melancon's contract to improve their prospect return in the trade that sent 3 Mets to Atlanta. First pitch from Melancon, a strike. Mark Melancon a long way removed from his dominant closer years, just hoping to keep the Mets down by 2 heading to the 9th, where it'll be Nimmo and then a pinch hitter. Now the 0-2 to Aquino. He is a fastball low, 1-2. Melancon going with the cut fastball.
Where was Melancon in his closer days? It's been bothering me that I can't remember.
Pittsburgh.
That's right. I mean, it was eating at me. I was thinking about it for like the last 30, 45 seconds or so. I'm like thinking, you should know this. Pittsburgh. That's right.
Yeah, he moved around quite a bit. Started with the Yankees. This one is swung on and missed, so Melancon gets, to strike out for the first out at the bottom of the 8th. Melancon has
the first baseman
moved around quite a bit. It started with the
1 ball, no strike.
Yankees.
Big fun. You're cutting in and out,
Went
my
to
brother.
Houston, time All-Star with Pittsburgh. He was an All-Star 3 out of the 4 years that he started with Pittsburgh. How's this? Is this better?
Yeah, it's a little better. I think you're good.
All right.
Can't lose you. Can't lose you at the biggest part of the game.
Oh, can't lose me. Here's the 1-1 from Melancon to Votto. It's in there for. So Melancon traded from Pittsburgh to Washington during 2016. Spent some time with the Giants, 2017, 18, part of 19, and then got traded to the Braves. And he signed that big contract with San Francisco. Atlanta picked him up to try and bolster their bullpen, as this one is chopped weakly into center field. That one's going to drop in for a base hit for Votto, his second hit of the game. And we'll bring up Kurt Casali with a man on and 1 out.
The catcher, Kurt.
Well, good hitting here by Joey Votto. It's a veteran hitter. Sometimes you're going to get these breaks. He's jammed. That's pure strength. Muscles it in, but he keeps the hands inside the ball. And the Reds looking for some insurance.
Here's Casali, 1 for 2 with an RBI and a single in this one. Takes it inside 1-0. You talk about guys golfing balls that are hit kind of sky high sometimes. That was a bit more of a pitching one. He takes a short lead off of first as Melancon gets ready to deal a 1-0 to. Sally, it's on the way. Fastball high, 2-0. Be sure to stay tuned, folks. We got 4 more games for you here on the Bot Ball channel. We got the Angels and the Yankees, then the Astros and the Rangers. Big one for the Astros. Here's the 2-0. That's low, 3-0. In the hunt in the NL West, and they're going to be debuting Forrest Whitley. Top pitching prospect, going to get the nod on the hill for Houston at Texas. This one's a strike, 3-1. After that, it'll be the Crosstown Classic, the White Sox and the Cubs, game 2 of that series. Before we close it out with Bot Ball After Dark, it'll be Beardy Buddha and the Sneckcast, giving you the Twins and the D-backs. Count now 3-2.
Big Fund, what are you thinking? I'm thinking the Astros are going to have to make a move to try and get a little bit more pitching in there. Maybe somebody to complement Verlander and Greinke.
Well, that's the idea. Here's the 3-2, and this one is left foul by Casale. Keep it 3-2. In going with Whitley, who has been fantastic for Houston at AAA Round Rock. Josh James has been struggling, so the switch was made during the break. Whitley up, James down, and we're going to see what Forrest Whitley could do as Mark Melancon gets Kurt Casale reaching for a high fastball. Casale giving the nod of approval to Melancon, saying, "You got me on that one." See it there? Yep. That was your pitch. I went for it. You got me. Now Melancon's going to have to deal with Jesse Winker, first pinch hitter of the day for Cincinnati with 2 outs and a man on. And the first pitch to Winker is swung on and missed. Nice knuckle curve from Melancon, 0-1.
But yeah, going back to the Astros, they're one of the teams I think. I'm not sure which of the really good starters may be available, but if you look back to the championship runs that Houston's made, in 2017 they had Keuchel and Verlander, who were complemented by Charlie Morton and Lance McCullers. Morton has, of course, moved on, and then last year it was the 1-2 punch of Cole and Verlander. Then Greinke was kind of the third man there, and now you have Zach Greinke, Justin Verlander, but the third guy that they've had in the years past really isn't there because Lance McCullers having a bit of a down year.
And McCullers has been struggling, but Jose Urquidy has really broken out as a clutch starter for the Astros, hoping Whitley can do the same. This one is just foul off the bat of Winker, count 1-2. Melancon up to 20 pitches, but he hasn't seemed to really be struggling. Now the 1-2 is lowered inside, 2-2. Joey Votto on first with a 1-out single, sandwiched between a couple of strikeouts of Aquino Casale, 2-2 from Melancon. Just getting a piece of it is Winker, keeps it alive. Mets will have Ramos, Nimmo, and the pitcher spot in the 9th inning. Another 2-2. Grounded back towards the middle, and that one is going to get through. It was just under the glove of Melancon on. So Jesse Winker off the bench gets himself a base hit. It'll turn the lineup over for Nick Senzel, who is 2 for 4 with a triple, a single, a steal, and a run scored.
That's twice now from that pitching today. I don't know how many times that one bounced before getting through and up the middle. But those can kill a pitcher because you do everything right. The guy just sticks the bat out and finds a soft spot. But Big Fun, if you look at the game and you look at the scorecard, this Mets staff, starting with Steven Matz, has done really a pretty good job, with the exception of the 3rd inning where all 4 runs came across. Everything else is scoreless.
Yeah, they have managed to keep the Reds off the board, especially after that big 4th inning. To shut the Reds' offense down was big. Another generous strike called by Clyde Washington. Senzel takes a look back, asking where that pitch was. Washington saying, well, it was in the zone. That's the zone. That's my zone. If you don't like it, you better get back up there, take a hack. 2-1 from Melancon now. Grounded back towards the middle, under the glove of Melancon again.
Man.
Nimmo comes up, throwing, and it's going to be up the first base line, crossing the plate, and scoring is Votto. Back-to-back 2-out hits from Winker and Senzel. Reds push their lead up to 5-2.
These are just dribblers. I mean, look at this. Melancon jams him inside. 1, 2, 3 hops through the infield, and another right on the lip of the outfield grass. Some days you're just hitting in good luck, Big Fun.
So insurance run there for the Reds. First pitch to Castellanos. Shot foul 0-1. Castellanos hoping to take a big hack and extend this lead by 1 or potentially 2 runs. Senzo with good speed on first could score on something in the gap. Winker, good speed on second, could score on even a hard hit single to the outfield. The 0-1. Fouled off a little bit behind that cutter, 0-2. Melanson about to throw pitch number 30, just the 8th inning. Does have 2 strikeouts. Hoping to get another one here. The 0-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. Mark Melanson does strike out the side, but he also allowed 3 hits and a run. Reds strand 2. They take a 5-2 lead to the 9th inning.
Your attention, please. Now,
Pedro Strop will come on and try and record save number 28 for the Cincinnati Reds as they try to complete this victory and bounce back from a weekend sweep at the hands of the Chicago Cubs. Bryce Iglesias in the 3rd of an inning gave up a hit and a walk, but nothing more. The first pitch from Strop to Wilson Ramos at the bottom of the Mets order. He is in there for a check swing strike.
Well, it's a tough task for the Mets. Strop is one of the better closers in the National League, and it's one thing if you're trying to just get him for 1, but 3 runs, especially with the bottom of the order coming up, Big Fun. This is not going to be easy.
It is not. Strop does have 4 blown saves, though. The 0-1, he for a strike. Ramos looking for a fastball, a bit more of a traditional 4-seamer. Instead gets a cutter with a little bit taken off. Now the 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? He did not, says the first base umpire. Count now 1-2. Ramos 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. Brandon Nimmo on deck 0 for 3 with 2 Ks. Now the 1-2. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Scoots away from Casale a little bit, but not far enough to cause a problem. Makes the throw down to Votto to complete the strikeout for the first out of the 9th inning.
That is such a tough pitch to stop from a catcher. That's 87 miles an hour on the cutter. There are a couple of guys in the big leagues whose fastballs have struggles getting up to that speed. Casale made that look ridiculously easy, but I don't think a lot of people understand just how difficult that was to do, Eric.
And Casale, a solid defensive catcher. That's why he is part soon. Now 2-0 to Nimmo. Not a lot of options left on the Met bench. Davis already pinch hit. Parker pinch hit. Jake Marisnick pinch hit. I believe, unless the Mets are going to turn to Tomas Nido, we're going to see a team debut next, as this one is fouled off by Brandon Nimmo. Count 2-1. Domingo Leyva, an infielder, was acquired from Arizona as part of the 3-team trade with the White Sox that sent Eduardo Nunez to the south side of Chicago. 2-1 to Nimmo. This one is on the ground, picked up by Votto, makes the throw to Strop, and the Mets are down to their final out.
now batting.
Well, good job by Strop getting over to cover. Good play by Votto. And sometimes you see mental lapses from relievers, especially, where they'll lose their heads a little bit on ground balls to the right side. Nicely done by Strop, preventing that from happening. And you're absolutely right. Team debut for Domingo Leyva.
And the first pitch to Leyva is a fastball high. Got fastball at 89, 1-0. Leyva had been at AAA Reno, partly serving out a PED suspension, but his suspension has been lifted, able to join the Mets immediately to start the second half. 1-0 is a fastball low, 2-0.
And this is not Major League debut, is it?
It is not. He did debut with the Diamondbacks in 2019. Just his Mets debut, the 2-0. Grounded to the right side, coming in for it, Votto, the glove to Strop, a 1-2-3 ninth inning, and the Cincinnati Reds defeat the Mets by the final score of 5-2.
Nicely done by the Reds. They pretty much ride a 4-inning third all the way home. They got that insurance run in the bottom of the 8th. The Mets, they had their chances. Trevor Bauer was brilliant through the first 5. actually really through the first 6, but then he ran into some trouble, and the Mets just not able to ever really connect when they needed to. They got 2 runs that inning, but Big Fun, they probably not just could have, should have gotten a couple of more.
Yeah, Ahmed Rosario came up with the potential tying run on base, could not get him around to score, and the Mets did have 2 runners on in the 8th with 2 outs, but Robinson Cano with a weak flyout, and that was the last chance for the Mets in this one. The winning pitcher, Trevor Bauer, improves to 5-1. Steven Matz falls to 8-5. Pedro Strop records his 28th save of the season in 1-2-3 fashion. Player of the game, Nick Senzel, went 3 for 5 with an RBI, scored a steal. Great game for Senzel at the top of the Cincinnati lineup, as we presumably will head into the highlights momentarily.
We're going to have some time to kill, Big Fun. This game flew along.
And we only got about 10 minutes. Reds got the scoring started. Nick Castellanos with this single to right field after Nick Senzel led off the bottom of the 3rd with a triple. That gave the Reds a 1-0 lead. Put Joey Votto with a weak dribbler through the middle for a 2-run single. That made it 3-0. Next batter, Kurt Casale with this liner into right. That brought home another run. That made it 4-0 Cincinnati. That would be all the offense they needed in this one. Mets got 2 runs with the bases loaded and 2 out thanks to Jarrett Parker recording his first RBIs as a Met off the bench. But they could not add to it in the 7th, and they could not add to it in the 8th. You see here, with Ramos on 2nd and Parker on 1st, Rosario with a soft fly out to right, basket catch by the Punisher Aquino. Then in the 8th inning, after Conforto drew a 2-out walk, Cespedes a 2-out single, Robinson Cano similarly to Rosario in the 7th, just a very gentle fly out caught by Akiyama, and the Mets would not get any more base runners, as here Nick Senzel would extend the Reds' lead with another weak grounder through the middle for a base hit. That one would score Joey Votto, and then in the 9th inning, Domingo Leyva in his Mets debut tries to get bat on ball. All he could do was ground it weakly to Votto, nifty glove flip to Strop, and that would be it for this one. So tomorrow, the Reds are going to be sending Wade Miley, the left-hander, against Rick Porcello. And then in Thursday's matchup, David Peterson will be going up against Luis Castillo. You'll be able to watch both of those games here at 3:45 Eastern on Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. As we are joined by Tim Moore. It was going to be for the Angels and the Yankees, and we'll soon be joined by J-Man 1993 as well. Tim, how are you?
I apologize, I'm having a little bit of a... There we go, I apologize, I'm having a little bit of a delay left there. Indeed, there we go. I'm doing great on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm excited about that. This is going to be a big game. Upcoming, we're going to see Domingo Germán, who, as we know, has already pitched a couple of games back from the Yankees. It's, going through his suspension period. He's been pitching pretty well, and he gets to face this Angels team as well. It's still trying to turn around their season. And also, we're still waiting, Big Fun, on that news of who the Yankees made a trade for with Pittsburgh. That's going to be interesting to find out as well.
Yeah, there are some rumors that the Yankees are looking for some relief help. The trade is under review by the teams, and it just needs to be sent on to the league for review. So keep an ear to the ground, and if you want to be on top of all of the trade chatter that's happening in the world of Major League Baseball, check out our Discord channel, which I'll drop the link in right about now. There you go. Join the Discord with that link. And I think that is going to be just about it. Eddie from Cincinnati.
Big Fun, you're cutting out. Sorry, I missed that.
Any final thoughts from the Mets and Reds?
I'm sorry, that must have sounded really bad.
That's all right.
No, Trevor Bauer was very good. I was actually pegging him to go the distance, especially in that 4th or 5th inning, where he was about 20 pitches under the kind of average where you want to be pitch count, but he ran into a little bit of trouble. Still delivers a quality outing, goes 6 in the 3rd. Just not the 7 or 8 inning really, really good one that you may have been expecting if you were watching this game at the beginning. The Mets continue to have trouble pushing runs across, especially in big spots. They had their chances to make this a much closer game. The only guy who was able to come through is the new guy, Jarrett Parker, so maybe that'll buy him some goodwill with Luis Rojas. But overall, Big Fund, I think it's fair to say that the team who played better won today.
Very much, Eddie, and that is going to do it for us from Cincinnati. So for Eddie McCarthy, I am the Big Fund, Eric Garment. Once again, final score from Cincinnati. It was the Reds 5, the Mets 2. Winning pitcher Trevor Bauer, losing pitcher Steven Matz. Pedro Strop picks up his 28th save. We're now going to get you out to the Bronx, New York, and Yankee Stadium. It's going to be J-Man 1993 and Tim Moore. It's the Angels. It's the Yankees. It's Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Well, thank you for that send-off there, Big Fund, and I'm joined in the booth by Tim Moore. Tim, how is it going today?
I'll tell you, it's going very well. I'm excited to see this matchup against both teams. As you know, the Yankees starting to pick it up a little bit here, and as we know, still waiting on that trade result. Imagine, obviously, as Big Fund assumed, it's going to be a pitcher for the Yankees. The question is it going to be a starter that's going to be converted to a reliever, or will the Yankees be flat-out trading for a reliever? I do want to mention, J-Man, before we talk about this matchup today, is, there has been teams that have been making trades. The Yankees themselves have done a couple things, like, for example, trading away Jonathan Loizica to get Jacob Stallings. On the opposite side, the Angels, they turned around and made a trade, trading away Hansel Robles for Alex Jackson. But we don't see Alex Jackson in the lineup here today. Instead, they're going to stay with Jason Castro. To me, that's a little bit of a surprise because Castro this year has been struggling to stay above the Mendoza line.
Yeah, well, you sign a one-year deal in the offseason worth about $7 million. You end up getting played a lot. The numbers that really end up mattering is how much you're getting paid. So that's why Jason Castro has been getting a lot of the plate appearances. But you're right, they made that trade. It's surprising that they still haven't been going with Alex Jackson.
And, you look at it now, obviously right now there's a lot of speculation, too, when you look back at the trade for the Yankees of who were you going to go with. And some people, suggested that they were going to be trading for Josh Bell, but that's not the case. You can't take out Luke Voit right now, who is playing out of his mind. Who would have expected after the injury Voit had last year to have the season he's had, a .329 average, continues to hit for power, and he only gets better as this season goes on. I'm excited to see, again, who the Yankees ultimately trade for. I'd have to imagine it's a pitcher, but expect a powerhouse day in the Bronx here today. 62-37 record, trying to expand that lead in the East, and it's really been a season, I guess you could say, to forget for the Angels. They started off right there with the Athletics battling for the division, but have since faded, especially with the Astros coming to life.
Yeah, the Angels usually seem to struggle out there in that AL West, and it was surprising earlier in the year how far behind Houston was. They're making a late charge, and it's going to come down to Oakland and Houston, and it's going to be another year probably without Mike Trout in the playoffs, and that is not great for the sport.
Indeed, it's done. You'd love to see Trout in the playoffs, but listen, they have everything going for them in terms of the future. I know this lineup's a little bit old, but there's a lot of positive things on this Angels team. For example, Tommy La Stella continues to be consistent. I mean, how about Brian Goodwin? He's having a very good year hitting for average. Same thing as well for Andrelton Simmons. But then it comes really towards that middle of the lineup. As you know, Trout always consistent and good. Albert Pujols, as he continues to regress with age, he's going to have to find some more consistency hitting for average because it just seems like he's not getting the job done in the middle of that order. And the same thing can be argued for Justin Upton as well, who's having an average year around 243, which isn't bad, but he could get better. So I would really think those 5 and 6 slots today are going to be the ones to watch for the Angels.
Yeah, and they've got Brian Goodwin, who you said is having such a great year. He's all the way down in the 8th spot. Interesting lineup placement for the Angels there. And again, the numbers that matter is that big contract, and that's why you keep finding Albert Pujols in that lineup. But this Angels lineup is going to be facing Domingo Germán today. Germán is coming off of that suspension, and his last few starts, last start against Texas, he went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. And look at that earned run average, all the way down at 3, 30 innings pitched, and that's been a boon for this Yankees rotation. Him coming back, they've been able to put J. Happ into the bullpen, and things have been looking up for the Yankees since then.
Germán has that powerful fastball. The one thing for Germán, we'll see early here in the start, J-Man, as long as he doesn't walk hitters, he's going to be just fine out there.
Well, he starts things off ominously then with a first pitch of the game. Looking at the Yankees defense out there in the outfield, it is Gardner, Hicks, and Judge. Infield is Urshela, Torres, LeMahieu, and Voit. And another ball here from Domingo Germán, starting off the count to La Stella 2-0.
The thing about Germán, he's a little bit of a slow starter in the first couple innings, but once he starts to find his rhythm, to say the least, he really starts pounding the zone. It's not a surprise, J-Man, where most of his runs actually come from are usually in the first 2 innings. He gets in a little bit of trouble count-wise and allows some runners on base.
La Stella taking all the way there. Fastball in there for a strike, 3-1. La Stella's a pretty patient hitter. Comes into the day hitting 275, but a 362 on base percentage. 40 walks on the season. Now he's got 41 now. A leadoff walk. Start things off well for the Angels.
Again, boy, this is typical Domingo Germán, but now I wouldn't be surprised here if he turns around and pulls up a double play. He really, and I'm surprised why they pitch him from the windup, because he really does pitch so much better for the stretch in terms of control. That time maybe that not shown, but that's still a pretty good 2-seam fastball right there, J-Man. That right there can get you the ground out that he needs.
Our graphics department thinking along with you, David Fletcher this season grounded into 14 double plays. Now, think about that. He's grounded into 14 double plays. He's hitting in front of Mike Trout and Anthony Rendon. You can't have the guy hitting in front of those 2 guys grounding into that many double plays.
See, but you know what happens from time to time? 295 average is still pretty good.
Sends that one to shallow center field. Aaron Hicks is there for the first out here in the first inning.
Good job there by Germán. He went fastball, then he went breaking ball for the strike. Then right there, went with another 2-seam fastball, and actually, surprisingly, him out in front. But right here, I would imagine you're going to start seeing the slider again, a bunch from Germán against Mike Trout. Trout, particularly against Domingo Germán, obviously haven't faced off too often since, Germán's just working his way up into the major leagues now into what would be his second full-time season. But Trout really hits his fastball well. It's that sliders he just swung on a miss. He swung a miss on a curveball, but it's his slider and curve that he struggles with.
Yeah, Germán throws that curveball more than any other pitch. He actually threw it 36% of the time last season, and he uses it mainly with 2 strikes. It's a big put-away pitch for him. He gets it about 30% of the time. He uses it for a put-away.
You know what Germán's best comparison may be, J-Man? When I think about it, is another player that used to pitch for the Yankees. He's now with the Boston Red Sox. And he really lost to do with record. Herman's ERA tends to be around that 3.4 sway. He reminds me a lot of Nate Eovaldi, just without the pop, I guess you could say. He can hit 100 around about the mid-90s. But overall, it's just when they get on the mound, they tend to win no matter how many runs they allow.
Here's the 2-2 pitched from Herman, and that one is hit well to left field. Going back, Gardner at the wall, and that one is gone. A big 2-run home run for Mike Trout, his 24th of the season. And that's why you don't want to make mistakes in the zone to Mike Trout.
Yeah, I mean, you just go back here, and I can't wait to see the replay. And he really hung that one, and that's not a far home run for Trout. Trout actually got underneath that, 106.1 miles an hour off the bat. Again, you see up there, letter high. He actually looked like he jammed himself in a little bit, even though that ball was over the outside of the plate. And there it is, just lands right over the left center field fence. 2-0 lead for the Angels. This is something the last time out against the Yankees they struggled in doing, J-Man, was getting early leads. Allowed the Yankees to ultimately prevail.
Yet yesterday, the Angels scored 6 runs off of Garrett Cole, but that one was won on a walk-off home run by Luke Voigt. Yankees winning that one 8-7. So they're going to have to hope for some late-game magic if they want to come back in this one. Already down 2-0, and Shohei Ohtani is today's starter, one of the Angels' better pitchers.
Well, the one thing, J-Man, for Ohtani is that, and this is now maybe the 4th or 5th game I've called with Ohtani on the mound. He tends to not go more than 4 or 5 innings. It's MLB The Show thing in terms of stamina for him, which is why very hard to see him go past 5 innings, needless to say.
Well, Rendon lifts that one down the left field line for a 1-out single.
Albert.
And again, up there, he just turned on it right down the middle and slaps it down the left field line. But now this is the big part of the lineup here. This is where you need the production. Close, you see it, that 220, struggling against right-handed pitching in terms of batting average. Needs to start getting a grip here. Otherwise, as weird as it sounds, you may not see Albert Pujols in this lineup much longer for the Angels.
Yeah, they have a lot of different options they can go to as Pujols swings and misses that first pitch from Herman. And Pujols, you see himself, is grounded into 10 double plays. He's not very fast at all, and neither is Rendon at first.
Now, hey man, I have to ask you, do you think Albert Pujols goes down its histories as one of the biggest contracts that just simply never worked out?
I mean, he's at least playable right now. You think about Chris Davis over in Baltimore, and he's just been absolutely unplayable. That hasn't been as big of a contract, though.
Expectations, especially after the Cardinals won the World Series, the expectations for Pujols was sky's the limit, and continued to hit home runs, but that average has really dipped as he gets older and older. LA, obviously, now you have Mike Trout, who is the face of the franchise. Pujols is kind of taking the back seat a little bit. Just kind of think, what if they didn't sign up for Pujols? They'd have more money and get other stars. Maybe this team wouldn't have lost so many years.
Big swing and a miss there from Pujols. I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of stream problems here. That's why I'm not commenting a lot on the action, as I'm not seeing much of it.
It is close again, fouling off another pitch. 25 pitches now, J-Man, for Ron here in the inning.
I am going to...
One hit in the left. It's going to be caught on the run by Aaron Hicks. Oh, Hicks makes the second out. And DJ, man, I know what you're saying. They're going to try to get that reset.
Yeah, I'm going to try to reset my internet right here real quick. If you mind taking us out of this inning.
Not a problem. Justin Upton will step into the box. You see the last 5 games, 3 for 18. Herman's long inning. He's trying to get out of it. At least only allowing 2 runs as Jay Up steps up to the plate. You have Rendon on first. Pitch, that one shot foul, the count 0-1. The Yankees head to the bottom half of the inning. It'll be DJ LeMahieu, Gleyber Torres, and Aaron Judge. Of course, the hot-hitting Giancarlo Stanton will be the cleanup spot. 0-1. Hung on a missed 0-2 on the curveball. Let's see if Herman goes to it yet another time. Yankees fans clapping in the background for the most part. Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss, got him to end the inning. The Angels take the first lead of the ball game as Mike Trout, the best player in baseball, goes long, gone off a hanging breaking ball to left center field. Ultimately, the Angels would score 2 runs on 2 hits and a runner left on. 2.5 inning in the Bronx. We head to the bottom half of the first. Can the Yankees answer back? We shall find out as Shohei Ohtani will take the mound for the Halos. Watch it visually pop on Twitch.tv.
Yeah, and look at that record for Shohei Ohtani. That's the one thing that sticks out to me. 3-7, but a 3.21 earned run average. And like you said, he doesn't go very deep into games. Last start out, 5 innings against the Dodgers, but 11 strikeouts and 4 walks in that game. Ends up throwing a lot of pitches.
And the thing is, he's a very much high majority strikeout pitcher. And even his last outing here in the Bronx, he struck out 9 Yankees hitters. And he only went 3 1/3 innings, J-Man. So ultimately, Ohtani, again, I mean, he has the stuff. Until MLB The Show, unfortunately, and this is the reason why I keep on mentioning the show, until the show can come together with something that allows an all-around player to not burn as much stamina, unfortunately, we won't be seeing a realistic Shohei Ohtani anytime soon.
Well, that one misses inside to DJ LeMahieu. LeMahieu was the All-Star MVP this year and been a very great find for the Yankees, signing that 2-year deal last year out of Colorado, and just keeps hitting.
Indeed, he does right there.
Sends that one right into right field, going the opposite way, and he's gone on board with a leadoff single.
And I know DJ's average dropped a little bit from where it was earlier in the year, where he was around the 320, 330 mark. But hey, everyone hits those slumps. Now he's got to get back up into a groove. I mean, that's a leadoff single. Now this is where the Yankees start to answer back, because Gleyber Torres, he also, the last time we faced Ohtani, if I'm not mistaken, a very long moonshot here, or I should say rather in LA. So I'm eager to see how he does here today against Ohtani.
Comes in today hitting .318 with a .401 on base and 24 home runs. That's all out of the shortstop position, too. Ohtani's ahead 0-2. Pitch, 4-seam fastball, darts inside, missing for a ball.
For Gleyber, it's been interesting. All the discussion, J-Man, you mentioned him playing shortstop. All the discussion's been about where he was going to play when he came up through the systems. Oh boy, that one looked like he got by Castro.
Yeah, and DJ LeMahieu's going to advance to second on that wild pitch.
Effort there by Castro. That one was just a dirty ball. And you see he went down, but it just stuck by the right knee. Nothing he could really do there. Now the Yankees have a runner in scoring position. But going back quickly to the point about Torres, Yankees fans had no idea once they traded for him, where was he going to play in that infield? They gave him reps at third. They gave him reps at second. Of course, he was traditionally shortstop. Ultimately, fast forward down the road, the Yankees now don't bring back Didi Gregorius. Now this is Gleyber Torres' infield. He's the man in charge at short, and he's back to his natural home. And obviously we know that bat's there, and he's proven to be an effective player for this Yankees team.
swings at what would have been ball 4, and Castro throws down to first to complete that strikeout.
A good, dirty pitch again there from Ohtani. That's what he was trying to get 2 pitches ago in the wild pitch. You see that thing drop from knees all the way down to the dirt. And I mean, that's just a great job there by Ohtani. It shows why he's one of the best pitchers in baseball when he's out there on the mound. I mean, it's incredible how he strikes out pitchers, or rather hitters. He really tends to make hitters look silly at the plate, J-Man, especially with that breaking pitch. I mean, it's just so nasty. And I mean, really, I haven't seen a pitcher in a while have that nasty of a break other than maybe Adam Ottavino, who comes off a weird motion as slider. And I'll even go back to say the late Jose Fernandez.
It's that nasty splitter that he throws. He gets whiffs on 56% of the time he throws that pitch. It is just a filthy, filthy pitch.
One thing, too, is he continues to progress on in his major league career. There was another person as well on the opposite side who's not playing today for the Yankees. He's very good at throwing the splitter, and that was Masahiro Tanaka. Hitters start to pick it up as years go on, so I'm eager to see if he goes away from it.
Hit hard on the ground, but right there is Fletcher firing onto first for that second out. So it looked like Ohtani was struggling early, a leadoff batter reaching a wild pitch, but 2 quick outs here. The Yankees are going to need a 2-out hit with the runner at third.
This is the man that's in charge for them now, and after a tough season last year, battling through injuries and Yankees fans being very harsh on him, Giancarlo Stanton, been nothing shy of clutch this year. 36 home runs, and with Soler out of the American League, suddenly he slowly creeps up as an MVP favorite.
Well, I think Yordan Alvarez has something to say about that. You look at Yordan Alvarez's numbers, and Soler being traded out of the American League helps his case to maybe possibly be the first Triple Crown winner since Miguel Cabrera did it for the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, but the one issue that comes is that, well, do you value a DH less? For example, J.D. Martinez, back when the Red Sox won a World Series a few years back, make the argument that he should have been MVP, but he wasn't even considered. So that's the thing about Alvarez, is he's a hitter only.
That one is hit up the middle for a hit RBI single for Giancarlo Stanton, and cuts the Angels' lead in half, 2-1. Interesting you make that point, as Giancarlo Stanton plays DH here for the Yankees.
Well, not necessarily, because you remember he started the year out in left, and he does that good little mix. I mean, Alvarez, you don't really see him in the field, period. He's a pure DH. Now Gary Sanchez steps in, but, I mean, overall, I mean, everyone knows, obviously, the MVP every year is the man sitting in center field for the Angels of Mike Trout. That's a whole different debate in regards to how baseball works, because I feel like there definitely should be a different reward put out there for the best player in baseball, the most valuable player in the season. But, you know, it is an interesting debate. I mean, there are some guys that are having incredible years. I mean, I still think Mike Trout as well, easily another favorite to win another MVP. It's just very hard when you have someone that doesn't have innings in the field say that they're the most valuable player in baseball, and I would love to see a DH win. I mean, what do you think, J-Man? Will we see a DH win?
Well, I mean, Yordan Alvarez, if he wins the Triple Crown, I think would probably win it, the MVP.
We're going to see, because we don't really get to see the award race, the stats lines. I'd be interested to see how that's looking, actually.
Well, with the universal DH probably coming to the National League as well, you know, we may see more designated hitters winning MVPs. This one is hit down the right field line in foul territory, and LaStella is there to make the catch. But the Yankees do come back. They score a run on an RBI single from Giancarlo Stanton. Fans in the Bronx are loving it and doing a very embarrassing dance they should not be doing in public. We're going to the second inning. It's 2-1 Angels.
Job by Ohtani bouncing back despite allowing a run. Now it's on the Yankees here to step up and some big outs. Overall, this is down by 1 now. Herman, I mean, he has to pitch effectively here. That's not effective.
Well, long fly ball, but Brett Gardner is right there to make the catch for the first out. It's effective when you get an out that quickly.
It is effective, but if I'll tell you off the bat, it didn't sound effective. It sounded like that ball was going to land over the fence. He had a big catch there by Gardner. Now, this is where I keep on mentioning effective pitching, J-Man, because this is a guy that I still don't understand why he's down in the 8th spot of this order. Ryan Goodwin continues to hit, especially, I mean, just so efficiently for average. He really should be an argument for a 1 or 2 hitter up in this lineup, especially against right-handed pitching.
Well, comes in today 8th in the American League in batting average, 13th in on-base percentage, and 10th overall in OPS. Yeah, he's got a pretty good argument that he should be hitting higher than 8th. I mean, the 10th best OPS in the league, 8th in the Angels lineup. And he's done it in 298 at-bats, too. He's not just squeaking by. This one is hit on a line to right field, but Aaron Judge is right there to make the catch. And the other thing is, with Goodwin, Castro, and then La Stella, that's 3 left-handers all in a row.
I mean, it's not easy at all for Herman facing a barrage of lefties, especially with that short porch out there and right. I was going to say, that was a good piece there by Goodwin. Saw the breaking ball from Herman, knew to sit back and slap with his hands, and that one was essentially right at Judge, J-Man. I'll tell you, the next time up, if he sees that again, I think you're going to see a ball perhaps rolling down the line, if not over the fence.
Right, woo. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, stream problems continue to persist for me.
Hey.
Looks like Herman's ahead in account 1 and 2 here.
I am going to try one last thing here. So why don't you take us out of this inning again?
It is Herman deals the 1-2. This one hit on the ground. LeMahieu on the run. Can he make the throw? He does! Oh my goodness, DJ LeMahieu on the backhand off the shift. It's a nasty play to end the inning. 1, 2, 3. The Angels go in the top half of the second. It'll be Aaron Hicks, Luke Voigt, and also Brett Gardner due up for the Yankees. Bottom half of the second, as you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv, as Hicksy steps in on that 7-game hitting streak, 11 for 28. And I'll tell you, he loves as well facing right-handed pitchers, obviously being a switch hitter, but hits much better from that left-handed side of the plate. You see them having a shift on Rendon out of what would be short. Simmons over the second base bag. Move Fletcher to right field as that one swung on and missed 1-1. This has been effective. He made an immediate boom against Tampa Bay. His first game's back, especially hitting a couple of home runs. Back for a while. This one hit down the left field line. That one is going to come on down against the wall. Here comes Hicks on his way to second. It'll be a leadoff double. That one was not only against the shift, but well far out of reach for Justin Upton, who was trying to decide if he had to play that off the wall or play it against the wall. Ultimately, it's going to still be that leadoff double, and here is the hero from last night, Luke Voigt. That one's called for a strike, 0-1, a 329 as we mentioned, up there in batting average. Voigt, man, can he hit balls to Detroit, as the great John Sterling would say. 0-1 from Ohtani, swung on and missed 0-2. Ohtani now at 27 pitches. Count is only slowly going higher. He usually throw about 60 before his day is done. This one grounded to third. Rendon fields. Throw to first, but he makes it in time for the first out. Hicks will stay at second. Now that'll move it down to Brett Gardner. Gardner split between home and road. 287 here at home. 7 home runs, 19 RBIs, but he produced more RBIs, equidistant home runs on the road. Again, another one that hits well against right-handed pitching. This pitch, there's a strike 0-1 to Gardner. You with that offensive surge, especially past the All-Star break. That one swung on a miss, now 0-2. I try to produce here, though, after a leadoff double. Let's see if Ohtani goes to the splitter. 0-2, he does, and called strike 3. It's Gardner looking for the second out. Second punch out of the ball game for Ohtani, and that one was right at the knees. Got him looking. Will be Gio Urshela steps up. One call for a strike. Good slider there that time from Ohtani. He's got that breaking stuff moving between the frisbee-like slider. Then he goes that splitter. I mean, the drop and the cut it's just nasty. This is the reason why he strikes out 9 to 10 hitters a game. This one hit high in the air right field. Goodwin on the run. It's the catch and ends the inning. The Yankees do get a leadoff runner on, but nothing avails. No runs, 1 hit, and a runner left on. We head to the top of the third. The lineup to look for the Halos as you watch Initially Pop Ball on Twitch.tv.
All right, I think I am back, hopefully. We've got Tommy La Stella leading off here. He drew a walk in the first inning. First pitch is taken outside by La Stella, 1-0.
See that stat line for La Stella in the doubles, 22 if I'm not mistaken. Continues to effectively into gaps. I mean, this is someone, again, that just started off his career as a simple contact hitter. As he gets older and older, continues to hit better and better.
La Stella was originally drafted by the Atlanta Braves and made a name for himself with the Cubs. He was actually on that 2016 Cubs team. They demoted him to AAA, though, and he didn't want to show up to the minors.
And don't blame him, and obviously now he's back with Joe Madden. He's a little bit happy about that. Obviously, every player that I've known of that's played with Joe Madden loves him and tends to, really come back and play with him eventually. Think about Ben Zobrist and so many others back when he was on the Cubbies.
Ooh, big curveball there from Domingo Germán. That's a huge strikeout. His second strikeout of the game, and it throws La Stella.
That one, again, that's a hanger. La Stella wasn't looking for it. He was looking for straight fastball, and it came back right there at the letters. Great pitch from Germán, although not ideal. He continues to stay in that spot throughout the game.
Brings up David Fletcher, 0-for-1 today, flew out in the first. And that one is poked out to right field. Aaron Judge is going to have to come in on that one, and he's there to make the catch.
Number 27, Mike.
Short inning right now for Germán, but now this is the biggest out. A boomstick Mike Trout, who, needless to say, advantage of a breaking ball the last time up that hung. Can afford to hang one here.
Now everyone knows the story about Mike Trout, how several teams passed him up in the draft. Even the Angels passed him up in the first go-around. They had a pick before him and picked Randall Grichuk.
You have to remember, too, Mike Trout could have been a Yankee if the Yankees didn't make the moves they did in 2009. Easy to think that was the Yankees' pick in which Mike Trout got selected. One's fouled off. Apologize. I think we've lost J-Man here for the moment. 1-2. One's downstairs 2-2. We apologize about the technical difficulties. As yet again, we're trying to get it settled. J-Man indeed dropping out for the moment. Nope. I believe we have him back. 2 to Trout. This one hit high into the air. Still calls it and makes the catch. And the inning. The Angels go down to 1-2-3 in order yet again as we head to the bottom half of the third inning. DJ LeMahieu, Gleyber Torres, and Aaron Judge due up for the Bombers in the bottom half of the third. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv as here comes DJ, who led off on half the first inning for the Yankees with a single. Eventually came around to score off an RBI single from Giancarlo Stanton.
Well, only 33 pitches so far for Shohei Ohtani. That's going to be key if he wants to get deeper into this game.
I think what's going to be key, too, is he keeps on throwing a bunch of those splitters because he's gotten hitters well out in front.
That one is another splitter hit on the ground, flipped over to Ohtani covering for the out. I'm surprised that La Stella flipped that one to Ohtani, as La Stella had a much shorter distance to go than Ohtani.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes I guess you just do it anyways. He sat there and planted the feet, and Ohtani had the momentum, so he did it anyways. But I agree, J-Man. I'm surprised that he went with the flip. He could have just taken it himself. The pitcher a little break.
Well, Torres swinging at the first pitch sends that one out to shallow right field. Brian Goodwin is there, and now there's two quick outs here.
Just like the top half of the third, we're seeing it here. Yankees have to try to extend the inning. You know, again, Ohtani very, very rarely last past 5 innings. I'm going to try to continue to make that streak continuous, J-Man.
Nice breaking ball up there. A bit of a hanging slider there. 82 miles an hour, and Judge probably would like to see that one back. Big swing and a miss there. Big fastball from Shohei Ohtani.
I don't know if he wants the slider back. I think he wants that one back. That was Judge's pitch right there where he should have done damage.
Let's see if he goes back to that splitter for the strikeout. Castro's motioning for a high fastball, and he gets it. A called third strike. Aaron Judge goes down looking. Didn't like the call, but it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Shohei Ohtani. We're going to the fourth inning. Angels leading by 1. Well, I think we're going to get a report from Heidi Watney. We are indeed. So at this time, we'd like to remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels if you can. That is our charity of the week. We do this all out of the kindness of our heart. We're not getting paid any money for this. And Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. And this network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So if you have any spare money lying around, we ask you to donate to Meals on Wheels this week.
We'll have the link attached in the Twitch chat below. And I'm, by the way, glad to see Meals on Wheels back. We haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. With everything going on, I mean, so many charities involved, but I'm glad to see Meals on Wheels back here in Major League Baseball for this week. Looks like Rendon's struggling a little bit, and see if maybe J-Man's having connection issue another time here.
Yeah, it's frozen on him.
Rendon is 1 for 1, J-Man, as Herman now throwing his 55th pitch inside, 3-1. Good to see how Herman gets through this lineup in the 4, 5, 6 spot, especially with 5 and 6 struggling as that one's fouled off and the count is now full. pitch. That one downstairs, ball 4, so it'll be a leadoff walk
Next for the Angels.
for Rendon, and that sends up Albert Pujols. As we mentioned on the top of the broadcast, J-Man, only grounded into 10 double plays to this point this season. Compared to his teammate Fletcher, who's grounded out into 14. Still, you don't want to ground that into double plays, and it's a big threat here. Terman can easily get him out in front as the first pitch to Pujols. It's all for a strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Ironically, as I mentioned the stat, the graphics department hasn't popped up. 10 outs and double plays this season. The 0-1. One found off 0-2. Upton sitting on deck. I'd like to think this lineup would like to get around to Brian Goodwin, who's in that 8th spot. As that one swung on and missed in the dirt.
Awkward looking swing there from Pujols.
I don't think he was thinking breaking ball there, J-Man.
Justin Upton.
Well, we get a road to the show report over the last 10 games. Mike Ford hitting .500 with 2 home runs. You got to wonder, maybe he's part of these trade talks going down with Pittsburgh.
It's the thing for Ford. He's lost his role a little bit in how this has gone in terms of being a part of the Yankees. I mean, Voit, Bird was here for a little while and playing well. But, I mean, overall, to find a role somewhere, and right now I don't think he's going to have it with Luke Voit playing absolutely out of his mind. DJ LeMahieu as well, who can also play some first base.
Yeah, and another guy who's lost in the shuffle is Mike Tauchman. He's put up great numbers last year as well as this year, and there's just not enough at-bats to go around for these guys. Maybe if they can learn how to play third base. This one is hit shallow left field. Gardner coming in, and he's going to get underneath that one, make the catch on the fly ball from Justin Upton, and there's 2 away.
You know, you mentioned that J-Man Tauchman started this year as the DH essentially for the Yankees with Aaron Hicks out until the Tampa Bay series. Overall, he's lost as well as Clint Frazier leading this lineup. Those are 2 guys that really haven't had roles and, you know, as you mentioned, played so well last year. But that has a lot to do with the fact that the Yankees have so much depth. And it's not a, you know, there's no wonder why this is a team that has potential to win the World Series this year. But right now they sit with the 3rd best record in the American League. You still have to chase the 2 teams in the AL Central of the Indians and the Twins, who, I mean, have been playing out of their minds, and the White Sox also there with an even record.
Well, they end up having to have that outfield depth because guys like Stanton and Judge frequently end up getting injured. This one is sent into left field, and that is a 2-out base hit, and the Angels have runners on first and second now. And it's going to bring up the hot-hitting Brian Goodwin.
Indeed, actually, well, one more we have. Oh, no, indeed, you're right. It is Goodwin. As are in the 8 hole. I apologize, I'm thinking that's Upton that was last up rather than Simmons. Overall, I mean, this is where they need to get to in the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised, again, if he sees a curveball, Aaron Judge better be ready because he's going to be either running for one or have one right in front of him.
67 pitches from Herman here in the 4th inning.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Now, I'm still having connection problems, so how about you take care of this end of the inning, and I'm going to try one last thing.
As that one misses low and in, 2-1. Goodwin for 1 on that line out the last time up. Continues to be effective. I mean, so compact with his swing. 2-1. This one shot foul, and the count moves to 2-2. Struggling Jason Castro will sit on deck before it moves back over to the top of the lineup if Herman can't get him here. 2-2. That one in the dirt. That one's actually going to be blocked Sanchez throws to third, not in time. It's going to go down as a wild pitch. It'll be a 3-2 count. Good block, though, by Gary to at least give himself a chance to try to make that out there. Overall, Herman now finds himself in some trouble as the base hit will now score 2 runs, perhaps, as the Angels really threatening. They do have a base open here if he can't get Goodwin. Here's the payoff pitch. This is downstairs, ball 4. So the bases are loaded. And quickly they're going to come out to talk to Domingo Herman. As the Yankees, again, struggling right now. And I mean, this is a good job overall by the Yankees pitching coach of Matt Blake to make sure that nothing is taken for granted here. As Castro now steps in. You see in the series 1 for 6, he has a solo home run, but that's the only damage he's done in the past really week and a half as Jason Castro. But a hit here can break open this game as the first pitch to Castro's inside 1-0. Have to start thinking the end for Domingo Herman be coming soon as he's already at 73 pitches here in the 4th inning. 1-0. High in the air center field. Hicks moves over to his left and calls it and makes the catch to yet again end the inning. The Yankees escape trouble as Domingo Herman loaded up the bases. Ultimately escapes the issue. No runs, no hits, or actually no runs, 1 hit, and 3 runners left on. Through 3.5 in the Bronx as we head to the bottom 4th. Giancarlo Stanton to lead it off for the Yankees here. Getting to watch a Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv as Ohtani out for the bottom of the 4th. He's at 40 pitches. This is 1 blemish as this one hit high into the air center field. Trout calls it off in front of the warning track to make the catch for the first out. Now Ohtani threw 3 1/3 innings. It's only allowing that RBI single to Giancarlo Stanton. It's Gary Sanchez who steps into the box. This inning, it's going to be Giancarlo Sanchez and then Voit. As that one's called for a strike 0-1. Actually, correction rather. Giancarlo Sanchez and then Hicks for the Yankees as the 0-1. And this is downstairs 1-1. And then quickly dealing that one, swung on, missed 1-2. He's looking effective, 97 miles an hour on that fastball. Let's see if he goes splitter here. He does. That one's going to be fouled off, and they're going to try it yet again. But this is big for the Angels. You have the lead. Joe Maeda knows especially how to pitch against this Yankees team with all his years being the manager, especially for the Rays prior to his Cub stint. That one hit. That one's going to be fair and down the line and roll against the wall. Sanchez rounds. He's going to take a hard round and head back to first. It'll be a 1-out single. Sanchez against the shift. The Yankees have a runner on. But really what is the first time since Aaron Hicks's leadoff double just 2 innings ago.
The way that ball bounced around in the corner, you thought it could be extra bases, but Gary Sanchez doesn't run that fast, and it's going to be a 1-out single.
Ultimately, you don't want to test the arm of Goodwin either, who's proven to be a very solid defensive right fielder.
Well, Hicks sends that one to deep center field. Trout going back, but he's just going to be there in front of the warning track for the 2nd out.
I'll tell you, that was real surprising there, J-Man. That ball went a little bit farther than expected. It looked like he jammed himself a little bit there on that one. And ultimately, I mean, regardless, it was a routine fly ball, but I thought that was going to be a lot more shallow than what it was.
Yeah, then the way Trout took off on it, it looked like it was going to be deeper than it was hit to me. But he had plenty of room to bring in that catch, and it's Luke Voit now, 0 for 1 today. Ohtani just keeps on starting off these Yankees batters with first pitch strikes. 98 on that four-seam fastball from Ohtani.
That's a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And right now, J-Man, if there's one person you don't want to get behind in the lineup, this is the guy.
Ball 3.
He's fallen behind 3-1 to him. And with 2 outs and Brett Gardner on deck, maybe they're just thinking they'd rather face Gardner.
Last time up, struck out looking on a splitter.
Well, he stayed out of the strike zone with Voit, and it's a 2-out walk for Shohei Ohtani.
I'll tell you, it's one thing. It's a weird thing to adapt to Luke Voigt's new number, because obviously he previously had the number of Garrett Cole, who obviously we know is over to the Yankees and been an effective piece. 59 still taking a little while to get used to. We're halfway through the year, but here is Gardy. Struck out the last time up, but had a good swing. His first pitch the last time, it almost went over the fence, but it cut foul. I'm eager to see what he does here this time.
Well, runner in scoring position, 2 outs here in the 4th inning, and Shohei Ohtani's fallen behind 2-0 to Gardner.
You definitely got to give Gardner the take sign here. I don't think have Ohtani continuing now as he throws yet another ball. I don't think you have anyone swing with him continuing to struggle to find the zone.
Fatigue maybe coming into play for Ohtani, that he's in that 4th inning. It's usually where he tires. 3-0 pitch on the way, and he had the green light, swinging 3-0 through that 98-mile-an-hour heater. 3-1 pitch is lifted into center field, and Mike Trout is right there. Camps under it for an easy 3rd out. Well, the Yankees threaten. They get a 1-out single and a walk, but they leave 2 on going to the 5th inning. Yankees trail by 1.
J-Man, I think this is going to be a game of leaves more runners on more than anything. I mean, it feels like there's a runner in scoring position as well. Yep, Hermonste is done. They're going to bring J.A. Happ out of the bullpen.
I'm a bit surprised by that move, but I guess Gardy likes J. Happ out there in that bullpen. Yesterday, he actually threw 4 innings against these Angels, gave up 2 hits, an earned run, and 2 walks. So I'm very surprised to see him right back out here the very next day.
You throw this man after having him throw 4 innings. This isn't a World Series game. This is... I have no idea why Happ's back out here. I'd move by move.
Nice play by LeMahieu just to get a glove on that one, but LaStella's going to run that one out for an infield single. Is it an infield single? I mean, LeMahieu was in the outfield grass when he got it.
I guess it's really tough. That's the one issue with the shift. How you can really debate that. I would say that's just a clean single rather than an infield single, but I guess that's for the statisticians to decide.
It all goes as a base hit regardless. David Fletcher 0 for 2 today. Swinging at that 4-seam fastball from Happ. Happ was acquired by the Yankees from the Blue Jays for Brandon Drury and Billy McKinney. The runner's going. Has to be a hit and run as LaStella doesn't run very fast, and Sanchez nails him there at second.
That's clear as day as hit and run. LaStella not only got a terrible jump, but he wasn't even taking a big lead. Ultimately, Fletcher swung on a missed, and it's a perfect example of when hit and runs go wrong. And Sanchez made that look easy.
And it totally changes the complexion of the inning. Happ was struggling, gave up a leadoff hit. Now seems to be in control. Got 2 strikes on Fletcher.
Now Happ, you got to come here and get this out. Eager to see if he continues to fire fastballs at him.
Strike 3 called. That another fastball down the heart of the plate. And that's really what has driven the turnaround for J-Happ, is using that four-seam fastball for him, throwing it up in the zone, and he gets a called third strike there.
This is one guy against lefties you don't want to throw up in his zone against.
And Trout going the opposite way. That one's up against the wall. He's rounding first and going to get into second easily with a lead-off double. Well, maybe not as easy. Aaron Judge got that one back in a hurry. Trout runs very well, very quickly. You see busting out of the box, and the throw is close.
Yeah, it was somewhat close. Trout living there with ease. Obviously, there was no tag, but definitely Judge did a great job playing that off the wall, making that closer than what it really should have been.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a stand-up double.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But overall, this is now the bread and butter of this lineup. And I'll tell you, this Angels team, they've struggled offensively this year, J-Man, but they love left-handed pitching.
And there's a two-out base hit up the middle for Rendon, and Trout is going to score another insurance run for the Angels. They push their lead back up to 2. It's 3-1 here in the 5th.
I'll tell you what, right now, Aaron Boone is tucking his own grave in this scenario. I have no idea, again, why you have J.A. out there after 4 innings yesterday, and especially against right-handed hitters that love left-handed pitching. I mean, it's like I don't want to say he's wanting the Yankees to lose, but I just don't see why. Even if it's 1 inning, you should have went to Chad Green. Chad Green should have been the man out, not J.A.
Long relievers really get overused on MLB The Show, and that's the role J-Happ finds him in that long reliever role. And it doesn't matter he went 4 innings yesterday. It does not seem to come across the mind. But, that's exactly what the Angels were thinking when they signed Rendon in the offseason. Have him hit behind Trout. As Pujols goes down swinging for the 3rd out, but Rendon with that 2-out single on a 2-out double from Mike Trout. That's exactly what the Angels and Art Moreno were hoping would happen when they signed Rendon this offseason. And the Angels are able to push another run across here in the 5th inning.
Now a 3-1 lead, as again we have Heidi Whitney. And on to remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels are our charity of the week, and glad to have them back. You can donate on the link down below in the Twitch chat. I'm sure they'll attach it, but any amount is generous. And again, as J-Man mentioned earlier, Meals on Wheels, especially for the elderly, a critical part. They're a part of so many places, not just even here, I should say, even here in my community. Meals on Wheels is very active here in Westchester, but having an impact overall on so many people, saving a life is important. And that's ultimately the goals of Meals on Wheels, helping the elderly. As we welcome you back, of course, to the ball game in the bottom half. And, hey man, we're now at the midway point. I mean, what do the Yankees have to do? You're digging back down 2 runs. And, I mean, another ugly swing to an Ohtani splitter. I mean, is it at this point trying to get Ohtani out of the game and face the Angels bullpen? Or what's the goal for the Yankees?
You said it exactly that. Drive up that pitch count and get into that bullpen. And that's not the way you want to do it, as Gio Urshela goes down swinging. That is Ohtani's 4th strikeout of the game.
He just clubbed at that like he was swinging at a splitter. Ultimately, he swings and misses at a 4-seam fastball that was down at the knees. Crazy to think that's only the 4th strikeout, however, J-Man, for Ohtani.
Well, that one is swing on the first pitch is LeMahieu. Listella's going to take it for himself, and another 1 pitch, 1 quick out for Shohei Ohtani. That's not what the Yankees need to be doing right now.
Indeed, I'm not going to take any digs at Ohtani because he is pitching absolutely a gem right now, J-Man. I just don't understand why he's not throwing more splitters, because those Yankees hitters are flailing at them, to say the least. I'm still yet to see 1 good swing, a splitter here today.
Well, I mean, if you've got a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, 99 miles an hour there, you've got several weapons to use.
That's true, but I mean, it seems like we're seeing the 4-seam late a lot more often than that splitter.
Another fastball from Ohtani, and Gleyber Torres fouls it away. He's got that four-seam fastball. He's got that slider. He's got a splitter, and he's got a wicked curveball. And we've seen him use them all today. There's that curveball, another splitter just dropped in there for a strike.
Can't tell the difference with the exception of the velocity between a curveball and a splitter because it just drops the same way. It's just the difference is one's in the 70s, one's in the high 80s. And they're both nasty, man.
It's almost unfair.
Almost want to get a blindfold and just step up to the plate. I think you have a better chance, or I don't know. I mean, maybe you could take some advice from Chris Davis if you're the Yankees on maybe how to hit a fastball.
3-2 pitch here, and big swing and a miss on a slider outside. Shohei Ohtani gets 2 strikeouts this inning. He's got 5 on the game, and he is pitching a gem through 5 innings. Angels leading 3-1.
And you could tell that time from Gleyber, he was looking for the splitter. Instead, he got something that crept out of the zone trying to defend. I mean, what a game right now for Shohei Ohtani. And all of a sudden, J-Man, this is the first time you said this one in a while for Ohtani. He's in a winning situation last 5 innings.
Yeah, he came in today 3-7, so he may possibly get win number 4. And once again, showing that wins do not matter. And Justin Upton crushing this one, trying to wave it fair. And he does. A solo shot for Justin Upton, 400 feet to left field. Man, that's a very favorable matchup for him. He likes facing off against left-handed pitching, and he sent that J-Happ fastball well into the upper deck there.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, again, this is all on Aaron Boone. That's all I have to say. I have no idea why J-Happ's still in the game. Yet again, it comes back to bite him. I mean, Upton got all of that one. I'm eager to see how far. I mean, you mentioned upper deck shot. I'm eager to see where this landed. Well, yeah, about second deck. About 2 rows, but that's still a very long shot. 400 feet.
Now batting.
I mean, this is what the Angels need, and this is what the doctor ordered right now. Team has a lead, and they're not going to be looking back at all. I think this is, as long as J-Happ's still out there in the mound, J-Man, I think this is the Angels' game to win.
I think as long as Shohei Ohtani is on the mound, it is their game to win. You look at this Angels bullpen. You know, Dylan Bundy is a guy that comes to mind. But no one in this bullpen has an ERA below 3, except for Ty Buttrey. So, I mean, the Angels' bullpen is not their strength.
Indeed, I mean, the bullpen hasn't been their strength, and that's the big reason why they've lost a bunch of games is that's going to be the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Andrelton Simmons helping out J-Happ there. That pitch was outside, but he just lifts it into right field for the first out.
And overall, this is the only good matchup I think J-Happ's actually going to have is facing a left-handed hitter, or left-handed hitters rather, back-to-back of Goodwin and also Castro.
And LaStella.
It's true, and LaStella, but I still don't see why Aaron Boone has him out here. You're asking for someone to A, get hurt out there. Also B, I mean, this is unnecessary. There's so many more guys that they could have went to. It's not like the bullpen was exhausted, J-Man. This really is a dig, and I know this is MLB The Show logic, not Aaron Boone, but still, I can't believe it that this is happening.
Well, Goodwin goes the opposite way, and that one's going to fall in front of Brett Gardner for a 1-out single.
Now batting.
And when is enough going to be enough? Good piece of hitting there by Goodwin. Again, up in the zone, and this time he took advantage, upping it down for a single. I mean, if Happ can get Castro here to ground out, It's going to look good, but this one looks like it's going to creep out of play.
Yeah, just into that first row of seats behind the that screen there on the right side, first base side.
And has anyone grounded out yet against Hap? I don't think so. I think it's been all fly balls, and I know he's a fly ball type pitcher, J-Man. But overall, I mean, you got to get at least someone to ground out. Everything's left up in the zone. It shows that he's exhausted. He has nothing out there right now.
He's gotten 2 strikeouts, a caught stealing, and a fly out. And that one is hit on the ground but foul. So yeah, you are right, no ground outs for Hap. He is more of a fly ball pitcher, though. He pitches up in the zone with that fastball. You see there's another fastball high up in the zone. But yeah, he's already at 29 pitches. He went 4 innings yesterday, and the Yankees have a pretty deep bullpen themselves, especially now that Chapman's come back from the injured list. There's no reason to stick with this guy out here when he clearly doesn't have it.
Well, here's my one thing that I'm thinking of. Unless this trade deal involves J.A. Happ, it's, use him as much as he can before he gets traded away, maybe to Pittsburgh. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, there's no need for this.
Bounced in the dirt, and off goes Goodwin, and he's going to get there in time. It's going to be a wild pitch, and that was a pretty close play there at second. Goodwin just barely made it.
Again, Gary Sanchez has been criticized for his defense, J-Man, but yet again, he makes another good stop, making a play close there on the base paths. Another wild pitch ultimately, but I mean, a good job.
Hit weakly on the ground. LeMahieu's going to have to fire quickly, and he does in time to get Castro. Going to third is Goodwin, and there are 2 outs now in the 6th.
The first baseman, number 9.
Indeed, and it looks like we have had a trade announced just recently, J-Man, for the Yankees. So here it is officially. Pittsburgh is getting outfielder Zach Granite, and the Yankees, they ultimately get Robbie Erlin.
Interesting.
Pirates. I'll tell you, I wasn't expecting Erlin to be the man. Ultimately, they do. That's interesting.
Yeah, Erlin may find himself in this J. Happ role of long reliever.
Really would not surprise me. And Erlin, in terms of his career, he's been up since 2013. Mid-4 ERA. About a 500, in fact, he's under 500 in terms of win-loss in his career. But he does have the capability to start. So I think, again, this is going to be another long reliever, as you mentioned, for the Yankees. Something that they need. Because you can't demand J.A. Happ to sit out here and throw 27 innings, say, in a series. He's doing a good job, don't get me wrong, but you need more than one.
Now, what are your thoughts on possibly bringing up Davy Garcia and giving him the long relief role for the Yankees? Because he has been outstanding for the Yankees in AAA.
I would have to agree. I think Davy Garcia would be a good one to call up, and I think you're going to see him in September more likely than not, J-Man. I don't think the Yankees are done making trades either, quite frankly.
Now, what do you think are the other possible moves the Yankees are still looking to make?
Well, I mean, injuries are still a factor with starting pitching.
And there's another base hit from a left-hander off of J. Happ, going the opposite way to left field. That one bounces in the corner. LaStella's got an RBI single, and the Angels have pushed their lead up to 5-1.
And again, I mean, this is, I don't know what else to say. I'm not going to continue to beat a dead horse other than this is Yankees asking to lose is how Dan Ortero comes in the mound. I mean, I don't know why J.A. Happ was out there and he got slapped around. Now the Angels, a 5-1 lead, and this is big for Ortero because this is his 3rd game out there for the Yankees on the season. And now he could be the big pitcher for the Yankees here because now he really steps into that long relief type of role, J-Man.
Otero has not made many appearances for the Yankees this year, as you saw the numbers when he came in. Only his 3rd game, an inning and a third. given up 1 hit, but
1 ball, 1 strike.
maybe that's where the Yankees have more moves to make. You know, the back of that bullpen with Chapman, Canely, Britton, Ottavino is very, very solid, but it's sort of a soft underbelly with Holder, Otero, Green, and, well, now Robbie Erlin, presumably.
Indeed, and you have to remember the Yankees are trying to fill holes since they lost Dylan Betances, and obviously this year, it's not even like they can turn around and get a couple. Oh, look out!
Ooh, that was an ending ground ball right there, but instead it's off of Otero. Kicks over to Urshela at third, and all he can do is pick it up. And out comes Gary Sanchez to see if Otero's okay.
I think he's going to be just fine, but he took that right off the leg, and yeah, he's just, looking around. But Otero, he's been in the league for a while, as weird as it sounds. Otero's at the age of 35 now, J-Man. He's been in the league since 2012, and his career 3.39 ERA. He's, a pure reliever since he's come up, but overall, and this is a big situation right now, and you see a guy who homered a very long way the last, or rather 2 at-bats ago, of Mike Trout. Needless to say, you got to get out the best player in baseball here. It doesn't matter how many games you pitch out there in the Major League level.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation for Otero. 2 on and Mike Trout up. If he gets a hold of one, this game is out of reach. Pushes that one down the right field line into the seats, and Otero is ahead quickly, 0-2.
Trout doubled last time up opposite field, triple and single shy of the cycle here.
And a big swing and a miss. Dan Otero gets Trout to swing over that changeup. Huge strikeout from Otero. We're going to the bottom half of the 6th. Angels lead by 4.
Leading off for the Yankees, the right fielder, Aaron Judge.
Well, here in the bottom of the 6th, it's going to be 3, 4, and 5 for the Yankees. Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, and Gary Sanchez. First pitch ball there from Shohei Ohtani. Still in this game, 5 innings pitched. Getting into the 6th inning, he's already at 69 pitches, though. So I'm not sure how much longer he's going to go. This may be his last inning.
I will say the longest I've seen Ohtani go is 75. If the Yankees do get runners in scoring position, I would imagine it may be all for Ohtani. Even right now in this situation, I mean, he's in a winning scenario, pitching well. And right there again, another splitter. I just throw the splitter, Ohtani. I mean, I was yet to see a good swing at it.
That's a ball.
Gets him to lay off a fastball, and I'm right there with you. I'd like to see more of these splitters. It is a nasty pitch.
The only run he allowed was on a 4-seam fastball to Stanton.
Ooh, big splitter there. Called third strike. Aaron Judge does not like the call, but Ohtani has got his 6th strikeout there.
I mean, Judge doesn't like the call, but that was a pitch-perfect call. Right at the knees, and it went from top of the knee to the bottom, really, J-Man. Not as much drop as what we've seen, but overall, a big out. If you're the Yankees, you've got to answer here. You need to strike back with just 1 run. Even if you don't get them all back, because it's going to be hard to score 4 runs right now against Shohei Ohtani, get a couple base runners on. Try to extend these innings and get Ohtani out of the game. That's the best bet the Yankees have.
Ooh, freezes him on that 99-mile-an-hour fastball. And Michael Mem is asking, did Otero give up any of those runs? He did not.
The doing after Herman came out was really all on J.A. Happ.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even say it's on J.A. Happ. I would say those runs are really on Aaron Boone. There's nothing else to say. That was an idiotic decision.
I have to agree with you there. That one is chopped in front of the plate and goes foul.
I mean, really, I shouldn't even say it's an idiotic decision, because really I don't mean to be harsh about it, but it's really the show decision. It's not an Aaron Boone decision.
Ooh. Big swing and a miss there from Giancarlo Stanton. And Shohei Ohtani's gotten 3 strikeouts in a row now. He struck out Gleyber Torres to end the 5th. He struck out Aaron Judge, and now he gets Giancarlo Stanton swinging. And also, he got Urshela striking out, so he's gotten 4 of the last 5 Yankees batters, all by strikeouts.
You know, it's funny, I should have never said after he struck out Urshela, J-Man. You know, Ohtani's having a relatively low strikeout day compared to what he usually does, because now he's turned around and done this. Now all of a sudden he's looking for double digits in an instant, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it here on this at-bat against Gary Sanchez, who basically snuck in a single down the line the last time up and could have had a double, but didn't get it.
Well, that one is hit down the line, but it is just going to drift foul into those right field seats. So 2 strikes from Ohtani. Let's see if he goes back to that splitter. Here's the pitch. And he did go to the splitter, but Sanchez able to get a piece of it. And that's a wild throw by Rendon. And Gary Sanchez is going to end up at second base.
I don't know why Sanchez stopped. He could have had third there. Overall, Listella didn't get to that ball. He thought the right fielder was going to chase it. But you have to remember there's such a shift on that they had to go a very long way. And that's a very rare mistake, by the way, for Rendon. Overthrow a fielder, especially the first baseman, Tommy Listella.
Well, maybe that's the sort of play the Yankees need to get themselves back into this. Brings up Aaron Hicks, 1 for 2 today. And he had a double off of Shohei Ohtani in the second inning.
Again, that was another one against the shift, but that one was an easy as day doubles. It bounced right off the fence. And if he can get his pitch here, if he gets a fastball, I'd say on a 3-1 or even this 2-0 count here, J-Man, I'm scared to face Hicks because he loves fastballs high and in. He can really turn on one, being that switch hitter he is as well.
And Luke Voigt is on deck should anything happen here. So this is a very tough sequence here for Shohei Ohtani.
I think this is setting up for Luke Voigt to be the hero again, J-Man?
Well, you know, they say you don't want to have the pitcher face the same guy a third time, and this would be the third at-bat for Luke Voigt.
Ooh.
And Hicks just missed that one, and he knew it.
If he gets it again, I think that he's going to go splitter, though.
3-1 pitch. He does go out of the zone on a 4-seam fastball, and Aaron Hicks draws a 2-out walk, so it'll be 2 on, 2 out for Luke Voigt.
And now this is where I mentioned J-Man. I mentioned you need to extend the inning. If he walks Voigt here, I think his day is done. Or if he allows a hit, today is done. But you got to get out of this inning for Ohtani.
He's now at 88 pitches, and there's that splitter missing for a strike. Missing for a ball, excuse me.
2 balls, no strike.
You see that?
Yeah.
Yep. This is definitely, I'm telling you right now, if he doesn't get Voigt here, his day is definitely done.
I think so. I think that's we're thinking along with Bot Madden. 3-0, and yeah, the command has just come undone for Shohei Ohtani, and that's after he got the first 2 guys to strike out, and that air from Rendon is sort of weighing heavily on his mind.
You know, I'm interested that they're warming up 2 righties of Bundy and Berea, because I would think here with Brett Gardner on deck, all you need is 1 out. I know the lefty rule in regards to facing 1 hitter is no longer, but if it ends the inning, it's no big deal.
Well, and there is a walk. It will load the bases and bring up Brett Gardner. And what do you do here if you're John Madden? You take Shohei Ohtani out of this game.
I would. Yep, there it is. Call to the bullpen. That was clear as day. His day is done. 92 pitches for Ohtani. I know the last 3 batters don't reflect it, but it's still a good day in a winning scenario. Now you got to go to the bullpen, and I would like to say it's going to be Dylan Bundy that's coming in, but we shall see. See if they can get out of this one. No, they're going to go to Berea instead. Oh, I still think this is a good call by Joe Madden, however, J-Man.
Well, you see, Berea 72 strikeouts in 82 innings pitched. So maybe more of a strikeout guy than Dylan Bundy. Dylan Bundy, 95 strikeouts in 107 innings. So, again, neither are really great options that Joe Madden has down there in this bullpen.
Is what the Yankees wanted. Now let's see if the bats come to life.
Well, another first pitch ball to a Yankees batter this inning, and Brett Gardner is in the driver's seat. Taking all the way there, it's fastball in at 93. See, Gary Sanchez is at third, Hicks at second, Luke Voigt, the runner, at first, and Brett Gardner, longtime Yankee, is the batter. The 1-1 pitch. Ooh, big swing and a miss on a changeup from Berea, and it's 1-2. So those three runners on are Ohtani's responsibility. The 1-2 count to Gardner. Doesn't get him to chase on that fastball, 2-2.
Gardner, you gotta sit back here, take advantage. 2%.
2-2 pitch. Ooh, just got a piece of that changeup.
So it's funny here. You want to talk stats, J-Man. Obviously, Gardner, he's hit 120-plus career home runs. Ever here in the sixth as well. Never mind about that.
Oh, big swing and a miss. Berea gets Gardner striking out on a changeup with the bases loaded. Yankees lead 3. They do not score a run. We're going to the 7th inning, and it is Angels by 4.
I was about to say he's hit 12 home runs in his career, particularly in the 6th inning. And he struggles in the 7th and the 8th. However, in the 9th, he's hit 14 career home runs. Overall, for Gardner, not getting it done there.
No, Dan Otero coming out for another inning of relief. And he's going to face 4, 5, and 6 here for the Angels. Randone, Pujols, and Upton. And it is the 7th inning, and we are joined in the booth at this time by our own bot ball organist, Shark Shavery. How you doing, Sharky?
If you want to know how I'm doing, check the Discord general chat for my expression waiting to get to the 7th, because it is sweltering in here and I just want to shower. And apparently the players just wanted to stretch it on out.
Well, swinging at 3-0 is Anthony Rendon, and he lifts that one out to right field. Aaron Judge is there for the out.
Well, are you itching to get in here because of the heat, or are you really itching simply because of the fact that I messed up the 7th inning stretch without you yesterday?
That was great. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
What happened yesterday?
Well, I decided to YouTube take me out to the ball game, and needless to say, after the first 5 seconds, the lyrics cut out, and I just turned to Jeremy, and I'm like, "Where did the lyrics go?" And because we were making jokes about singing it before, and needless to say, they kind of all disappeared, and we had a order of take me out to the ball game.
Oh man, this is much faster than last half inning. And I'll just say, since we're running low on time here potentially, hope you're ready for Stretch Roulette. I have no idea what's going to be played.
Ooh, Stretch Roulette.
But it'll be one of the random take me out to the ball games I've composed.
Is Ozzy's in that or no?
No, simply because I didn't write it.
So the All-Star 7th inning stretch with the LA County census information could be played?
I don't know which version of the trap stretch is in there. So if it does come up, then there's a second round of roulette. And which should I choose? I don't really know.
Well, I'm excited to find out.
It's intentionally sloppy. Let's just put it that way.
as this one's lifted down the right field line, drifting foul.
My stream keeps freezing, so it'll like, oh, is it going to go this distance? No, it's very much hooking.
Yeah, my screen keeps on freezing too. I've had a lot of problems with this game, but it seems to be going okay right now for me.
Knock on wood.
2-2 pitches hit right to Voigt, who's going to be there for the catch. And we are going to the 7th inning stretch. Take it away,
Let's
Sharky.
see. Which one is it? And the timing works. That was great.
Swinging at that first pitch is, who was that? Gio Urshela, who grounds out to Andrelton Simmons.
Second baseman.
Or,
You know, Shark, the one thing about Yankee Stadium in particular, you know, this is one of the few places I guess it doesn't really do take me out to the ball game, because Yankee Stadium, they do God Bless America during the 7th inning stretch usually.
oh, they do both.
That's true. Oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right.
It's why the 7th inning stretch takes a long time, and
Yeah.
so maybe if you've got a starting pitcher for the other team, they usually complain. They go, "Oh, the stretch is too long." This one's hit on the ground to Simmons, and LeMahieu is out number 2.
The bat, the shortstop, Weaver.
Oh, yeah, I think any place that would not take me out to the ball game is guilty of crimes against baseball, personally. I mean, even if it's ridiculous stuff like what I do here, like it's part of the game. It's a game of traditions.
Absolutely, and you know, sometimes you join me on Blue Jays ones, and we'll play the OK Blue Jays song, but they also do play the 7th inning stretch as well in Toronto.
I think
Go ahead.
every place that I've done a special stretch for here also does the 7th inning stretch. We just don't have enough time on Bop-Ball.
Yeah, exactly. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it Cotton Eye Joe where they usually end up playing that a lot at the Yankee Stadium?
Good extent. Was that in the YMCA?
Yeah, well, the YMCA, the grounds crew does a choreographed move to. As a strikeout is completed by Jason Castro there. We're going to the 8th inning. Angels still leading by 4.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll let you two get back to the call. Thanks for having me on. I will see you two later and have a great rest of this week.
Thanks so much for that, Shark Shavery. Welcome anytime I am doing a game.
One went way too quickly for Shark. I mean, I know he wanted it quickly, but sometimes you can't give him what he wants.
Yeah, it seemed like that 7th inning flew by as soon as he got in the booth. So take your shower and enjoy the rest of your day. I mean, the Yankees have a new pitcher here in the 8th inning. It's going to be Adam Ottavino. And looking at the numbers for Ottavino this year, he's gotten into 39 games. This is his 40th appearance. 36 innings pitched. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong numbers. His 26th game, 27 innings pitched, and a 4.67 earned run average. This one is sent out to left field. Brett Gardner is under it for the catch, and there's one out away.
Jim, and I will say this, Ottavino's ERA has come back to earth, because when it came through the month of May, you almost wanted to close your eyes because he had an above 9 ERA at one point. Good to see Ottavino really start to come back and start to find where he was rhythm-wise. But the Yankees, they need him right now, because with him struggling, this bullpen has a lot of reliances between Chad Green, as you see, warming up, have Zach Britton, Elvis Chapman, who has battled through injuries this year, and Tommy Camley. So I mean, the Yankees, they have this depth. When you're inconsistent, it comes back to bite you.
Yeah, and especially the impressive thing for me is how the Yankees have cobbled that bullpen together this year, because Chapman has been down with a herniated disc for a long time. Canely has gone into that closer role. But when you put him into that closer role, everyone else gets bumped up into higher leverage situations. And like you said, Ottavino was struggling. all you have is Ottavino and Britton as your bridge to Canely, and now you've got these three guys as a bridge to Chapman, and it just changes the whole complexion of the team.
I almost feel like I'm the bad luck to the Yankees, too, to an extent here in Bop Ball, because every time the Yankees have had a save situation with Tommy Canely, he's gone on to blow the save in a high-leverage situation. So that's another thing, too, to think about. But you see a 3-1 count to Goodwin.
He's only a blown 3 saves, and Canely has. So you must be pretty bad luck. Well, if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all, is what my dad used to say to me. As down goes swinging Brian Goodwin, and 2 quick outs here for Adam Ottavino.
The catcher.
That's time again. That slider quickly over the outside corner, and that's what's going to get Goodwin out in front 99% of the time. Now again, you face another lefty. I'm still surprised they haven't pinch hit for Jason Castro, or went to the bench, because he continues to only get lower. I mean, we're not talking 160. A month ago, it was at 195. It only continues to platoon. And I mean, eventually, enough has to be enough, J-Man.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hope for at least very good defense back there. But I mean, he's not the future. He's on a 1-year contract, and he's hitting 160. You're right. Win is enough. Going to be enough.
I mean, you made a move for a catcher, and now you're not playing him. To me, this turns out to be costly, because the Angels, it's not even like they're out of the division race. 9 games back off the Athletics, and sure, you're right now below 500, but all you need is a run. The Astros already proved it. The Astros are 2.5 games back off the AL West lead after being 15-plus back. You can try to make a push. You just need to put together a good bunch of runs and streaks. Right now, starting it against the Yankees up 5-1, especially after blowing the game yesterday, that's huge.
Yeah, there's just a lot of holes. There's a big swing and a miss there from Jason Castro. Adam Ottavino gets 2 strikeouts in the inning. We're going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Angels still leading by 4.
Now, I'm not a betting man, J-Man, but if I know the Yankees very well, considering I'm a big Yankees fan, something about this 8th and 9th inning, especially when the Yankees are down, this is where they start to scrap some runs. I'm not saying they will. That tends to be how it's worked here in Bop Ball for them.
Well, they've got the heart of the order coming up, 3, 4, 5, Judge, Stanton, and Gary Sanchez. So if you want to get something going, this is the inning to do it. And man, Aaron Judge is not happy about that. He tosses his bat in disgust. Don't think that was intentional, but Aaron Judge maybe wonders if Correa simulated hates him.
But you know what? I really think Judge, the first thing he was thinking about in anger was that arm, because you have to remember, Judge, a lot of his injuries have come really as a freak of nature, getting hit by pitches. That broken wrist he had last year, he almost got drilled right in that arm, but luckily got the back around.
Well, that could be a potential double play ball. Stanton hits it right to Fletcher, who goes the 4-6-3 double play.
Pitch swinging again, and I'll tell you this, the one thing I'm surprised, I know it's not a safe situation right now, but I'm surprised Correa is still out there. I mean, he didn't labor too much last inning, and right now still not laboring, obviously getting that double play. But you would think maybe Joe Madden would, continue to extend upon Correa's usage, considering the fact that the bullpen, again, I mean, yesterday I know they had a lead, but it wasn't really used too much. You don't really want to tire out your pitchers. I think we already proved that with Aroldis Chapman back in the 2016 World Series.
Yeah. ML Bop Ball loves to use those long relievers, and Berea and Bundy are the 2 long relievers that John Madden loves to use. They've both gotten into over 40 games so far this year.
This makes you want to think, get your most trustworthy reliever and put them in the long relief role.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
closer. I mean, that's what I think your best bet is if you want to win ball games here on MLB The Show. And overall, Sanchez getting 1 for 3 on the day, and it's a big at bat here, and that's not going to do it.
Big swing and a miss, and the Yankees go quickly in their half of the 8th inning. We're going to the 9th inning. Angels still leading by 4. Top of the 9th inning, and it's 1-2-3 here for the Angels. And I want to go back to what you were talking a little bit about in the top of the 8th inning is about the Angels making a run. And you look at this team, and it's very top-heavy. You know, the infield's pretty good. LaStella Fletcher is a good right side of the infield, and you're not going to find a much better left side of the infield than Rendon and Simmons. Trout's the best center fielder in the game. It's just you've got some black holes in that lineup with Pujols, with Upton, and with Castro. And then you've got the starting pitching staff has been very good in the 1, 2, 3 spots, but their 4 and 5 starters have just been atrocious. So when you're winning, you know, only really have a chance to win 3 out of the 5 games, it makes it really hard to go on runs.
Indeed. I mean, right now, and when you're consistent, it kind of does hurt you a little bit, J-Man, and you're not getting, you know, quality at-bats, quality swings. I mean, obviously here in the top of this lineup, there's been nothing shy of quality with Tommy LaStella. You know, Mike Trout in that 3-hole is as consistent as it gets, with Anthony Rendon as well. It goes to the bullpen. The bullpen needed to get the job done, and today you saw it early on with Ohtani getting the outs, keeping the pitch count low, and obviously Berea got him out of trouble. But this is what you need every game, everyone doing their job. And until the Angels can do that consistently, I don't see them winning this division title, but they are still going to be a contender for this wild card spot, in my opinion.
Well, I think the wild card is actually the more out of reach one. That's you're going to have to go through Chicago and Cleveland. Same thing with Tampa. If you want to get into the playoffs, you've got to win your division. That AL Central has just been murder how good those 3 teams have been. All 3 of those teams are going to make the playoffs.
I think once the deadline comes, I think one of those teams are going to fade a little bit because you can't keep the runs for so long. I think this is already proven with the Twins. And you have to remember, at one point, is that one just landed foul. Everyone thought the Twins were going to be the best team in baseball by far, and all of a sudden the Indians, I mean, they had a good start, but they literally came out of nowhere. I think either the Indians or the White Sox have to falter eventually.
You'd think so, but I mean, that Cleveland rotation with Bieber and Plesac, Carrasco, they just don't seem to be going anywhere. I say Clevenger, I mean, they've got so many good arms down there. And to think they traded away Corey Kluber. Well, that one is hit into deep center field, and Hicks is not going to get to that one. It falls in front of him, and that is a single for David Fletcher here. The Angels have 2 on and nobody out in the top of the 9th.
And we mentioned Fletcher again on top of the broadcast, how many times he's ground out in the double plays, but this is what he produces when he doesn't ground balls out. It's that right there in the gap, and while he couldn't get the runner over the third, he set up Mike Trout, who struck it out twice, but ultimately has hit the ball a very far away earlier in this game, as well as having a double against the fence. I don't know, this could be more runs here for the Angels, J-Man.
I mean, with Mike Trout and Anthony Rendon coming up next and nobody out, and Ottavino struggling this year, yeah, it's definitely looking like more runs for the Angels. But he's gotten ahead of Trout here, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on its way, and Trout rips that one foul, just missing it.
I wonder, I'm just thinking about changes you can make if you're either the Yankees or the Angels. One thing that pops into my head is great pitch there.
Swing and a miss there. Yeah, that's a huge strikeout for Ottavino.
One thing I'm thinking is that if you're a team, take one of your stronger relievers, put them in that long relief role, And let's say if they don't have a bunch of stamina, that's okay because then they can balance out the bullpen realistically. I think that's one thing that you can think about maybe making changes to for all teams, not just, the Yankees or the Angels in particular. But I think that can make a big difference because you'll start seeing the bullpens have a lot, I guess you could say, equal usage. We're seeing right now, obviously, both sides trying to expand upon their pitchers. I mean, Adam Ottavino throwing 30 pitches. It's going to be very tough because he's not used to this and he doesn't really have the stamina to do so.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra managing for one of our bot ball people to do, though. You sort of have to move guys in and out of that long relief role every game. Let's see, Hap's in it for one game. He pitched 4 innings. You better take him out of it the next game because ML Bot Ball is just going to pitch him in there again. That seems to be the only way to get around that weird loophole.
Yeah, bounces back here. I think this would be one of your options to put in a long relief role, in my opinion, for the Yankees. But if hasn't had the best year, and you keep that stamina low, you can probably have an alternative. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to test. This isn't just obviously a simple answer.
Yep. Well, and another option is, of course, Luis Sessa. The Yankees had in that role earlier this year and was pretty successful. Got into 27 games and threw 65 innings, so that's how often and how many multiple innings he was going, and had a 4.11 earned run average. Well, Ottavino loses Rendon there, and that's going to be the bases loaded for Albert Pujols, and it's going to be the end of the line for Ottavino. In comes Jonathan Holder. It's going to be his 47th game so far this season, 2.48 ERA and 54.1 innings pitched. Pretty good numbers for Jonathan Holder, 53 strikeouts, so about a strikeout an inning, and that's exactly what the Yankees need here. You don't want to get this game get any more out of control.
This is a great bounce-back year for Holder after last year, not only losing his job and getting sent down to the minors after a terrible season. He's done a very good job this year finding his command, throwing strikes. He's most importantly found ways to get ground balls. Big at-bat here for Pujols especially. You need Holder to come out and throw strikes, and he's not doing that right now, down 2-0. But all you need is really one pitch down in the zone to get Pujols to ground out.
Pujols is not very fast. He is not fleet of foot. It's a more alliterative way of saying it. So he is a prime double play candidate. 2-0 pitch from Holder. That one is ripped foul. Pujols still has some bat speed there. Oh for 4 today. Popped up to first his last time up, and again, just ripping that ball foul down the third base line.
Sit back a little bit here against Holder. Hell out in front.
2-2 pitch, taking outside, so it's a full count. Nowhere to put Pujols. La Stella is the runner at third. Fletcher is at second. Rendon is the runner at first. 3-2 pitch on its way to Pujols. And he gets called for the strikeout. Pujols not happy with that call. It may have been a bit low, but regardless, it is a called third strike.
Call, but a big pitch regardless. That's why you got to swing to defend. Now here's Jay up, who hit a very long moonshot a little while back. You got to get a run here if you're the Angels. It may not, necessarily, I guess you could say, cost you a game, Jay, man. Every run matters. And you would think, especially with having the bases loaded with 1 out, or even a runner in scoring position with no outs, they get something done, but it's the big hitters that haven't been able to produce.
Well, and that's, again, the problem we're talking about with the Angels is they get runners on, they get the bases loaded, and they've got the big hitters up. It's Pujols and Upton, and these guys have not been coming through. You kind of like to see Brian Goodwin maybe up in this spot in the order for them.
I mean, you think about it, Trout struck out, then you had Rendon walk. Now you have an opportunity for Pujols. I mean, these are two big money guys we're talking about, Trout and Pujols. And obviously we know Trout 90% of the time gets it done, but not in that time. And then Pujols, who struggled yet again, can't get it done. Now you move to Upton here with 2 outs.
He's a big money guy too.
So you gotta get something here. You gotta get your money's worth. You know, Joe Maddon's trying to do everything with a 5-1 lead, but can't come into this situation so many times and just come out without at least 1 run. All you need to bring is 1.
2-2 pitch on its way, and Upton goes down swinging. So the Angels load the bases and are unable to cash in any runs. It is not a save situation, so we'll see with who Joe Maddon goes for the bottom of the 9th.
Indeed, and you have to remember, too, they traded away Ansel Robles a while back, as we mentioned. Really, it's also a new transition and closer, as well as Aaron Hicks steps in. As it looks like they're going to keep Correa out there.
Wow.
Actually, he is going for a save.
Yeah, well, that one is hit off of his leg, and Rendon firing onto first, but unable to make the play, and looks like Correa is hurt.
Is that the second time now? I'm pretty sure that's the second time he's taken one off the leg, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was a Yankee that took one off the leg. Wasn't it Otero?
I believe it. You may be right. Maybe it was Otero.
Well, now Luke Voigt has a runner on first, and maybe some Yankee magic here in the 9th inning.
Yesterday. By the way, I do want to mention one other thing, J-Man. That was the second time the Angels stranded bases loaded in this ballgame. They had one earlier while you were going through some connection issues. Ultimately, fly out to Aaron Hicks ended, I believe that was back in the 3rd, if not the 4th inning. It's not like the Angels haven't had chances tonight. They still hold the 5-1 lead remarkably, but you think about it, they should have had double-digit runs in this ballgame.
Yeah, they've had a lot of base runners, and they've faced Jay Happ, so they've had a lot of opportunities. I don't mean to be snarky to Jay Happ. That was just a bit too easy.
Well, I mean, it's what happens when your stamina is low and you bring someone out that just threw 4 innings yesterday.
Yeah, that is true.
See here if the runner goes. I think they have a defensive indifference on here, J-Man.
3-2 pitch. Voigt goes down to a knee on that swing. Big, powerful swing there from Voigt.
Out in front, and we're starting to see Berea again. 27 pitches. I think his magic number is 35. The distance he'll go for.
Now Voigt just gets a piece of that one and fouls it off. Another full count pitch from Berea, and that one is lined into left field in front of Upton for a base hit. So the Yankees' first 2 batters reach here in the 9th inning. And so the tying run is now on deck. So I believe that makes it a save situation, and that is why Joe Maddon is going to go to his closer, Ty Buttrey. It is now officially a save situation for him.
Indeed, I apologize. I don't know why I said Robles, rather. This was in the setup. Indeed, Buttrey, your closer, 29 saves, 31 opportunities. And overall, he's been very consistent. Last time when he had his opportunity against New York, he closed the deal. And I'll tell you what, though, face a clutch hitter in these situations, a Brett Gardner. I know a home run would still make it a 1-run deficit. Expect a long count drawn here by Brett. Try to load up the bases and then move it over to your 9-hitter. And I wouldn't be surprised if they pinch hit for Gio or Urshela.
Yeah, a lot of good options to pinch hit on the bench. Andujar, Talkman, Clint Frazier. But yeah, Ty Buttrey has only given up 2 home runs in 30 innings pitched this season, so he has been very, very good for Joe Maddon down there in the bullpen.
I'd be scared if you turn it over to DJ LeMahieu with the bases loaded, perhaps. I mean, that's a scary thing to think about, J-Man. I mean, you know how good he is with runners scoring position. You don't want it to get to the Yankees' middle portion of the lineup either.
That one is chopped foul, 2-1. Yeah, I mean, should Gardner get on base, it's the tying run comes up to the plate. 2-1 count from Buttrey, misses inside. Well, actually, it's called a strike.
I'm surprised. I thought that missed too, J-Man, but they said it hit the inside corner. That's a very risky call there.
A very favorable call and a risky call to do in the Bronx. 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed, and he cannot catch up to that 98-mile-an-hour heater of Buttrey's.
And Gardner snarking back there at the home plate umpire, very displeased as he swung through that cutter. That one was a little bit hung. I'm surprised Gardner was very far out in front of it, but you can see very mad, obviously, at that last pitch as well. And that could have been the break the Angels needed.
He's got a legitimate complaint there. Brings up Gio Urshela, now 1 out in the 9th inning. 2 on. Aaron Hicks is the runner at second. Luke Voigt is the runner at first. 1-0 pitch. Misses outside, 2-0.
So, continue behind in accounts.
Yeah. 2-0 pitch here on the way from Buttrey. And that one misses, 3-0. So he's in danger of walking the bases loaded for DJ LeMahieu.
Got to give him the take sign. You have to here. There's no choice. 9th inning, he rolls one into a double play. Not going to leave happy.
3-0 pitch. Yep, taking all the way. Fastball outside.
I think you give it to him one more time here, J-Man. What do you think?
Yeah, Buttrey's been wild, and I would not be swinging on this pitch either. Well, he is not. Gets a changeup in there, so that is unfair to go from 98 miles an hour and just drop in an 86-mile-an-hour change like that. Count will be now full. Worked his way back from 3-0. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And that's popped up into the infield. Tommy LaStella is underneath that one. Infield fly rule probably an account for that, and that is the second out.
And Urshela is going to want that one back. I mean, that's belt high, essentially right down the middle on the slider. He only pops it up. The Yankees, again, trying to keep it alive. Big at-bat here for DJ LeMahieu. Down to your final out. Move it over. Get it over to the next guy. So 365 with runners in scoring position. That is just incredible, J-Man.
Well, that's why he was an All-Star, and that's why he ended up being the MVP in the All-Star game. But that one is lifted out to center field, and Mike Trout is there, put away for the final out here. Yankees get a couple of base runners those final 2 innings, but they go quietly here in the 9th. They end up losing this one by a final score of 5-1, and wasn't as close as that score should have indicated. The Angels had a lot of runners on. They had a lot of scoring opportunities, but they only end up winning this one by a final score of 5-1. I'm curious, who do you think your player of the game would be for today?
Oh, it's tough. I would have to say it's Shohei Ohtani. Overall, you know, they couldn't make the argument of Mike Trout. Ohtani out 4-7, Herman 3-1. Buttrey, by the way, gets his 30th save. So that's an interesting debate. But, oh, yeah, they gave it to Mike Trout.
Mike Trout hit that 2-run home run in that first inning, and that was sort of set the tone for the whole game after that. Angels never trailed the entire way. But, yeah, Shohei Ohtani had a great game, as we can see right here in that first inning. Mike Trout just lifting this one to left field, 379. That scored Tommy LaStella, who came around on that walk. And yeah, that was all the Angels ever needed. Yankees only scored 1 run this whole game.
And that 1 run you'll see come here as on the bottom of the first, Giancarlo Stanton answered back with an RBI single down the middle. Yankees just couldn't find any offense after that. And you see here, Anthony Rendon, he produces with runners in scoring position. Gave the Angels a 3-1 lead, and this doesn't show all the times the Angels had the bases loaded. As we mentioned, they should have scored double digits today.
Yeah, they should have. And look at this moonshot from Justin Upton. Way up there. Went into the second deck, 400 feet to left field. That gave the Angels a 4-1 lead, and then after that, Tommy LaStella going the opposite way off of J. Happ, driving in a run. That was a lefty-lefty matchup, and still LaStella scoring another run there. And then after that, Angels were in cruise control. LeMahieu flied out to end the ball game here in the 9th inning to Mike Trout. But yeah, the interesting thing to me is Domingo Germán only going 4 innings, gave up those 2 earned runs in that first inning, and he was pitching pretty well. And for some reason, Aaron Boone going quick hook to J. Happ. You know, he'd been in that rotation for a while. Maybe he's got some familiarity with him, but ended up backfiring today.
It backfired, but again, you know, Germán in particular was on a high pitch count. You have to remember, he faced bases loaded and he had a couple of walks. Ultimately, his count was at, I believe, 8-7 when Boone took him out of the game after that 4th inning. So again, yeah, it does come back to bite Aaron Boone in the behind, especially picking J.A. Happ as the guy. But ultimately, again, a lot of this lies on the Yankees. You had opportunities, especially at the end of that game, to give yourselves a chance to not just tie up this ball game, but maybe even win. And again, when you have the Angels who struggle to produce with runners in scoring position, really needed to take advantage, but yet the Yankees didn't. And ultimately, they deserve to lose this ball game today, J-Man.
Yeah, well, 4 games set here. So they will have 2 more games against these Angels. Tomorrow, we see Griffin Canning versus Jordan Montgomery. And then on Thursday, we've got Pena versus Paxton. But right now, we're joined in the booth by Carlos Zimmerman and Jordan Smith as we are going to Texas for an AL West matchup. It's the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers. Guys, how's it going?
Going pretty good. How about you guys?
Well, we just saw a pretty exciting game. Shohei Ohtani was masterful. The Yankees were unable to do much against that splitter, but Shohei only able to get his 4th win today. Angels winning this one 5-1 and improving to 48-53. And this is some of the teams they are chasing. They're a game up on Texas, but they're a couple back of Houston and even further back of the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting race in the West for sure. Is more than likely it's just going to be between the Athletics and Astros mainly, but the Angels as an outlier for if they can get a hot run as we head into the main part of the second half of the season, and this one is just about to start.
Absolutely. So any final thoughts for this game, Tim?
Overall, again, the Yankees struggled and a big win for the Angels. Ohtani getting the job done that he needed to. Strikeouts were the key, and that splitter was nasty. Big win for the Angels, 5-1. Now let's see if they can get a little bit of help as well. If the Astros can perhaps lose this one here in Texas. Yeah, that'd be my final thoughts, J-Man.
All right, well, we are underway here at Globe Life Field. So for Tim Moore, I've been J-Man 1993. Yankees lose this one 5-1. Take it away, Carlos Zimmerman and Jordan Smith.
Thank you guys, much appreciated. As always, great call from y'all. As we now get you started for things here in the Lone Star State. The Silver Boot Series alive and well once again. Carlos Zimmerman alongside me, Jordan Smith here for this in-state rivalry as this one strike on the inside part of the plate to get things going here in Texas. And there you take a look at the Rangers. not a great year for them.
No, it hasn't really been a good first half for them, as the second half of this season just starting to happen. And, you know, they really got to rein it in here as this one's chopped.
Runner on over to short. The field at first in time, and the throw by Andrews on line for out number 1. We take a look at the defensive alignment for the Texas Rangers. Willie Calhoun in left, Joey Gallo in center, Shin-Soo Choo in right, followed by Todd Frazier at third, Elvis Andrews at shortstop, Roughnet Odor at second, Hunter Cole at first, followed by, as this one is actually a rounder to Choo. So a base hit for the Astros to start things off here for Brantley. First hit of the ball game.
Yeah, a little bit of a pitch that just kind of sunk in there, and Brantley's really good with those. So yeah, first hit of the ball game for the Astros. And then here comes the start of the dangerous 1-2 punch of Bregman and Alvarez.
Mentioned a very dangerous 1-2 punch in the lineup for the Houston Astros at that 3 and 4 spot. As we continue to round out the defensive alignment for the Rangers, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa behind the plate. And, of course, the starting pitcher for the Rangers. Didn't really get to talk about him much in the pregame, but what do you have on him, Carlos?
You know, he's really just got to rein it in against these Astros hitters, be able to mix a good amount of fastball and off-speed. Off-speed is where these Astros are going to get burned, especially on pitches up and in, or even like that right there from Gibson, although it just missed. So, yeah, he's had a solid season, but he's hoping to maybe continue, try and get his season continuing in a positive way.
Out 2-0 count to Alex Bregman at the plate. That one in there for a strike. So really, Alex Bregman and Yordan Alvarez, not just a dangerous 1-2 punch in this lineup, but really a dangerous couple of players as that one gets away from Falefa. That will allow Brantley to head to second base. His 6th stolen base on the season. But a big swing and a miss makes a strike 2 from Alex Bregman. Going back to what I was saying, not only a dangerous 1-2 punch the Astros lineup in Bregman and Alvarez, but really a dangerous couple of teammates in all of the American League. Side for both, and there is the aforementioned Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan definitely on a track for a potential MVP when the time comes here, but Bregman, he's got to try and get something.
This one a high fly ball to left field, backing up on it. Making the catch will be Calhoun. And that will be out number 2 here of the ballgame.
Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
Bregman's hitting that inside Minute Maid Park. That's definitely in the Crawford boxes, but you know you're in the new field for the Rangers, Globe Life Field. So it wasn't keen to his liking because he actually gave that one a good ride. But here's Yordan. You see it there. Over 400 against right-handed pitchers, so Gibson's got to be careful.
And 31 of his 35-plus home runs coming on right-handers as well. As you take a look there. 11 for 31 in his last 10 games. The 0-1 will fall out of the zone. 1-1 the count. See that 352 batting average. Leads the team, and I believe leads the American League in batting average so far this season. As the 1-1 will miss outside again. 2-1 the count.
Hey, look at that. He's only .04 off from above his teammate Alex Bregman, who you just saw. So the Astros have got some really, really good bats in the opening half of this lineup, and even the back half of the lineup has a lot of pop in there. So you'll see that on display if Gibson starts to get in trouble.
Something that I've noticed from this season for Yordan Alvarez, especially in the last couple months, he's gotten a lot better at his plate discipline. You remember when he first came up, as that one falls in the zone for strike 2. You remember early, obviously, in his career when he came up last year to make his major league debut, plate discipline was a little bit off. To start the season was about the same but not as bad, and now he's really progressed into someone who's not going to chase after those close pitches when it's not necessary.
No, you're absolutely right. His plate discipline is like that of just a 10-year vet from behind the plate.
That one, good pitch by Gibson, catching that outside zone, part of the zone. And that will do it for the top half of the first. We head to the bottom half. Some history being made here in Arlington. We'll get to that in just a moment. See it right there, no stats for Forrest Whitley, and that's because he makes his Major League debut today. Just called up during the All-Star break, and his place as the number 4 starter, or the number 5 starter in the rotation. Forrest Whitley, what do you have on him, Carlos? He's been a high prospect from what I understand.
He has been a top prospect for the Astros for quite some time, if not the number 1 prospect. He has had some good, he had a pretty solid season down in AAA Round Rock, so expect him to really utilize the fastball today to try and get these pitchers, but he'll go off speed for his first Major League pitch.
We'll talk about his numbers in AAA. Had a 1.5 ERA right when he was called up on the season with over 10 wins. As you take a look, 53-46, and you and I have done some of these games for the Astros. That one's a big swing and a miss for strike 2 on a high heat 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer. For these Astros, they've really come into their own these past couple of months, and they made it interesting. Now only 2.5 back of Oakland for first place in the West.
Yeah, after they took 2 of 3 against Oakland, now they have their eyes set on getting Texas in a sweep. I believe this is a 3-game series, so if they could do that and Oakland runs into some trouble, they could, by the end of this series, be either on top of the division or right there tied with Oakland.
1-2 falls low and in the dirt. 2-2 the count to Sin Choo-Choo. 264 average, playing right field today. Not his usual position. I believe usually he's the DH, playing somewhere in the infield, as that one is low and in the dirt. Full count.
Like I said, Whitley's got to utilize the fastball. His off-speed is not as good.
There's a fastball right there. Is 98 miles an hour it was clocked at. Chu just able to foul it off. Once again, the 3-2 pitch. Just fouled again, another high heat. Full count swung on, fly ball. A little bit of a shift being played as Brantley will head to his right and make the catch. The first out of the ball game for the Astros defense and the first Major League out for Forrest Whitley.
Talk about the Astros defense as Andrews will come to the plate. Josh Reddick not out in right field today. The young Kyle Tucker is up in his place this afternoon.
Outside the zone for ball 1. That is, yeah, I thought that was interesting. I took a double take when I saw that at first before the game today, but apparently it's due to a apparent day-to-day injury from Josh Reddick that he suffered during the final game of the series against Oakland, as that one will be in the zone for strike 1. So that's why Tucker will be getting the start in right field today. We'll get to the alignment here in just a bit. That misses outside for ball 3.
Ball 4, pitch is down.
Low ball 4. Not a great start here with that walk as you now bring up Willie Calhoun.
Chu was able to fight off some good pitches from Forrest Whitley and then was able to fly out. But yeah, not a really good at-bat there against Andrews. But now he gets to go up against another lefty here, so we'll see how he intends to attack Calhoun.
First pitch outside for ball 1. You see they've rounded into 13 double plays this season for Willie Calhoun. All they would need would be a double play to get out of the inning and head into the second. And now 1 out in the bottom of the first, no score. In game 1 of this 3-game Lone Star series. This one rips into right field for a base hit. Runners will hold at first and second. There's the first hit given up.
Batting 4.
And fastball that just hung up a little too much at Calhoun. He loves it in the bottom half of the zone. So, you know, that's what we would call in the business the sweet spot. So, yeah, it's starting to get a little dicey here in the bottom half of the first.
Joey Gallo up to the plate. This one swung on. Hard hit fly ball into right field on the warning track right in front of the wall. And leaning on the wall as he makes a catch is Tucker. They don't run on him. That will be 2 outs. A very interesting choice there by Andrews not to tag up just in case.
Man, Gallo gave that just one heck of a ride, and maybe about 5 feet further, that's out of here, and the Rangers are up 3-0. Instead, it's 2 out, 2 on, and you still got 2 goose eggs up on the board.
Todd Frazier heads to the plate. A 206 batting average is not what we are accustomed to seeing. But the guy who can really put some power behind his swing is the first pitch. Outside for ball 1. Two Andrews there on second. Calhoun on first. Frazier staring down the 1-0. Now 2-0. Brantley in left, George Springer in right, followed by, as mentioned before, Kyle Tucker, replacing Josh Reddick in today's game out right. And Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa on the left side of the infield at third and short, followed by Jose Altuve at second, Yuli Gurriel at first. Garrett Stelz behind the dish, and Forrest Whitley on the mound as that one still carries, but Brantley on the warning track makes the catch. And the Rangers strand 2 as we head to the second inning. No score here in Arlington.
Leading off for Houston, the shortstop, Carlos.
Now the 5-6-7 due up for the Astros to start the second inning. Correa, Gurriel, and Springer. The 3 due up. The blue and orange here as we start the second inning. First pitch to Carlos Correa will be right down the middle, 4-strike 1. You see there against Gibson, Correa has not had much success.
But the thing you got to look at there, he's only got 2 Ks on him, so he can put the ball in play against Gibson. But yeah, no, 2 for 12, that's not good.
Quickly 0-2 here as he finds 2 breaking balls that stay in the zone. And I'll try once again. And swings at another breaking ball, this time outside. A good job there by Gibson to work the breaking ball in that at bat. There's out number 1.
Yeah, you didn't see a single fastball there from Gibson. That's how good he is with his off-speed, and Correa got fooled.
Yuli Gurriel to the plate with 1 out and nobody on here in the top of the second as the first pitch falls down Hollywood for strike 1. .263 hitter on the year, just underneath the double-digit mark in homers. As it sits at 9, that one outside for ball 1. Helped the Astros out in that last series against the Athletics as he crossed home plate 3 times. Of course, mentioned before by Carlos, getting 2 of the 3 games, got the first 2. Had a chance of sweeping and then gave up the lead late in the ball game. Couldn't recover from there. Ended up being a 7-6 final, as that one's a hard grounder. Actually turned into a line drive as Hunter Cole makes the catch there at first. Here's out number 2.
Solidly hit by Gurriel as here's Springer, who's been on a hot streak as of late. Yeah, again, it was solidly hit by Gurriel, but Hunter Cole in the right defensive spot to make a play.
I mentioned Springer has been hot in the last 5 games, as you see there, 8 for 21. And he's really started to show flashes of his old self once again that he's, been in the leadoff spot these past few years. He's started to improve and get back to where he was offensively over the past month and a half or so. That was a hard chopper foul for a quick 0-2 count. but it seems like Springer's starting to figure it out just a little bit more at the plate lately. 0-2 big swing and a miss. Another breaking ball. The slider gets him. And that will end the top of the second. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Hunter Cole start things off for the Rangers with a 0-0 score.
Leading off for the Rangers, the first baseman.
Hunter Cole getting things started for us in the bottom half of the second. That one a big swing and a miss for strike one.
Hunter Cole's one of those guys that kind of gets swept under the rug in the Rangers lineup. You see that average there, almost to 300 as he swings at another pitch. So, you know, you can't ask for much better out of your first baseman. You may not have a lot of speed, but man, he has got some pop in that bat.
The 0-2 runs way inside. Look out as that seemed to get away from Whitley a little bit. 1-2 the count.
Surprised Hunter Cole didn't try to back out of the way with that. Shows his iron heart.
1-2, that one falling out of the zone. 2-2 the count now. Favorable count here for Cole at the plate. He'll chop one over to Correa. He'll grab it with his glove. Throw on to first in time. A good exchange from glove to hand. First out of the inning.
The designated hitter, Danny Santana.
Santana will now head to the plate. Number 7 hitter in the lineup for these Texas Rangers. The first pitch to him will find the outside part of the zone, or just outside the zone, excuse me. For ball one, you see Santana on a 4-game hitting streak. Now one in the zone, strike one.
Again, this is a matchup that somewhat favors Forrest Whitley. He's done all right against lefties. He was excellent against them down in AAA Round Rock, as that's fouled off by Santana. So he's just going to be able to try and just collect himself here. 19-pitch first inning. He's 8 pitches so far with only 1 out. So he's just got to relax here and settle in.
Big swing and a miss. Look at that nasty curveball. And there it is, the first major league strikeout for Forrest Whitley.
Got to throw that ball there into the dugout. I believe Stubbs did it, so he can take that one home, put it up in his trophy cabinet, and just say it like, hey, that's the ball I threw my first major league strikeout with.
That'll be a moment he never forgets for sure, especially doing it against the cross-state rival Forrest Whitley, coming from San Antonio, Texas, in fact, as that one was in there for strike one. So he definitely knows about this Houston Astros versus Texas Rangers Lone Star rivalry right here in the Lone Star State. So it's got to feel pretty special.
No, it has to feel special for him, and you know, it's obviously exciting, and he's also still pitching a bit more efficient than that first inning. So this is good for him. That's another strike to Odor.
High heat at 95 miles an hour. That four-seamer's dangerously fast and can sneak up on you in a hurry. The slider misses for ball 2.
You see that average for Rougned Odor? Batting .230, definitely not what you want. That's why he's down to 8th in the lineup. And we'll see what happens.
2-2 swung on. Chopped out Tube. Looked like the shift was intact. The throw to first in time. And a 1-2-3 for Forrest Whitley here in the second. Good job. The guy making his major league debut. We head to the third, no score.
Leading off for you,
Kyle Tucker, who doesn't get to see the starting lineup that much on this roster, especially when you got the outfield you do in Houston. Make his first plate appearance of the ball game here in the third. As the first pitch is in there for a strike. Big shift there being played on the right side of the infield. Jordan Smith here, Carlos Zimmerman alongside me for game 1 of this 3-game series, as that one is fouled away for strike 2. Don't forget to donate to Meals on Wheels, our charity of the week. Any proceeds we get from any of these streams go to our charity of the week. A great cause for sure, helping out the seniors of America. Definitely, if you can either type exclamation donate in the chat. Link will be provided for you as there's a swing and a miss for strike 3 to get out number 1. Or you can scroll right underneath this stream and click the PayPal button and donate that way.
Count 1-0.
Those will watch one in the dirt for ball 1. 250 average on the season. Has done really well behind the plate defensively as the catcher you see on most days in the starting lineup. A good pitch as that one falls in for strike 1.
See Stubbs there with a 4-game hitting streak. So, you know, that's definitely the guy that the skipper Dusty Baker wants behind the plate. You know, you got Martin Maldonado back there as well, you know, who's your power hitting catcher. But Stubbs has popped too. I've called a couple of his games this year. He's hit 2 home runs in the games that I've called for him. So this is going to be interesting how this happens here as Gibson's down 3-1.
One swung on, chopped away, foul. 3-2 the count now. As you saw there, the leadoff hitter and Jose Altuve on deck. Now you see Bregman, you see Alvarez, you see their numbers. As that one will be outside for ball 4 to put a runner on. You see their numbers and you look at their production. Of course, you have the mainstay out there in center field. George Springer, Michael Brantley getting some stuff done at the plate as well. But you forget, Jose Altuve, one of the better second basemen currently in the game, and as the numbers show, potentially one of the best second basemen offensively in baseball history.
No, absolutely. You know, you can throw his name up there with current players, you know, like DJ LeMahieu, and then other guys that are just a stellar second baseman over in the National League. But Altuve's just got something that they don't have. You know, he's short, you know, so you would think that'd be a disadvantage for him as a hitter. But that strike zone gets really small as this one's flied.
In the left center field, still carrying that one, falls. That is an interesting bounce right there. Something we'll have to see as part of the new ballpark, but it brings in the first run of the ball game as Stubbs runs from first to home. An RBI double, 25th on the year. The Astros take the lead.
And that fastball there from Gibson just in the sweet spot for Altuve. He loves it outside and up. As he's got that power to be able to pull it into left. So yeah, Astros they strike first here.
Ball 1, no strike.
Low for Brantley. 1 for 1 with a single. Putting that hard grounder into right field his first time up. See that average 273. The OPS right around 700 on the season so far. That one's a chopper to the right side. A door to first in time. There's a second out, but it advances Altuve on over to third.
The third baseman, Alex.
Yeah, now with Altuve at third, a good piece of hitting from Bregman here. That could definitely bring him home. But Bregman, he flew out in the first, so this is going to be interesting how he attacks Gibson this time.
First pitch low for ball 1. Of course, if you tuned into the game right before us, you saw the Angels get the victory, close their gap on the Astros just a little bit. We'll get to that in just a bit. Round out. We'll end the top of the third. Jose Altuve getting the first run in for the Astros. RBI double makes it 1-0 here in Arlington.
Leading off for the Rangers,
Isaiah Kiner for Lefa up to the plate. 9-1-2 due up for the Rangers. Here in the bottom half of the third. Pitch number 34 for Whitley is outside for ball 1. In there for a strike. And take a look at Falefa, 209 hitter on the season. You saw in last game he played 0 for 4
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
on the day, as that one was a big swing and a miss for strike 2. That one chopped. Will stay fair. Stubbs gets it, throws to first, and just in time. A good spot there on the throw. Had to stretch a little bit, did Gurriel, but just in time to get out number 1.
Yeah, Connor Falefa just beat that one into the ground, and somehow, yeah, like you said, it stayed fair. But Stubbs, again, as we've mentioned, a really good defensive-minded catcher, able to have the wherewithal to throw it onto first to get the out.
CHW watches one go by for a strike. You see, acquired by the Rangers back in 2013 via free agency, and has been a mainstay for this team up here in Arlington ever since. 0 for 1 with a fly out to left field to start the ball game. Is that one big swing and a miss on the pitch inside? 1-2 the count.
Yeah, that's the key for Whitley. His like I said, his off speed isn't as great as his fastball, but when he locates the off speed right, hitters can't do anything.
That's in. Ball 2.
Try to go inside again. This time, no swing from Chu. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. Two swung on up the middle, and he beats the shift as he just gets it past running Correa. A single for Chu.
Yeah, this pitch was sinking down. Chu beat it into the ground, but it was just so fast off the bat, so Correa couldn't catch up to it, and now the Rangers have a runner in the go-ahead run at the plate.
Los Rangers to the plate. 0 for 0 on the day. Down on base with a walk. First time up in the ball game. First walk issued by Whitley today. I believe he's had a couple so far. That one swung on, lifted in the right. The diving play won't be made by Tucker. It'll just fall to the ground. Good news is for the Astros, it didn't get past him.
Yeah, Tucker, I thought he was going to have a beat on it, but he was able to just knock it down. You know, not really known for his defense. He's definitely got speed as a young outfielder, but, you know, that's all he could have done there. And, yeah, like you said, that saved the Astros at least the tying run.
Whitley only does have 1 walk on the day. The only walk coming from the man standing on first right now in Andrews is Willie Calhoun, who's 1 for 1 with a single on today, heads to the plate once again. Now a chopper back to Whitley to second for 1 to first. In time, the inning-ending double play. The 1-6-3. Good awareness there by the youngster and Whitley. We head to the 4th. 1-0 Houston.
Off for the Astros.
Jordan Alvarez will get things started for the Astros here
Alvarez
in the top of the 4th inning. And I got to go back to the end of that 3rd inning. We got to go back to Forrest Whitley. That was some great awareness there to turn around and start the 1-6-3.
Yeah, no, when I saw the look on his face, he was like surprised that it got right back to him on that broken bat hit by Calhoun. But then, yeah, like you said, had the wherewithal to turn around, fire it onto Correa, and Correa, the great shortstop that he is, completing the back end of that double play.
Big swing and a miss on the 1-1. 1-2 now to Alvarez. Struck out looking his first time up. See their standings for the American League Division, specifically the West there at the top. Pretty good race between the top 3 teams as well as in the Central. As this one is lefted into right center. That one bounces off the wall. That will go all the way to Chu, who picks it up, and Alvarez standing on second with a double. His 32nd on the year. You take a look there, and it is not close. It's the Astros at over 200, and then the Twins way behind them.
The Astros, over this season, they have just been double machines. You know, you get them from Correa, you get them from Alvarez, Bregman. Altuve had one in the last inning. I find it very interesting, though, as Alvarez and Altuve give 2 balls good rides, and I thought that one there off of Alvarez had a chance to get out, but it stays in the park.
That's part of the architecture here in Arlington. When you take a look at the way the ballpark is built, as that one is ripped foul just barely down the third base line. Part of the architecture here at Globe Life Field, the new ballpark for these Texas Rangers here in Arlington, just across the parking lot, in fact, from the old field, as that one is a swing in and miss. Strike 2. Something that interests me, well, really 2 things that interest me about this ballpark more than anything. One, you take a look at the seats right behind home plate. They're basically at dugout level as a hard chopper. Odor will grab it and throw it to first in time for out number 1. And Alvarez will head to third.
The first baseman, number 10.
Yeah, no, those seats behind home plate, you know, it's, I'm trying to think of another ballpark that has something like that. A Progressive Field in Cleveland, I believe, has that as well. So it's always a unique thing to see, and it's definitely a good vantage point for the fans right at the level of the field.
Fouled away for strike 1 to Yuli Gurriel. 0 for 1 with the line drive his first time up. Something else about this ballpark, if you take a look at the right field bleachers, which we might see at some point here in the ball game, as that one gets away from Alvarez, or excuse me, gets away from Chu. Alvarez stays put, though, at third, as that's not far enough away. You take a look at the right field seats just behind the wall. They're angled a little interestingly. They got a very steep incline on them. Almost looks like a football kind of stand a bit, as this one is lifted into right field. Alvarez is sent home. The throw way offline. So it ends up working. The Astros get on the board again, 2-0.
Yeah, Chu was making an interesting run, and then all of a sudden had to change direction to go back and get it, as he must have misplayed Gurriel at first. Makes the play, but Alvarez, with just the amount of speed that he has, still able to come home and extend this Astros lead.
1-0. George Springer at the plate. 2-0. Bases cleared. 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Chopped away foul. 1-1 the count. You got to feel that 2-run lead now for Whitley has got to feel a little more comfortable for him. Now he's got a little bit of insurance he can work with. Maybe calm him down a little bit out there on the mound, and could take maybe a couple more risks out there.
If I'm Whitley, I may want that lead to maybe go to 3 or even 4 for that matter, to really get risky there. But yeah, a 2-run lead, it's something to work with now for the young kid.
Going on hard grounder that's fielded by Cole in the backhand. The throw to Gibson in time, and that will do it for the top half of the inning. The Astros add another. Extend their lead 2-0 here in Game 1 of the Lone Star Shootout.
Leading off for the Rangers, the center fielder, Joey.
4-5-6 do it for the Rangers here in the bottom half of the 4th. Pitch number 46 on the debut for Whitley. Low and in the dirt. Ball 1, 0 for 1 with a fly out. First time up for Gallo. Now that one inside for ball 2. See their 97-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Going on, chopped foul on the inside part. Looked like it didn't even cross the plate, so a good location there. Get Gallo to chase. Swung on, fly ball left field. Stero carrying a bit. Brantley still backing up and making the over-the-shoulder catch. Route number 1.
The third baseman.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jordan, they have been keeping Brantley pretty busy out there. I believe that's his third put out for the game. So these guys, these Ranger hitters, they love to hit at the left, but Brantley has not been scared of the challenge so far.
Frazier to the plate, he'll swing at one, and just over the head of Gurriel, who jumps for it. The shift being played. Saw there Altuve was behind second base.
The first baseman, number 8.
Second time we've seen the Rangers beat the shift today.
Yeah, the Todd father Frazier able to just get a good enough hold of that one. And that sets up Hunter Cole here, who, like I mentioned, he does have pop in that bat. Whitley's got to be careful here. Maybe pitch him loaded, beat one into the ground.
There's a low pitch right there to start it off. Good call on that one. 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer for strike one. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out. So far in today's game, this only a second plate appearance. Outside for ball one. Came over in a trade just a few years ago from the Giants. Saw there on your screen. That one swung on and gets through the gap on the right side. Go to third to keep Frazier at second base. That was the first hit of the ball game for Cole.
That's the third time in 4 innings that Whitley has allowed 2 to get on, but both times they have been snuffed by double plays. Can he get a third?
Big swing and a miss on Santana. Took a risk there, throwing it right over the heart of the plate. Beat him with a 96-mile-an-hour speed. 0-1. Another one right there. You see, good location, same exact pitch. 0-2 the count now. Ranger fans on their feet trying to help their team. That one's fouled away. Still 0-2. That one swung on and will go into right field. Will fall, but Frazier will stay put at third. The first out of the day, the Rangers have loaded the bases.
Man, that pitch was so far outside and off the plate, and Santana still has the power to rope it into right for a third straight hit out there. Oh boy, Whitley, with all the bases on, he can get a double play still, but man, he's definitely got to be rocked.
Maybe a bit of the nerves getting to him just a bit. That one was a good spot selection on that last pitch to Santana, but like you said, Santana just taking one close to the zone, being able to pull it towards right field as that one's low for ball 2.
See it, Rougned Odor, he's not great with runners in scoring position, but this plays into the hand of him because now with Whitley rattled, he may be able to put something together here.
So runner at third now deals. In there for a strike. Crowd getting a little bit louder here at Globe Life Field. Wanting the Rangers to get the first runs of the ballgame across the plate as he gets him to swing and miss at one way outside. The high heat for a 2-2 count.
Same place he pitched to Santana, and Odor could not catch up to that one.
Looking for the second strikeout of the ball game is Whitley. He'll get it right there as it catches the bottom half of the zone. The changeup just falling. You see Odor does not like it at all. A great spot and a great pitch for that one. And you see Whitley there with the fist bump.
Man, Odor thought he had ball 3 there in a full count offering, but my goodness, what a nasty pitch from Whitley.
That one swung on, will fall into LS center. No, it won't. Correa makes the catch. And that will be out number 3 just before it gets past them. And so the bases are less loaded. And the Astros still with a 2-0 lead.
Leading off for the Astros, The right fielder, number 30.
The Astros got away with one there in the bottom of the fourth, leaving the bases loaded for the Rangers. 2-0 the lead as the Astros will start off this one with a Kyle Tucker single right up the middle.
Yeah, Tucker read that one all the way there from Kyle Gibson. This pitch, you see it there, up in the happy zone, and there's no reason for Tucker to miss that one.
Now the number 9 hitter in Stubbs. He'll head to the plate. First pitch in there for strike one. Like you mentioned, Stubbs is a hitter who, when he has the right amount of power on it, he can really send it out of here. He won't have to there, however, as he gets hit by the pitch, but runners on first and second now as the top of the order comes to the plate. Already Gibson not starting off this top of the fifth well. As the first two runners get on with a single and a hit by pitch. Altuve looking to bring in that third run of the ball game. He already brought in a run. That RBI double over to left center field. Looking to do the same, if not more, here at the top of the fifth inning. Going on, fouled away. Just missing the zone low, ball one. Astros have scored one in the third, one in the fourth. It's the only 2 runs scored by either team today. Astros have 4 hits, Rangers with 6. No team has an error yet.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Outside, ball 2. Two swung on. That one going into right center will fall for a base hit. Going all the way to the wall. Tucker will round third and head home. Stubbs gets into third. Altuve to second. His second RBI double on the day. Number 26 on the year. It's 3-0 Houston.
I talked about him earlier in his last at-bat, that being short has its perks, and it showed right there. He was able to bend down and get a pitch that most tall guys wouldn't get, as that does chase Gibson from the ball game.
That is not a good sign for the Rangers, having to take out your starting pitcher after only 4 innings of work. Now you take a look at Colby Allard.
Yeah, this is the long man here for the Rangers here. It's definitely a chess move here for the Rangers. Now it's a lefty-on-lefty matchup, as here's Brantley.
Yep, that ball went out.
Outside ball 1. You see Brantley 1 for 2 with a single. Back in his first plate appearance. His first hit of the ball game by the Astros. Right now they lead 3-0 here in the top of the fifth. Swung on. Foul ball. And popped up, going over towards it is Frazier, and he makes the catch. Everybody stays put. First out of the inning.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Yeah, the skipper for the Rangers, Chris Woodward, he's just trying to figure it out now. Again, this is the long man, so this is definitely not a batter-by-batter situation here for the Rangers. They get that big out number 1 from Brantley, so I expect Allard to stay in here at least for up until Alvarez.
Down 21.
1 outside. Lefty on righty matchup now. 1-1 count. The runners on second and third and 1 out here in the top of the fifth. The Astros sitting 8 games ahead of the Rangers. Astros currently second place in the West. We mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. 2 out of 3 against the division-leading Athletics. Make it 2.5 back of the A's for first place in the West. As this one swung on, hard hit deep into left, and that one is gone. Alex Bregman with a 3-run homer. 6-0 Houston. Just let the runs pile on. 4 now in the 5th.
Alex Bregman just saw a pitch that was up again near Hollywood, and then just got the barrel to the ball there to put it out into left field. Oh my goodness, this one is now blown wide open. 111 miles an hour flat off the bat of Alex Bregman.
Got out of here. Got out of here in a quick fashion. That one is outside for ball 1 to Alvarez. He's 1 for 2 with a double himself. And you mentioned it earlier, 3 or 4 runs would make it a little more comfortable for Whitley. Let him take a few more risks. Now he has it, but it's this time 6 runs. And that one just in front of the wall, bounces off the wall, in fact. And now the second double of the day for Yordan Alvarez.
The bat, number 1.
Mark that up now. 4 doubles at least for Houston, as that one I thought had a chance to get out of here, as that's off the base of the wall. Man, that 1-2 punch of Alex Bregman and Yordan Alvarez, I believe only one of those at-bats from both of them so far has not ended in a hit, so it proves again that this Astros hitting core, nothing to play around with.
Correa pops one up into shallow left. Backing up and making the catch is Andrews. And there finally is out number 2 for the Rangers. Does not end the inning yet, obviously, but I'll tell you what, that's got to feel somewhat relieving for them.
Yeah, being able to get Correa to pop out there. The stat line's officially closed on Kyle Gibson. I believe it'll be 4 innings plus a batter. And then the 5 runs given up, as this one's flied out.
Over into right. And that one caught for out number 3. Alex Bregman with a line drive laser to left field. A 6-0 ball game for the Astros. Heidi Watney talking about Mr. Hunter Cole playing first base today for the Rangers. Take a look at Rangers manager. We mentioned it earlier. This Rangers team, they've had a pretty good roster, especially over the past few years. This year, they just have not put it together. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 as Whitley stays in the ball game here. Now 64 pitches through. He's done pretty well for his 64 pitches so far today.
Nope, that's down.
I am getting word in our Discord chat from EB from Toronto that this is actually a 4-game series. There was a game yesterday between these two squads to kick off the series, and according to him, the Astros won that one in a big blowout, 15-3.
Well, there you go. looking like much the same here today with a 6-0 lead so far. That's already 21 runs combined to start these first 2 games. As Altuve will throw it to first, route number 1.
The batter, number 1, shortstop, Irvin.
And I'll also thank EB for that note, because I was under the assumption this was the first game, so good to get that from him. Thank you for that note, EB from Toronto. As Andrews will head to the plate now with 1 out, nobody on.
No, that's low.
First pitch missing low for ball 1. You see there, Andrews has been a lifetime Ranger. 11 years with the ball club. And for a good amount of time of that, was battering mates with former third baseman and now retired Ranger, Adrian Beltre. Man, anytime you saw them two interact on a baseball field, it was worth the admission of a ticket.
I think you could just say that easily just about Adrian Beltre. That guy was just a pleasure to watch. This one's popped into foul ground.
I want to pop up. Caught by Gurriel for out number 2. And yeah, I mean, especially Adrian Beltre, he was by himself. I remember one of the last few games of his career, I remember when he was in the on-deck circle. The on-deck circle was, or actually he was next to it. And the umpire said, hey, get in the on-deck circle. And he was like, no, I'm good right here. So he ended up moving the on-deck circle, then got thrown out for whatever reason. As this one is laced into center field. A roll all the way to the 410 wall. Calhoun standing on second with a double.
Now batting.
Good piece of hitting there from Calhoun. He was able to pop that one to where no outfielder was anywhere close to it, as that one got all the way to the wall, as you mentioned, until Springer finally caught up to it. Now the Rangers get a base runner here in the bottom of the 5th.
Gallo to the plate, still looking for his first hit. Blown out left field, the right field all the way to the wall. Tucker literally catching it with his back on the wall. In his first at-bat of the ball game. Right now 2 outs and a runner on second, as that one just misses the zone outside, or inside, excuse me, for ball 1. Goes inside again, but once again, 2-0.
Gallo has had a quiet start to today. Pretty surprised out of the guy that has been a really good hitter for the Rangers over the years. But so far this season, and especially today, hasn't really seen it.
One fouled away, 2-1 the count. Whitley, more than likely, will get about one more inning of work as that one's fouled away. Currently at 76 pitches on the day. Can get this guy out to probably go one more inning, and that's about it, as he does right there with a big swing and a miss. High heat down and outside. Third strikeout on the day, and Whitley having some shutout baseball as we head to the 6th. 6-0 Houston. Heidi Watney there once again. Reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Great organization for sure, helping out America's senior community. Having the meals they need. Definitely a great cause for sure. You can donate, typing !donate in the chat, and a link will be provided for you to donate, or you can scroll right underneath the stream. Click the PayPal button and you can donate that way. Any and all donations raised from any of these streams go to our charity of the week. As that one's a grounder to third. Throw on to first in time for out number 1.
The right fielder, number 30, Kyle Tucker.
Jordan Smith here alongside me. Carlos Zimmerman here with you. Globe Live Field in Arlington. And you take a look at the ballpark itself. A brand new ballpark just opened this year, as that one in the zone for a strike to Kyle Tucker. And it was actually, interesting enough, built by the same company that built Minute Maid Park down in Houston.
So, yeah, that's actually a nugget of knowledge I had no idea about, because, you know, Minute Maid Park, for so many years, you had so many different features. You had the Crawford boxes, making that a short porch down left field. As, wow, what a catch.
Now batting.
Catch there made by Odor. Tucker going right into the shift. Odor catching it on a line drive. It looked like at his feet. There's 2 outs. Here is Garrett Stubbs. Heads to the plate.
Anyway, as I was saying, you had Tal's Hill for so many years before they took that out, but still, Minute Maid has its unique features. And then we've mentioned tonight the unique features here at the Rangers ballpark, so it doesn't surprise me that these ballparks have the little bit of uniqueness to them in comparison.
Yeah, you can see some similarities between the two ballparks. For one thing, the way they built the retractable roof is about the same as far as the concept of which direction it goes, the tracks and everything. As that one off the glove of the diving Calhoun, that would have been a great play. Not exactly sure if he needed a dive for it, but that put Stubbs on base with a hit.
Well, if he doesn't dive for it here, look at all that ground he has to make up here. He's making that catch at his shoe tops. But, yeah, he just could not ring it in there. We've seen a lot of those guys just try to make diving plays. Tucker tried to make it earlier, and now Calhoun. It has not been kind across all of ML Bop Ball for guys trying to dive for plays. Seen a few, but not that many.
Altuve to the plate with a runner on and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. He has 2 doubles on the day, looking to hit another as it still carries. But making the catches, it seemed to hang just a little bit as Gallo. That does it for the top half of the inning. 5, 6, 7 due up for the Rangers. Down by 6.
Leading off for the Rangers, the third baseman.
You mentioned earlier the Todd father. Todd Frazier up to the plate to get things started. 5, 6, 7 for the Rangers. Due up in the bottom of the 6th. That one on the outside part of the zone for strike 1. 79th pitch of the game, or 78th, excuse me, for Whitley. As that one a check swing. Not exactly sure if that was in the zone or they're just going to say he swung, but either way, strike 2.
That's a ball.
That one high for ball 1.
2 strikes.
You got Whitley at that 80 pitch mark now. If I'm Dusty Baker here, I start thinking about maybe getting Framber Valdez up in there. Davinsky, another guy that he could start warming up there to maybe come in relief here of Whitley. But with Whitley dealing right now, I don't see a reason to take him out.
Ooh, a swing. They're going to say he did not go on that one. A close call. Full count now. Hunter Cole on deck. Yeah, I mean, you see the way that Whitley is pitching so far today.
That's outside.
Besides obviously giving up that walk, now his 2nd on the day, but you take that into account too. That's only the 2nd walk he's given up in his debut. He struck out 3, giving up 7 hits, no runs, and 5 innings of work. He's done pretty well.
No, he's been efficient. That pitch there, all those pitches outside, so that was interesting how he attacked Todd Frazier. And that explains to me why that ended up being a walk. He needs to be able to bring it in more in on a right-handed pitcher there. So not the greatest of at-bats for Whitley up against this Rangers hitting, but now let's see if we can try and get another double play here from Hunter Cole.
First pitch outside the edge of the zone for strike 1. You see in the last 10 games, Cole has been able to bring in the runs for the Rangers. 6 RBIs he's hit. Still looking for their first run of the game for the Rangers right now. Oh, one big swing and a miss. There's the changeup, the dangerous changeup we saw earlier. 0-2 now to Cole. Checks Frazier at first. Almost swung, decided to pull back. Makes it 1-2.
Ball, that's outside.
Outside. 2-2 now. And we've seen that a few times here so far today. Whitley starts out 0-2, 0-1. All of a sudden gives up 2 balls outside the zone as Altuve dives in the dirt, throws the first. A great defensive play there for Jose Altuve. You see Frazier gets his 2nd, but right now, that diving stop there at 2nd allows Frazier to only stay at second base.
Another just an acrobatic play there by Jose Altuve. That's, like you mentioned, one of the best second basemen in the game right now, and that saves Whitley a few extra pitches. There's Peacock up in the bullpen.
And I assume Peacock would be in the bullpen, as Whitley more than likely, unless he can get 2 quick outs in the next 5 pitches, won't finish the inning, or he gives up a run here in the next batter or 2. I assume Peacock would come in to play that long reliever role and go about a couple innings, but then set up for Valdez in the 8th potentially, or Joe Smith in the 8th. And then maybe have them pitch the 9th as well, so you don't have to use Osuna in a blowout. Right now 2-0 to Danny Santana, who's 1 for 2 in the game. Only hit coming from a single his last time up, as that one is high for ball 3.
I think if Whitley walks him here, they're probably going to go to Peacock.
More than likely, yeah, they would. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Try to get him out of there before he loses more control. And see right there, 4 pitches, a walk. 3rd walk on the day to match his strikeout numbers. Whitley obviously not happy. It looks like they're going to keep him in here. Maybe see if he can force that double play ball like we mentioned throughout the game. He's already done it once. Started the double play, in fact, with the 1-6-3 earlier to end the inning. Odor right now is 0 for 2 in the game.
Inside ball 1.
Inside ball 1.
This is the guy you want to induce the ground ball here. Hasn't been really hot, hasn't been hot today. He could be the one to do it.
That one in the bottom edge of the zone for strike 1. Odor has grounded out once today. That on over to Altuve at second base. He's also struck out looking the last time he was up. Got caught on that changeup that missed at the bottom part of the zone. Here's the start of 1 to first. Not in time. Odor speed beating it out, so it'll be ruled as a fielder's choice. They'll get the run in second, and now 2 outs, and here's Falefa to the plate. That one just catching. Bottom inside corner, strike 1. Kiner Falefa, who's 0 for 2 in the game. The ground out and a line drive. This one stays in front of Stubbs. A good block by him. But a check swing. They're going to say he went 0-2 the count now. We'll see if he gets out of the inning here. This one swung on. Here's Bregman to throw to second. And Whitley escapes the 6th. More than likely the final pitch in his major league debut. What a game for Forrest Whitley. We head to the 7th. 6-0 Houston.
Leading off for Houston.
Now joined in the booth by my favorite organist in the entire world, Mr. Shark Shavery. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. A bit of a blowout we have here in Texas, but, you know, that's all right. Still entertaining nonetheless.
Absolutely. As the first pitch in there for strike 1, you see Luis Garcia and Jesse Chavez out in the pen for the Rangers. And right now, just, you mentioned it, a blowout so far. That one a 1-1 count as it misses low for Allard. That one swung on, hit hard by Brantley, soaring into right field. Making the catch on the run is Chu. One away here in the inning.
Alex Bregman.
Again, another well-struck ball by an Astros hitter, but with how deep these walls are out here compared to they are in Houston, here they're allowed outs. In Houston, they're probably out of here.
Ball 1.
Low for ball 1. Now outside 2-0 the count here to Alex Bregman, who hit the 3-run shot, his only hit of the ball game. The line drive homer to left field. Allard not wanting to give that up here. 3-0 now. See Alvarez on deck. And we mentioned little, quirks of the ballpark here. Another one, as you see the strike in the bottom inside corner. Something else that's interesting, they basically have 3 scoreboards and a 360, ribbon board for the most part. The Rangers, you see right there at the top of your screen, the Rangers ribbon board basically goes all the way around, if I'm not mistaken, if not at least most of the way around the field here. It's 3-2 now. That one will miss low for ball 4, so Bregman will get on base for Alvarez. But something else, too, like I mentioned, they basically have 3 scoreboards in the stadium, one hanging off of the roof over right center field, another one in the left field corner right above the foul pole. And you have the column pole, the column scoreboard in straightaway center. Definitely a lot of things to focus on when you're at the ballpark, as that one's outside for ball 1 to Alvarez, who has 2 doubles on the day. Some impressive stuff from Alvarez, showing off a little bit of speed as well.
That's the thing you get with Alvarez. He's got pop, he's got legs. So we'll see how this happens here. But, man, Colby Allard, not a good couple of pair of at-bats against Bregman, and now behind Alvarez.
Now 2-0. That one swung on. Fly ball hit hard, deep center. Still going back, and we're going to watch this one go out of here. Jordan does what he wants and does what he does. 430-foot Jordan home run to make it 8-0 Houston. This one's already done.
His 39th home run on the year, and we're not even to August yet. This guy showing why he is the talk to win MVP this season. Off the batter's eye, dead center field. No way Gallo was going to get after that one. I think that one bounces just off the windows there out in center, and that officially will chase Colby Allard from the game, and they'll bring in Joe Palumbo.
I did not realize Palumbo had that bad of an ERA.
Yeah, not a great mark at that 9.95 ERA.
I mean, you say it's bad, but he's only played in 3 major league games. But yeah, for that being 3, that's not great. But with how the game is going right now, if I'm the Rangers, I'd probably even put a position player in there just to save your bullpen.
I mean, hey, that would be pretty interesting. Not gonna lie. See Alvarez go in there for something, or not Alvarez. They just hit the home run, but Andrews says that one's a ground out from Palumbo to get things started in his out.
Well, we got a chance here. We're not the only in-state rivalry tonight. Up next, Justin Rock and P. Mr. 3 are going to bring some good action from Wrigley. The White Sox and the Cubs going at each other, coming up at the top of the hour, more than likely. Lucas Giolito and HOU Darvish, a really good pitching matchup. And then another one right after that. The 3-man crew again, Twins and the Diamondbacks, as they say, 2 snacks, 1 stepper. Duggo, Beardy Buddha, and Jake Dean, they bring Twins and Snakes. Kenta Maeda against Mad Bump. So, folks, please don't go away. You're just getting the start of some good stuff here tonight in the prime time hours of ML Buffalo.
A hard grounder right back up the middle for a base hit. Gurriel on base, and yeah, like you mentioned, some great matchups for the rest of the day, so definitely don't want to tune out. You definitely want to stay around here for the rest of the day. And it's been mentioned, quite a few times here throughout the season, but Shark, you got a little bit of a Texas kind of connection to all this.
Living in Texas, Michigan?
Yeah, exactly.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Not deep. I actually live right near the sign that says "Welcome to Texas." very much on the outskirts of Texas.
I need a picture of that sign, please. I need a picture of that sign somehow.
Yeah, once it cools down, if I go for a walk, I'll take a picture of it.
That's amazing. I just, because it's funny, you know, obviously states, you know, you get to the point where you run out of city names. So you just have to start copying other things, you know, and you see on the ground ball right here to second. So Yordan Alvarez getting the shot to straightaway center, the 2-run homer, 8-0 Houston. Let's now take it to the stretch deep in the heart of Texas.
It's not the middle of the 5th, but it still works. It's Texas teams.
Every single time I hear it, I love it more and more.
Oh.
Ground rule double as it bounces over the wall.
Come on.
There you have
I was
the...
hoping my streak of home runs right after the stretch would continue.
It's a good streak nonetheless. It's very impressive, I will say that.
It's not like consecutive, but I'll just say my the consistency at which stuff like that happens is probably statistically anomalous. But anyway, I'll let you two get back to this ridiculous call. I am burning alive with these headphones on in my room, so I gotta go cool down. Take it easy.
All right, you as well. Thanks once again for joining us here in this one. As Forrest Whitley still out there, 2 deep balls now. This one still carrying to left, might go out of here, and it does. First 2 runs of the ball game given up to the Rangers. Comes courtesy of a 2-run shot from Elvis Andrews. And that more than likely will end his outing here tonight.
I was absolutely stunned when I saw Forrest Whitley back on the mound. I was like, okay, we'll probably go to Peacock or Devo. And then I saw there, Whitley still on the mound with Devo and Joe Smith in the bullpen. And a ground rule double and then a home run. So yeah, that's we now have the idea of how long Whitley can go before he starts falling apart. And that gives us the idea here is, now Baker will go to his pen. But regardless, despite the 2 runs, given up an excellent debut for Forrest Whitley.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. We'll get you his final numbers in just a bit. And yeah, Shark, you should have stayed around a little bit. There's your home run right after the stretch. So it's definitely still there. That streak's still somewhat intact. But here comes Peacock now to pitch here in the 7th and potentially in the 8th as well.
Hey, look at him there, 7-4 record out of the pen. This is his 40th start. So Peacock definitely needs to get through this 7th here. He can give way to Valdez or Joe Smith in the 8th. And we'll just see how this goes. But yeah, the final stat line for Forrest Whitley will be a 6 innings, 2 runs given up, 9 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. So not a lot of Ks and the walks matching up to it. But again, just an excellent outing despite the 2 runs.
Outside for ball 1. And you have to think, too, he's already nervous enough coming out here. Major league start, major league debut. Just getting called up. He's had some time, obviously, to kind of think about it and calm down from the initial, moment, heat of the moment a bit as he was called up during the All-Star break. And then he hasn't started for another almost week after that. And so he's had a bit of time to calm down, but there's nothing like once you get out there, that's a swing and a miss or out number 1 here to Peacock, first strikeout of the ball game. But once you get out there, those nerves start hitting again. And, he did a good job of managing it. There was a few times where he allowed the first 2 batters to get on base, but after that, he seemed to really lock down and really get it going in each and every inning.
Ball 1, no strike.
Lowe skips away from Stubbs. It looked like it bounced off his foot. 1-0 the count as Gallo 0 for 3 on the day. Struck out swinging his last time up.
Nope, that's down.
No, missing outside the zone. 8-2 the score. Rangers getting their first runs on the board from the 2-run shot from Andrews, as that's a swing and a miss for strike one. Fouled away. 2-2 the count now as Peacock has worked it back. Swung on a chop foul. You know, and I've mentioned it in the last few times that I've gotten to see Peacock on the mound. Really, for the past few years, he's really handled being taken out of the starting rotation, as that one's a swing and a miss.
Now batting.
Second strikeout of the inning and second strikeout of the outing for Peacock. He's done really well over the last few years, embracing the long reliever role and being that emergency starter just in case.
Oh, and you see it right there. He's useful when he is called upon. 2 strikeouts after the ground root double and home run given up by Whitley. So, you know, that does call into question if Whitley just got pulled, and if that had happened, and the same thing happened here for Peacock, we'd probably be on our way up into the top of the 8th. But I digress. But he is looking really efficient here as he's facing the Todd father, Todd Frazier.
0-2 swung on, hit up the middle into the shift. Correa, actually no, that's Altuve. Throwing to first in time. See Elvis Andrews getting the homer. Gives the Rangers their first runs of the ball game. They still got a lot of work to do. Astros up by 6.
Leading off for Houston, the right fielder.
Kyle Tucker up to the plate to get things started here. 8-9-1 due up for the Astros in the top of the 8th inning. It seemed to maybe find the zone a little close there, but 1-0 the count. One-0 swung on. Tucker already 1 for 3. He'll turn into 1 for 4. Is that one a catch by Chu for out number 1 of the line drive?
Catcher, Garrett.
Man, oh man, these Astros, they have had some really powerful hits today that have been chasing the outfielders of the Rangers, Calhoun, Gallo, and Chu, all the way back near their warning tracks. But yeah, I know there's 8 runs across with a pair of home runs from Bregman and Alvarez, but still, there could be a lot more if these Astro hitters just put a little bit more behind their hitting.
Called a strike for Stubbs, who's 1 for 1 on the day. He's gotten on base 3 times, though. Last time up to the plate, he got a single. Before that, he was hit by a pitch and then walked his first time up to the plate.
1-1.
So Stubbs has had an OBP day, an on-base percentage. That thing has gone up quite a bit. Now looking to get his second hit of the ball game, but that one more than likely caught as it is by Calhoun on a quick run there into shallow right or left field for out number 2.
Up next to the Astros, the second baseman, Jose Altuve.
Top of the order in Altuve, now up to the plate. That one high for a ball. See Altuve there, 2 for 4 on the day. He's had himself a good day today.
Yeah, no, a pair of doubles. So his RBI counter definitely going up.
That one caught, it looks like, on a line by Chu, and that will do it for the top of the 8th. Bottom half of the inning coming up, 6, 7, 8 due up for the Rangers.
Leading off for the Rangers, the first baseman, Hunter Cole.
Hunter Cole would get things started here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. That one swung into hard and deep. Brantley still going back, and that one is out of here. A solo shot by Hunter Cole, almost 400 feet. Makes it 8-3 now. Rangers trying to slowly work their way back into it.
As he crosses home plate here, I told you, don't let the lack of home runs fool you. He does have pop in that bat, and that is shown on display there. Peacock just let that one hang up there as a moonshot off the bat of Cole. You see the exit velocity under 100. That's why, because he hit it so high up. And that's going to wrap it up for Peacock, and here is the young Framber Valdez, who's 13 holds on the year, has got netched him a 3-0 record, and about 2 strikeouts for every walk. So he's been efficient, and is now he is making his 49th appearance for the Astros this season.
Up next for the Rangers, the designated hitter, Ohtani.
High for ball 1 to Valdez. Santana 1 for 2 in the game. Only hit coming off a single. He got on base with a walk his last time up, though.
2 balls, no strikes.
Ball 2 is out miss, though. You see Joe Smith. Would not be surprised. He came in as the quote-unquote closer in the 9th. Of course, he's the usual setup man for the Astros, along with Valdez. That one is chopped away foul.
You look at that. Bullpen for Houston. If this starts to get out of hand, it could start dwindling as that one's golfed out. But you still got some other guys you could go to. Devo's up in there. Austin Pruitt, who's another emergency starter if you need him.
2-2. That one looked like Santana was looking for some high heat. Got the 79-mile-an-hour curveball instead. As he swung a day and a half early on that one for strike 3. And you talk about the bullpen situation for the Astros. While it is still a pretty favorable bullpen right now, you have to think losing Will Harris, not having him in your bullpen anymore, has got to hurt, especially when it comes time for the postseason, should the Astros make it.
But, even though you have the absence of Will Harris, I feel like the Astros still just have enough in their bullpen to be able to manage it, Because now, when you get to the postseason, you have a 4-man rotation. That could effectively move Whitley into the bullpen as a long option if you need it. So, despite him having a little bit of early troubles, if he starts to fix that as the season goes on as the number 5 starter, he could be a definite efficient guy for the back end of ball games in the postseason, should Houston make it.
Yeah, should they also put him on the postseason roster? More than likely, like you said, if he improves a little bit, more than likely they would, and he would join Brad Peacock as a long reliever and kind of bolster that just a little bit even more. You mentioned it, you have that 4-man, bullpen, maybe 5, depending on what happens. We'll see if they maybe bring back up Josh James to act as a middle reliever, depending on the performances of other relievers. Is that one a high hit ball deep into right? That one staying fair, I believe. All of a sudden, it's a 4-run ball game. Roughneck Odor, his first hit of the ball game, a solo shot down the right field line.
You would think the lefty-on-lefty matchup favors Valdez, but he leaves this one way up over the plate for Rougned Odor. You watch it here. That one hung just too much, and Odor didn't miss it. And all of a sudden, the Astros' lead has been sawed in half as that one just sneaks inside the right field foul pole.
You see there in the right field seats that I was talking about a little bit. You could tell, especially leaned up against the other seats on the right side of the foul line, It's a little weird how they built it as far as, you know, the traditional ballpark. It seems like it's a little bit of a steep incline like what you would see in a nosebleed, you know, section. It almost kind of looks like a football bleacher in a way, as that one is in the zone for strike one.
I'm looking in the chat here. Yeah, our resident organist, Shark Shaver, saying all the ding-dongs. Yeah, now 5 home runs between both teams, 2 for the Astros and 3 for the Rangers. 2 of them in this inning by virtue of solo shots from Hunter Cole and now Rougned Odor. So, yeah, the ballpark has been full of ding-dongs today.
A Lone Star shootout for sure. And definitely something the Rangers like to see compared to yesterday. You know, where obviously they gave up a ton of runs, but now a little bit more offense for them. Coming here, especially via the long ball in the second game of the 4-game series. That one fouled away for strike 2. You and I will actually be right back here tomorrow for game 3 of the series. You'll be on the play-by-play. I'll be color for that. Then it'll be you and Mikoski for the series finale of this one, as that's outside for ball 4. So that should be a good rest of the series for sure. Be sure to tune in here. ML Bot Ball on twitch.tv, on our Twitter page, or on YouTube for all that. And as you mentioned earlier, coming up, White Sox and Cubs, Chicago rivalry. The north side versus the south side. Justin Rock and P. Mr. 3 on the call for that one following the conclusion of this game. 9 p.m. Eastern, so in about 11 minutes, should this game stay on track, which we'll find out here depending on how this bottom of the 8th goes, because that one is outside for ball 1, so be sure to stay tuned for that one.
Valdez here just needs to just relax a little bit here. Maybe you throw some pitches low, get you to bounce and ground into a double play, and then you set up either Joe Smith or somebody else like Chris Davinsky or Brian Abreu in the bottom of the 9th so that you won't have to go to Roberto Osuna.
That one maybe looking outside a little, but caught the edge just barely. Second strikeout of the inning for Valdez. Now both of his outs have come. Chu not happy about the call, but 2 outs now in the inning for the Astros.
Now here comes the guy who got the home run barrage going for Texas a couple innings ago, Elvis Andrus, 2 for 3 today. 2 out and a runner on. If he hits another one out, and the lead is, it would really start to get nasty. Oh no!
I was gonna say, did you just jinx it? No, instead it's a fly ball to Brantley and left. So that will do it for the 8th, and probably for Valdez. We'll see who the Astros bring in the bottom half of the 9th. Houston still leads by 4 here in Game 2 of the Lone Star Shootout.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers, number 30, Jesse Chavez.
New pitcher for the Rangers, Jesse Chavez, coming in to start the 9th inning. What do you have on him, Carlos?
I looked at those stats there. He has been solid for the Rangers in not really these kind of situations where you're down, but when they're up, he has been really efficient. 4 strikeouts to every walk that he's given, that he has been able to deal this season out of the bullpen. So he's definitely efficient, but he's just got to be. He is not all that great with runners on base, so he just needs to be able to go 1, 2, 3 here. But it's going to be really hard when you face the heart of the order in Brantley, Bregman, Alvarez.
1-1 the count here to start the top of the 9th inning. Brantley caught the last out in the bottom half of the 8th. And watch one go by for strike 2. He's 1 for 4 in the game. Only hit coming from a single in his first time up to the plate. That one a hard hit ball down the line, but foul. Keeps it 1-2. Outside evens up the count at 2 apiece. Ready again, the 2-2. Swung on it, popped up. That will stay now into the edge of the infield as Andrews will make the catch. Route number 1.
Now batting, the third baseman, Alex Bregman.
Alex Bregman. Like you see here what he did in the 5th. Blew this game wide open with a 3-run line drive laser shot to left field. Just getting over the Astros bullpen. A couple more runs scored by the Astros in the 7th. That coming from Yordan Alvarez as that one's fouled away. Strike 1 to Bregman. His only hit is that home run, but he has gotten on base as well with the walk. That one's high for ball 1. You see the 2 righties for the Rangers. One on and chop foul.
Chavez ought to go off speed here, maybe get Bregman out in front of it.
Now on a short fly ball into left. And catch is made by Calhoun for out number 2. Now you got to think for the Astros, you need this win right here to get that much closer to the Athletics. They get a win today, they go from 2.5 to 2 games behind them. First place in the West. We're able to take care of their business and get a series win against them. Would have liked to get the sweep, but not able to do so. Of course, getting the win yesterday against the Rangers to start this 4-game series. As that one runs in on Alvarez. Looks like it hit him on the arm. As he is not happy staring at Chavez. And obviously, you know, you got the rivalry. Houston and Texas over the last few years have really started to create more animosity towards each other.
Yeah, no, you saw it right there. I don't blame Alvarez for looking at it because that was heading right up towards the noggin. So I don't blame him for really getting upset with Chavez there, but luckily he reins himself in and collects himself, just takes the walk down to first.
Long on and chop foul. 1-1 the count to Carlos Correa. He's 0 for 4 in the game. Grounded out his last time up. Looking to get his first hit, but Alvarez in the scoring position. That one is a hard chopper foul. 1-2 the count. I just want to say it looks like I was wrong on the ribbon board. I thought it stretched out farther than usual. I mean, it already does. For one thing, there's a ribbon board on the field level seats, which is already unusual. A strikeout swinging to end the inning, though. Second strikeout of the game for Correa, and now it's rally time in Arlington. The Rangers looking to catch up to the Astros in the West. They need 5 to do it to win it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Houston, number 38, Joe Smith. Leading off for the Rangers, the left fielder,
Joe Smith
Willie
comes in as the quote-unquote closer of the game for this bottom of the 9th inning. First pitch just outside to Calhoun. For ball 1, you see he's 2 for 4 in the game. A single and a double so far today. That one falls in for strike 1. That one just catching the bottom edge of the zone, it looked like. 1-2 the count now. That one in there, strike 3. Got him on the slider. Calhoun not happy about a couple of those pitch calls. There's the first out of the inning.
Just an excellent pitch from, a guy who has a sidearm that's, kind of a lost art nowadays in, in baseball. So Smith, he's really good with it, and he showed it there against Calhoun.
Seasoned veteran, has spent a good amount of his career with the Cincinnati Reds, really where he got his start and made his name known, as that one is grounded into the shift. Correa behind second in time, and now the Rangers down to their final out.
Now batting, third baseman,
Joe Smith just showing a lot of efficiency, 6 pitches and 2 at-bats. Now it's down to Todd Frazier. Astros staring in the face of another win. You look back at their last 2 series or so, their last couple of losses have only come at the hands of Oakland just a couple days ago. You see Davinsky and Pruitt in there in case this gets out of hand, and then you got to go way farther back before the All-Star break to find another loss, and that was against the Phillies. The Astros, they have been dominant in their last 15 games, at least only 2 losses. So they are definitely one of the hotter teams in the American League.
1-1 swung on, big miss.
1-2.
The slider there got Frazier swinging. 1-2. Final strike upcoming for the Rangers.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Outside, ball 2, did not get in the chase. Frazier's 1 for 3. He has a single and a walk today. He's been on base twice. Looking to get on base again. Joe Smith has other ideas, though, as that one's fouled away. Two and 2 pitch. Just missing the zone. Full count now.
I'd probably pitch him up here. Try and get him to swing and miss at it.
A 3-2. There's the high slider that rises, and that will fall into fair territory just barely. Heading to second, Tucker throws, but it won't be in time. There's a slide-in double for Todd Frazier, his 8th on the season.
So Smith did pitch him up, but it was starting to sink down, and that's why Frazier was able to get a hold of it and put it in where Kyle Tucker had to run after it. A good throw in, but with Frazier, even in his old age, still has a little bit of speed, so we're going to keep on trucking here in Arlington.
Hunter Cole, who got the home run last time he was up to the plate. And now is a runner in scoring position in an 8-4 ball game with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. Rangers themselves are trying to catch up to the Angels and the Astros. To pull a run of their own to try to make some ground and make it interesting heading into the really starting the final half of the season, as that one just misses the top part of the zone for ball 1. AL West always usually a pretty close race right now, really between 2 teams with a third potentially. This one a fly ball to right field, and Tucker makes the catch for the final out. Houston Astros get game 2 with the victory, and you see Forrest Whitley getting the win in his Major League debut. How about that, getting it done in the in-state rivalry?
You know, you got to feel good for a guy that just got called up at the All-Star break. To come out here, your first ever game, definitely got the jitters, and you were able to only give up 2 runs, and then 3 strikeouts, 3 walks through 6 innings. You know, that's a definitely impressive outing for the young Whitley. There you see the score line there. A lot of hitting from both sides today. But an all-around excellent game for the Astros. They win another one, I believe now. That's 2 in a row for them, 4 of their last 5. They are really rocking it right now here in the month of July.
Whitley with the victory.
For the Rangers, 4 runs.
And the start, and of course, the player of the game, Yordan Alvarez, As Carlos, take us through some of the highlights.
You see that Altuve double that up into center. That was able to get the ball rolling here for the Astros. Then Gurriel's sac fly there in the top of the fourth was able to bring home another run, and that extended the lead to 2-0. Rangers were really quiet early on in the hitting department, so it was a while before they started getting going. It was in the 7th inning when they finally started to get some runs across the plate, and then you'll move on. Altuve, he had his second double of the day, that one into right center, and that was in the top of the 5th inning, and that got another run across for the Astros. So yeah, it sounds like I'm biased, but really it was just the Astros just dominating the opening half of this race, and then Jordan, that 3-run shot by Bregman that originally broke it open before the Rangers started bringing it back in, but man, he gave that one a ride out to left. And you see here that diving play by Altuve in the bottom half of the 6th inning to get, I believe that was actually that's Hunter Cole. So some good defense on that side of the day, and then that moonshot by Alvarez off the batter's eye to dead center field that made it 8-0 in the top of the 7th. Man, this guy, he is something special for the Houston Astros. That was his 39th home run on the year, and as I said, we're not even quite to August yet. That guy is chasing 50 home runs, but then the Rangers finally started getting on the board. Elvis Andrus put one into the left field bleachers. Made this game 8-2. That scored a pair for the Rangers. And then later on in the bottom of the 8th, Hunter Cole was able to add his name to the home run hitting list with a solo shot there. That made it 8-3. At that time, hitting that one off of the long reliever Brad Peacock. And I believe then we'll get to Rougned Odor's home run. This one coming at the expense of Framber Valdez. This one sneaking just inside the right field foul pole that essentially cut the Astros lead in half. But that was all the scoring that would happen today, as here you go, the final out of the game. Hunter Cole getting underneath one, Kyle Tucker camping underneath of it, and that put a wrap on the ball game today. Astros take Game 2 of the Lone Star Shootout in an 8-4 victory. Again, Forrest Whitley in his Major League debut gets the win. Kyle Gibson falls to 8-9 with the loss. And, and again, of course, Jordan Alvarez, 3-for-4 day, a home run and the pair of doubles. Jordan, man, you can't ask for much better out of this Astros hitting core. And now you really have a true 5th starter in Forrest Whitley to be able to work on.
Exactly. We'll have to see how he does here in the next few games. Obviously, you can't just go off of his one debut. Unfortunately, you have to see how he does over the next few games, because that also determines, his status for the rest of the season, as far as, especially for the postseason. Does he go to that long reliever? Do they put him on the roster? But also it helps determine, do the Astros go and get potentially a reliever, potentially to kind of solidify that middle release spot and use as one of those 4, maybe 5 arms in the postseason out of the pen? We will see. We're joined now by P-Mister here in the booth and J-Rock. Their matchup coming up, the Chicago series, North versus South, White Sox and Cubs. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, should be a great contest tonight. Two teams towards the top of their division in the NL and AL Central. Two great pitchers duking it out. Should be a lot of fun.
That's something I never thought I'd hear in a million years with this series, that both teams are towards the top of their division here. White Sox, especially as of recent, being kind of the laughing stocks of the AL Central. Now, teams have figured it out this year and are really putting a nice run together.
And like you said, the White Sox sitting second in the American League Central, and of course the Cubbies tied with the Twins for the best record in all of baseball. Something that has been a pleasure for the South Side, or for Chicago for sure. That'll do it for us, for me and Carlos. 8-4. The final score: Astros getting it done in their rivalry game against the Texas Rangers. They win Game 2. Carlos and I will be on for tomorrow's Game 3 matchup. We now send it to Wrigley Field for the White Sox and the Cubs.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Big ups to Jordan Smith and Carlos Zimmerman. An excellent job on the call of that Astros and Rangers ball game. Justin Rockpe, Mr. 3 with you here on this Tuesday night. Cubs and White Sox. The White Sox taking the opening game of this brief two-game series last night, 5-4. And the White Sox meteoric rise continue into this final meeting of the Crosstown Classic in 2020.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that these teams don't really meet up much more often than they do, as just kind of the way the current MLB scheduling works. And I kind of wish long-term they think about maybe doing a few more of these intercity series, as we kind of saw a brief stint of what it could potentially turn into with the Subway Series back in 2003.
Yeah, it's very good chance, especially in the Botball universe. And who knows, maybe we'd see the Botball World Series mimic the actual World Series this year, as HOU Darvish on the mound for the Cubs this evening. Darvish 6-7, a 4.1 ERA, the workhorse in this Cubs rotation. He'll go up against a very talented White Sox lineup.
Yeah, the workhorse is right. Already over 115 innings pitched on the year so far. So when he gets a good start, he goes deep 7-8 innings, and really you kind of expect a long outing for him to kind of give you bullpen a rest.
Leori Garcia will lead off for the White Sox in the top of the first inning. And in the rain at Wrigley, the first pitch of the ball game is bunted fair. Third base side, barehanded by Bryant. And this game starts with a web gem, although the glove was not needed by the third baseman, Bryant.
Yeah, good collection there from Bryant, being able to grab that one, especially in the rain today. That ball can get a little slippery here, as that's something you really don't see anymore, as players attempting the bunt to get on base to lead off the game.
Tried to ambush him with a little bit of a surprise, but Chris Bryant was all over it, as here is one of the more exciting players in the game, Tim Anderson, as he takes high and inside. Ball one. Anderson having a splendid season for the White Sox, entering the day third in the American League in batting average at .345, fifth in on-base percentage at .406, not to mention double-digit homers and nearly 50 RBIs on the year. 1-0 from Darvish, and this one, Anderson a bit out in front. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Righties 1-1. Anderson out in front again. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The White Sox won yesterday, the opening game of this brief two-game series, 5-4. Late inning run getting the White Sox the victory, as Anderson goes chasing at that slider and comes up empty for a strikeout for Darvish. 2 away in the first.
Yeah, and that's a good slider to show you that Darvish can really get hitters fooled up there, as that one was way out of zone. Had absolutely no right even making an attempt at it, but just looked so good that the batter had to swing at it.
Here is Yohan Moncada as he swings and misses at that cutter. It is 0-1. Moncada on the year, you see the numbers, 268, 16 homers, 54 RBIs. A fantastic season for the White Sox as the righty deals, and this one fouled away. 0-2. White Sox, despite being 63-37, enter the day still a game back of the Twins for the top record in the American League Central. These two teams, two of the best records in baseball. 65-35, White Sox 63-37. The 0-2 pitch, and Moncada lays off.
Yeah, and again, playing that AL Central, you have the Indians, Twins, and White Sox all basically fighting tooth and nail for those top spots, as $10 says the 2 wildcard teams are coming out of the AL Central. It's just who's going to get second and who's going to get third.
It's been a tight race between those 3 teams, but nobody else really, as Moncada can't connect, and Darvish strikes out the final 2 of the inning. 3 up, 3 down go the White Sox in the rain. We go to the bottom of the first, no score. On the mound for the White Sox today, it's the 2019 American League All-Star, the righty Lucas Giolito.
And that record is absolutely no joke. 11-5 on the year, 2.63 ERA, 123 innings pitched. So again, like Darvish, liable to go deep in any game he pitches.
Giolito, a fantastic season to this point, certainly building off a great year last year. Chris Bryant will lead off for the Cubs. Bryant .309, 20 homers, and 57 RBIs. He was 1 for 5, moving one of the Cubs' 4 runs yesterday.
Yeah, and that on-base percentage at 403, he's one of the more consistent guys that getting on base during the entire National League in that category.
The first pitch he sees from Giolito fouled back. It is 0-1. Bryant, that on-base percentage you saw, 3rd in the National League, also 3rd in the NL in doubles. And Bryant, who after winning MVP back in 2016, I believe it was, has sort of seen that batting average not be quite as high as Bryant fouls us away 0-2. So positive sign for Cubs fans to see Bryant not only reaching base a lot more, but that batting average back over 300 as well.
Yeah, and the batting average one could be more of him, Chris Bryant, trying to figure out a new swing, or maybe just he was seeing better pitchers over the course of the whole year. There could be a million different reasons why the batting average swung around a little bit.
As this time Giolito goes up the ladder, and Bryant unable to get the bat head out there and make contact. First strikeout for Giolito, one away in the first, and that'll bring up Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, that was a beautiful fastball, high and tight in the hands. Can't really do much with those except try to make some type of contact with it.
First pitch from Giolito to Rizzo is a fastball in for the strike. And the count is 0-1. Now the Cubs and White Sox meeting here today. They hit the last 2 days in real life, back on Sunday at Wrigley Field, and on Monday night out at Guaranteed Rate Field is Anthony Rizzo trying to hit one to Guaranteed Rate Field, as this one way out to right center field. The 20th home run of the season for Rizzo, and the Cubs bullpen is up and happy. They take a 1-0 lead.
And heads up on the bleachers across the street there, as that one is way out of here down the right field line. Good God, someone get a freaking tracker on that one.
432 feet, 102 miles per hour off the bat of Anthony Rizzo. And the Chicago Cubs go right out of the gate and take a 1-0 lead. Rizzo played in his 1,300th career game yesterday, and this one a pretty big souvenir about halfway up the bleachers in right field at Wrigley, as that'll bring up Javier Baez, and Baez takes a strike. It is 0-1. Rizzo didn't have a hit yesterday. He comes through with a big one here to start the day. As the 0-1 coming from Giolito is in there for a strike, 0-2. And asking why the Cubs bullpen danced like that. Well, if you remember, for many years, the bullpens at Wrigley Field were on the field of play along either baseline, as this ground ball to third from Baez for the second out here in the first. And back in, I believe it was 2017 or 2018, one of those 2 years, the Cubs finished renovations on a brand new bullpen for both teams, home and road, and they are sort of underneath and out of sight at Wrigley Field, so the bullpens are not visible to the public anymore, and that's why they had TVs set up inside the dugouts at Wrigley Field, so opposing teams could see sort of the bullpens. Otherwise, you'd have had no idea. And since Cubs bullpen figured that nobody would really be able to see them while home runs were being hit by their teammates in the Cubs, they decided to throw themselves a little dance party hidden underneath Wrigley Field. And it's been a tradition that's sort of continued, as Schwarber now behind in the count 1-2. And a breaking ball there from Giolito ties Schwarber, and not second strikeout. Ends the inning, but Anthony Rizzo gets the Cubs on the board. A long home run to right center makes it 1-0 after one. Take a look at Wrigley Field as the Cubs and White Sox get ready to play Game 2 of this brief 2-game series. Both teams will have an off day tomorrow before picking back up on Thursday. Justin Rock, P-Mister 3 with you here on this Tuesday night. Happy to have you along with us. It'll be the heart of the White Sox order in this inning. Edwin Encarnacion, Eloy Jimenez, and Yasmani Grandal. As Darvish just 9 pitches, P, to get through that first inning.
Yeah, again, that kind of leads back to his work rate being at 115 pitches. If he's able to keep his efficiency like it is, he has a real nice shot to go deep here. As we're going to see Edwin Encarnacion kind of sparking his career right now. Leads the team in home runs this year so far.
An interesting decision from the White Sox as Encarnacion fouls it away 0-2. With this game being played in an NL park, with Jose Abreu and Edwin Encarnacion, one guy is going to have to sit on the bench, and they have made the decision to start Encarnacion over Abreu as Darvish misses 1-2.
And in Twitch chat, Sounders fan saying there's only one team with bullpens left on the field, Oakland. I think Tampa Bay still has their bullpens out in the field. But it's more
I do believe you are correct. I do believe you are correct that the Rays still have theirs along the baselines in foul territory at the Trop as Encarnacion takes outside 2-2. It's something you see a lot more frequently in minor league baseball. With the bullpens on the field as the 2-2 is lined down the right field line and out of play.
Yeah, especially as you get down towards like single A and rookie ball where space can sometimes be at a premium for those stadiums, so they just kind of throw the bullpens in foul territory. I noticed that Sorry.
I was going to say, some of the weird ones I've seen is Encarnacion, a ground ball to second, snagged there by Happen. Will make the play for the first out here in the second. Is ones where, normally you see it where the pitcher is down towards the right field wall and the catcher is more towards home plate. And I've seen in some ballparks, particularly in Rookie League and the Appalachian League, where I've seen where the pitcher's back is to home plate and the catcher's facing towards home plate down that right field line, which is very bizarre and seems like a hazard.
Yeah, hazard, especially if you're not paying attention. Get a nice foul ball liner right in the back.
Exactly. Making the purpose of somebody watching all that more important as Eloy Jimenez with a deep drive over the head of Schwarber and left. He gets it in quickly. The relay to second. Not in time as Anthony Rizzo, the one receiving that relay, as both Baez and Happ went out for the cutoff. But a one-out double for Jimenez and the first hit of the day for the White Sox.
Yeah, it's a good job to put that one in the gap in between left and center and hustle around for a double there.
Jimenez, a former Cubs prospect, seemingly always found ways to hurt the Cubs, whether it be an exhibition or regular season games, and the few meetings he's had since that trade. His first pitch to Yasmani Grandal is in for a strike 0-1. Sounder fan saying, I figure with the Rays being one of the younger teams in Major League Baseball, that it would have the newer setup with the bullpen beyond the outfield wall, is counting now 0-2 on Grandal. But I think Tropicana Field is sort of a weird establishment in that it was, I think already, I don't know if it was actually specifically built for the Rays, as Grandal, an ugly swing at the slider for the second out of the inning, third strikeout for Darvish.
Yeah, I think technically it was built for baseball, but there was no baseball team there, and they were looking for an expansion franchise. So for the first few years, I think the Lightning and I think there was one other tenant there for the first couple years before Major League Baseball granted the Rays the expansion franchise.
Yeah, that is true. It was the Tampa Bay Storm of the AFL, the Arena Football League. It had a team there from 91 to 96, and then the Tampa Bay Lightning actually played there for a number of years from 93 to 96 as this pitch in the dirt gets away from Contreras, and to third base goes Jimenez with a tying run. A wild pitch, the official scorer's decision.
Yeah, and that one just gets away. The really unlucky bounce there off the catcher as that one scoots away. But yeah, being down in Tampa and actually being in that stadium, it's basically just a giant warehouse with an actual turf field down, more or less. There's nothing really special about it, and honestly, you can mistake it for a convention center sometimes if you're on the highway.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy to think about. I really did not know that the Tampa Bay Lightning actually called that their home before the Tampa Bay Devil Rays were even a reality, as the 1-2 inside. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on the former Ranger Mazzara.
Yeah, the city kind of built it as a potential hope and prayer that they would get a team. So Major League Baseball did bail them out in that regard. But yeah, they built the stadium for baseball without really having a plan for a major league team getting in there.
A swing and a miss from Mazzara. 4th strikeout for Darvish. And he strands the tying run at third. 1.5 complete on the south side. 1-0 Cubs.
Leading off for the Cubs.
And Contreras to lead off for the Cubbies here in the bottom of the second inning. Contreras, Hayward, and Ian Happ, the 3 scheduled to bat against Lucas Giolito, as that one, this is up and away at 1-0. The Cubs scoring in the bottom of the first on a home run off the bat of Anthony Rizzo. And you're saying though, Pete?
I was going to say, this is a big game for Giolito. See how he can kind of calm down or relax himself after giving up the big home run. As we saw after the home run, he basically struck out the next guy up. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum going here.
2-0, and this is not going to help that cause as he quickly falls behind the leadoff batter. 3-0, but to go back to that conversation about Tropicana Field, you may remember, and some of you may not, depending on how old you are and how well you may know the story, is there's a strike on the upper inside corner, 3-1. But before the Giants moved into what is now, I guess, Oracle Park in San Francisco, former AT&T Park, Pac Bell Park, what have you, down by McCovey Cove, is that one high, and Contreras walks to lead off the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring up Jason Hayward. But there were rumblings when they were still playing at Candlestick Park, trying to find a way to get a new stadium, that they were rumored to be bought by a team that was going, an ownership group that was going to move them to Tampa Bay. And if you go back and you can find the clips on YouTube from those final home games for the Giants in 1993. The fans turned out assuming the Giants were leaving San Francisco for Tampa Bay, so there was a chance that that stadium was going to be filled by a major league team as early as 93, but eventually someone, whichever ownership group came in and purchased the Giants, kept them in San Francisco, and obviously the rest was history as they were quickly behind in the count 0-2.
The more you know every day. I did not know that little story that the Giants were looking at moving, but yeah, no, and we're kind of seeing the little rumblings of that now with Tampa Bay situation, potentially moving the team up to Montreal, depending on if their attendance is able to improve or not down there.
And that's one of the weird caveats, is that one's inside 2-2 is obviously spring training, a big part of the fabric of the state of Florida, but for whatever reason, it's always been hard to draw fans, and maybe it's because there's so many things to do in Florida, like going to the beach and going to, obviously Disneyland and or Disney World, I should say, Disneyland out in California. But there's always been an issue drawing fans for every sport in Florida, not just baseball, as Hayward throws it on a breaking ball. 7th strikeout between the two pitchers in this ball game, and at this point in the contest, there have only been, I believe, 10 outs recorded.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute pitcher's duel today, but yeah, you were mentioning in Florida, you do have a lot of other attractions to deal with, but I know at least in Tampa's case, the stadium is actually like a half hour, 45 minutes outside of Tampa Bay proper.
Yeah, it is. It is in St. Petersburg, Florida, and it's, I'd say about 25 minutes away from Tampa. Is that one in the dirt, and the count now 1-1 on Ian Happ. And working in the Florida State League, 2 of my years of professional baseball, but particularly last year, you play the Yankees have their high A team in Tampa. They play at George M. Steinbrenner Field. That's actually in Tampa, and the Trop is about 20-25 minutes away from there. Count now 2-2 on Happ.
Yeah, and you would think maybe in the future, if the Yankees were to ever leave that Steinbrenner Field, maybe the Rays would potentially try to do a move in there where they would develop that into a major league facility potentially.
Swing and a miss Another good breaking pitch from Giolito. 4th strikeout for him. So both pitchers with 4 strikeouts through at least 2 innings tonight. As here's the HOU Darvish, the pitcher. Darvish on the season is 3 for 37 with 2 RBIs. 13 for 136 lifetime. That's a career average of .096.
Yep, and there's the old saying of pitchers who can rake. This is the antithesis or exact opposite of that, as HOU Darvish has a career batting average below 100. Is there such a thing as the Super Mendoza line? Because that would be the definition of it in my book.
I am not sure what the verbiage is for the 100 batting average plateau. I'll have to crowdsource that answer as the 0-2 to Darvish is up and inside. 1-2. It's an interesting situation for Tampa Bay going forward. Is this a soft ground ball to third? Who'd have thought Darvish is the one that finds a way to get one in play as he is retired on the soft grounder. And the inning. A leadoff walk goes by the wayside after 2 on the north side of Chicago. 1-0 Cubs. Prosper, Luis Robert to lead off for the White Sox in the top of the third, 8-9-1. Who up against HOU Darvish. Justin Rock, Mr. 3 with you here for some late night baseball on this Tuesday as Robert takes down and away 1-0. Robert sitting at 220, 7 homers, and 31 RBIs in his rookie season. But bringing up that topic, Sounder Fan 84 in the Twitch chat about the proposed plan that I think came out last year of Tampa Bay potentially splitting their home schedule between Tampa Bay and Montreal. There's no way the Players Union for Major League Baseball would ever allow anything like that to happen. So that idea, I think, was put on the kibosh right away as Robert, a deep drive out there to right, and Hayward had to run a long way in the rain, P, to track that one down.
Yeah, definitely, but we might be able to get a quick test case of that this year as Toronto basically got kicked out of Canada for the upcoming year, so they're going to have to figure out where to play their home games. So we might be able to get a test case of playing, half the season, half the home games in one spot, half in the other.
Yeah, it's really interesting to follow that story around the Toronto Blue Jays because the season starts in 2 days, this time on Thursday. Baseball, real baseball games that count will be happening outside of the Bot-Ball universe as Lucas Giolito steps in. He actually has a home run this year for the White Sox. Is the count 1-0. 1 for 4 this year with a home run. It's one of his 3 lifetime hits in 18 at-bats. But one of the things around the Blue Jays' problem right now is finding a stadium that has adequate enough lighting for Major League standards as the 1-0 for a strike 1-1, and that's sort of put a dent in their plan to potentially play their games in Buffalo, where their AAA affiliate is. Also, involved some issues with their spring training complex in Dunedin, which was just renovated over the course of last summer. And that's why PNC Park in Pittsburgh has been a potential possibility of where the Blue Jays might end up playing their home games as Darvish picks up his 5th strikeout as Giolito dispatched for the second out.
Yeah, definitely. And Dunedin, you don't exactly want to send your players into, I'll call it the heart of the storm down there. And ideally, it seems like the only viable option right now would be Pittsburgh, but I wouldn't be surprised if MLB gives like a 1-year exemption to Buffalo for them to play. Because I know at least in AAA, it's fairly close to what the major leagues have as far as lighting levels.
Yeah, there are certain standards and protocols that each level needs to hit in order to really be classified at that level as Leury Garcia takes a ball. It's 2-0. Darvish has given up just 1 hit through 2 2/3. And it would require some money to be spent and manpower to, be used, be able to upgrade that lighting. And it can be done. It would just be a project that would have to require time and money over the course of the next couple days and weeks. And it's something it would have to work quickly on. But my guess is
Now batting.
We haven't heard anything about it now. It's not going to happen as Garcia ends the streak of Darvish retiring batters in a row with a 2-out single.
Yeah, definitely. I forget who they opened with on Friday, if you can remember me on correctly on that, because I think what some of the game plan was is that if they're doing like a home-at-home with the team, they just play all the games at the other team's stadium.
Looking at it right now, the Blue Jays are scheduled to open up their season on Friday, ironically enough, in Tampa Bay against the Rays. So maybe that's just a sign of a coincidence, or maybe something more than that. I don't know. But they will play the Rays Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then they are to go to Washington as the 2-0 outside. Throw down by Contreras. Not in time, and Garcia swipes second base.
Yeah, it's a little bit of good jump on first there. A little bit of a slow reaction from the catcher there to throw that one down, and he just barely gets in there on time.
But to go back to your point about the home and homes, they are scheduled to play the Nationals in Washington Monday and Tuesday of next week as a 2-0. Anderson inside for ball 3. Then they are scheduled to play at home against the Nationals on Wednesday and Thursday before supposed to open up a 3-game homestand against the Philadelphia Phillies July 31st through August the 2nd. So they do have some extra time with that schedule, and if they decide to sort of do that home-and-home thing with Washington, that's scheduled to be on the docket, 2 home games after 2 road games, and potentially play those games there, then figure out a place to play for when they end up dealing with the Phillies about 7 games into the year, as Anderson walks on 4 pitches to set up 2 on, 2 out for Yohan Moncada.
Well, yeah, and also with Philly being maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours up the road from D.C., you could also potentially use Baltimore as kind of a central home site for that early part until they can figure it out for the Blue Jays.
And hopefully they get it figured out sooner rather than later, for any other reason than mental well-being of the players and staff around that team. As there's a strike 1-1, and it's tough enough to try and get geared up to play a 60-game sprint of a season in the midst of a global pandemic, the likes of which we haven't seen in over 100 years. And on top of that, not being sure of where you're basically going to be calling home for the next 2, 3, maybe 4 months. So hopefully it gets figured out for those guys and gals sooner rather than later, if not for their own mental health. As Moncada fouls a few pitches off, it stays 1-2.
Yeah, it sounds fair chiming in on some of the Florida teams not getting attendance based on the just how much the public had to pay for that. And that's definitely the case. In addition to because you saw when Miami was starting to have their playoff runs, they were pulling 20, 30, 35,000 in the stadium, no problem, every week. It's just when they really started sinking again, the attendance dropped off like a rock.
And part of the Marlins issue is they have lost a lot of public trust in that area. All you have to do is look at the most prominent radio show host that comes out of Miami. That is Dan Le Batard. And he routinely roasts the Marlins over the coals on his national show on ESPN radio, both locally and nationally. And a large part of that is due to the fact that the Marlins did win 2 World Series and then immediately sold off every valuable piece they had within the next few years. And so fans just don't really trust them, especially after the most recent debacle with trading away Stanton and Yelich and Ozuna and Real Muto. And yet, despite all that, they still have a pretty decent farm system in the future. As we've sort of seen in the bot ball season, not all that grim yet. They still going to have issues drawing fans to their publicly funded ballpark, and that's another part of the issue for Tampa Bay and the Rays, is if they were able to even get funds or generate their own private funds for a new stadium, would that even be enough to garner enough of an audience and attract enough of an audience? Is this a deep drive to center from Almora? And a 3-2, he flies out to center for the opening out of the 3rd inning.
And nothing against the Miami fans, great people and all that, but they should have never gotten an expansion team in the first place. Because the original owner of the team, who won the 2 World Series and then sold off every piece, is the same guy that basically drove the Montreal Expos into the ground. So why I will never understand they allowed them to try it again in a very hot and potential major money market down in Miami.
Well, the question then sort of relies around Major League Baseball, Bud Selig at the time, and the owners, the other 29 owners at the time, is, you watched what Lurie did with the Expos, so why would you have approved him to take over ownership control of another one of your franchises? So I don't even blame that one so much on Jeffrey Lurie, but more Loria, or whatever the correct pronunciation of his last name is, or on Selig and the other owners. Like, you saw what this guy did, so why would you trust this guy to do it again? And sure enough, that's basically the same result as count 1 and 2 on Bryant.
When you sell your baseball team's broadcast rights to the local college radio station, you know you're doing something wrong.
It's not exactly great business acuity, it seems like, but he's got more money than I have and probably ever will, and Bryant strikes out for the second out of the third inning. Both these guys tonight, Giolito and Darvish, racking up the strikeouts in bunches.
Yeah, it's been a real good game to watch so far if you don't mind watching the K's and watching Harris look foolish up there.
I'll bring up the guy who's driven in the only run of the game, Anthony Rizzo. Homered off Giolito back in the first. That's the only hit for the Cubs tonight. He takes low ball 1. Got our trivia question of the game in our Twitch chat, courtesy of the big guy 73. Our question of the game: have ever heard of a one-man offense? Well, since 1969, as Rizzo can't connect 1 and 1. Since 1969, these two Cubs players made the one-man offense a reality as they led the Northsiders in runs, hits, doubles, triples, home runs, RBIs, and stolen bases. Who are they?
Sammy Sosa.
That would be my first guess, is a swing and a miss. Rizzo, another strikeout in this ball game for Giolito. That is number 5, I believe, in this contest. Actually, number 6. Interestingly enough, no to Sosa on the first down. Yes, from P-Mister. Edwin Encarnacion will lead off the top of the 4th. 1-0 Cubs. 1 run across on an Anthony Rizzo home run. We have seen 6 Lucas Giolito strikeouts to this point and 6 Yu Darvish strikeouts. So 12 Ks in 3 innings combined as Encarnacion fouls it away 0-1. My guess would be Ryan Sandberg then next.
Definitely Sandberg, and then I'm thinking maybe one of the young kids recently might have been able to pull it off just because of how the World Series ran in 2016.
See, I don't think it was anyone that recently, solely based on the fact that they didn't have a ton of guys with great speed in the middle of that lineup, as there's a little soft grounder from Encarnacion for the first out of the 4th inning. The only guy that maybe would have been a chance is Javier Baez. But even then, I'm not so sure he's led the team in stolen bases over the course of recent years.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's also known as Sandberg, so I think we're out of options up here.
My next guess would then be either Ron Santo or Andre Dawson.
Ooh, Dawson might have got it. I know he's a little bit of a speedster back in the day.
Yeah, he definitely had some good wheels, and anyone who plays Diamond Dynasty in the show knows that. As Eloy Jimenez takes outside, ball 1. Jimenez doubled back in the second. He's 1 for 1.
That's ball 2.
0 low, 2-0. So apparently I'm over on Ron Santo and Andre Dawson.
Yeah, we're like all the batters tonight. Just keep swinging and missing at the trivia question there.
Now I thought those were pretty good guesses, and now I'm really curious as to what the answer is. Is this ground ball to first? Nice play by Rizzo.
Now batting
for the second out. So good plays by the infield. My next guess would then be Billy Williams. He had some pretty good speed, part of some good Cubs teams in the 70s. A teammate of Ron Santo.
Just because I'm thinking of this guy in the dimensions at Wrigley, I'm assuming Ichiro didn't play for the Cubs at some point.
What was that?
I'm assuming Ichiro Suzuki didn't play for the Cubs at some point.
No, he did not.
Okay, because I could see him taking advantage of right field with the little pokes he has.
Now 0-2 on Grandal. Sounder Fan 84 said he assumes it would be pre-2000s or pre-90s, and the big guy says you would be erroneous on both accounts. That one fouled away, 0-2. So I guess it is someone on the more recent side for the Chicago Cubs. As Grandal swings and misses at the cutter, strike 3. Strikeout number 7 for Darvish through 4. 3.5 complete. Cubs 1, White Sox nothing. Justin Rock, P-Mister 3 with you for some evening bot ball. Cubs leading the White Sox 1-0 on a home run by Anthony Rizzo back in the bottom of the first inning. And as a reminder, we want you, if you can, we would appreciate a donation to our charity of the week. That is Meals on Wheels, as part of our bot ball initiative, trying to help out those in need during these trying times of COVID-19 and social injustice. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. Network serves virtually every community in America, enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. As Javier Baez fouls it off 1-1, as the Cubs will have 3, 4, and 5 due up against Giolito, leading by a run, as the 1-1 fouled off 1-2. We're still trying to get one of those two answers for that Cubs trivia question. Who, since 1969, has led the Cubs in doubles, triples, home runs, RBIs, and stolen bases in the same season? As Baez strikes out, and that is the 7th now for Giolito today. My next guess then would be Alfonso Soriano, if it's something more recent.
There it is. Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking of. I'm like, the Cubs had one superstar in the mid to late 2000s that could have pulled this off.
You know, Aramis Ramirez and Derek Lee were big parts of those good Cub teams in the 2000s, but neither of them were fast enough to lead the team in steals.
Yeah, Soriano, precursor, I would say, the Mike Trout to an extent, and basically Mike Trout, except he didn't have the big star power of LA.
And Soriano also struck out, I think, a lot more than Trout does. Soriano, of course, came up as a second baseman before moving to the outfield. Oh, the answer is no to Soriano, and you should guess some people you've doubted before. So I guess I'll guess Aramis Ramirez and Derek Lee. As that one outside, ball 3 to Schwarber. Full count with nobody on, 1 out. Derek Lee is one of the answers in 2005. I'm very curious to know how many stolen bases he had. As Giolito picks up another strikeout, that's his 8th, with 3 2/3.
Yeah, and Darvish being really nice right now in his pitches so far. Just getting K after K after K, and yeah, definitely a 5. That's a little bit of a shocker. So it's probably people we would never really think of, because again, the Cubs up until about 2013, 2014 were kind of a 500 team, and 15 stolen bases is what the stat is for the year.
That is a marginal number. I'll be honest, I didn't think Derek Lee was stealing that many bases in 2005, as Wilson Contreras fouls it away. It's 0-1. Very also confused as to why they showed that Darvish montage against Yasmani Grandal, with Darvish not even coming to the plate and not on the mound during the sequence. That's now 0-2 on Contreras. Maybe the game had an aneurysm or something.
Yeah, I think our tech guys maybe got into the Scotch cabinet a little too early here. And
I was saying, this is a game at Wrigley Field, so this could be a Harry Carey broadcast. break out the bottle of brown liquor from underneath the table. As the 1-2 now to Wilson, up and in, 2-2. The other Cubs player stole 21 bases in that year. So my guess, I guess, maybe Chris Bryant as one of those options. As Wilson Contreras drives one out in the left field, Jimenez able to track back and make the play and retire the side. Giolito has struck out 8 through 4, but his team trails by 1.
That's another Chris Bryant. And in case anybody wants a TV show recommendation, I believe it's on AMC. It's called Brockmire.
Yep.
Grade A TV show about I'll call it a disgraced Major League broadcaster calling semi-pro baseball.
Yeah, I've watched the first season. Need to go a little bit further than that. As we go to the 5th inning here at Wrigley in the rain, Cubs 1, White Sox nothing, just 3 hits combined, but we've seen 15 total strikeouts at this point in the contest. You know, talking about Brockmire, just a great show, but if you really want background and how it all started, you have to go and find the Funny or Die video that was originally produced. I think 4 or 5 years before the show originally came out on AMC, and Rich Eisen, Joe Buck, I think Kenny Mayne all make appearances in this video, and it's just all on the floor laughing. That's how funny it is. And sort of an homage to those old school broadcasters. So if you like some raunchy humor and love baseball, check that out on YouTube after Hot Ball is done for the night, as Nomar Mazara on the 0-1. Skies one to left center field. Back goes Almora Jr., and he runs it down in front of the ivy.
Well, apparently my prediction was wrong, because I thought that was going to get down for a hit, or maybe get caught up in the cage out there, up against the wall there, so that way the ivy doesn't get destroyed.
The player is still active, according to Big Guys. You see the Cubs leading the National League in ERA coming into tonight, as Luis Robert will step up to the plate. Beardy Buddha's guessing Rizzo, and I was a no on Rizzo. I thought there might have been a chance if Lee led the team in stolen bases that Rizzo might have snuck into that conversation. I guess I'll guess Javier Baez, since I don't think I've formally announced him yet, as the count now 0-1 on Robert.
Baez would make sense.
And I've got another, sort of curveball guess, as that one high. 1-1 now on Robert. And Javi Baez is the other answer. So the two answers of Cubs players lead the team in runs, hits, doubles, triples, homers, RBIs, and stolen bases in one season since 1969 are Derek Lee in 2005 and Javier Baez, I guess, in one of the last 2 years. I don't know if Big Guy can throw it out in the Twitch chat.
Probably 2018 if I had to take a stab at it.
Maybe my guess is Rizzo, a nice running backhanded catch in front of the tarp for the second out. 2017, which is slightly more surprising.
I think he corrected it to 18 because...
Oh, yeah, it was 18.
Just because some people have fat fingers and occasionally hit the wrong buttons, but it's all good in the end as long as the idea gets across.
Or some people just have bad eyes and can't read the text underneath the original message. As this a ground ball to second from Giolito, and Darvish works a 1-2-3 top of the 5th. Halfway through this ball game in the rain, Cubs 1, White Sox nothing.
I felt like I just got here and we're halfway over. What's going on?
Especially for me, and I guess this will probably be my broadcaster jinx for the night. But I am running on 5 straight games going, 4 or 5, I've lost count, of games going into extra innings, dating back to the broadcaster tournament last week. Last Wednesday, I did the championship game. Jeremy Goldstein won against Jake Dean. That went, I think, 12 or 13 innings. Then did a game Friday night, or Thursday night, minor league game went into extra innings, 10. Friday, the Yankees and the Cardinals went into, I believe it was 13 innings as well. And then yesterday I did the Yankees and Angels, and that one went, I believe, 11 innings, or 10, 11 innings yesterday. So we're running on a streak of extra inning games, and I'm hopefully not going to keep you here, P, until way past the 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock hour, leaving our buddy Brother Beard and who's on after us tonight? Duggo Beardy and Jake Dean waiting for this one to end.
That's going to be an absolute booth with Duggo and Beardy Buddha in there.
And it's been a great couple of days. We'll see it again one more time tomorrow as a part of that Twins Diamondback series out in Arizona. Really good series. Two teams leading their divisions, the AL Central and the NL West.
Yeah, Beardy Buddha regaling us about time he was at a Cubbies game on one of the rooftops across the street and for a bachelor party. And first 7 innings only took an hour 40. And when they cut off beer sales, which in most places is the bottom of the 7th, the last 2 innings took an hour and 50 minutes. So, in case you're wondering, folks, you might want to load up on that last beer in the 7th inning, even if you don't think you're going to drink it.
And better to have the warm one than to have none at all. Or you can just be like some crazy people and find a way to sneak it in. As the count 3-2 now on Jason Hayward, and this one is hung in. Hayward trying to hit one further than Rizzo. That ball hit so far it left the bat suspended in air as Hayward went to first base. His 10th home run of the season, and break out your Cotton Eye Joe Ryan Tepera, 2-0 Cubs.
Yep, and not as far as the other home run, but still an absolute no-doubter over there.
421 feet and 102 miles an hour.
And, of course, Hayward there breaking physics, apparently having the bat hanging midair for a little bit. Either that or just magically snap back into his hand. Technically, I think that's an out if you run down the first with the bat in your hand. I'll have to break up my rule book, but the most interesting thing I've seen someone sneak into a stadium with was I was at a soccer game, and a guy snuck in with a full bottle of gin tucked into his coat pocket.
I would say I'd seen crazier things, but as a student at Penn State and Penn State football games, the amount of different ways people would be able to successfully sneak in booze into Beaver Stadium. Nothing short of amazing, and wished and wondered whether they applied the same sort of effort into their scholastic studies as they did in their hiding skills to get into a college football game as a 2-1.5 is fouled away. 2-2.
So I'm assuming they don't actually sell alcohol in the stadium down there in Penn State.
No, that actually it's, I think, slowly becoming a thing as a 2-2 inside. 3-2. For the longest time, it had been NCAA rule that no alcohol would be allowed to be sold at an NCAA sanctioned event. That's why if you ever had tickets to the NCAA basketball tournament, Happ strikes out looking for the first out here in the 5th. Another strikeout for Lucas Giolito. But if you went to the NCAA tournament for basketball or any other sport, you couldn't buy alcohol. And if you had a suite, the only way you could have alcohol in your suite is if it was purchased and brought in before the NCAA took over the building. So if you had booze in there before the NCAA came in for the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8, you better not drink it all for that Sweet 16 games. You're not going to have any left for the Elite 8 as the count's 2-0 on you, Darvish.
Yeah, definitely, because I know at least Boston College recently just started selling beer at the stadium, so I guess the NCAA ruling finally got axed, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few more colleges start to do that now.
Yeah, it makes more sense. I mean, large majority of the audience, even if they're college students, can be above the age of 21, and obviously a lot of alumni and owners like to have a cocktail or two while they're enjoying a game on the gridiron or whatever athletic complex. Is a poor walk there from Giolito, not the guy you want to give a free pass to, and the hitting maligned Yu Darvish. Here's Albert Almora Jr. It's Clark the Cub, the pantless mascot of the Cubs, trying to heist the crowd in some rather interesting way.
Yeah, I always wonder how the motion tracking for those mascot suits got taken.
It's a great point as Almora Jr. first pitch swinging flies out left for the second out of the 5th inning. And I've seen a lot of the motion capture for different things in sports video games. I saw a video recently. I'm also a big fan of the NBA 2K games, and it was a video of the motion capture of guys getting dunked on, and like it's somebody's job basically to stand there in that motion capture thing and basically get dunked on by some dude for all these different things. And I've seen a lot of different stuff from MLB The Show over the year, but I've never seen. I guess do they have just a guy regularly dressed up, in that green leotard with the stupid dots on it, doing the animations for the Cubs or for the mascots? Or do they have it on top of a mascot outfit? So, like, is it like a guy in like a leotard of like the Philly Fanatic running around out there? Is this one over the head of Eloy Jimenez? Going to get it in quickly, and Darvish has the speed of a brick wall, only able to get to third on Bryant's 31st double of the year.
And apparently Darvish put on the bullpen jacket, I guess, while he was out there. I'm not sure how he got that out on the bases. I think that's against the rules, if I remember correctly.
Actually is not for pitchers. In a way to keep their arms warm, they are allowed to wear the jackets on the bases. However, it's not something you commonly see during the summer. You'll see that more during the early season and during the postseason, particularly. Very vivid memories of Andy Pettitte wearing the Yankees jacket on the bases in games in Atlanta. As the 1-1 Anthony Rizzo swung on and missed, it's 1-2. So you can wear the jacket, but very rarely to see during the summer. But I guess with the rain, Darvish breaking it out. Although I think in this game they always wear the jacket on the bases. As ground ball to third from Rizzo ends the inning. But the Cubs add another run as Jason Hayward. It's one out to right center after 5, 2-0 Chicago Cubs. Look at the Twitch chat. I guess Beardy Buddha's timekeeping skills of that day at Wrigley Field not as good as he thought it was. As I guess he, according to his own words, he can correct me if I'm wrong. Put me in my place, but I guess he drank more during the first 6.5 innings than he remembers for the way the end of that game seemed to stretch out as Leury Garcia swings and misses 0-1.
Yeah, well, that can happen sometimes, especially when they put it looks like 6 runs in the matter of 2 innings, then that can really start to drag a game out sometimes.
And as someone who has had those experiences at different ballparks and stadiums over the years, I can definitely relate to Beardy's conundrum as Garcia ends up with a wild hack and a miss. 8th strikeout for Darvish, and that's a positive way for the Cubs to begin the 6th.
Yep, and again, it shows Darvish is still on point, but just myself being a Red Sox fan, I unfortunately know the case of baseball games going way too long. I think the average Red Sox game was about 3 hours and 20 minutes last year, if I remember correctly.
As a kid who grew up in the Northeast with a Yankee fan for dad, a Met fan for mom, I am quite accustomed to those Yankees-Red Sox games going into the wee hours of the night. I will never forget, remember it was 2009, that Yankees-Red Sox game that went scoreless, I think, into it was like the 15th inning. I remember it was like just staying up to like 1:30, whatever ungodly hour it was when the Yankees finally won that game. But so many nights staying up just absurdly late for it would seemingly be a regular season game as Anderson rounds out 2 away here in the 6th.
Yeah, going back to, you kind of say that to a lesser extent in the 04 ALCS that the two had, where I believe there were 3 or 4 games in a row that ended after midnight in that series. So a lot of late nights for those fans.
And I think even my guess is probably the final 5 games in that series went very late, because Game 3, before the Yankees fell off a cliff, I think the final score of that game was like 19-8 or something football score-ish that would have led to a game ending up going past the 12 o'clock hour. As Yoan Moncada takes inside 2 balls and no strikes on the White Sox third baseman. And a lot of good pitching here tonight. Game that would conceivably not last that long. Count now 2-1. Darvish and Giolito combined to allow just 5 hits to this point. Darvish has struck out 8. Lucas Giolito has been quite impressive on his own. Strikeout numbers for him, at least 8, I believe, tonight. He's up to 9 Ks in this ball game.
Yeah, both pitchers have been absolutely dominant. Just really the 2 mistakes from Giolito so far that have given Chicago both their runs.
And a swing and a miss there from Moncada on 2, and Beardy comment about that 0-4 ALCS being a little insane. I will never forget, you ask any Yankee fan before that Game 7, they knew they were going to lose that game because Kevin Brown was starting, and throwing Javier Vazquez in relief of that right-hander Brown was just fuel on the fire. I don't think those 2 guys can walk into Yankee Stadium and receive a chorus of applause like many others can, as Moncada takes outside for ball 4. So big 2-out walk here, P, from Darvish. That might be the little spark Chicago, the Southsiders need. There's a guy who could tie the game with 1 swing, and Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, and again, average about 300. Has a real shot here to try to get something going for the White Sox and put the numbers on the board. But yeah, I remember, unfortunately, I was like 8 or 9 at the time and not a big baseball fan.
There's a ground ball to third, and nice play by Brian, and a fielder's choice ends the 6th inning. So the 2-out walk does no damage. But through 5.5, Cubs 2, White Sox nothing. Final game of the Crosstown Classic. And then Marshall, Kelvin Herrera up in the White Sox bullpen as we play in the bottom of the 6th inning. Giolito has 9 strikeouts, but has thrown 88 pitches through 5 innings, as it'll be Baez, Schwarber, and Contreras due up. And Giolito misses low 1-0. So although Giolito has pitched very well, P, the Cubs have done a decent job to this point of the night, working his pitch count to a high number.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the more underrated factors of the game nowadays is, you don't have to strike out every time, and you don't have to get a hit every time. If you're able to run the pitcher 8, 9, 10, 11 pitches in the at-bat, it's almost considered as good as a hit because you're able to drive that starting pitcher out so much. And then it's commonly seen that the bullpen guys are a lot weaker than your starting rotation normally.
And you look at the White Sox bullpen. They've had a pretty good year in the White Sox pen. A whole slew of guys with ERAs in the 3s and below. Alex Colomé with 30 saves. Steve Cishek has had a great season in a setup role for the White Sox as well. This one fouled away. And the count now 3-2 on Baez. Look at the Cubs. Both these teams actually with pretty solid bullpens when you look at the ERA numbers, and that's a big reason why they have two of the best records in baseball, as Baez gets under 1 to left, and Jimenez makes the play for the first out.
Yeah, and the bullpen especially can either help save you a lot of games or it can cost you a lot of games. And honestly, that's one of the really underutilized positions in the majors is that bullpen, because I think the Red Sox are kind of a case example of this, is that they had several games where they could have easily won it, but the bullpen just usually hacked it up in one way or another.
The Red Sox are weird. They've had a history of either hitting guys who end up doing great in their bullpen, or they acquire guys and they just seem to break down. Especially recent years, guys come to mind that they traded for, like Mark Melancon, Tyler Thornburg, who were sort of low-key, under-the-radar bullpen pieces that they thought would be able to flourish in their system in Boston, as Kyle Schwarber wants it on the moonshot, says Wall. Forbesy way back into the Chicago night. This one, 408 feet, his 27th home run. The third solo shot of the Cubs night makes it 3-0 here in the 6th.
Yep, well, that's another long bomb here for the Cubs, and honestly, Giolito's had a great pitching night, just left 2 or 3 over the heart of the plate, and the Cubs have taken advantage. No breaks whatsoever for him.
Didn't even look like Schwarber got that one all that great. Seemed more like a high pop fly that got caught up in gusty wind in a rainy evening in Chicago as Wilson Contreras takes outside 1-0 with a third home run. Ball game for the Cubs. Rizzo, Hayward, and now Schwarber all taking the young righty Giolito deep.
Yeah, I think going back to the Red Sox bullpen situation, I think a lot of times when they acquire players, they don't consider the green monster out and left there and how that might affect their pitches. As that is, I believe, the second shortest home run in the majors outside of Yankee Stadium, where you also have to go play a fair amount during the season.
That is true, and not to mention also the fact that at Fenway Park you got Pesky's pole down the right field line, and if you really angle it right, you can have a 303-foot home run as Contreras fouls out to first for the second out here in the sixth inning. That'll bring up Jason Hayward, who homered his last time. He's 1 for 2 in this ball game.
Yeah, the Pesky pole story. I was at a Red Sox-Rays game last year, and I forget which Ray was up, but he basically hit a straight line shot down the line. And you just hear a loud metal thud. I'm like, what the heck did that hit? It hits the foul pole about 2 feet above the wall. It gets called a home run, and I think it was 278 was the total distance on that one.
Yeah, that is absolutely absurd, and not to mention also the fact that American League East has Camden Yards as a part of their home ballparks, and that has been a historic launching pad for both Boston and New York since its inception in the 90s, as Hayward grounds out to second to end the inning, but Kyle Schwarber sends one to the moon. Third solo shot of the night for the Cubs. They lead 3-0 after 6. Darvish going to stay on the mound for the Cubs as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Eloy Jimenez, Yasmani Grandal, Omar Mazara, the 3 due up for the White Sox. Darvish right at about 75, 76 pitches tonight. Cubs do have Craig Kimbrell, and I believe Brandon Morrow was the other name up in their bullpen just a few moments ago. But Darvish has been great tonight. No better way to start the 7th P. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, exactly. And Darvish has had one of those outings where he's able to potentially go the whole game here. Always sitting at 77 pitches. And really hasn't had much trouble with these White Sox batters whatsoever all night.
Darvish, 33-year-old from Kobe City, Japan. And he's low-key had a really good career. He's sort of been overlooked and sort of under the radar because he played in Texas for a large majority. The other name was Ryan Tepera in the bullpen as Grandal takes a strike. But, I was looking at some numbers on Darvish preparing for the game tonight. Since 2012, he's second in Major League Baseball in strikeouts per 9 innings. That's inside 1-1. He also set a Major League record for strikeouts in first 100 games of a career with 812. On another wave and a miss, 1-2. And he also is the fastest Major League player in history to reach 1,000 strikeouts, doing it 128 games. And he, based on sort of the public and community view of Darvish, you would never expect those 3 numbers to be a part of his resume.
No, definitely. He's definitely known as a dominant pitcher and one that does get a lot of strikeouts. But to rack up those type of numbers that quickly is borderline insane. And again, playing in Texas, he was maybe, as far as a win-loss record, 500, maybe a couple games above it, just because the bats down in Texas weren't really that good for him and didn't support him that much.
He sort of came in towards the back end of the Rangers reaching consecutive World Series at the beginning of last decade. Count stays 3-2 on Grandal. No one on, 1 out. The payoff pitch outside, ball 4. Darvish issues a 1-out walk here in the 7th, and that'll bring up Nomar Mazara.
Right fielder, number 30, Nomar Mazara.
Third walk given up by Darvish.
And again, that's been one of the few errors he's had. And again, the errors really haven't cost him that much. Just a couple walks so far today, and I believe only 1 hit for the White Sox, if I remember correctly.
White Sox with just 2 hits to this point in the contest. A double by Eloy Jimenez. The other is single, and this one a line drive into left center field. That's another base hit all the way to the gap, stopping at third. Grandal. It's a double for Mazara, and the White Sox will be in the tying run to the plate here in the 7th inning, thanks to a walk and a double.
Yep, well, if anything, Darvish should be getting the hook fairly soon. It seems like he's really starting to fall off now, but again, just a great piece of hitting to drive that the opposite way.
It'll bring up the rookie star, Luis Robert. He's flied out and popped up in foul ground to first tonight. Darvish still with a fairly manageable pitch count at 85. But Kimbrough and Tepera are throwing in the bullpen. The White Sox, their best chance to score tonight. First pitch from you, and that one outside, ball one. Pitcher spot on deck.
Yeah, $10 says we're going to be seeing a pinch hitter in that slot, as the White Sox right here are having a real good shot at putting a couple runs on the board.
Darvish now falls behind Robert 2-0. Double from Mazara, the White Sox first hit since the third. Here's a strike, 2-1. They had a double in the second from Jimenez, a single from Leury Garcia in the third, but they had not had a hit till that Mazara double. As a 2-1 pitch, inside and low. All three now on Robert, and Darvish in danger of walking the bases loaded.
And this is Darvish's kind of Achilles heel, is that he does kind of fall off the rails fairly quickly without prediction, so it's tough to get the guy up and ready to go, because you don't know when Darvish is going to fall off.
Payoff pitch again from Darvish, and Robert with a high fly ball into left. Schwarber has room. He will make the catch. Grandal tags it from third. The relay to the plate from Baez, closer than you'd have thought. Grandal able to hook around the tag from Contreras. It's a sac fly for Robert. The White Sox are on the board. It's 3-1.
And that's kind of what you expected there from the 6-speed players, that it's going to be a lot closer play at the plate than a lot of people thought. And just a nice little swim move there to get in under the tag.
Here is Eduardo Nunez to pinch hit, one of the newest members of the White Sox, as he takes a strike 0-1. Nunez, 245, 2 homers, 4 RBIs on the season. Former New York Met. He was acquired in a 3-team trade the other day, as that one is low. 1-1. Nunez going to Chicago. James McCann went from the White Sox to the Diamondbacks. And then the Mets acquired Domingo Leyba from Arizona. That would back on the 17th of July as the 1-1. Nunez is hit in the air to center. Back goes Almora Jr. away back, and this one is in and off the basket and stays in the field of play. Almora throws it back in, but it's an RBI double for Eduardo Nunez, I believe, his first RBI as a member of the White Sox, and it's a 1-run game here in the 7th. That ball just kept on carrying.
Yeah, it's carrying. That had a real shot to get out of here. Maybe if it was a bit more of the summer heat here, as we're going to see the usual chest shuffle you see here in the National League with the pitcher and all the position players moving around.
Your attention, please.
Let's see what the Cubs do here. Ryan Tepera will come on in relief for the Cubs.
Ryan Tepera.
Looked like they were making a double switch.
Yeah, that definitely was the case. Unfortunately, our booth audio up here, the speaker isn't working right now, so we don't have that one for you. We'll try to get that as soon as we can. But yeah, it could be a little too late here for the Cubs, as there's a run on second, so Tepera has to basically be perfect here in this at-bat in order to get the out.
That one fouled away. It is 0-1 on Garcia. And this one, a line drive out into right field. Hayward going back, and this one is over his head and off the wall. It's actually David Bodie who has taken over in right field for Hayward. That was the double switch. Regardless, it's an RBI double for Leury Garcia. And the White Sox with 3 runs here on the top of the 7th. We're tied at 3.
Well, that escalated quickly here, as the White Sox basically had absolutely no life whatsoever up until this half of the inning. And all of a sudden, they tack a couple hits on Darvish, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, the game's tied up again.
Now a chance with a base hit. take the lead for the first time tonight as the go-ahead run at second for Tim Anderson.
Sounders fan saying that might have been a blown save. I'm not sure if you inherit the run, if that can be considered a blown save or not.
I believe it would be a blown save, as even though Cabrera, not your typical save situation, did give up the lead. 3 runs or less spot as a 2-0 to Anderson is fouled away 2-1. A swing and a miss there from Anderson. And the count now 2-2. White Sox with 3 runs in the inning on an RBI and a sacrifice fly by Robert, an RBI double by Eduardo Nunez, and a subsequent RBI double by Garcia. And the count full on Anderson now. Payoff pitch from the righty. And Anderson out in front and fouls this one into the seats.
And again, one of the benefits of these older ballparks is that the foul lines, especially towards the outfield, are extremely tight. So anything that's going to run foul is going to go up into the crowd.
Another payoff pitch coming, and Anderson skies one out in the left field. Schwarber on the run, leaps, and he can't make the play. Garcia will score. Anderson in at second as a wild throw comes in. RBI double, Tim Anderson, the third straight RBI double for the White Sox, and they take a 4-3 lead in the 7th.
And they will just not go quietly into the good night here, as they have rumbled all the way back from 3-0 down to take a 4-3 lead here, and maybe a questionable leap there by Schwarber, but again, you got to try to make any play you can at this point.
Anderson, a big RBI. That his 50th of the year as Moncada fouls it away 0-1. White Sox entered the inning with no runs on 2 hits. They have scored 4 times on 4 hits here in the 7th. And Darvish went from being the pitcher of record on the winning side to a no decision. And now Lucas Giolito, depending on what the White Sox bullpen does, he is now in line for the win tonight.
Talk about a turn of events here. Giolito leaving the game with a 3-0 loss, basically. And now all of a sudden, with his bats warming up here, he has a chance to pull off the win.
White Sox have a very talented bullpen. We'll see who they go to for the bottom of the 7th. But first, the 0-2 to Moncada. A slider cut on and missed. The side retired, but the White Sox score 4 runs on 4 hits. No errors and 1 man left. Time to get up and stretch in the north side of Chicago. White Sox 4, Cubs 3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the White Sox
will be Kelvin Herrera. Come in out of the bullpen to pitch here in the 7th.
And at this point, you're looking to try to get 2-3 innings here. Maybe work your way to the 9th, but ideally the 9th you're bringing in whoever your closer is, which I'm guessing is Steve Chiswick, as he's the only one up in the bullpen right now.
Cishek has sort of been the setup man for the White Sox this year. Ian Happ will lead off against Herrera. And the first pitch cut on and missed 0-1. Herrera, 4-1, has had a good season. 2.4 ERA, was a part of that 2015 World Series champion Royals team as that's low. 1-1. Happ 0-2 tonight with a pair of strikeouts. It'll be Happ, Bodie, and Almora Jr. 2 up in the bottom of the 7th as that one just barely nicks the zone. 1-2.
Again, if you're Herrera here, you're just trying to hand it off to the next guy, whoever that is. If you can get 2 innings out of here, that's great. That means you only really have to hand it off to the one guy.
1-2 pitch, and Happ fouls it away. Stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Came into the night at 271 with 12 homers and 40 RBIs. 1-2 offering, and Happ spoils another. Saw Beardy Buddha being very happy that the White Sox were losing in the Twitch chat earlier. White Sox a game back of the Twins for first in the AL Central, and now things have flipped on a...
Yeah, it's oddly silent in Twitch chat.
And you see a strikeout there. I have Herrera. Got him out in front of a breaking ball.
Yep, and that's a good way to start your appearance here, is get the guy swinging, especially one on a breaking ball, because it knows he was fooled, and you might be able to use that pitch again later on.
I'm going to bring up David Bodie. His first plate appearance came in part of the double switch in the top of the inning. The first pitch is just off the outside corner, 1-0. Bodie, 233, 10 homers, 30 RBIs. One-0 coming from Herrera. That one low, 2-0. It was an interesting decision at double switch to take out Hayward, considering the fact that he's accounted for one of the 3 Cubs runs today with a home run.
Yeah, but again, with Hayward getting up there in age towards the back end of his career, he might need a couple extra innings or an extra day of rest, so that might be a strategy decision long term.
This one, a little broken bat flare seemed to hit off the back elbow of Herrera. And I don't know if they're going to check him out or what. Weird sequence there. Ends up with an infield single for Bodie.
Yeah, Herrera, it seemed like he had a pretty good read on that. Looked like there might have been an easy pop-out, but just kind of fell asleep out there and forgot the objective of catching the ball there.
I don't know where his mind was as Almora Jr. fouls this one out of play. 0-1. We'd love to actually see a replay of that as Herrera was going over to try and maybe catch that one on a fly or on a hop and then make a play to first, and hit him and had no play anywhere. 0-1 to Almora. 8 minutes, 0-2.
And the next best thing here, if you can't get the strikeout, is you want to get a ground ball over to your shortstop, potentially set up a double play and get yourself out of the inning here.
Almora fouls another one out of play. Chris Bryant doubled his last time up, waits on deck. 0-2 pitch.
Nope, that's down.
One low, and Almora stays alive. A 1-2 offering, and he got him. 5 fastballs saw Almora chase up and out of the zone. Second strikeout for Herrera, 2 outs in the 7th, and back to the top of the Cubs order.
Yeah, and if you're Herrera here, you got to get this next guy out, because you definitely don't want to deal with 2, 3, and 4 when you're trying to protect only a 1-run lead here. And especially where 2 through 4 have been kind of tearing the ball off the cover tonight.
Chris Bryant takes ball 1. Bryant double his last time up. It was his 31st of the year, his 55th extra base hit. Entered the day tied for 3rd in the NL in doubles. 1-0 to Chris, and this one is driven out in the air to right center field. Mazzara on the run. This one over his head and up against the ivy. Bodie rounds 3rd. He's heading to the plate. The relay in from Mazzara cut off. It's an RBI double for Bryant, and the Cubs have tied it at 4.
Well, blown saves on both ends here as Herrera gives up a fairly decent double here against the wall. Good job by Bryant, able to drive that the other way.
Bryant's 32nd double of the year, his 58th RBI. The Cubs have quickly tied the game back up at 4 apiece, so no decisions for both sides tonight. It'll be a bullpen-decided game, and Anthony Rizzo, who homered back in the first, takes strike 1. Rizzo ground out his last time up in the 5th. Goes to 3rd, the 0-1. Rizzo takes inside. It is 1-1.
If you're Rizzo here, you don't really have a much better chance than you do right now to really try to bury the White Sox here. Runner on second, even if you just make a double, it's enough to put another runner on the board.
See if Herrera maybe pitches around to Rizzo a little here. With the righty and Baez on deck, as they're a good changeup. Some swinging 2-2. Break even. Rizzo pops it up. Out in shallow right, the second baseman Garcia, and over his shoulder makes the catch to end the inning. But the Cubs quickly tie the game as Chris Bryant wraps an RBI double. We go to the 8th at Wrigley Field. Cubs 4 and the White Sox 4. Like Ryan Tepera will stay in for the Cubs in the top of the 8th. It'll be Encarnacion, Jimenez, and Grandal, the 3 scheduled to bat in the inning. Tepera ended up giving up a run in that frame out of the bullpen. He gave up the lead on an RBI double by Tim Anderson. Cubs picking him up in the bottom of the 7th. We are tied at 4. Going into the business end, Encarnacion hitless tonight at 0 for 3. He takes a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, if there's any time you want a home run right now for either side, it's right here in the 8th. You don't want to go into the 9th with this game being up in the air more or less, because that can really affect your bullpen strategy, whether you bring in a long reliever or a closer.
0-1 from Tepera. Encarnacion lays off. It is 1-1. Both these teams will have plenty of arms available in the bullpen. Luckily for both sides as well. Off days tomorrow before being back in action on Thursday. 1-1 offering. One is high, 2-1. Both teams this evening, 4 runs on 6 hits with no errors. White Sox have strained at 5. Cubs have left 4. Then Encarnacion gets into one as center. But this one will have enough real estate for Almora Jr., 1 out.
And again, it's a really nice, solid contact swing there. Just a little bit too deep out there in center.
I'll bring up the former Cubs prospect, Eloy Jimenez. 1 for 3 had the White Sox first hit a double in the 2nd inning. Grounded out last time in the 7th to lead off. Jimenez coming over with Dylan Cease, a couple other pieces. Deal that sent Jose Quintana to the Cubs, and that a deal I think the Cubs, retrospect, would like to have back. The Cease and Jimenez, 2 keystones of the White Sox rebuild.
Yeah, definitely keystones of the rebuild, but at the same time, you have to kind of measure the fors and against as where would Jimenez kind of fit in with this lineup, I guess is the better question, because sometimes you could be loaded at one position and you don't really need him at that specific spot, but maybe you have an eye on a prospect somewhere else in a more key position.
And it was an idea of getting a controllable pitcher, and that was what Quintana was with the White Sox. And much like the Chapman trade, they went for it, and like the Chapman trade, didn't quite work out in the long term as Jimenez strikes out. Second out here in the 8th, and that'll bring up Yasmani Grandal, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Pitch outside, 1-0. Grandal started that rally an inning ago. Had to walk with 1 out. Later come around to score on the sac fly by Robert. Who's that walk that begun 4-run rally? 1-0. There for a strike, 1-1. Cubs in the bottom of the 8th will have 3, 4, and 5 due up against the White Sox bullpen. Baez, Schwarber, and Contreras. 1-1. A nice breaking pitch from the former Blue Jay, 1-2. With some great late movement. This one brushing Grandal back, 2-2.
Yeah, that might be not exactly a warning pitch, but more of just say, can you take a couple of sets back? Let me work that inside corner a little bit. Thank you.
He goes back there. The 2-2 goes more towards the outer part of the plate, but made a good defensive stab there as Happ to his left and on the outfield grass and right. Throws out Grandal to end the inning. 1-2-3 goes the White Sox. Cubs have the heart of their order due up to try and regain the lead, tied at 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
White Sox making another call to the bullpen. It'll be the right-hander Evan Marshall. Try and keep this tied into the 9th.
Marshall.
Yeah, exactly. He's not exactly the best numbers. 3.86 ERA. Lefties and righties hitting above 270 against him, so there's definitely gambling a little bit here with a potential longer situation here.
First pitch from Marshall, grounded towards third. Good play there made by Moncada, and Baez retired on one pitch here to begin the 8th.
Efficiency there. One pitch, one out.
And I'll bring up Kyle Schwarber, who homered his last time up. That made it 3-0 Chicago at the time. Jace Fry, Jimmy Cordero up in the White Sox bullpen. First pitch from Marshall low. Ball 1. Final line for the starters tonight. Giolito in no decision, went 6 innings of 3 runs on 4 hits, walked 2, struck out 9. Gave up 3 solo home runs tonight. 1-0. Fouled away 1-1. Darvish went 6 2/3, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, walked 3, and struck out 8. 1-1.
I got 2-1 the count.
1 low, 2-1. Cubs scored 1 in the first, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th to take a 3-0 lead. White Sox answered back with 4 runs in the top of the 7th to account for all of their tallies tonight. Cubs were able to hide in the bottom of the 7th as Schwarber now way ahead 3-1.
Yeah, Schwarber's keeping the bat on his shoulder here and elicits one right down the middle.
This one just barely grabbing the outer half, 3-2.
Now it's time for a quick pivot. You have to swing at anything close just to try to get a piece of it.
He does, and comes up empty as the changeup is waved at and missed. First strikeout for Marshall tonight.
The catcher, Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful slider on the inside part of the zone. Schwarber couldn't do much with it there.
Cubs with nobody on and 2 out. Here is Wilson Contreras, who walked his first time, popped up to the catcher, other to the first baseman his last time up. He takes low, ball 1. Contreras was 0 for 3 last night, 0 for 5 so far in the series.
Yeah, if there's any time to break that slump, it's right here, right now.
Just missed pulling one fair over the third base bag. 1-1 now. Now 1 low, 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitcher's spot on deck right now for the Cubs.
Yeah, if I'm the Cubs, I might let the bullpen guy take a swing here. As it is late in the game, you might want to go 3 or 4 here if you have to go into extras.
However, if Contreras gets on base, I don't think you can, in any conceivable way, allow the pitcher to hit. And Contreras, right on cue, puts one into the right center field gap. He will go for extra bases. Ends up at second with a 2-out double. Now the Cubs have a decision to make with the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Well, forget anything I just said. At this point, you do make the substitution. Because now you just need a solid hit into the gap in order to score the run and take the lead.
It'll be Victor Caratini, the catcher, to grab a bat and pinch hit in this spot for the Cubs. Caratini, 257, 3 homers, 16 RBIs, and he takes a first pitch strike.
0-1's the count.
And this is probably the biggest situation Caratini's been in recent memory here, as chance to take the lead here in the bottom of the 8th against a crosstown rival. Not much bigger than this unless you start getting playoffs.
Caratini pinch hit last night and struck out. He's in danger of doing the same again this evening as he's quickly behind 0-2. Caratini chased one off the inner half, but get enough to stay alive.
Again, for Caratini, just find the gap out in the outfield to score the run. You don't need to make it a power swing.
And Happ is on deck. Should he get a chance here in the 8th? White Sox will have 7, 8, and 9. Zara, Robert, and then the pitcher's spot. Go up in the top of the 9th, tied or trailing. 1-2 pitch. Caratini line drive, base hit into right field. Are they going to send Contreras? No, they're going to put up the stop sign and hold him at third base. And it'll be runners at the corners for Ian Happ. The Cubs electing not to test the strong right arm of Mazzara.
Yeah, smart decision there. You want to gamble a little bit, but you don't want to gamble like that when it's his line drive straight to the right fielder. If that had been out into the gap a bit more, I would say maybe you want to test him, but smart decision there to hold up and try to give Hap a chance here.
Third base coach for the Cubs, Will Venable, former San Diego Padre, and holding up Contreras at third base, as now it'll be Hap, who's 0 for 3, has a hat trick tonight with 3 strikeouts, and he falls behind 0-1.
Yep, so hopefully someone has a sombrero sitting around in the dugout, because that's going to be on Hap's locker for the day.
Mason Hayward had 4 strikeouts, 4 at-bats last night. Hap trying not to follow suit. 0-1. The outside corner, 1-1. Could Hap get aboard? David Bodie, either one to follow.
Yeah, at this point, you want to take any type of hit that'll get down.
The change up from Marshall, 1-2.
Listen, if I'm the third base coach, I'm saying on the first sound of contact, you're going, because you don't want to give him a chance to get you out at home.
1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Got him 96 miles an hour from Marshall up in the zone, and the Cubs strand the go-ahead runs on base. We go to the 9th. Here at Wrigley, the White Sox 4, the Cubs 4.
Your attention, please. Now
Will be the long man for Chicago on the south side. On the north side coming in will be the right-hander Tyler Chatwood.
Yeah, 13 appearances in the year, 41 innings, so Cubs are thinking this one might go to extras here.
Leading off for the White Sox.
Chatwood, a guy who has started plenty of games in his professional career, will face off against lefty, righty, and then the pitcher's spot as Nomar Mazara takes high ball 1.
Yeah, you kind of seen that a lot with the long relievers, is that basically they're just a pitcher who maybe doesn't fit your normal 5-man rotation, but you still want him on the roster.
Chatwood has made 9 starts this year for the Cubs. This is just his 5th relief outing. 3.67 ERA. Control has always been an issue for Tyler. 27 walks, 29 strikeouts in 41 2/3 innings. The 1-1. Zara late on the heat, 1-2. Zara, 1 for 3 tonight with a double and a run scored. The 1-2 pitch. This one reached for, and a one-hopper. Nice field on a short hop by Hap, and they get Mazara at first. That was not an easy play. The Cubs' second baseman.
Oh, yeah, especially if that one catches the dirt wrong. That could just take a real nasty hop and get by in a second. So good job being able to corral that and flip that over the first.
I'll bring up Luis Robert. Over the White Sox first run with a sacrifice fly in the 7th. That 4-run inning to account for the only 4 White Sox runs, as the pitch from Chatwood is a cookie, but a lazy fly in his center, and Almora makes the catch for the second out.
Up next to Chicago, the pitcher having
2 up, 2 down for Chatwood here in the top of the 9th, and that will bring up pitcher spot in Evan Marshall, and they will bring him back and send up the pinch hitter, first baseman and DH Jose Abreu.
Yeah, legend out in White Sox land there, Jose Abreu. Trying to live at the back end of his career, see if he can get number 200 here.
It's the 1,000th game of his major league career tonight. Sitting on 199 career home runs.
Yeah, not sure you should be choking up on the bat that much, so I know you want to get the bat speed around that quickly, but that's how you can break a hand there. I'm not sure if anyone else saw that.
Jose Abreu picking up maybe a little too much there, the 1-1. And this time, at least 1 4 feet inside, 1-2. Abreu with 20 home runs coming into the night. This one a line drive into right field. Playing it on a hop is Bodie. Abreu keeps the 9th inning alive for the White Sox as he has a pinch hit single.
Yep, and especially with the top of the lineup coming up now, you really want to try to get something going here for Chicago, because you're not really going to get another shot without the chance of the Cubs ending it.
To the top of the order, and Leury Garcia, 2 for 4, has singled and doubled. RBI double back in the 7th inning. Tied the game at 3 as he takes a strike 0-1. Garcia entered the day top 10 in the AL in doubles. So top 10 in stolen bases, has a stolen base to his name today as well, as he takes high for ball 1. Cubs in the bottom of the 9th inning will have Bodie, Almora Jr., and Bryant, 8, 9, and 1. 1-1 pitch, and Garcia hits one in the air, right center field. Back goes Bodie, looking up, and this one is off the wall. Almora Jr. fires it back in. They're going to send Abreu to the plate. The relay not in time. Leury Garcia's 3rd hit of the game, his 2nd straight RBI double, and the White Sox go in front 5-4 in the 9th.
And Abreu there showing some wheels for an old man as he's able to work his way all the way from first in to score. And Greedy Buddha in Twitch chat is not happy right now with that double.
White Sox jump out in front after Chatwood retired the first 2 guys on 5 pitches. Now here's Tim Anderson, who takes a strike 0-1. Anderson put the White Sox in front with that RBI double back in the 7th, made it 4-3 at the time.
Yep, and if you're the White Sox here, you're basically sprinting to get your closer warmed up because you have a chance to end it outright, no question whatsoever.
One popped up. Foul ground, first base side. Rizzo, front of the Cubs dugout, or rather the White Sox dugout, makes the catch to end the inning. But a 2-out base runner, and then Leury Garcia into the right center field gap, scoring Abreu from first. The White Sox 5, the Cubs 4, go to the bottom of the 9th.
Your attention, please.
White Sox are bringing their closer. He closed out last night's game. We'll get another chance here tonight. And Alex Colomé.
Yep, 30 for 34 and his save attempts on the year. ERA sitting at 3.4, and Barrett's hitting about 250 against him, so he can definitely get the job done, but he has to be very careful with 8-9-1 because this can get out of hand really quickly for him.
White Sox won by this score last night. A game that the Cubs bullpen ended up, I guess, in ends and purposes blue. This one fouled away by Bodie 0-1. Craig Kimbrell suffered the loss last night as EB from Toronto. Another comment about a long reliever coming in a tie ball game and having some issues, and that's what we just saw with Tyler Chatwood for the Cubs as Bodie quickly behind Colomé 0-2.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's kind of the gamble you take in that situation because you're basically trying to flip a coin on whether this game's going to end in the 9th or is it going to go longer. And ideally, if you're trying to save your bullpen a little bit, you want to go with the longer option.
One and two the count, the pitch from Colomé, and Bodie strikes out on the changeup. One away here in the 9th.
That's a big first strikeout here, as that's going to potentially set him up to only have to face the one hitter right now. As 8-9-1 are scheduled to hit this inning.
Almora Jr. is 0 for 3 in this ball game. Flew out to center, flew out to left, and then struck out his last time up. That was in the 7th inning. That pitch up and away, 1-0. You remember the Cubs in the bottom of the 8th had a chance. They had a runner at second and 2 out, a base hit to right. And they elected not to send the runner to the plate, held him at third. Gave Ian Happ a chance, but he would make out to end the inning. The White Sox with 2 outs and rally, a single and a double. Take the lead as Almora Jr. ahead on the count 2-0. Fouled back 2-1. For those of you joining us for our last game on the schedule, the Twins and the Diamondbacks, we will get you out to Chase Field as soon as this game reaches its conclusion. As this one fouled away, it is now 2-2 on Almora Jr. But I do need to preface, as Mo mentioned in the Twitch chat, I am working on a 4-game extra inning streak. So anything is possible until the final out is recorded. As Moore Jr. fouls it away 2-2, and my apologies already go out to Duggo, Irdi Buddha, and Jake Dean should my extra inning jinx continue into tonight, as it's now 3-2.
Yes, that one definitely was a 50-50 ball, as I thought that caught the zone there. Umpire, for some reason, getting very tight here in the back half. Not sure if I like it or not, but it's what we're going to have to run with.
Out of the way, and Almora Jr. stays alive. Dave Lawrence calling the balls and strikes behind the plate tonight. Payoff pitch from Colome, and Almora Jr. will to fight off another. This will be, I believe, the 9th pitch of the at-bat upcoming.
Yeah, if you're Colome, you have to strike him out here. If he gets on base here, it's just a complete loss right now.
So line drive into right and in front of Mazzara for a base hit. The tying run is on, and the winning run will come to the plate for the Cubs.
And this is where it gets dangerous for the White Sox here, is one swing of the bat can end this game outright, and they've already shown 3 times tonight that they can put it over the wall.
Bryant was the hero in the 7th inning. The White Sox had scored 4 runs in the top of the 7th to take a 4-3 lead, but Bryant came up with 10 at first and 2 out and lined a double in the right center field that tied the game at 4. And he has a chance to do another good deed for the Cubbies and tie the game with a similar hit. Also win it with a homer as Colome misses high ball 1. Colome picked up the save, his 30th of the year last night. White Sox trying to win both these games in the south side, or on the north side, by a 5-4 score. As he again falls behind a hitter 2-0.
And at this point, if you're Chicago, you want to have the next guy up in the pen because Colome seems to be rattled a little bit, especially with 1, 2, and 3 coming up. That's the last thing you want to go into with a 50-50 pitcher.
Definitely don't want to walk Bryant with Rizzo on deck. 3-0 on Bryant. A tough spot now for the righty. The pitch, and Bryant, very questionable swing on a 3-0 pitch down in the zone. I think the only thing Bryant could have done there is hit into a double play, which would have ended the game.
Yeah, definitely would have ended the game, but at the same time, that might have been a called strike 3, so kind of trade-offs there, just being able to fight alive.
That one fouled back, so now it's full. 3-2 on Bryant. Now he has to protect. And at first and 1 out in the 9th, the pitch, and Bryant hits one high in the air to right. Towards the line, Mazzara. He will make the catch for the second out. And great job by Colome to battle back from 3-0 to get the talented third baseman and the Cubs out of their final out tonight.
If there's any guy you want up the plate right now, it's Anthony Rizzo. Already shown some power tonight, and with another display here, could end the game.
Rizzo homered back in the bottom of the first. Cubs trying to avoid being swept in this 2-game set on their home turf as Rizzo takes outside ball 1. Rizzo popped up to second. A chance to give the Cubs the lead back in the 7th inning after the Bryant double. 1-0 pitch. Outside ball 2. So that's 3 straight hitters, which Colome is falling behind 2-0.
Yeah, and that's definitely not a good look. He's been able to get out of the jam a couple times so far.
It's a little roller back through the middle and will sneak through in his center for a hit. Overrunning it is Robert, but unaware is Almora Jr. just not wanting to take the risk. But he will stay at second, and this game still alive. The winning and tying runs are on base for the Cubs. Here comes Javi Baez. Pinch runner, though, at first base, and Steven Souza Jr.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You got the thing you want, which is a grounder kind of up the middle. Just gets through the hole, though, out at second base and is able to roll into the outfield. And that could have been really dangerous if the runner on second had been paying attention. He had a chance to go to third with the center fielder overrunning it. But I guess managers didn't want to take the risk right now.
So it'll come down to this. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 9th. Cubs down to run for Javier Baez, the cover boy. MLB The Show 20. First pitch from Colome, in for a strike, 0-1.
Yes.
Baez 0 for 4 tonight.
If Baez cover boy for 20, and also the answer to the trivia question tonight from the big guy.
Mora at second, Souza Jr. at first. The 0-1 pitch, and that one off the inside corner, 1-1. Baez grounded out to third, leading off in the 8th. Or Jr. singled. He is at second. Souza Jr., a pinch runner, is at first. 1-1. Baez chases the breaking ball, and the Cubs down to their final strike.
At this point, I would try to do something low and outside. Basically give Baez absolutely no chance at making any solid contact unless he's specifically looking for a ball low and outside.
Runners take their leads. 1-2 pitch. And Baez was right on it. Had he started his swing a little bit earlier, the Cubs may have walked off with a win.
And that's something you don't want for Coleman right there. Cutter's just sitting over the middle right there. Batters can time that up and drive it.
27th pitch of the inning, ground ball. Diving attempt at third by Moncada, knocks it down, throw to first, and they got him by half a step. Oh, what a play by Yohan Moncada. I did not think he had a chance to get Baez at first after he knocked it down, but a tremendous play, and the White Sox come from behind to beat the Cubs. They sweep this two-game set against their crosstown rivals. They win it 5-4 tonight at Wrigley.
And Beauty Boot is looking for a challenge at first there. No challenges in ball, although to your point, that was definitely a 50-50 call. And that maybe was milli-inches that he got him out by there. Great way to end what was really a pretty quiet game in the first half, and really kind of started blowing up in the 5th and 6th inning.
Basically, as Beardy Buddha predicted in his own experiences at Wrigley Field earlier tonight in the Twitch chat, as you see how this game unfolded. The White Sox a winner tonight, and it was all Cubs early. As you talked about, P. Anthony Rizzo got it going in the bottom of the first with his home run.
Yeah, and really up until the 6th, 7th inning, that's really the only offense we had was the solo home run. And then once the Stars got knocked out of the game, the power bats came out a little more for the Cubs.
It was 3-0 Cubs thanks to 3 home runs. Solo shots from Rizzo, Hayward, and Schwarber. And the White Sox in the 7th inning began to chip away. They got a sac fly from Robert, made it 3-1. A RBI pinch hit double by Eduardo Nunez made it 3-2. That RBI double by Garcia tied it. And the third in that string of consecutive doubles, Tim Anderson gave them the lead.
Yep, and at this point you would think in Chicago the White Sox might have been able to hold the lead here knowing how good the bullpen is, but it just wasn't going to be the case today.
Tepera was able to keep it a 1-run White Sox lead as he struck out Moncada there. However, the Cubs were able to battle back. Bottom of the 7th inning, 1 on, 2 out. Chris Bryant able to drive one into right center field to tie the game at 4. However, he would be stranded in scoring position with the go-ahead run. It stayed a 4-4 game going into the bottom of the 8th inning. The Cubs had first and third and 2 out. Ian Happ struck out here against Evan Marshall to end the inning. Then in the top of the 9th, White Sox 2-out rally. Leury Garcia, again, a big base hit. He had the game-tying hit. The 7th, the go-ahead shot, and the game-winning shot ultimately in the 9th.
Yeah, and again, just a great job by the White Sox fighting back whenever they were down and against the wall. Just that resilience is going to serve them far, especially once it comes playoff time. And that's a great attempt on the knockdown there. And to have the arm to get him out at first, again, by milli-inches, just a great play there.
Really fantastic play by Moncada and Encarnacion on the back end as the White Sox win it tonight 5-4. Evan Marshall with the victory for the White Sox. He improves to 5-1. Tyler Chatwood the loss. He drops to 0-3. Alex Colomé the save. That is his 31st of the year. As we take a look at the box score tonight, Kelvin Herrera suffering a blown save, as did Ryan Tepera for the Chicago Cubs. Final line score tonight, White Sox 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They left 6. Cubs 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. They left 8. Our player of the game, Leury Garcia, 3 for 5. Those 2 doubles and 2 RBIs, also scored a run tonight as the Cubs fall to the White Sox 5-4. So that will add to the intrigue of tonight's final game on our slate, the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Minnesota Twins. A little bit of a delayed start because our game ran a tad late. Kenta Maeda for the Twins, Madison Bumgarner for the Diamondbacks. And before we do the handoff to our next broadcast crew, any final thoughts on what was an exciting game in Chicago tonight, Pete?
I mean, basically, just a great display of power by the Cubs, and really, maybe both teams need to look at their bullpens long term and see if maybe they can make a tweak or two as they head towards the trade deadline.
It'll be a lot of fun to see how things break out as the Diamondbacks and the Twins get ready to square off at Chase Field. The best team in the National League West against the best team in the American League Central. Again, from Wrigley Field, the White Sox beat the Cubs 5-4. Hey, mister, I don't believe you have another game yet on your schedule. Am I correct?
I think I have one Saturday. I think I'm doing late night, but I'll have to double check that.
I will be on the call for the Cubs' next game on Thursday against the Cardinals at 9 o'clock. I'll be with Cook Guy 40 for that one. The White Sox will play again on Thursday as well. But 4 p.m. Mr. 3, I'm Justin Rock saying so long as we end off the reins to the stylings of Duggo, the Beardy Buddha, and Jake Dean, the Diamondbacks and the Twins, a battle of 2 of the best of bot ball in 2020. Gentlemen, take it away, and most importantly, have fun.
Oh, you know we will, as we appreciate it. I know Beardy Boot is already a little bit steamed after a White Sox win, but I'm looking forward to this one, guys. What is going on, my two boys, Jake and Beardy Buddha?
Not much. I'm just hoping for a little bit better of an outcome for us here tonight, Duggo. I don't like anyone stepping on my snakes.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good pitching matchup tonight. Couple of solid arms on the bumps, and hey, you guys could be the first ones to give Kenta Maeda his first loss this year.
Dude, that's going to be the thing, man. Talking about pitching matchups, we got a great one here for you tonight. Going for the Snakes, going to be Madison Bumgarner. 12 wins, leads the National League, tied with Clayton Kershaw. Been a workhorse. 4th in innings pitched, 3rd in ERA, 8th in whip. He's been doing it all for these Snakes. But doing it for the Twins, man. Kenta Maeda currently with a 10-0 record. Like, you don't see that so much anymore nowadays.
No, I mean, it's hard not to just somehow, lose a close battle where maybe your team just doesn't have the offense around you. I guess it helps being on the Twins that they're just constantly hitting home runs to get you that 10-0 start. But, I mean, he's been great. Madison Bumgarner's been great. And I think this is the pitching matchup we all kind of wanted out of this series.
I know you've been getting stuck with needles all day, man, but come on. There's so much here to unpack, and it can't just all be Snakes.
Well, when I was doing my prep, I was kind of surprised both Bumgarner and Maeda kind of similar rankings in each of their respective leagues. And, of course, Bumgarner rocks it with the innings pitched, but quick one out, one pitch today.
It's a good way to get it started. The German flying out to Seth Beer. Yeah, I like that. Kepler to Beer. That's some high quality stuff.
Yeah, it just works on a level that you can't make it up. As Jorge Polanco now, the shortstop coming up, hasn't been hitting too great in the last couple of months. Was really doing much better early on in the season, at least in terms of average.
At the ball.
That misses outside. First ball of the game delivered by Bumgarner.
Yeah, both Jorge and Kepler have done a real good job setting the table for the rest of this Twins lineup. And Max has continued his tear. Polo's slowed down just a little bit as of late. And trying for a bunt again.
I think it worked yesterday. No, it's going to work there against his former teammate. Ed unable to come up with it. As Jorge's got a single here to lead it off.
Usually if you have 18 home runs by the All-Star break, you're not bunting that often. But I guess Jorge Polanco get you a man who can do just about anything.
0-1. Get you one. As Mitch Garver.
I was gonna say, except for throw accurately from shortstop. That's Jorge's downfall.
Well, who needs to do that, man, when you can just hit dingers?
Hit dingers, lay down a bunt the next time up.
Right. Who needs defensive production when there's offensive production? It's the American League, baby. That's what it's built on.
Yeah, no Golden Glovers here. We only got Silver Sluggers.
Yep.
Take it every day of the week.
Mitch Carver behind 0-2. As he swings through that. First strikeout of the day for Bumgarner. Beautiful high fastball.
Yeah, Garver seemed to struggle yesterday and struggles in his first at-bat here. Not sure what it is coming after the All-Star break. Maybe it's those strikeouts he had in the actual All-Star game. Got in his head a little bit.
So what you're saying is we get to see Alex Avila tomorrow.
I mean,
can we please see Alex Avila tomorrow?
Well, no, then I might not. Well, who's pitching tomorrow? I didn't even look.
Right-hander,
Who?
Weaver?
Oh, yeah, it's Luke Weaver. Weaver and Rich and Dick Mountain going tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, come on. You know you want that lefty Avila against the righty Weaver.
Former Tiger great and Snake great.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
I don't know if snake and great can really go in the same sentence there.
Oh, no. By the time
snake exister.
No, by the time his tenure ended, anytime he was visible, it was crushing boo.
Why would you not throw to first on that? What is happening with the Diamondbacks defense?
Nothing, clearly. Man, even our Gold Glover is just not doing it today.
I'm mailing it in over there, Nick Ahmed. Holy cow.
Oh. Is that a fielder's? That's got to be a fielder's choice, right?
They didn't get it out.
Oh. Reaches on a fielder's choice. Short goes safe. Or the throw goes safe. I'm not giving him a hit. Eddie Rosario, you're 0 for 1.
1-0.
Josh Donaldson taking his hacks. Now takes the ball low. Yeah, defense optional today. We are playing American League rules here today, man. Damn.
While you're at it, just throw in the DH, I guess.
I mean, what? Well, give me some Kevin Crone dingers, I guess, man.
Well, if you want, we could shove Nelson Cruz out in right field for first start out in the field for a couple years.
There we go. Can we do that? Can we have that tomorrow? Can we have Alex Avila behind the plate and Nelson Cruz out in right?
No, my luck, he'll snap that ACL in short order. So no.
True. It's like that. Oh yeah, you get to swing the bat once. Just kidding. Tear your shoulder sliding into first base because you forget how baseball's played.
Well, and I mean, if there's one sport with the dumbest injuries, I swear it's baseball.
I mean, how often do you hear somebody in the NBA ruin 2 years of their career trying to put their pants on?
I mean, or just fighting boars.
Oh my god. Wild boars on your range.
Yeah.
2-2, swing and a miss out of Donaldson as the Twins get a little bit going, but leave the first two men on of the day. 2 strikeouts here for Bumgarner as we see if Arizona can try to get something going to put the first loss on Maeda.
I mean, first they should just focus on remembering how to play defense, and then get out here and get ready to play some offense. But it's going to be hard. That whip under 1, that ERA under 2. I just want to know how he only has 10 wins.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. There has been a few games where he's given up 3 or 4 runs in about 5 innings and led to no decisions. I think the Twins have ended up winning most of those games that I've called of his anyway. So I think he's been a little bit lucky to keep that 10-0 record, but man, the peripheral numbers show you it's the real deal, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think whip under 1, that's Cy Young caliber stuff right there.
Yeah, swinging at that is Starling, and a little magic here to get it started. Who needs defense if you've got an offense?
The second baseman.
Best offense is a good defense. Best defense is a good offense. Which one is it supposed to be?
The best offense is good defense.
All right, crap, we're screwed.
Whichever team fits your current profile, that's
there we go.
What's the best.
There we go. See if we get some partay started here today. As Cattell comes up with Starling on base. And that's not magic. That's a pop out to shallow left. And Jorge is there.
Yeah, for a second I thought he might get under it. He hit a home run yesterday, but just not able to do much with that. And that'll be one out. And the former Minnesota Twin up here now, Eduardo Escobar.
It's true, the NHL does get into their, like, oh, it's just an upper body injury. It's a lower body injury. You know, we don't get, like, Brandon Morrow tried putting on his pants and hasn't actually thrown a baseball in 2 years.
Well, and see, so here's my theory on why NHL keeps it that way. NHL is the sport where I hear confidence talked about more than any other sport, I swear. Nope. And so maybe they just want to hurt those guys' confidence.
I was going to say that, like, it's more like barroom injuries and stuff like that. Like, dick swinging in the locker room and all of a sudden somebody's out for, like, 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard some of the recent, like, crazy stories about the different ways in, like, minor league hockey, how just the, like, locker room behavior. Hockey sounds like a wild sport to be a part of.
Well, if you're sniffing those pads for 10 hours a day, you get a little loopy.
You a former hockey guy up there?
No. I'm from Iowa. We didn't have hockey down there. We have wrestling, but I didn't do that either. I played hoops.
Good old white people playing basketball. As Eduardo Escobar swings through that, it's full.
I am the best, fattest white guy north of 30 at the local LA Fitness, I'll have you know.
Ed pops that up behind the plate, and playable for Garber for out number 2.
I'm renowned in the ASU intramural gyms for being a guy who never shoots, just passes a whole lot.
Get that John Stockton game going, man.
Look, I'm going to have some assists, but I'm only going to score 2 points, and it's going to come on a layup with nobody guarding me.
Dude, I'm like the epitome of, like, white man can't jump. And, like, literally, I just cannot. Like, you know, I've got Hank Hill ass, and, like, life, like, below the waist really starts there as Starling Marte has stolen base number 22.
That's good. He's also got quite a few times caught stealing. He's now 22 for 29 on the season, but that's quite a few already. 7 caught stealing.
No, but I mean, like, all your lower back health and, like, lower body health starts with the glutes. And let me tell you, I could definitely get sponsored for a lawnmower riding competition with fake butt cheeks. Just going there.
I don't even know if I know what that means.
Oh my God, are you not a King of the Hill person?
No, I couldn't. I've never seen a single episode.
Oh my God, Jake.
I don't even have cable. How would I watch it?
It's the best American anime ever made.
Well, I don't know about American anime.
Try to dispute that as Christian Walker disputes that was anywhere near the zone. 3-2 now with Marte on second. 2 outs.
I didn't know King of the Hill qualified as anime.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
No, honestly, if you look around, like, it's a pretty widely held thing that, like, King of the Hill is, like, the quintessential American anime.
Is there like a definite, like, are there certain characteristics that make something an anime versus just a animated series?
A Pokeball.
I don't think Pokemon's an anime either.
Oh hell, it's not. Gee, see how much I know about anime.
All right, I dropped it in the Twitch chat there. I thought there's a.
It has to come from Japan to be anime. I'm
no,
pretty
it
sure.
doesn't. It doesn't. And Seth Beer has to get one past the gloves to do anything. As he goes 3 unassisted to end the inning. Diamondbacks get a hit, get 2 on, but can't capitalize. They leave their own 2 on. So through 1, no score.
Leading off for the Twins.
That'll bring up the sprinkler. Luis Arias getting ready to take his hacks here. He had a pretty critical RBI in last night's game.
Yeah, I'm still just blown away. Okay, it's on Hulu, Jake. Just start from scratch.
If you think I have Hulu.
Oh my God. Do you have Spotify?
Yes.
I think they might still run it, but you can get Hulu for like an extra like $1 a month through Spotify.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, yeah, don't you get the student rate too? You got to take advantage of that.
I'm on that family plan, bro.
Oh, there's your problem.
Yeah.
Got to be individual plans. As that's a single for the sprinkler to start it off.
Batting 7th, the first baseman, number 22.
That's such an appropriate nickname, really. Just this series has been sprinkling it to every part of that shallow infield.
Man, Araya's just his breakout last year, I think, as the months went on and he took over the starting second baseman spot, I think it was just kind of amazing to everybody that he just kept making contact. And, you know, he kind of came out of nowhere. It's not like he was a top prospect or anything. And there were a couple off-season prediction softwares that had Luis winning the old batting title this year if 2020 would have gone on as planned.
3-6 to 3, and that's a double play for Miguel Sano. Almost would have taken another strikeout, but instead we got 2 outs with 1 batted ball. Oh, that's just beautiful.
See, that's where you want the Miguel Sano strikeout.
Right. Brings up Byron Buxton. A little bit surprised he's not hitting in the 8-hole, in the 9-hole. I feel like this is the guy that's like the quintessential Joe Madden second leadoff kind of guy.
Ooh, I don't know about with that 222 average, but he likes hitting against the Diamondbacks, apparently. As I said last night, he almost had a cycle the last time he faced the Cardinals a couple years ago and had a double in last night's ball game, too. Drove in a run, a big one for the Twins. They won 3-2. But, yeah, Byron, I guess, too, with the old Twins being in the AL, not too often they have to put the pitcher in there, so.
As he goes down looking, Byron Buxton goes down as they go down 1-2-3 in a little bit weird fashion. Single, double play, and a strikeout. See what the Snakes got with McCann, Calhoun, and Ahmed coming up.
Man, I'm just kind of confused by this Rocket League getting taken off Steam. That makes me sad.
I feel like that's the kind of, I feel like that's the kind of game that like you need a controller really for.
I mean, it's helpful, but I just play with my keyboard. It totally works.
As somebody who grew up playing a lot of driving games on the old PC, I do all right. No steering wheel.
I was like a flight simulator joystick kid.
Ooh.
So like I remember playing like NHL 01 with the joystick.
I bet that was awesome.
Oh, dude, it was great, man. Like the trigger was shoot. I had it like mapped what? Like the trigger was shoot. The big thumb button was pass, and like the minor thumb button was check. And it was just skating around the big old joystick, like checking everybody through the boards.
I mean, if you're not doing that in any NHL video game, you're not playing it right. It's just clear people out of the way.
My favorite NHL game is 2K9. You can drive the Zamboni in between the periods, and if you clear enough ice, you qualify for the All-Star game. It's one of my favorite video games ever, just because I get to drive the Zamboni.
James McCann, former White Sox, takes a walk here to start off the inning.
Bring up former Sun Devil Colt Calhoun, or Duggo. What do we call him now?
El Rojo Ojo, which is not even close to correct in any way, shape, or form.
Old Red Dead Redemption. Red Eye.
Old I Red, right? I mean, if we're like talking about how it's grammatically incorrect, we'd have to call it what? I Red?
Yeah, I Red.
All right.
That's what they called me in college.
Better than being old Brown Eye, right?
Hey, I mean, at least in college you read. I mean, that's good. A lot of kids don't.
Well, I didn't do much of that either.
Who needs to read when you can drink profusely? Is Cole Calhoun heading back to the dugout, maybe for some red wine, see if he can get his life together after that swing and a miss.
Red.
First strikeout of the day for Maeda. Brings up Nick Gomet, highlighting the Gold Glove after already having a defensive miscue here today.
I guess it technically wasn't an error, but I think it should be charged as one. I'm not sure why he ignored the easy out. That was just an atrocious first inning of defense for the Diamondbacks.
That was like Starlin Castro level bad there.
Ooh, okay. I'm surprised we didn't get a Starlin Castro rant yesterday, so I'm glad that we're getting one today in the next edition of Two Snakes, One Stepper.
Oh my God. That's a fly out to center. That'll bring up Bumgarner.
Hey, Big Guy 73 with our trivia question of the game. During the 1990s, 4 players had seasons where they averaged more than 1 RBI per game, minimum 100 games a season. Somebody guessed Luis Gonzalez. That was a no. NP Squared guessed Kirby Puckett. Great twin. That was correct. Molitor no. Oliva no. Galarraga, Bonds, McGuire, Sosa.
Spoiler, it was me.
It's like a lot of no's.
I would have said Sosa. That would have been one of my guesses.
No, Juan Gonzalez was one of them, though.
Manny Ramirez, the other one.
So we got Puckett, Gonzalez, Manny in the 1990s.
The 1-2 into Bumgarner, swung on and missed. That curveball there gets the K against the opposing pitcher, and the D-backs go down quietly once again. So both Maeda and Bumgarner able to keep runs off the board up until this point. We're through 2. It's 0-0.
It was Jeff Bagwell. All right.
Leading off for Minnesota.
Let's see
The
that.
pitcher, number 18, Kenta Maeda.
So it'll be 9-1-2 here for the Twins. Maeda getting his first tax here. First tax on the season. Is a career 153 hitter, formerly of the Dodgers. Does have 1 home run in his career. Any ideas as to who that might be off of?
Madison Bumgarner.
I actually got to double check. I was hoping you would guess a lot more. 2016 game logs batting. It was, ooh, oh, that's even more exciting. Let's see.
Clayton Kershaw? No, wait.
No, well, no, he was on the
same team, man. Same team.
Let me see here.
Maeda just walks out of the dugout while his teammates pitching, just clobbers it over the fence.
Drew Pomerantz.
But, you know, the really fun thing, it was just his second major league at-bat.
Dude, the man's a stud.
Goes up there making his MLB debut in 2016 against the Padres on the road. Goes up there, goes down swinging on his first at-bat. Brought it to a 2-2 count, so, like, good for him.
Kirby Yates?
Then he goes up there, Andrew Kashner, man.
Oh.
Andrew Kashner brings it to an 0-2 count, and he takes him deep down the left field line.
Yep, that ball went out.
Beautiful.
Right? That's some beautiful stuff, man.
Well, he didn't do that here today, and, you know, I think he's a bit out of practice at this point now that he does not have to bat whatsoever.
Clearly the focus on pitching only this year has paid off.
Yeah, that's fair. It's worked well for him.
Man, what you got? No, you got
I didn't have anything great. Go ahead.
I was going to say the guy I'm worried about in that aspect is a guy like Greinke, who does spend so much time, like, caring about batting. You know, the guy that said when he was called up to the majors, hey, do you think they'd let me play as a shortstop in single A? No, have you heard that story?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
of
you
course.
could just
I love all of
Ohtani
them. I love all the Greinke stories. They're always fantastic.
We're going to miss out at Kepler as Bumgarner has strikeout number 411. But, I mean, yeah, no, if anybody hasn't heard it, so Zach Greinke's sitting there in AAA, right? Gets called into the manager's office. Manager says, hey, Zach, we're calling you up to the big, like, we got the call. You're going to the majors. He sits there for a second silent as we go 3 unassisted to end the inning. And he's like, do you think they'd let me go to single A and try to be a shortstop? I really think I'd like that. And the manager's like dumbfounded. He's like, did you not just hear the part where your dreams are coming true and you're going to the major leagues? And Zach's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's an oddball guy. There's just been a lot of times where he just is. It's not that I don't want to call him weird or anything. He just has some odd mannerisms, some odd behavior in the dugout, but he is just good at everything he tries to do with baseball, pretty much.
I think it'd be something, man. Like, I really, really wanted to watch him take reps at shortstop, man. Some of these blowout games we had last year, I'm like, just do it. Just put Greinke in at shortstop. Like, I mean, you know, like it's like the 16th inning, you're running out of position players. Just put Greinke in the field, please.
I feel like he's too valuable, though, to risk him injuring an arm or something out there. Trying to just, like, hustle it over the infield. That one's going to be nice. So now we've seen both third basemen kind of juggle a ball down there on a bunt and not be able to make the throw in time. That one's going to allow Starling Marte to get on base.
Time to move Miguel Sano back to third.
Oh, that was something, man. That was beautiful.
Starling Marte already does have a stolen base on the day, so we'll see what he does maybe in terms of running. If he could get to second with nobody out instead of, the outs behind him, and be nice.
Sano keeping him close over there.
Garver doesn't have much of an arm, so if he's going to take off, he'll probably be in there safe.
Well, I think that Maeda had similar thoughts to you there, Beardy, as he does go and throw and check over on Starling.
As that on the line for Cattell.
Yeah, you'll know when Kent is going good like he has been so far for the most part this evening, so far tonight. He changes speeds on that fastball pretty well. I've seen him toss it in there about 88 before, and Twins have a couple guys in this rotation who don't throw too hard but can change speeds well.
Oh, not a good jump for Starling, as that's a stolen base and now caught stealing on the perfectly timed pitch out move.
Yeah, now just 22 for 30 on the season, 8 stolen bases. He's got a problem with getting caught.
Hey, man, you got to crack a few eggs sometimes.
That's cracking like a third of your eggs.
You got to crack a few eggs sometimes, Jake.
Byron Buxton's stolen 14 bags. He's been tossed 7 times. It's crazy to me, and he hasn't stolen a base for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and maybe if you're the Twins, just leave him on base, let him come around on a dinger.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to get a man who's just grade A at stealing. Like, I don't know, Tim LeCastro. That man just can't get caught. I think it's literally a physical impossibility of the universe to catch Tim LeCastro stealing.
Well, I think it just goes to show that, like, baseball is more than an art form than just being fast, because Byron Buxton has never been good at stealing bases, and he's consistently ranked among the best, fastest people in the league.
I think that might have caromed off Maeda just a little bit.
Doesn't matter, though. Maeda able to retire the side, and we're now through 3. Score still 0-0. Pitcher's duel here between Kenta and Madison Bumgarner.
Did we expect anything different here today, though?
No, but with how wild our broadcast can get, you got to be prepared for anything.
Oh, yeah. That's fair.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was expecting at least 13 innings last night, so the fact we got out of there 9 was pretty impressive.
Is that the equivalent of saying the Q word? I kind of want to just say it now. Because, like, tonight would be the night to do it, too. You know, we don't have anything after us. Tomorrow, we're in the 9 o'clock spot, so somebody will have to deal with it if we do go over. Do we try to, like, push the fates here tonight?
I mean, I just want to win.
So what you're telling me is you hope this goes quickly to extras so we can walk it off.
Yes, sure. That's fine by me. Walk off sounds great.
Got it. Love it. Hey, I said it.
I only approve if it's Ed walk off, not this Ed, the other Ed.
I'll take it, man. He's due. He's due for it.
Well, and it looks like there, Duggo, they agree with you. Eddie Rosario didn't make it in base or on base with a hit there last time on the fielder's choice. So Nick Ahmed indeed going to be charged with, well, he didn't get charged with an error, but they noted it in the score. He should have made that play.
Yeah, I told you it was 0 for 1, man. I told you it was a fielder's choice. 1-1. Swung on and hooking foul. 1-2. So how's getting poked and prodded that's still going on?
No. Just a couple tonight.
All right.
So for those out there, yeah, I was gonna say for those out there, my lovely wife is a nurse at the local VA, and she moved onto a new floor. She's been having to practice her IV placements on her loving husband, aka me, and I'm very patient with that. I've been sticked about 10 times in the last few weeks. Ooh, Eddie.
Strikeout number 5 for Bumgarner.
Looks like we're headed towards some polar pops, Duggo.
Ooh. I will say I finally stepped foot in a Circle K, I think for the first time since March, like 2 days ago. It was weird.
I mean, leaving my house right now feels weird and scary,
Right.
given the state of this state.
The state of Arizona.
It's no one count here to Josh Donaldson, who did not impress yesterday. I mean, hasn't really impressed offensively at all this season. So I guess it's not surprising he was bad, but...
Yeah, my guess is Josh isn't going to be hitting in the middle of this lineup for too much longer. Even with Miguel Sano and his strikeouts still a lot better than Josh doubling up when Eddie gets on base or something like that. He's been fine defensively, but the offense really hasn't been there. And he did tweak a hammy about almost a month ago now and missed a week and a half or so. And I think might be having some lingering effects from that. And he's had issues with his legs in the past, so something to monitor for the Twins.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Donaldson still has nearly 100 Ks, and that's with that week and a half off. Make that 99 now for Josh Donaldson. 6 on the day for Madison Bumgarner. The Twins go down in fairly short order there. We're midway through the 4th. It's still scoreless ballgame.
That was number 100, Jake. 99 was his first at-bat, and that is an even century.
Joins Miguel Sano, Byron Buxton, and Nelson Cruz in the north of 100K club for the Twins.
It's a nice little mixed bag there.
Well, I always, there's been much contention in Minnesota about the trade-off of Miguel Sano's power for those strikeouts, and there's been a lot of talk on, the value of a strikeout or the negative value of a strikeout. And I think for a team that hits as well as the Twins does, it can almost be a positive thing if you strike out instead of grounding out more often.
No, I think that's part of the sabermetric revolution in, plate appearance and, just everything going on with, oh my God, the lineup's just totally pooped the bed there. Lovely. That's fair down the line. We got a little bit of magic here by Christian Walker. Extra bases as he goes sliding head first into second.
Now batting, the left fielder,
First hit of the ball game for Walker. First extra base hit. Oh, right off the bag.
And that'll bring up the great rookie Seth Beer. Didn't play too well yesterday. Ground out to start off the game here today, so that makes him 0 for 5 in this series, but he's been doing a fantastic job since getting called up from Reno. Been an excellent offensive reinforcement for these Snakes.
What was I going to say? Oh, no, I think the strikeout is a little bit of a sabermetric revolution, I guess. Because putting a ball in play, especially with runners on, does have that chance of, being more trouble than it could be. Like the only time making an out on a ball in play is like almost guaranteed to be a good thing, is a sacrifice fly.
My enjoyment of baseball has gone up since I kind of reframed my mindset around what a strikeout is.
Right. Now it's trying for something big and failing, as Seth Beer does that for Maeda's third strikeout today.
The catcher, number 33.
But, when you start breaking it down to like expected runs and like, run value, a strikeout probably a little bit less of a ding than, the expected runs on a ball in play if that goes for an out.
Outside, that's a ball.
But like the thing to be careful with though, somebody who spends a lot of time butts in seats, not just butts on the couch, but like actual butts in seats watching this, is unless it's like a pitcher's game of his life out there, it is so much more exciting to see balls in play go for outs than it is to just watch whiff after whiff after whiff.
Well, it depends on if my team is the one with the pitcher causing the whiffs.
Right. But even then, like at the same time, unless it's a crazy pitcher's game, as McCann has that one into the outfield, and we're going to see our first run of the ball game. Christian Walker gets aggressive, blows through the stop sign, and James McCann has an RBI single to get it started here for the Snakes.
Where was that yesterday when we needed it? We even had the bet going for McCann getting that walk off, and but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a 1-0 game now.
El Ojo Rojo.
Count 1-0.
UB 56.
UB 56.
I'm just waiting for like the actual season to start, like when I can actually put my butt in Chase Field and like I start saying all this stuff that like has no relevance to reality. And I'm just like screaming out El Rojo Ojo, and people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'd be like, oh man, remember that time we had James McCann for a year? That was awesome. People would be like, what are you talking about?
Like, I distinctly remember trading Dalton Varsho for Giovanni Gallegos.
Yeah, I remember the time Kevin Ginkel pitched his way like out of the organization, man. Like, what are you talking about, Kevin Ginkel with a 2 ERA? What? But like honestly, that's the thing I'm really scared for with this to come back, is that this is where all of my expectations of reality have been since March. And it's gonna be weird.
Yeah, and I think the Diamondbacks are doing a little bit better in bop ball than they will do in real life, as Calhoun swings through that circle change. The mix-up of speeds working well for Maeda here today. His 4th strikeout there. But don't look now, Beardy. He's losing.
Womp womp. Yeah, it's when you got old Mad Bum on the mound there, going to be tough to come across any hits, let alone runs. As his ERA is that nice polished 2.49 on the season, but we thought this one's going to be a pitcher's duel. I won't lose faith in Kenta just quite yet, but that's the thing with Maeda, is he's not going to go too long into games. There's been plenty of starts this season where he's been pulled with about 80 pitches.
As that's...
What? What? I think he just didn't realize he had the baseball. But and they're gonna call it a base hit. All right. This is Interesting. He just kind of dropped it. Like he didn't even drop. He intentionally dropped.
No, he went to backhand it, and I think it might have kicked off the back of his glove and then just like died on the grass there once it hit. That was really weird. There must have been some wicked spin on that one.
That really is. You want to talk Starlin Castro moments? That's it. It hits your glove and you literally just give up on the play. It's at your feet and you're just like, no, I'm done.
That's where if you're Kenta Maeda, you're like, do the unwritten rules of baseball say I can turn around and beam my own player? Like, is that allowed?
Oh my God, did you, I know it wasn't intentional because it was change-ups, or at least the burden of proof isn't there. I loved Jorge Lopez going back-to-back on Altuve and Bregman today. That was awesome.
I don't think I saw that.
No, Jorge Lopez for the Royals in the inter-squad game took 2 change-ups in back-to-back at-bats and hit Altuve and Bregman.
Right on. That's good. I say we just hit him in the legs repeatedly until they're just like so tired and bruised that they got to take a couple of days off, you know?
Yeah, I think if you're a pitcher aiming for the strike zone against the Astros this year, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about winning? Just tag people.
Madison Bumgarner works his 8th walk of the year somehow.
Dude, he's got eagle eye vision. Madison Bumgarner, he's ready, you know, to did he peg them with the bases loaded?
Today? Yes. Yes, that happened. That's where, like, you can call it, oh, it's probably an accident, but if I'm trying to hit somebody with a baseball and like not get fined for it, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing it in a meaningless game where it's gonna hurt me and look bad, and with an off-speed thing to be like, oh, it just slipped out of his hand. You know, I'm gonna set it up to be like that. That's gonna be into the outfield and a bases-loaded opportunity wasted for the Snakes.
Oh, he didn't really get Bregman good, though.
So bases loaded opportunity for Arizona. They squander it, but a Christian Walker double followed by a James McCann single get the first run on the board today. 1-0. Diamondbacks heading into the 5th.
So we get a nice little report here from sideline woman Heidi Whitney. She doesn't really talk to us anymore, but, you know. What you gonna do?
We're just gonna ignore her too. Rude.
She's talking about how sexy Rocco Baldelli is.
I mean, you're not wrong, man.
Oh, Rocco is a very attractive man. I don't know, at least in my book, he is as a straight white guy.
Man, you know what was interesting though was Mickey with the Mets, man. As my old lady is a diehard, you know, Queens born and bred gal, man. Mickey in the dugout, oh man, that was something.
But I mean, have you ever seen Tim LaCastro?
Yeah, he's kind of a gangly, weird-looking dude. Have you ever seen him up close?
You take it back.
Man, look, give me a good look in Mickey Callaway's old blue ones, man, and tell me that he's not a babe. Like,
okay, this really annoys me about the show. There's balls that are hit so quickly out to right field in that shallow kind of area that I want that outfielder to throw to the bag at first, just to kind of see if the guy's actually hustling down the line. I think occasionally you could get somebody. None of this like lollygagging throwing it to the second baseman. Like, force him to compete there at first.
All right, dude, I hate that so much. You, like, get the throw in there quick, too, and, like, the first baseman's, like, 10 feet away from the bag.
Yeah, I mean, why aren't you playing the bag there? It's still a force. I don't care if it got all the way into the outfield. Ball like that, of course, throw it to the next base, prevent, you know, anybody from moving up. But on that first one, you've got a good chance to get him there at first. He's not hustling down that line.
Here we go. Back-to-back hits out of the sprinkler, and Miguel Sano put 2 on, no outs for Buxton as he looks at strike 1 on a big changeup from Bumgarner. I wish I could just, like, paste this picture into Twitch chat. of like Mickey Callaway looking straight dreamy.
Well, it's funny we're talking about this. I saw old former Twin Trevor Plouffe did a ranking of the most attractive members of the current Twins lineup. Max Kepler was his number one, and if you've never seen an actual picture of Max, you should look one up, and we'll give you a few minutes to collect yourself.
Nope. It's only gonna get gross if I keep going on there. All right, nice strong jaw, nice strong features, nice chiseled young lad.
Most attractive D-backs, definitely Mason Saunders.
I don't know, man. Robbie, when he's got the beard going, it's got to be up there. Robbie clean shaven, like what he's rocking now with like the 80s hair coming out the back and the clean shaven look. Nah, not so much doing it for me, man. Nice, a nice beard on Robbie. Yeah, let me pull up Diamondbacks. Look at all these guys. Let's break it down.
You know, and you got to respect Chafin's look. That mustache is just, it's legit.
Fair.
That one's going to be swung on and missed. Byron Buxton doing Byron Buxton things here. He takes the K. Another one of these Twins that's over 100 on the season, now 113. 7th on the day for Mad Bump as we quickly start approaching some polar pops here from Chase Field. Still the runner at first and second, runner in scoring position, but it'll bring up the pitcher, Kenta Maeda, who's trying to bunt here, but he's going to miss. Good job. Great
I think
job.
it's got to be Zach Gallen for me, maybe. Maybe Merrill Kelly on a good day. Zach Gallen, man, he's a good-looking dude.
Bunt gets laid down again. Is that going to be caught on the fly? And it is. Pitchers in the show cannot bunt. They just can't. And Kenta Maeda gets a critical second out there, and even though the runner's in scoring position, Max Kepler gonna have to get a hit here in order to bring him home. We'll see what he does. Top of the lineup for the Twins versus Mad Bum.
I just realized I haven't even been scoring this game since we started talking about dudes here. And all of a sudden my theater self is shining through, and everyone's like, hey, you good over there, man? Yeah, it's like that. It's like that sometimes.
Oh, look at how sexy Max is. Even in M frames.
Can't really see him there. He's all sunglassed up. And that is not a good color scheme for a hat.
No, it's terrible.
You can't have red outline and a red background. What's the point?
The current Twins crop of jerseys, I'm not the biggest fan of, to be honest.
1-2 to Kepler. Swung on and missed. Another 2 left on base here for the Twinkie. Kepler gets his second strikeout of the day.
And we're halfway through this ball game. The D-backs holding on to a 1-0 lead thanks to Mad Bum's fantastic 5 innings of shutout baseball. As we see 2 arms now begin warming up for the Twins. Ketel Marte will lead off the bottom of the 5th for the Snakes.
So is this what we're doing? Are we going to have Garrett start popping up pictures now? Is that what we're doing? Can that be what we're doing?
Maybe it's just a special, the 2 Snakes, 1 Stepper cast.
Oh, you know it's 2 Snake, 1 Stepper special.
All right, if this is still happening, can I get that gorgeous smile of Mickey Callaway there just for a little bit? Maybe give me some Zach Gallen too before we take off this. Maybe put up LaCastro up there for Jake, whatever. Everybody's got their own bag. As Ketel gives that one a ride out to center field. At the wall is Buxton.
And that one was crushed. Again, one of those baseballs that you just wish was to any other part of the ballpark. That's going over the fence. Instead, hit out to that 407 sign in deep center field.
And myself, as any good Twins fan, breathes a sigh of relief as Buxton didn't have to go crashing into a wall and break one of his fragile body parts.
Pretty soft out there, man. I've definitely crashed into that wall myself. It's not too bad.
What do you mean you crashed into the wall at Chase Field yourself?
I've worked on that field a couple times, man.
Yeah, but in what context did you go running?
I want a video of Duggo just running a straight 40 yards right into that wall.
I've done it, man. Like, what am I going to do? I'm sitting there on a show call waiting for, who was it? Flow Rider to go on. What am I going to do? I'm going to throw myself aggressively into the wall for fun. Like, come on.
I can't get the image of you just sprinting as hard as you can, just full on to the center field wall.
I mean,
all the other employees at Chase Field looking around like, what is wrong with this man?
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I haven't done any damage with a forklift to Chase Field because they really get on you about that one. I mean, I've driven forklifts all around, but I don't think I've crashed that into anything at Chase. Oh, look at that. He's a hunk, dude. Callaway's a
good
hunk.
Smile.
Right?
His sunglasses are far too blue for my taste, as the count goes full now here to Eduardo Escobar. As this is not just a beauty contest, it's also a baseball game.
What? I've been doing this wrong.
I'm getting more distracted than the actual Diamondbacks television announcers, which is pretty hard to do.
When will baseball players figure out sunglass fashion? I swear, M-frames, whatever he was wearing there, terrible sunglasses.
Well, I mean, they're basically on the same level as, like, conservative old dudes in their trucks making videos. It's just that same pair of Oakleys that everyone, 40 years older with, a GOP voter's ticket in their wallet has.
That ball's just gonna nick the inside high corner there. The four-seam fastball at 92. So like you said, Beardy, Maeda's been doing a really good job kind of varying that speed on both the fastball and then cutting off some pace with those breaking balls.
It's really been masterful for him this season. As I said, the stats don't lie with just how well he's actually pitched. It's been real impressive. I think a big sleeper in the AL for one of the best pitchers this season, despite, being 10-0.
Well, that'll do it for the fifth inning. The Diamondbacks have one more hit than the Twins, and they also got one more run. We head to the top of the sixth with Jorge Polanco leading off, 1 for 2 so far on the day.
All right, but did you see Trevor Plouffe? He didn't just do it for the Twins. He did it in the MLB.
Oh, was it all MLB? I thought it was just Twins. So
I know he did an all MLB one somewhere.
I love Trevor.
I think it was Trevor who did it.
My favorite thing about Trevor Plouffe is on his Twitter bio. He has a picture of his cover picture, and in his bio it says, "That's me hitting a home run off Phil Hughes." They have a cute little relationship together that they always go back and forth on Twitter since they were teammates for a few years. It's very cute.
Oh. It's an 0-2 count here to Jorge Polanco. Mad Bum trying to keep ringing up the strikeouts here in the top of the sixth. He's thrown 70 pitches, now 71 on the day. Working really efficiently here up until this point.
Just cruising and attacking these Twins hitters. They're an aggressive bunch, so it's quite easy to do, and Mad Bum's just been hitting the spots all night.
That one's going to be hit to Ketel Marte at second. The throw over to Walker at first is in time for the first out of the inning. Bumgarner continues to roll, continue to get that weak contact, as you see there. The National League ERA leaders, Mad Bum and Robbie Ray there in the top 7. The Dodgers and the Cubs also with 2 representatives each, and that's really been the story so far in the National League is, Dodgers, Cubs, D-backs, maybe a little bit of Reds as the main competitor.
Nope.
Coming into the games today, the Diamondbacks 2.5 games ahead in the National League West. The Dodgers right on their tail. The Rockies, Padres, Giants all pretty much out of it, both or all three of them, I should say, in double-digit deficits. It's that one's hit deep, 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 still deep, too deep. Home run.
Ooh, little Garv sauce at Chase Field. It's quite tasty.
And I guess that's why you don't play Avila.
Man, I'm still looking for this tweet. It's bugging me, man.
Minnesota Twins trying to battle back here as they have a half-game lead in the Central, but the White Sox just won in the game before this, so they need to get a win themselves to maintain a little bit of distance. It's a 1-1 battle now.
It was Garver's 29th of the year, and I think he would have made probably the home run derby instead of Nelson Cruz if he wouldn't have got hurt a little bit before that All-Star game. Mitch Garver's just been bringing it to the plate every night, and he's amazingly getting it done while still being a solid catcher.
Something that no catcher for the Diamondbacks has done in years. That ball's also hit well, but that's going to be playable for Starling out there in center field. So 2 down now.
The third baseman.
Mad Bum only really with that one slip up there.
Donaldson.
He's been pretty masterful tonight. I'm really curious how far he's going to go into this one, especially now a tie game. You guys have any predictions? Has he been going over 100 pitches at all this season? How have they kind of been treating him?
I think they would have probably kept him in with that 0 on the board, but now I think, maybe throws the 7th, and if he can do that before really getting above 95, maybe come back out for the 8th. But you got such a good setup man in Yohan Lopez or Hector Rondon, and you now got Giovanni Gallegos, and especially with that hit there that might be a double, well, just a single as Beer's able to cut it off. Probably just the 7 innings here tonight for Bumgarner.
The second baseman, Luis.
Hey, Donaldson got a hit.
Good for him.
Give him a couple claps. That's more than he's done in a while.
And it's La Regadera. 2 for 2 on the day. He's been sprinkling the ball around. Comes back out for his 3rd chance of the game. Takes one just a bit outside and high, says home plate umpire.
Found it. Finally found it. All right, Trevor Plouffe's top 10 hottest baseball players.
Yes.
Honorable mentions: Cole Tucker, Evan Longoria, Kike Hernandez, he's a cutie, Tyler Glasnow. I think those are all pretty respectable choices, as that's going to be popped up shallow left. Ed is there for out number 3. My scorebooks are out the window now. I'm shot.
Hey, Arizona even got a member of the honorable mention. Cole Tucker from just outside of downtown Phoenix and Otwood Tukey, as we're midway through the 6th. The Twins get a run back, but they find themselves still just tied 1-1 with the Diamondbacks.
All right, you guys keep an eye on the game. I'm going to keep an eye on this tweet and break it down and slowly go through this top 10. Number 10, body image man himself, or the body issue man himself, Jake Arrieta.
Great name.
Dude, if you'd seen that body image photo shoot the body issue photo shoot he did for ESPN a couple years ago.
For Minnesota.
I can't say I did, no. I don't get the ESPN magazine, so.
It was big when it came out, man. Everybody knows
Dude,
that's big.
Oh, I subscribed to ESPN The Mag for like 10 years.
Right, same.
Silly kind of looking back on it, but the body issue was always super sweet.
Right. Not even in a, sexualized way, whatever. As Beer goes down here for the first out. No, it's amazing, what some of these athletes can do and, just the different body comps you get to see, too, from sport to sport. But, oh, my God, Jake Arrieta was just shredded. It was ridiculous.
We see Sergio Romo and Tyler Clippard warming up in the bullpen. So Pineda throws one pitch, but already the Twins thinking about replacing him as James McCann comes up to bat here. So Maeda really does not make it far in this game like you kind of thought might be the reality, Beardy, and you know what that means. He's not going to take the loss.
Yeah, he escapes by his chinny chin once again, and masterful performance. He's dueled Bumgarner the whole way. I only wish he would have been able to stay in this one for 6 at least, but Pineda hopefully can come in and lock things down here. Although he hasn't been the best in the long relief role after coming back from suspension. Down the stretch last season,